Chapter 651, An Unfulfilled. Conspiracy. In the beige 4-story patrol team building, Camus had managed to break free from the poker card's influence. He discovered So sprawled in a pool of blood, brutally torn apart by 2 zombie-like undead creatures. In neighboring rooms, another patrol team member, under Twanaku's control, put up a stubborn resistance. His comrades had already fallen victim to the relentless assault. Camus, catching his breath, hadn't anticipated stumbling upon an assassination plot within the patrol team, putting his own life at risk. His gaze fixed on Deputy Captain Razor, a middle-aged man in a sleek black suit, controlling the undead creatures. Confused, Camus inquired, "How did So end up joining the Rose School of Thought? And why are so many members under their control?" Despite Camus resisting the poker card's influence, Jenna's earlier shout lingered in his mind. Reza, surveying the scene of blood and undead, responded after a moment of contemplation. "It's likely Twanaku's doing." Twanaku. Camus recalled the questions raised by Louis Berry. Was Twanaku truly responsible for the serial murders 4 years ago? Could he be a devil in disguise? Frowning, Camus grumbled. Keeping a zombie on the team was already a significant risk. Just because he can show restraint doesn't clear him from suspicion of being a Rose School of Thought member. He might indulge at specific times. Riaza, with a stern demeanor, spoke in a deep voice. "We'd confirmed he defected from the Rose School of Thought. He believes in the Fool." "The Fool? The Temperance faction?" Camus asked in surprise, not expecting such a revelation. In the dream's interrogation room, housed within the ancient and crumbling palace of the nation of the Ebonite, Hisoka couldn't contain his amusement at Lumian's question. "If you had sought the Tarot Club's assistance, I could have killed you." Hisoka's laughter reverberated, and his black shadow danced on the wall, morphing into curved goat horns and colossal bat wings. Lumian caught a whiff of a conspiracy and asked in confusion and curiosity, "Why do you think so?" Hisoka rose, a murderous glint materializing in his eyes. "If you involve the Tarot Club, they'll undoubtedly seek my aid in your investigation." At this point, Hisoka's lips curled into an unusually flamboyant smile. No longer conscious in the dream, he revealed his innermost self. Lumian raised an eyebrow, asking, "Are you a minor arcana card holder?" Hisoka shook his head, replying with a radiant smile, "I'm a member of the Temperance faction, a devotee of Mr. Fool." The devil burst into laughter, bowing and exclaiming, "Praise the Fool!" Lumian, finding it absurd and amusing, instinctively analyzed the situation. Hisoka is actually a member of the Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction. A flamboyant and malicious devil is actually a member of the Temperance faction? Logically speaking, this was clearly impossible. Yet, in this dream crafted by Hela, unless Hisoka possessed unique abilities to deceive, lying was unlikely. The only plausible explanation, he had infiltrated the Temperance faction through deception and deceit. On the surface, Hisoka seemed to be a beyonder of the prisoner pathway, displaying a level of restraint. As a non-core member of the Temperance faction, he might have gone unnoticed with his issues. Right, is this why the Matani patrol team allowed a prisoner pathway beyonder to join? This was more than 4 years ago. Back then, Hisoka was merely a Sequence 8, lunatic of the prisoner pathway, not yet a mid-sequence beyonder. As a peripheral member of the Temperance faction, he likely operated without much scrutiny. Moreover, he probably joined the Temperance faction before this, when he was weaker and less noticeable. Later, he faked receiving resources from the Temperance faction and the Rose School of Thought's attack to advance. In reality, did he rely on the Mother Tree of Desire's boons? Where did those resources go? Were they secretly sold or crafted into a mystical item? That poker card? Why did he infiltrate the Temperance faction and worship Mr. Fool? His main goal clearly isn't resources. Faith in Mr. Fool. With this in mind, Lumian suddenly had a guess. Hisoka's true aim was to infiltrate the Church of the Fool through a certain pathway and have faith in Mr. Fool. This revelation came from Celestial Worthy. Hisoka genuinely believes in the Celestial Worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. However, that Celestial Worthy is resisting Mr. Fool. He can clearly influence the Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder pathways. Hisoka used a specific technique during prayer. On the surface, he seemed to be praying to Mr. Fool, but in reality, did he receive a message from that celestial worthy? This way, he wouldn't face the risk of a false premise that's very likely. Madam Magician mentioned that if I don't follow the procedures when praying to Mr. Fool, the response might not be from him, but from the celestial worthy. Why did celestial worthy make Hisoka do this? Marauder steal, could it be that he intends to gradually steal Mr. Fool's identity and faith through this method? When many believers genuinely believe in Mr. Fool, but they equate him as the celestial worthy becomes the fool. Hiss, the more I think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. Hisoka can't do it alone. There must be many others who share similar beliefs. Impressive. If the celestial worthy usually gathers followers, the Tarot Club would wipe them out at the slightest hint. Yet if their followers outwardly professed faith in Mr. Fool, not only would they escape destruction, but they'd also gain protection. How devious. Lumian swiftly deduced the situation, sensing the ominous pressure from the hidden celestial worthy. Once marked by him, failure could creep in unnoticed and strike him down. Unexpectedly, considering this, Lumian recalled Port Pylos and grasped Hisoka's confidence. He also comprehended why Hisoka had opted to remain and wait patiently. Freshly arrived in the southern continent and stepping into Port Pylos for the first time, Lumian lacked resources, companions, and even knowledge of Deutonies. There was a high likelihood that he'd seek aid from the Tarot Club standing behind him. The major arcana card holders of the Tarot Club wouldn't personally intervene without a clear target due to the uncertain time frame. They would likely dispatch a minor arcana card holder familiar with the southern continent or a faction member to assist. Under these circumstances, who better to meet the requirements than Twanaku, Tupian, a Church of the Fool's Temperance faction member from Matani, well versed in the local situation, holding the appropriate official status, and reaching sequence 6. In that scenario, Lumian and Hisoka would investigate Hisoka. The other party would gradually grasp the situation, assess potential traps and their effectiveness. Hisoka could then seize the opportunity for a surprise attack, assault the mind, and trigger desires. Contemplating this, Lumian acknowledged that if he failed to detect Hisoka's malice during the investigation, the chances of succumbing to Hisoka's hands were 100%. He'd be a spectator as the devil faced off against Termiboros in the form of a soul fragment. Hisoka, informed by Loki, should have made preparations to deal with the dangerous creature within the seal. Perhaps relying on the Noise family's demon or his status as a blessed of the Mother Tree of Desire. Thankfully, Madam Magician kept reminding me that a hunter can't rely on high-ranking individuals behind an organization for everything. I need to hone my skills, familiarize myself with conspiracies and battles. Otherwise, I might have sought guidance from the Tarot Club as soon as I arrived in Port Pyro. That would have been dangerous. Grand Sir and Emperor Roselle both mentioned that the most dangerous places are often the safest. Now, I must add that those who seem the safest and most reliable might pose the greatest risk. It's not that they're no longer trustworthy, but the enemy will exploit this sense of security. Yes, Madam Magician has also emphasized that if anything seems awry with her, orders and suggestions, I should ignore them. Quickly contacting the other major arcana card holders to confirm this situation is crucial. Lumian gazed at the flamboyant Hisoka and smiled. If I hadn't received help from a special trace expert, if Hidden Blade hadn't been more familiar with your persona, and if I hadn't had a psychiatrist to profile you and ultimately failed to find any clues or direction, I would have sought the Tarot Club's help and looked for a guide familiar with the local situation. Hisoka fell into silence. After a few moments he spoke up. I get everything else, but why the sudden need for a special trace expert? Lumian chuckled. Because it's a gift from a true god. The more time Lumian spent with Ludwig, the more he felt that letting such a dangerous individual escape the Church's control wasn't a decision a high-ranking member of the Church of Knowledge would make. There had to be a revelation from the god of knowledge and wisdom. Certainly Lumian couldn't be sure. As far as he knew, the knowledge pathway, also known as the reader pathway, excelled in prophecies at high sequence. Hisoka fell into silence for a moment before unleashing a roar, much like a wild wolf howling beneath the moon. Lumian reviewed the entire incident, realizing that this revenge was a clash of conspiracies. Unfortunately, Hisoka didn't grasp his personality and style well enough, nor did he comprehend his companions. He could only rely on the sea, prayer ritual and Loki's first death as a guide. Consequently, there was a deviation, shattering his expectations despite a high likelihood of success. Phew, Lumian exhaled and inquired. Who were the ones causing havoc on the patrol team's side? Chapter 652, Extreme Joy Begets Sorrow. Upon hearing Lumian's question, Hisoka's lips curved into a smile. Those were a few, fallen, under my control. Fallen? Lumian could understand the literal meaning, but he didn't grasp the situation. Simultaneously, he criticized Hisoka. This is truly a dream. Emotions change so quickly. Hisoka reminisced. A desire apostle can plant a seed in others' hearts when their emotions and desires clearly fluctuate, causing corresponding problems to worsen. Gradually, they lose control and degenerate. When combined with my special abilities, I can make those humans unable to escape my control and obey only me for a long period through repeated depravities. It's akin to injecting addictive psychiatric drugs, but more mystical. Lumian searched for analogous examples from an easy-to-understand perspective. Suddenly, he recalled Nibiredesli's description of demons. Demon in body, demon in mind. Could this be a manifestation of the demon within the mind? Is Hisoka's distinctiveness reflected in this aspect? Could it be that the individual from the Temperance faction liaising with him has been tainted by his influence, causing them to withhold reporting any irregularities? Lumian gazed thoughtfully at Hisoka and inquired. Indeed, as one would expect from an apostle of desire, a demon that seduces the darkness of the mind. Is this a ritual for ascending to a demon? Just acclimating for now? Hisoka didn't refute, yet he sensed the current situation was far from ideal. It felt more like a rehearsal. He seemed quite assured. Following the incident in Tizamo town at year's end, he likely ascended to a desire apostle. It's only been a year, and you're already contemplating becoming a demigod? Lumian mused briefly before questioning. Is it because you finally appeased that demon from the Noise family and acquired that thing? Even in his reverie, Hisoka appeared hesitant to disclose this matter. He responded with a hint of reluctance. Yes. Lumian refrained from provoking Hisoka for the time being, ensuring the dream didn't end prematurely. He altered his question. Where is that thing? When Hisoka transformed into a devil, his attire ruptured and nothing unusual dropped. Hisoka's countenance contorted as he responded. Aye, in Tizamo town. Concealed in his body's hometown, Tizamo town. If it's significant, why doesn't he carry it with him? Lumian's curiosity about the two pranks orchestrated by Hisoka in Tizamo town and the gold mine city, Devise, intensified. After a brief pause of contemplation, Lumian inquired, You staged a prank and Devise just to pilfer a batch of gold? Yes, Hisoka affirmed. Have you consumed too many novels like The Gold Heist? Were you in dire need of such a large sum of money back then? Yes, for criminals it's quite normal to plan an operation to snatch gold when necessary. Unlike me, who relies on hunting and the gifts of villains. Just as Lumian thought it was trivial, he suddenly considered something. Franca has been accumulating gold for future sacrifices to the Armored Shadow. Chen too. Could Hisoka have orchestrated a prank to obtain a substantial amount of gold for a similar sacrifice? Lumian scrutinized Hisoka and probed. Did you offer the gold as a sacrifice to the Noise family's demon? Hisoka replied nonchalantly. In Tizamo town. What's in Tizamo town? Lumian asked. Hisoka appeared to snap out of his daze and exclaimed with a contorted expression. Dream Festival, Dream Festival. His shadow surged to life, leaping onto him and shrouding him. Hisoka reverted to pitch black, transforming into a viscous, repulsive, and malevolent liquid that spread swiftly in all directions, as if determined to corrupt the interrogation room, Lumian, and the entire dream. Lumian promptly exited the dream and observed Hisoka, who lay asleep on the ground, displaying signs of devilification once more. Furthermore, he seemed somewhat translucent. This key member of April Fools was teetering on the brink of losing control. Without hesitation, Lumian materialized a longsword crafted from blazing white, flames in his hand. The Hisoka figure before him emitted a myriad of colors, with the pale white mark on the bridge of his nose being the least conspicuous. Weakness, investigation. Paleness signified a vulnerability. Lumian hoisted the flaming sword, gripping it with both hands, and thrust downward, vanishing into the pale white hue. The devil-like armor, resilient flesh, and steel-like bones bestowed by Zombie, endured only a second before being pierced. Lumian withdrew his blazing white flaming sword and thrust down again. This time it penetrated deeper. Lumian extracted the blazing white flaming sword once more and leaped up, adding his weight to the downward thrust. Lumian genuflected, and the flaming sword plunged into Hisoka's brain, transforming into scattered flames that obliterated all weakness. Lumian withdrew his hands and stood up. Hisoka's body, displaying signs of devilification, twitched a few times before settling. Adjacent to the bridge of his nose, a 2-finger-wide wound appeared grotesquely abnormal. Its surface was charred and contracted, while flames surged from within. The devil had lost his life. How resilient. He managed to withstand 3 strikes like this. Lumian gazed at Hisoka's corpse and silently sighed. In that moment, Hisoka's corpse swiftly turned transparent, and his light brown skin gradually faded to pale white. Wraith transforming into a genuine wraith after death. Just as these thoughts crossed Lumian's mind, his surroundings abruptly darkened. In the depths of the darkness, a serene chant resonated, soothing one's body and mind, inducing a reluctance to do anything but lie still. All escape was tranquility. Hisoka's wraith form halted its transformation, gradually gaining a tangible quality. Finally, he perished completely. What a formidable adversary to vanquish. If his wraith transformation hadn't been halted, could he have endured as a true wraith, evolving into an evil spirit in the future? Lumian glanced at Hela beside him and spoke once more. "Thank you." He refrained from elaborating his conversation with Hisoka, recognizing that they had spoken in the dream created by Hela. She must be aware of it. Loki is the only one left. Hela said coldly, her gaze fixed on Hisoka's lifeless form. Lumian fell silent for a few seconds before stating, "He can't be resurrected more than a few times. At most, one more time." Hela replied with certainty. Another time, Lumian tersely acknowledged. Before long, Hisoka's Beyonder characteristic manifested, blending with the remaining goat horns above his head, transforming into a whimsical and flamboyant cluster of black crystals. Various crystals extended in all directions, sharp and crooked. Multiple illusory, translucent faces emerged from each black crystal, their expressions alternating between malevolence, pain, madness, and confusion. A desire apostle Beyonder characteristic corrupted by a wraith boon, Lumian, perceived it as more corrupting and perilous than the serial killer Beyonder characteristic from before. He pointed at the Beyonder characteristic and Hisoka's lifeless body, addressing Hela. "Can I take them all?" "Okay." Hela responded without objections. In an old warehouse on an abandoned dock in Port Pylos, Franca, Anthony, and Jenna had already gathered, awaiting Lumian's return. Amidst their conversation, a figure outlined itself in the sunlight streaming through a high window. It was Lumian, wearing a golden straw hat and disguised as Louis Berry. "Pa." Lumian tossed Hisoka's corpse to the ground. Immediately after, he retrieved a Beyonder characteristic from his traveler's bag and placed them near the corpse without touching them. Only then did he smile at Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. "It's settled. Is it really Hisoka?" Franca couldn't believe it could be so straightforward. "It's him," Lumian briefly explained the situation. "He was overconfident and believed there's a high chance of killing me. He chose to stay and wait for an opportunity." "What gave him the confidence?" Franca's eyes widened. Since everyone present held a minor arcana card, Lumian didn't hold anything back. He recounted the situation, omitting the most perilous details. "Can that really happen? Luckily, you didn't seek guidance from the Tarot Club." Jenna felt a lingering fear. Franca sighed and commented, "I didn't think our collaboration alone would be sufficient." Lumian pointed at the Beyonder characteristic and stated, There's too much corruption, and it's very dangerous. I plan to seek Madam Magician's help and find a suitable artisan to transform it into a sealed artifact. Everyone has the right to use it. Lumian found it too sinister and corrupting. It couldn't become a mystical item with relatively mild negative effects. It could only be the kind that required sealing. Absolutely. Franca was filled with anticipation as she imagined the potential abilities of a sealed artifact. She suddenly recalled something and quickly blurted out, "Your pride armor is still in my possession. Tisk, you've really gotten the most out of it." Lumian chuckled. "How can I face devils without a warrior? I've always wanted to use the pride armor, but I didn't expect Hisoka to choose the most convenient place like the bathroom." It was a confined, tight space with a certain degree of flexibility. Franca retrieved the pride armor from her traveler's bag and placed it on the ground. Suddenly, the air in the old warehouse froze. The silver-white full-body armor turned to face Lumian, condensing into a broadsword of light. Then, it knelt on one knee and thrust into the ground. Lumian's pupils dilated as his figure abruptly faded, disappearing from his spot. The broadsword of light split open, transforming into a devastating storm that engulfed the surroundings, obliterating numerous wooden crates. Franca, Jenna, and Anthony couldn't dodge in time and were shattered into fragments by the hurricane of light, reflecting brilliance. "Damn it, isn't this too vengeful? How much time has passed?" Franca cursed from a corner of the warehouse. Chapter 653, Lumian's Choice. Franca emerged from the shadows, exhaling a sigh of relief as she saw the silver-white full-body armor return to silence following Lumian's departure from the warehouse and the absence of weak targets. With caution, she approached, making sure not to position herself behind the pride armor. Finally standing face to face with it, the pride armor remained motionless. Franca extended her hands, barely lifting the silver-white full-body armor and tucking it back into her traveler's bag. Only then did she relax and call out, "It's all right, it's all right." Jenna emerged from a dark corner on the other side, and Anthony suddenly appeared at the warehouse door, seemingly prepared to roll and escape at any moment. In a matter of seconds, Lumian somersaulted back from a high window, eliciting a chuckle from Franca. "Damn it, we managed Hisoka just fine, but our own sealed artifact nearly wiped us out. Good thing we had substitutes. Otherwise, we might have been severely injured if not dead," she remarked. Jenna commented calmly. "This could be a funny story for Ghostface." Having moved out of the market district, she now had plenty of free time. Though she still owed Franca a large sum of money, she had enough assets to cover it. Thus, while completing the Tarot Club mission and trying to act, she could afford to watch a play once a week, buy magazines, newspapers, and books she had longed for but couldn't justify purchasing, and indulge in department stores and certain restaurants she had once yearned for. Franca let out a hollow laugh. "Who'd have thought this armor would hold such a grudge? Hey Lumian, what did you do to it?" she inquired, directing the subsequent questions to Lumian. Lumian spread his hands. "Wasn't it just a backstab? I thought it would be fine after disengaging and waiting for it to calm down." Franca nodded repeatedly, offering him a way out. "That's right, I thought so too. It's all because of that armor. It doesn't feel like armor at all." After a moment of pondering, Franca said, "I wonder when it will forget that you stabbed it in the back. For now, you have to leave it with me." "All right," Lumian said, feeling a twinge of regret. Such a useful sealed artifact was temporarily unusable. He glanced at Hisoka's severely damaged corpse and the seemingly unscathed beyond a characteristic, stowing them away in his traveler's bag. He said, seriously, "I hope that the operation against the Minister of Industry will commence after the sealed artifact is completed. Though its negative effects will undoubtedly be severe, Desire Apostle and Wraith are definitely very useful, even if they can only unleash a portion of their abilities." "Indeed," Franca replied, filled with anticipation. She then turned to Lumian and asked, "Hisoka is already dead. You've achieved your goal in the southern continent. Where are you going next? Are you returning to Trier with us?" Lumian shook his head, as if he had already considered the answer to this question. "I plan to stay in the southern continent for a while longer." "Why? To investigate Tizamo town and the Hisoka matter? That doesn't seem necessary," Jenna expressed her confusion. Lumian chuckled. This is a hunter's paradise, don't you think? Without waiting for Franca and the others to inquire further, Lumian explained. Seriously. After all that has transpired, I've come to realize something. For a hunter to act well and digest swiftly, they must undergo diverse experiences. What I mean is, a hunter's path is more straightforward compared to other paths. It's unlike demonesses who must navigate pleasure, pain, while contemplating abstract and philosophical concepts which are often more intricate. As long as a hunter is immersed in chaos, conflict, and constant combat, they can excel. Combat is akin to hunting. Chaos and conflict invariably breed numerous conspiracies. Provocation smoothens these conspiracies, arson secures victory in battle, and the aftermath of such incidents reaps the lives of enemies and the spoils of victory. Observing Franca, Jenna, and Anthony's puzzled expressions, Lumian smiled and continued. It's been just over half a year since I ascended from Sequence 9 to Sequence 5. Why? Because I've been either passively or actively embroiled in a series of events. Through perpetual chaos, disputes, and battles, I've grasped the principles of performance and found opportunities to act. In essence, a hunter doesn't engage in elaborate acting before reaching high sequence beyonder status. Though I possess some insight into fate due to my characteristics, it's also linked to determination and willpower. It's an integral part of combat. Hunters are forged in the crucible of blood and fire. They thrive amidst chaos and conflict. If I aim to grow stronger, I must pursue these elements. The southern continent offers precisely that. Thus, Lumian could swiftly assimilate the Reaper potion and strive to become a Sequence 5 fate appropriator of the Inevitability pathway. Only by truly mastering some of Fate's abilities could Lumian hope to uncover any connection between Loki and the ancient castle when he next confronted him. According to Franca, Lumian had to locate the respawn point of an enemy capable of resurrection and camp there. Certainly, the path to becoming a Fate appropriator came with its own set of risks. Lumian's chances of encountering Circle inhabitant Voisin Sanson would significantly rise, whether due to the convergence of an outer deity's blessed, resulting from the world's rejection, or the convergence of inevitability powers. Despite his yearning for such an encounter, Lumian was aware that he wasn't prepared to face a demigod, lacking the corresponding strength. A high-level beyonder he could hire wouldn't be able to constantly keep an eye on him, and the moment of encounter was beyond his control. Franca couldn't hide her envy upon hearing Lumian's plan. If only the demoness pathways acting were that straightforward. The early stages with assassins and instigators were relatively direct, but as time went on, it became more complicated. When I first met Lumian, I was clearly at a higher sequence and stronger than him. It's only been half a year, but the tables have turned. Franca felt a mix of sorrow and impulsive emotions. After sending Franca, Jenna, and Anthony back to Trier, Lumian entered Suite 7 on B3 of Hotel Orella, signaling for Lugano to leave. Then he carefully extracted Hisoka's lifeless body from his traveler's bag and positioned it in front of Ludwig. With a grin, he remarked, "Here's my end of the bargain. Is it edible?" Ludwig, clutching a silver child's knife and fork with a steak laid out before him, sprung up from his seat. As he examined the torn, half-devil-like, and bloodied remains, a mix of desire and hesitation played across his face. It was clear he was tempted but wary. After more than 10 seconds, Ludwig delicately picked up the child's utensils and resolved himself. A tiny bit. Without awaiting Lumian's reply, he crouched down and extended the child's knife and fork toward Hisoka's still open, flaxen-colored eyes. Amidst the slicing sounds, Ludwig retrieved the devil-like eyeballs, one on the fork and the other on the knife's tip. Then, he poured a glass of orange guadar with one hand. "There's caffeine in this. Not suitable for children," Lumian pointed out. Ludwig glanced at the enticing beverage, then at the eyeballs on the child's utensils and the half-devil corpse on the ground. He fell silent. Lumian also fell silent. After a few moments, Ludwig submerged the eyeballs into the orange-yellow guadar, deliberately puncturing more holes with his fork to allow the liquid to seep out. Then he lifted the drink and squatted beside Hisoka's corpse, bringing the glass to a spot where some blood still dripped. Bloop, bloop, bloop. 3 drops of sulfur-scented blood fell into the fading orange beverage, swiftly tinting it with the color of blood. Ludwig swirled the liquid in the glass and consumed it. Lumian observed as Ludwig finished his drink, noting a clear boost in energy. Curious, he inquired. What's the effect of this? Ludwig licked his lips and responded, permanently enhances my spirituality, allow me to keenly sense the aura of the abyss. I can also command a few lower-level undead creatures. Only the first blast has this effect. Subsequent drinks of a similar nature can only temporarily heighten my perception and restore some spirituality. Ludwig's tone carried immaturity as he spoke on such matters. Not bad, but only you would dare to consume such a messy thing. Lumian criticized inwardly. He stowed away Hisoka's remains and retreated to his bedroom, initiating a letter to Madam Magician. The focus was on reporting Hisoka's apparent identity, his speculations, and the issues with Tizamo Town. Additionally, he proposed that the reward for these unexpected discoveries should be the transformation of Hisoka's Beyonder characteristic into a sealed artifact. Having neatly folded the letter, Lumian produced a jagged black crystal clump and arranged a ritual. He called forth Madam Magician's doll messenger. Upon its emergence, the doll messenger emitted a disdainful sound, pinching its nose. It pointed at Hisoka's Beyonder characteristic and remarked in a sharp voice, "Pack it into a box, it's filthy." Lumian retrieved a small paper box from his traveler's bag and stuffed the black crystal clump inside. "Tie it up. Stuff it in another box. Use another box to contain them." The doll messenger continued with its requests. Finally, it begrudgingly picked up the box and carried the letter away. Port Pylos' patrol team, Ryaza informed Camus. All the problematic team members have been purged. The rest are undergoing individual reviews. You are part of it too. "How's Kolobo?" Camus asked with concern. "He's fine. We went to the Earth Mother Church to hire a doctor," Ryaza replied calmly. "The major issue now is that we haven't apprehended Twanaku. Moreover, we're certain that he's both a wraith and a desire apostle." "How? Isn't he too powerful?" Camus felt a twinge of fear at the thought of potential retaliation from Twanaku. At that moment, a patrol team member entered the office and informed Riza and Camus. "Captain Ryaza, boss, the Straw Hat Guy's back." Chapter 654, Bounty. Louis Barry is back again. Camus's forehead twitched at the mention of the Straw Hat Guy. Since encountering the adventurer, his life had taken a tumultuous turn. First, he had captured the murderer in a serial killing case. Then he unearthed clues related to a 4-year-old case. Subsequently, the suspect had emerged, attempting to harm him and Kolobo, throwing the patrol team into chaos. And now Louis Berry was making another appearance. Camus felt the weight on his chest, and his heart raced. Where is Louis Berry? Riza was already familiar with Camus's account. The patrol team member who had brought the report hastily answered, "Sitting in the hall." "No." Riza nodded, and he and Camus left the office, descending the stairs. As they walked, Camus gradually snapped out of his daze. He recalled Louis Berry's suspicions about Twanaku the previous day, how he had abandoned his theories without delving into specifics, and how the adventurer had sought him out early in the morning, hoping to gather information indirectly. Shortly after Kolobo handed over Twanaku's information, the latter had been attacked, leading to a fierce battle. Did Louis Berry employ such a cautious inquiry to avoid triggering the devil's danger premonition? Was buying information from Kolobo a trap targeting Twanaku? No, hadn't Twanaku sensed the corresponding danger? He could only sense it a minute or two in advance, and would it be too late by the time he discovered it? As a former public security officer and now an interrogator, Camus swiftly made connections and speculations. He believed that Louis Berry had likely identified Twanaku after learning about his preference for sugarless Fermo coffee. He hinted at suspicions regarding the police headquarters, but refrained from going into specifics, fearing that Twanaku might foresee danger. As for how Louis Berry set a trap for Twanaku without detection, Camus couldn't puzzle it out for now. Furthermore, he suspected that Louis Berry's operation hadn't been entirely successful. There were no signs from the Matani import and export shop indicating Twanaku's demise. This was a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle, wielding the power of a Sequence 5 Wraith. Unless a demigod personally intervened, they might require 2 or 3 battle teams of mid-sequence Beyonders from pathways like Sun and Warrior to handle him. Alternatively, they needed to mobilize Beyonders at the level of a Sequence 5 pirate admiral, armed with potent mystical items. Soon, Camus and Riaza spotted Louis Berry seated on the sofa in the hall's guest area, his golden straw hat standing out in the sunlight. "Monsieur Louis Berry, what brings you here again?" Camus inquired in deep Intisian. Louis Berry gave Camus a deep look before smiling and addressing Riaza in fluent Deutanese. "I'm here to collect the bounty." As he spoke, he retrieved Twanaku's head from his traveler's bag. Camus and Riaza observed the blood-stained face, the head with the broken horn, the vacant eyes, and the gruesome wound on the bridge of the nose, along with 10 to 20 deep cuts. Despite the severe damage, Camus, a former public security officer, recognized the owner at a glance, Twanaku Tupian. He succeeded? Had he truly set a trap for a Desire Apostle and managed to defeat him? Camus's gaze shifted up, scrutinizing Louis Berry, a young man with the title of a great adventurer in the Fog Sea. Such strength could rival any pirate admiral in the 5 seas. Of course, this assessment applied only to individual abilities, excluding the subordinates of pirate admirals. Riaza silently ascertained from a spiritual level. He turned to Camus and asked in Deutanese, "Is it Twanaku?" "Yes," Camus confirmed, sighing inwardly. The battle between Twanaku and Louis Berry had been fierce, resulting in his tragic demise. Not only were his eyes absent, but he was also covered in wounds, displaying signs of devilification. Riaza looked at Lumian and pondered for a moment before speaking in Deutanese. "I wonder if you've seen Twanaku's wanted poster. The bounty's only 70,000 vel d'or. Back then, the bounty was set based on the criteria of a serial killer. It was only increased by 20,000 because this particular serial killer targeted Beyonders." Lumian barely understood and switched to Intisian with a smile. "If I wait 2 days to collect the bounty, will I be able to get more?" Upon hearing this, Camus pondered for a moment and realized the validity of the statement. In 2 days, their wanted posters would depict Desire, Apostle, and Wraith, Twanaku, who had caused the deaths of several members of the patrol team, not a serial killer from the past. Of course, with Matane's financial resources, it was impossible to significantly raise the bounty. At most, they could double it and report the danger to the Church of Earth Mother, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, and other official organizations in the northern continent to see if they would be willing to increase the bounty. After Camus translated Lumian's words into Deutanese, Riaza remained silent, unsure of how to respond. For the patrol team, 70,000 to 80,000 vel d'or was a substantial sum. Without waiting for a response, Lumian added with a smile, "But there's no need to add to the bounty, just fulfill 2 of my requests. 2 simple ones." "What are they?" Riaza asked in a deep voice after hearing Camus's translation. Lumian chuckled in response, stating, "Firstly, I want to see all the dossiers related to Tizamo town. Secondly, I'm very curious about Twanaku's card and want to take a look." "Of course, I'll just take a look." "You want to investigate last year's incident in Tizamo town? Isn't your sole purpose in Port Palos to find Twanaku?" Camus asked, puzzled. Lumian chuckled. "Need I remind you? Twanaku's hometown is Tizamo town." Weak, Camus suddenly felt that the matter with Twanaku wouldn't conclude with the other party's death. There were still many secrets hidden behind it. Louis Berry had mentioned this from the beginning. After translating their conversation for Riaza, Camus sensed that the patrol team's previous investigation of the Tizamo town incident might have concluded too hastily. Eyeing Louis Berry, who had successfully taken down a Desire Apostle wielding Wraith powers, the chilly Riaza fell silent for a few seconds before uttering, "Who tasked you with looking into Twanaku?" Without giving a direct response, Lumian inquired, "Did he declare himself a member of the Temperance faction, a follower of the Fool?" "It's not a self-proclamation. We verified it," Riaza confidently replied after hearing Camus's translation. As anticipated, just making confirmation, Lumian stood up for the Church of the Fool, stating, "Traitors can surface in any organization, and there'll be individuals with hidden agendas attempting to infiltrate." "That's indeed our problem," Camus sincerely concluded. We shouldn't solely rely on the organization they're affiliated with to determine a person's character or whether they can be recruited. We also need to observe their words and actions. After careful consideration, Reza agreed to Lumian's request, while assigning another patrol team member to aid Lumian in the process and collect the bounty. He instructed Camus to show Lumian the poker card. In the cold and silent underground corridor, Camus gazed at Lumian and cautiously asked, "What are you investigating?" This had already led to the death of a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle. Lumian emitted a soft chuckle. It's dangerous to know too much. Camus fell silent, wisely choosing not to inquire further, drawing from past experiences. As Lumian advanced, he casually asked, "How many members of the patrol team perished this time?" 4. All under Twanicu's control. Camus gave a self-deprecating smile. We'll be recruiting new members before the end of the year. They're fortunate. Those with suitable pathways don't have to worry about subsequent sequence potions. If they aren't from the correct pathways, they can use sealed artifacts. This was how the resources of an official organization gradually accumulated. Lumian nodded slightly. "How's Kolobo?" Camus' smile grew more relaxed. "He's fine. He's almost healed." As they conversed, they arrived at a room adorned with cold bones. A metallic poker card lay on the table in the middle. "Be careful. It will burrow into your body and control you like a wraith," Camus warned. Lumian nodded slightly and approached, reaching out for the card with the 10 of spades on its face. A bone-like sensation entered his mind, accompanied by a chilling cold. Lumian's right hand quickly became encased in a layer of frost. The frost rapidly crystallized and extended towards his arm. Simultaneously, the card's surface underwent a transformation, revealing a grayish-white joker. It rapidly etherealized, poised to merge with Lumian's body. Silently, Lumian's arm burst into brilliant white flames. With a swift flick of his palm, he accurately pressed his thumb onto the poker card that hadn't completely dissipated, right onto the Joker's face. The poker card fell into silence. Frost detached from Lumian's arm, descended to the ground and melted into water. Zombie's frost, Wraith's possession. This is really a mystical item from the prisoner pathway. Lumian swiftly made a basic assessment. However, the transformation abilities displayed by the poker cards didn't align with his understanding of the prisoner pathway. Instead, they resembled superficial applications of a faceless. Could it be corruption brought about by the celestial worthy? Also, when the Temperance faction provides resources, it's impossible to directly give wraith. They start from low sequences and work their way up. Did this poker card strengthen time and time again? Does Hisoka have a permanent artisan collaborator? Lumian withdrew his gaze from the poker card and slowly retreated to Camus' side. "I'm done," he thought for a moment and said, "Be careful when using this item." Camus nodded. "We'll treat it as a sealed artifact rather than a mystical item." Upon returning to the surface, Camus gathered all the dossiers related to Tizamo town. Lumian sorted through the items and picked up one of them. Chapter 655, Pleasure. Lumian carefully examined the dossier on the Tizamo town tragedy, which unfolded at the close of the previous year. It detailed the incident as a gentleman and his servants' hunting expedition in Tizamo town's primitive forest. Their actions provoked a large primitive tribe, leading to a retaliatory surprise attack on Tizamo town. The assault resulted in numerous casualties, including the gentleman, his servant, several patrol team members responsible for Tizamo town's security, and many innocent civilians. In response, Admiral Quirrell deployed additional troops to safeguard the area, prompting the primitive tribe to retreat into the depths of the forest. There are quite a few formidable tribes inhabiting the southern continent's primitive forests. Lumian sighed from the bottom of his heart after reading the dossier. This situation, a historical relic from the Barlam Empire era, was emblematic of the challenges faced by the region. While ancient empires boasted numerous powerful individuals in their ranks, along with a substantial number of low to mid-sequence beyonders, effective management faced limitations. Technical constraints, population size, and the diversity of characteristics restricted governance to cities with favorable geographical conditions. These included towns and villages surrounding these cities, fertile plains, pastures, and valleys. The more challenging terrains like primitive forests and mountains remained largely unexplored due to these limitations, providing little incentive for the empires to eliminate potential threats. When the northern continent invaded, causing the fragmentation of the Baalam Empire and the destruction or replacement of other nations, many rebels sought refuge in these untouched areas, intensifying the dangers of the primitive forests and mountains. In contrast, after Emperor Roselle initiated the Industrial Revolution, such challenges decreased in the northern continent. Currently, only a few remnants linger in the mountains of the south-central region. The dossier offers no clues about April Fool's pranks or any demon presence. Lumian, undeterred, set aside the dossier and turned his attention to something else. He searched for keywords like dream and festival. Before his demise, Hisoka had mentioned the Dream Festival. Dream Festival. Unfortunately, the patrol team had only been operational for 6 to 7 years, with no recorded history of Tizamo Town's previous issues. During this period, there were no instances of dream-related or festival-related problems in Tizamo Town. Lumian wasn't disheartened. He placed the dossiers down and addressed Camus. "Can I make a copy of everything?" "No problem." Camus knew Louis Berry was about to summon the Rabbit of Knowledge again. At that moment, Reza entered with another member of the patrol team, placing a small but weighty cloth bag in front of Lumian. "Your bounty, confirm it," Reza said in Dutanese. Lumian lifted the cloth bag and spilled its contents onto the table. Banknotes from Intis and a considerable number of gold coins lay before him. Lumian counted them, confirming everything was in order. After Reza and the other patrol team member departed, Lumian turned to Camus and pushed the cloth bag over with a smile. "You?" Camus' eyes widened, asking hesitantly. Lumian responded with a grin. "As I said, I'll waive the official bounty." "But I didn't," Camus subconsciously replied, maintaining his politeness. Lumian chuckled. "The information you provided was crucial, but you need to share it with Kolobo. Also, do me a favor. This sum of money is for information and compensation based on the dangers we faced." Camus pressed down on the cloth bag, asking, "What is it?" "What is it? Help me find a few people born and raised in Tizamo Town who are currently living in Port Pylos. Also, locate a few who have visited Tizamo Town multiple times but have no connection to it. Bring them to my place one by one," Lumian requested. Camus listened attentively and breathed a sigh of relief. "No problem." This matter was straightforward. Upon his return to Hotel Orella, Lumian had barely set down the Rabbit of Knowledge's copied dossier in his room, ready to delve into its details, when the doorbell chimed. Amidst the tinkling sounds, Lugano rushed to open the door. Shortly after, he called out, "Boss, Monsieur Ivalshta wishes to meet you." Ivalshta, the one residing on B18 with numerous zombie servants, suspected to be a wraith. "He's here for me?" Lumian raised his eyebrows, set aside the dossier, and exited the master bedroom, Tria, Quartier de la Cattedrale Commemorative, in Franca and Jenna's rented apartment. After seeing Anthony off, Franca returned to the master bedroom, contemplating the progress of digesting the pleasure potion. Even though Lumian's situation was unique, how could he digest the potion so quickly? How could he ascend to Sequence 5 in merely half a year? Despite this, Franca found herself triggered. There lingered a sense of disappointment and frustration at being outpaced within 7 months of watching over Lumian as an elder sister, or rather, an elder brother. She longed to reach Sequence 5 and become a demoness of affliction at the earliest opportunity. Truth be told, her digestion of the pleasure potion surpassed that of most demonesses. She had also gleaned substantial insights while delving into alternative interpretations and symbols of pleasure. Patience was paramount, but blame fell upon the fellow with an absurdly rapid progression by her side. "Sigh, I must seek a partner for pleasure. Both the ordinary and more profound forms of pleasure are imperative. Only then can I digest it more rapidly. One is akin to my left foot. the other to my right. I must exert effort in both to move forward. I cannot jump on one foot alone. Franca's thoughts were lucid, yet she was uncertain how to proceed. Sigh, I cannot muster the courage to broach the subject. Should I seek help from Browns and her companions? As Franca paced the room, she suddenly heard a knock on the bedroom door. Jenna? Franca paused and turned towards the door. Enter, please. Jenna, donned in a beige fluffy dress, stood before the door. Why the sudden politeness? Franca inquired, feeling slightly uneasy. Jenna chuckled in exasperation. Damn it, I've always been polite, okay? It's just that you never shut the door, you only close it when you sleep. How am I supposed to knock? With that remark, Jenna wore a vexed expression. She regained composure and flashed a smile. Are you grappling with the pleasure potion's digestion? Do you lack a target for its digestion? Yes, but as I mentioned before, Franca began to defend herself. Jenna cut in. What about me? Eh? Franca was caught off guard. She questioned if she was imagining things. Jenna's lovely face displayed a charming smile, reminiscent of her days as the showy diva, Little Minx. She pushed aside strands of hair falling from her ears and grinned. Didn't you inform the demoness of black that we're lovers? Then why not turn to me for pleasure potion digestion? But, Franca was bewildered. Why are you doing this? Jenna approached Franca, maintaining her enticing smile. I want to experience pleasure. I'll become one in the future. Surprise shifted to shock. Franca examined Jenna, wondering if she had undergone a sudden change. Franca only snapped out of her reverie when Jenna halted in front of her, and a familiar fragrance filled her senses. She blurted out, Are you trying to help me? Are you aiding me in this aspect because I've been without a partner for pleasure digestion for so long? Jenna stopped and chuckled. That's one reason. She gazed up at Franca's face and sincerely praised. It's so beautiful. Franca fell silent for a moment before posing a serious question. Do you like me? I do, Jenna replied promptly. Her eyes glinted as she smiled and added, You're so lively, interesting, and captivating. Why wouldn't I like you? Franca bit her red, moist lips. Then, do you love me, in a non-platonic sense? Jenna fell silent. She cast her gaze downward and pursed her lips. I don't want to deceive you. To me, you're a beacon of light that brightens my life, offering hope and warmth. You're the person I trust the most, my closest friend, and the perfect sister in my heart. However, I'd never envisioned romantic love between us. Franca's heart sank at the words. I don't want to deceive you. And an inexplicable ache surged within her. A shiver ran down her spine. She raised her right hand and shifted it slightly. Then, I can't. Damn it, why must you make things so complicated? Jenna was already feeling bashful, embarrassed, and torn. She struggled to conceal it and convinced herself it was just an act. Upon hearing Franca's refusal, she finally erupted. Can't we have sex without love? Are you truly a demoness devoted solely to love? I just feel, Franca faltered. I can handle others, but not you. I can't bear the thought of you sacrificing yourself. Before she could finish, Jenna's tender lips pressed against hers, exploring and nibbling with an unpracticed finesse. Franca couldn't resist, swept away by Jenna's lips and tongue, fueled by long-awaited anticipation, months of restraint, the lingering influence of demon corruption, and the effects of the pleasure potion. She succumbed to it until Jenna pulled back, panting. Sacrifice my foot, quit playing innocent. Haven't you always joked about letting me experience true pleasure? Get with it. Jenna's cheeks flushed as she glared at Franca with moist eyes, resembling a fervent and assertive lion cub. Franca suddenly felt that during Jenna's days in the market district as Little Minx, a small part of her personality might not have been an act, but something she already possessed. Jenna kissed her again, and Franca couldn't deny the allure. As she relished the fragrant, sweet, and passionate pleasures, she couldn't shake off the realization that this was merely assistance, not love. In that moment a phrase echoed in her mind. In pain we find pleasure, in pleasure we drown. Chapter 656. Choosing a Reward. Lumian once again encountered Monsieur Evolgster, who resided in B18. He still wore a fluffy black hat adorned with a white feather and a complex black robe. With a quick glance, Lumian had already covertly used weakness investigation to search for pale white marks on Ivolsta's body, ready for potential assassinations and surprise attacks. Aurore and Emperor Roselle had always emphasized the need to stay vigilant against others at all times. Of course, Lumian felt that the two of them hadn't done a good job in this matter. Otherwise, they would still be active in the world. At that moment, the pallor on Ivolsta's body concentrated on his dark brown eyes, emitting an illusory quality that seemed unreal. Does this mean he can quickly transform into a wraith, and his eyes are no longer his weakness? As Lumian pondered, he gestured towards the divan in the living room. "Is Chad there?" Ludwig, seated at the dining table, glanced at Ivolsta for a few seconds before, lowering his head and continuing his meal with a succulent piece of beef. Ivolsta nodded slightly and entered the living room quietly, taking a seat in a corner of the divan. "Are you a student at a primary school?" So disciplined, Lumian criticized as he focused on observing Ivorista's luck. It was relatively normal and nothing special. At that moment, Lumian suddenly had a few thoughts. Luck observation and weakness investigation require the eyes to determine the target's color. However, one focuses on the background color, while the other camouflages the various colors on the surface of the body. When I become a fate appropriator, could these two abilities fuse and mutate into a more special ability? Why can I only use my eyes to observe these two abilities? Is a blind reaper incapable of attacking a target's weakness? Similarly, is a blind ascetic unqualified to observe others' luck? Can't they rely on their spirituality and ears and nose? Or could it be done at a higher sequence? Lumian eased into the armchair, positioning himself at an angle across from Ivolsta. Flashing a friendly smile, he asked, "What's the matter?" He spoke in Intisian. Evil jester, as silent as a corpse, straightened up, his eyes deep as he spoke in ancient Fasak. "Allow me to introduce myself. Ivolsta Eggers, a member of the Rose School of Thought and Temperance faction under the Church of the Fool." Lumian's nerves, already tense, heightened. Nevertheless, he maintained a relaxed demeanor, confirming, "Are you Twanaku's liaison?" He switched to ancient Fasak. "No," Ivolsta shook his head. "I've already eliminated that member 15 minutes ago." 15 minutes ago, when I was still with the patrol team, however. "You can't expect me to believe you just because you say so." Lumian feigned curiosity and asked, "I recall that you arrived in Port Pylos before Twanaku was exposed. What was your original motive?" "I'm investigating the primitive forest in this area. I'm still in the early stages of gathering more information," Ivolsta replied seriously. 4 days ago, I came into contact with Twanaku and obtained some information from him. He seemed fine and was very restrained." "He's indeed restrained. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a second serial murder case in Port Pylos only after 4 years, going to the primitive forest to investigate the primitive forest. On the surface, the incident in Tizamo town was a sudden attack by a tribe in the primitive forest." Lumian quickly made many connections and said to Ivolsta thoughtfully, "Twanaku once did something in Tizamo town that involved the tribes in the nearby primitive forest. Some of his important items seem to be hidden in Tizamo town. It might also be related to a Noyas family, demon of unknown sequence." Ivolsta listened in silence, lost in thought. After a few seconds, he said to Lumian, "Thank you for providing this information. It might not be useful for my investigation, but it can let me know what to be wary of." He didn't specify his mission. Clearly, he needed his superior's permission. Lumian responded nonchalantly, "Even if I don't tell you now, you'll find out tonight or tomorrow." Having already reported the matter to Madam Magician, the Major Arcana card holder would undoubtedly inform the Church of the Fool and the Temperance faction in detail subsequently. It wouldn't only be a general outline that mentioned key personnel like before. Ivolsta nodded with restraint and said, "I'm here to express my gratitude and to inform you that we're already investigating any potential problems and latent dangers. Also, if you need help in Matani, feel free to come to me." "All right." Lumian didn't stand on ceremony. After delving into the more serious matters, Lumian, intrigued, asked Ivolsta, Why did you add the Rose School of Thought prefix when you introduced yourself? You've already left the Rose School of Thought and joined the Church of the Fool. It sounds as if the Rose School of Thought is affiliated with the Church of the Fool. Our leader specifically requested this. She always believes that we are the true orthodox branch of the Rose School of Thought. Only we represent the Rose School of Thought. Those traitors should change the organization's name, not us. Ivolgster explained in detail. Sounds quite stubborn. Aren't you from the Temperance faction? Don't you restrain your emotions and desires in this aspect? Yes. Sequence 5 is Wraith, close to evil spirits, and evil spirits have an extreme side. Is this reflected in high sequence beyonders of the Temperance faction's corresponding pathway? Lumian didn't quite understand and tried to make a guess based on the available information. He was just chatting and had no intention of inquiring further. Instead, he asked, "Your last name is Eggers. Was your ancestor a member of the Balam Empire's royal family?" "Yes," Ivolstar replied proudly, his emotions held in check. "And my mother's lineage is noble from the Highlands Kingdom. For many in the southern continent, the surname Eggers bore unparalleled prestige. It was a symbol of a deity who had once trod the land, a representation of death's dominion over the world. But Lumian's curiosity wandered elsewhere. I've heard that the mausoleums of the Balam Empire's nobles are constructed upside down underground, much like this hotel. What mystical significance does that hold? Is it simply a way to confront death? And why is death associated with the underground? Shouldn't the underworld exist in the spirit world? This was the question that piqued Lumian's interest upon learning about the matter. His understanding of mysticism was limited. Ivolgster pondered for a moment and then explained. I didn't choose the death pathway. The construction method originated from ancient times, passed down by all the Eggers ancestors, devoted to the deity who controlled death. He embodies the very concept of death. Emulating him is a way to approach the source of death. This mystic explanation resonates with me the most. Over the years, I've heard various interpretations. Some see life and death as opposing mystical concepts. They argue that just as we stand upright and grow upwards in life, burial upside down signifies the contradiction and connection between life and death. Others believe that true hell isn't in the spirit world or the underworld, but deep underground. Descending further symbolizes reaching true hell and returning to the essence of death. Thus, mausoleums are built upside down, reflecting our intention to face hell, worship death, and return to the source. This is the essence and symbol of mysticism. Some beyonders of the death pathway don't really approve of the underworld. Can you discover true hell by delving deep underground? Hasn't anyone informed you that the world we're on is essentially a planet? Does this extension reach underground magma and the core? Do they believe that's the genuine hell? Going deeper will traverse the core and the magma, but that'll merely be the other side of the planet, let alone true hell. Lumian found himself increasingly entertained as he listened. Suddenly, he was taken aback. What exists on the opposite side of the planet? I only know of the northern and southern continents. Considering the time difference, they're nearly on the same side. If this world is genuinely a planet, there must be another side. But I've never heard of any continents. Just an expanse of sea. Wait, how did those giant fellows from the new city of Silver emerge from the forsaken land of the gods? Something must have occurred on the continent on the other side of the planet, abandoned by the deities. Could that be why it's known as the forsaken land of the gods? If I have a chance in the future, I could revisit the new city of Silver and explore the library for books related to the forsaken land of the gods. Lumian reined in his thoughts and continued conversing with Ivolgster for a while. Eventually, he escorted the former descendant of the Balam Empire's royal family, a member of the Temperance faction, away from this floor. Not long after returning to his room, the doll messenger arrived with a response from Madam Magician. The information and insights you've gathered this time are exceptionally valuable. It's no wonder my spiritual perception guided me to let you visit the new city of Silver after the Hanth Island demon incident. Reflecting on it, your encounter with Neighborsley seemed almost coincidental. You followed the clues to Hanth Island. You should grasp the significance, right? The situation in this matter both reassures me and intensifies my vigilance and anxiety. When that entity stands by our side, these details are incredibly useful. However, he won't always be with us. When our objectives clash, I can't fathom what challenges we'll face. The same goes for you and me. Therefore, hunters must rely more on their personal growth amidst blood, fire, chaos, and conflict. Many hunters meet their end, using their bones to forge the Red Priest who conquers all. We've already initiated an internal review. It involves a considerable number of individuals and will take a substantial amount of time to complete. Considering your contributions, besides converting the Beyonder characteristic into a sealed artifact, you have the option to choose a reward. Pick one out of two. Here are your choices. 1. The potion formula for the Hunter Pathways Sequence 4, Iron-Blooded Knight. 2. I'll assist you in divining clues about remaining parts of the abscessed hand's body. Chapter 657, Tizamo Town. Reading Madam Magician's two choices, Lumian fell into deep thought. These were incredible rewards. It had to be known that reaching Sequence 4 marked a crucial point for Beyonders, a moment of qualitative transformation. From then on, one could attain godhood and become a half-human, half-god entity. Most Beyonders would never get this far. This wasn't just about becoming a demigod, it also included seeing or obtaining related items firsthand. A Sequence 4 potion formula was usually priceless. Moreover, this was a Sequence 4 potion formula related to Lumian's own pathway. As for the reward of divining clues about the rest of the abscessed hand's body, it symbolized the promise and assistance of an angel. Ordinary Beyonders wouldn't even dream of such a chance, let alone receive an opportunity. They could only read about angels gaining the Lord's permission and responding to believers' prayers in various churches. Furthermore, Lumian needed to address this issue. After advancing to a Sequence 5 Reaper, his top priority was finding the remaining parts of the abscessed hand's body. Without completing this task, the formula, the ingredients, the digestion process, and the prepared ritual wouldn't give him a shot at becoming a demigod in time due to the unfulfilled promise and the oath's restrictions. Regret wouldn't even be an option. Lumian had no clue how to locate it by himself. His only plan was to mimic the incantation for summoning the abscessed hand and craft a new series of summoning incantations. He hoped to summon the spirit world creature's legs, arms, body, and head. However, this was a risky endeavor. In his dream, Lumian learned from his sister that when the summoning incantation lacked clarity and had no restrictions, the summoned entity could be unpredictable. It might be a demigod-level spirit world, creature filled with malice, capable of killing the summoner instantly. Lumian couldn't pinpoint the precise direction due to the unknown fragmentation of the abscessed hand's body. It could be a relatively intact body missing a hand, or it might have shattered into tiny, peanut-sized fragments. Describing it accurately was impossible. He could only experiment repeatedly, narrowing down the possibilities. It was akin to playing with his life. More importantly, Lumian had already combed through the comprehensive information on common spirit world creatures provided by Madam Magician. Still, he found nothing that seemed to be other parts of the abscessed hand's body. Lumian desired the Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight potion formula and clues about the rest of the abscessed hand's body. This was the reason why he couldn't make a decision. He pondered whether to teleport back to Trier now and seek Franca or Jenna's help in divination, hoping their spiritual insights would provide him with valuable hints. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian reached a decision. The second option. This was because he remembered something important. Mr. Hanged Man's reward had yet to materialize. It was an opportunity to explore the Blue Avenger, a ghost ship that was a relic of the Tudor Empire. Considering that the Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor was once a true god of the Hunter Pathway and a half-mad Red Priest, the Tudor Empire's inheritance contained the Sequence 4 potion formula of the Hunter Pathway, along with Beyonder ingredients and characteristics. It was something to look forward to. Lumian promptly sat down and penned a reply to Madam Magician expressing his thoughts. He also informed her that he would be heading to Tizamo town to investigate Hisoka's inheritance. At 4 p.m., Camus Castilla, accompanied by 3 dark brown Southern Continent natives, knocked on the door of Suite 7 on B3 of Hotel Aurela. They all hail from Tizamo, born and bred. They only ventured to Port Pylos in search of opportunities upon reaching adulthood. Camus explained in Intisian, introducing the 2 men and 1 woman. One is a supplier of guadar berries, another married a local and toils at the port, and the third took a less lawful path as a thief. One is a relatively wealthy merchant, the other is a dock worker, and the other is a thief. They happen to be at 3 different social levels, and they are from both genders. This will allow me to understand the situation in Tizamo to the greatest extent and comprehensively. Camus is very professional in this aspect. As expected of a former public security officer, Lumian nodded slightly and asked the 3 subjects in fluent Deutanese. I'm a scholar of folklore en route to Tizamo. But before that, I'd like to learn more about the town. My Deutanese is a bit rusty, so Mr. Camus will assist in translation. We'll heed Officer Camus, responded the eldest merchant with a smile, quickly seconded by the others. Lumian turned to Lugano and instructed, I'll take one to the master bedroom for an exchange. You can entertain the other 2. All right. Lugano replied promptly. Inside the master bedroom, Lumian courteously seated the merchant in an armchair, positioning himself at the edge of the bed. Speaking in Intisian, he inquired, What's the primary produce of Tizamo? Camus, translating, wore a puzzled expression. Is Louis Berry truly planning a journey to Tizamo? It's evident he's tracing Twanaku's footsteps. Camus assumed the role of an interrogator, staring down at the seated merchant as he conveyed Lumian's words. The merchant, filled with trepidation, responded, Sir, we mainly cultivate guadar berries, spices, and forest fruits. Numerous plantations dot the surroundings, and we often venture into the forest for hunting, selling both meat and fur. Additionally, we cut down trees for crafting coffins. That's about it. The remaining effort goes into planting corn and potatoes for our own consumption. Lumian absorbed the information and refined his understanding of Deutanese through Camus's translation. Engaging in casual conversation, Lumian explored the daily lives, sustenance, and leisure activities of the Tizamo residents. From the merchant's account, Lumian painted a mental picture of Tizamo. Its populace mainly consisted of locals, with outsiders being the proprietors of nearby plantations and some acquired slaves. Thanks to the hunting services provided to the Port Pylos gentry, Tizamo maintained a connection with the outside world, avoiding isolation and conservatism. Although the faith in death had been eradicated, traces of it lingered in daily life. The townspeople primarily believed in the eternal blazing sun, yet remnants of death faith were evident, such as frequent visits to the cemetery and the practice of not burying prematurely deceased children in coffins. Each adult prepared a coffin for themselves in advance, and the common means of travel involved using a coffin. With keen interest, Lumian concluded the discussion and inquired, Are you familiar with Twanaku Tupian? Finally getting into the meat, Camus exhaled quietly and conveyed the question to the merchant. A warm smile appeared on the merchant's face. I do. He's well known in town. Why? Camus interjected. The merchant, with an obsequious smile, responded, Sir, he should be your colleague. Twanaku is the first person from Tizamo to join the patrol team. Moreover, he's rapidly advancing in rank. He's a source of pride for us. Lumian couldn't help but emit a soft chuckle. I'm quite curious about Twanaku's past. The merchant's expression shifted slightly as he glanced around. Sirs, did Twanaku commit a crime? Did he join an organization that believes in death? Quite perceptive, Lumian thought, while Camus grumbled in a low voice, Are we doing the questioning or are you? Just answer truthfully. Under the mental pressure of the interrogator, the dark-skinned merchant replied with a trembling voice, I've known for a long time that this young man, Twanaku, will surely become extraordinary, but I also know he'll one day tread the path of blasphemy against a deity. Seeing Camus and Lumian awaiting further explanation, the merchant continued. There was a fire in the Twanaku family. All his kin perished, and only he survived. According to our customs, he is favored by a deity, spared from death. Such individuals often go on to achieve great feats. The deity's favor refers to death here, right? Not succumbing to death is considered receiving death's favor. Lumian interjected thoughtfully. The fire happened about 6 years ago? How did you know? The surprised merchant asked. Then, slapping his forehead, he added, I'm such a fool. You must have investigated it beforehand. From the looks of it, The fire somehow brought Twanaku back to life, transforming him into Hisoka. Lumian nodded. Continue. Recalling, the merchant said, Since then, Twanaku fell silent, as if in shock. He no longer participated in Mass or entered the Cathedral of God. Later, he left Tizamo for Port Pylos. Was Twanaku unafraid of scrutiny for acting so unusually? Did he not bother to feign his faith? By then, Hisoka had already become a beyonder of the Devil Pathway, making it impossible for him to participate in the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Mass. Where did his first potion come from? Lumian pondered while Camus translated and asked. Does Twanaku frequently return to Tizamo? He comes back to Tizamo every year. I'm not sure how often or for how long, the merchant truthfully replied. Where does he stay when he returns to Tizamo? Lumian inquired further. The merchant smoothly replied, at his own place. After joining the patrol team and amassing wealth, he rebuilt the burned-down house. Rebuilt the house that was destroyed in the fire, Lumian contemplated for a moment and then asked, Are there any special folklore festivals in Tizamo? Chapter 658, Deep Desire. The merchant responded cautiously to Camus's translation. Sir, we don't really have any special folklore festivals. We only celebrate 2 festivals every year. One is the Sun Sacrifice in December, and the other is the New Sun Festival in June. The Sun Sacrifice was a recurring festival for the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, marking the day with the longest daylight of the year when the sun reached its zenith at noon. In the northern continent, it took place in mid to late June, while in the southern continent, due to the reversed seasons, it occurred in mid to late December. The New Sun Festival, originating from the believers of the southern continent's eternal blazing sun, involved celebrations during the longest night and shortest days, welcoming the return of the sun and anticipating more light and warmer weather. This celebration often coincided with the new year in many parts of the southern continent, gradually merging the 2 festivities. The merchant explained that the citizens of Tizamo town solely celebrated festivals connected to the eternal blazing sun, having abandoned the traditions related to death. He reflected for a moment and added, It's been like this for a long time since my grandfather was born. Matani, particularly Port Pylos and the gold mine city of Devise, had been Intisians' colony for nearly a century. The native population was compelled to convert, generations ago becoming followers of the eternal blazing sun. This, however, was limited to areas effectively managed by colonial institutions in the past. When Lumian arrived in Port Pylos, his first impression was, at the docks, in the heart of the city, it resembled the port cities of Intis. Yet, the workers' skin was darker and browner. The streets frequented by Intisians and Phaenopoterians were sparsely populated and desolate. After passing Hotel Orella and exploring other areas of Port Pylos, various buildings with West Balam characteristics emerged. More pedestrians populated the streets, and the echoes of Dutanese filled the air. Lumian sought further details, indirectly confirming the merchant's words. Interrogator Camus discerned no signs of deception. What things have left a deep impression on you since you were young that you still remember from time to time? Lumian shifted the conversation. Recalling, the merchant replied, Grand funerals, newly built coffins, the primitive tribe that clashes with us every year, the occasional scream at night because of them. Everyone's hard-working, calm and well-educated. We get angry, but we don't argue on the spot or shout. We choose to find the padre, officers, and judges to determine who's right and who's wrong. Camus translated the merchant's words to Lumian, adding a few comments. That's indeed the case. I've been to Tizamo. The people there are very docile. Even if they're treated unfairly, they rarely resist violently. The manor owners of the surrounding plantations love to hire them, reducing the cost of buying slaves. Of course, it's not that they're emotionless and won't resist. Instead, they tend to abide by order and follow the official processes to resolve problems. I guess they can be considered outstanding believers of the eternal blazing sun. The honorific name of the eternal blazing sun contained the description, embodiment of order. As a member of the Phaenopota royal lineage, Camus undoubtedly believed in the Earth Mother. He knew that Louis Berry hailed from the Intis Republic and was likely a believer of the eternal blazing sun. Lumian stood up, extending his arms with a smile. "Praise the sun! Praise the sun!" The merchant hastily followed suit. Lumian settled back into his seat, contemplating for a few fleeting moments. "Had you experienced any strange dreams?" The merchant nodded, then shook his head. "Many, but they slip away from memory. Do you not encounter such dreams?" "Indeed, dreams often elude the control of one's consciousness. They can reveal spiritual insights, mirror suppressed desires, or reflect events from the day. Sometimes these elements intertwine, resulting in strange and unpredictable dreams. I too frequently encounter such dreams. In the past, when I battled the demon corruption, they were even more bizarre and exaggerated." Lumian sensed that the merchant's response was impeccable. If the other party could pinpoint a specific strange dream, that might raise suspicion. Either the dream was exceptionally strange and unforgettable, or the merchant was abnormal and had prepared in advance before coming. After discussing other matters, Lumian escorted the merchant out of the master bedroom. The responses of the other two Tizamons were similar to the merchant's, only supplementing the details they observed at their level and sharing encounters with their own characteristics. Lumian found no traces of the Dream Festival. If the Dream Festival is genuinely linked to Tizamo, there's only one possibility. When the townsfolk fall asleep, they enter a dream world to celebrate the festival. Upon waking, they forget everything. Or, there's another possibility. Two factions may be involved in Hisoka's Tizamo town prank. First, the citizens of Tizamo. Second, the primitive tribe in the nearby forest. Could the Dream Festival be a celebration for that primitive tribe? Hisoka's prank impacted the Dream Festival, leading the primitive tribe to suddenly attack Tizamo, resulting in significant casualties and concealing the traces of his advancement ritual to Desire Apostle. Lumian pondered as he walked Camus and they three Tizamons to the door. Upon returning to the master bedroom, he stood before the desk and gazed at the stone wall in front of him. His eyes flickered with anticipation and unease. His decision to stay in the southern continent and actively pursue Hisoka's inheritance was indeed to grow amid blood, fire, chaos and conflict, securing more acting opportunities. He aimed to open the door to godhood and advance to Sequence 4 as soon as possible. The reason for his impatience was he saw a glimmer of hope in reviving his sister. The state of the neighbor Dillies on Hanth Island provided him with that glimmer of hope. This hope stemmed from the belief that a high-ranking figure of the Earth Mother Church might possess the ability to divide another person's soul. This would allow each soul fragment to grow into a relatively separate individual through rebirth. Aurora's soul fragment was sealed within Lumian's body. Perhaps a high-ranking member of the Church of Earth Mother could use one or more soul fragments to resurrect Aurora in a new form. Lumian wasn't certain if such a plan could be realized or if it constituted true resurrection. But it was the most plausible method he had encountered so far. He was determined to give it a try. Of course, he couldn't experiment with Aurora's soul fragment directly. His plan was to deliberately create some soul fragments in future cullings and seek help from the Church of Earth Mother to see if they could be reborn and if the person who returned was the same individual. Once all the details were confirmed, he would revive Aurora. Lumian didn't believe he had the qualifications to collaborate with the Church of Earth Mother. Only by becoming a demigod and relying on the secret organization, the Tarot Club, could he gain the Church of Earth Mother's attention and fulfill the transaction conditions proposed by the other party. For this, Lumian couldn't wait to obtain godhood and advance to Sequence 4. At times, Lumian wished his sister were also a blessed of celestial worthy and had inherited the ancient castle. This way her resurrection might be more straightforward. Yes, to extract Aurora's soul fragment, I must undo Mr. Fool's seal. To undo his seal, I have to wait for Termiboros to become very weak. For Termiboros to weaken, I need to continuously extract his power at a higher level. And to withstand the power of a higher level, I have to possess godhood and advance step by step. Lumian's thoughts gradually clarified, and he unprecedentedly yearned for an advancement. Trier, Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative, apartment 702, 9 Rue Orgy. Franca lay on the bed beneath a velvet blanket, her cheeks still flushed, eyes moist, and her expression unusually complicated. Beside her, Jenna rested under the same velvet cover. She had slipped into a deep slumber, her brows furrowed with a mix of exhaustion, satisfaction, resistance, and nostalgia. Her outstretched arms and exposed fair skin still bore traces of the recent fervor. Franca gazed at Jenna and let out a sudden sigh. The experience had exceeded her expectations, yet a sense of emptiness lingered in her heart. It was beautiful in the moment, but what would transpire after the digestion of the pleasure potion? Could physical intimacy and emotional distance coexist? Did overwhelming pleasure pave the way for sorrow? Was it the agony of sinking into oblivion while resisting salvation? Sigh. Franca released another soft sigh. She sensed that her pleasure potion had been substantially digested. Matani State, Port Pylos. Lumian, sipping a glass of guadar, looked up and spoke to Lugano as if discussing the weather. "We're heading to Tizamo town today. Will you join Ludwig and me, or will you stay here and wait for us? Let me warn you in advance. The situation in Tizamo town might be very dangerous." Very dangerous. He wanted to say he'd stay in Port Pylos, but memories of Father Montserrat flashed in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "I'm with you." If danger lurked in Tizamo town, he could rely on his boss to bail him out. But here, only himself. Lumian nodded slightly and didn't say more. After checking out and hitting the street, he chuckled at Lugano and Ludwig. "Do we take a coffin to Tizamo, or should we grab a carriage?" Before Lugano and Ludwig could answer, a four-wheeled four-seater carriage rolled up from under the shade. The carriage's driver, a young man, kept his head low, not daring to look away. Coming to a stop, Camus Castilla emerged. He forced a smile and said to Lumian, "Thanks for your help these past days. I'll escort you to Tizamo." Chapter 659, Poor Monster. Observing Camus's expression, as if compelled to act at gunpoint, Lumian didn't hold back. He replied with a smile, "I'd like that." It was evident to him that the brass of the patrol team, or even Admiral Queroril himself, was concerned about Louis Berry wandering around their territory. Tizamo, where he was headed, was located near the primitive forest and had closeness to a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle. Therefore, 2 additional patrol team members with a certain relationship with Louis Berry were sent to accompany him. Even if they couldn't prevent trouble, they could at least send word before it became a catastrophe. As for why they didn't directly stop Louisberry from heading to Tizamo town, it was partly because Lumian had hinted at the faction backing him when he submitted Twanaku's head. Without a conflict of principles, Admiral Queroril likely wouldn't make things difficult for him. Secondly, Louis Berry's investigations and adventures seemed to bring calamity, but they had exposed hidden dangers ahead of time. If the problem remained concealed and continued to evolve, Matani and Admiral Queroril might not be able to handle it in a year or 2. When the time came, blood might flow like a river. Kolobo, acting as the carriage driver, gazed ahead stonily. He fumbled for a pair of sunglasses and slid them onto the bridge of his nose. There were no visible injuries on his body. As Camus held the carriage door open, he watched Louis Berry board leading a young boy by the hand. "He's going to Tizamo too?" Camus blurted in surprise. He had assumed Louis Berry would leave his servant and godson at Hotel Arella, joining them later after dealing with Tizamo town's issues. However, the adventurer was now bringing a young child to Tizamo, and it was evident this wasn't a leisurely trip. It was very dangerous. Lumian's left foot remained on the ground and his right foot halted at the carriage's edge. He smiled and spoke. "My godson is fascinated by jungle fruits, the unique beasts I hunt, and various spices." Earlier, the Tizamons had mentioned their hometown specialties, highlighting the excellence of roasted meat. The blend of spices and the distinctive gamey flavor of wild beasts in the forest contributed to Tizamo town's unique delicacies. Ludwig, already settled in the carriage, swallowed seemingly in sync with Lumian. "Aren't you worried about endangering your godson? Why are you so confident?" Camus didn't press, simply signaling Lugano with his eyes to hurry up. Lugano cast a glance at the peculiar carriage driver, who trembled slightly beneath his black sunglasses. He entered the carriage and took a seat across from Lumian and Ludwig. Camus shut the carriage door and settled beside Kolobo. With a sigh, he remarked, "You can remove your sunglasses now. It's been hard on you." All right. Kolobo seemed to shiver as if struck by an icy wind. His teeth chattered and his tremors intensified. Camus turned to him, surprised. Didn't you strike a deal face to face with Louis Barry? Why are you still so afraid? Not seeing him directly again? All right. Kolobo removed his sunglasses, taking more than 10 seconds to compose himself. In a hushed tone, he confessed with fear. I feel like my fingers, my arms, my insides, even my head, all eaten. That what? Camus struggled to comprehend why the monster's demeanor had shifted so drastically, sensing that the issue might be significant. Kolobo swallowed hard and continued. That child is also very dangerous. Though I haven't laid eyes on him, I sense a looming threat like facing a lion, a tiger, a python ready to eat me at any moment. Camille was stunned, a hiss escaping his lips. Until now, Kolobo had never exhibited such fear except in the presence of 3 individuals radiating danger: Desire Apostle Twanaku with wraith powers, and Louis Berry capable of hunting Twanaku. Could this boy match them? Is he also a Beyonder? Perhaps a Sequence 5 Beyonder? No, it's not merely a Sequence 5 matter. Our patrol team's captain is a Sequence 5, yet Kolobo never mentioned feeling such foreboding in his presence. There must be something unique about these 3 individuals. Regardless, the boy is undoubtedly extraordinary and hazardous. No wonder Louis Berry is bringing his godson to Tizamo without worry. Perhaps the child poses an even greater threat. Camus unraveled his earlier confusion, stifling his curiosity, refraining from probing further with Kolobo. In the confines of the 4-wheeled carriage, even with the barrier between them, Louis Berry caught wind of their hushed exchange. Considering the intel gleaned from the fog sea, Camus harbored suspicions that Louis Berry was a Sequence 5 Beyonder following the Hunter pathway. Those of this pathway were renowned for their sharp senses, exceptional vision, acute sense of smell, and keen hearing. A Beyonder of the monster pathway is quite intriguing. Even without laying eyes on Ludwig or hearing his voice, Louis can sense his ominous aura, a being who devours everything. Lumian, leaning against the carriage wall, toyed with his golden straw hat, shooting Ludwig a knowing smile. Could it be that this little child has truly taken a liking to Kolobo and Camus? Indeed. These are 2 Beyonders who haven't succumbed to severe corruption. Ludwig likely had a momentary lapse in control. Camus may not have noticed, but Kolobo reacted instantly, sensing the danger. Lumian acknowledged Ludwig with a nod. Well done. Your restraint is admirable. Praise was due when a child behaved correctly, fostering a healthy mindset and habits. Ludwig remained silent, his expression conveying he was not to be treated as a child. A faint smile graced his lips as he retrieved a box of biscuits from his crimson school bag, nibbling on them. What restraint? What did he mean by, well done? Lugano, seated across from him, found himself perplexed. Tizamo stood as the most remote town in Port Pylos, nestled against the edge of the primitive forest. A full 2 hours' journey by carriage was required to reach it. Of course, for those in a hurry, an alternative route existed. Boarding a steam locomotive from the port to Kahet, the southernmost town. From there, a carriage or coffin could be hired to venture northeast, shaving the travel time to Tizamo down to just an hour. However, Lumian showed no inclination towards haste. As they departed Port Pylos, the road gradually narrowed and deteriorated, yet the carriage pressed on steadily. Kolobo, the carriage driver, operated with precision akin to a well-oiled machine, guiding the horses and carriage without falter. An hour slipped by, and the carriage wound its way through the forest. Abruptly, Lumian, pretending to slumber, snapped open his eyes. His body turned dark and spectral, melding with the shadows cast by the window. Shadow transformation. In an instant, gunshots pierced the forest's tranquility. Bullets whizzed from afar, some thudding into the earth, kicking up clouds of soil, while others took aim at Camus, the carriage, and the horse. Amidst the chaos, the horse crumpled, bleeding profusely, and the carriage toppled to the ground. Kolobo had already abandoned his perch as the driver, escaping unscathed from the barrage of gunfire. Camus leaped clear of the carriage in advance, crouching, low, revolver in hand. He maneuvered with agility, at times rolling, at others slithering deeper into the undergrowth. With each movement, he unleashed shots, seeking to suppress the unseen assailant. In this range, many of his abilities were restricted. A handful of fiery crimson orbs, almost blindingly white, streaked past Camus, disappearing into the forest's depths. Rumble. Amidst the thunderous explosions, the gunfire abruptly ceased. Soon after, curses in Deutonese rang out from the forest's depths. Go to hell, you northern continent bandits. Rot with your sons of bitches. Come after us if you have the guts. Gradually, the curses faded into the forest's depths. Lumian emerged from the shadows of the carriage, opting not to pursue. It's the resistance. What are they doing in Mitanni? Camus frowned, muttering to himself in confusion. In the southern continent, numerous resistance factions abounded. He couldn't discern which faction they belonged to or their motives. Typically, Mitanni, ostensibly independent from the Intis Republic and governed by Admiral Queraril, a southern continent native, saw little resistance activity. Their primary demand was the expulsion of colonists. Could it be a faction of the resistance dedicated to death, aiming to revive death's influence in Mitanni? Please, not the Rose school of thought-backed resistance. No, those lunatics. Camus returned to the carriage, puzzled. Lumian mulled over another matter. Despite attaining Sequence 5 status, life still felt fragile, vulnerable to being shot dead. If a resistance member possessed sharpshooting skills and remained beyond his observational range, sniping from over 100 meters, they could have ended his life. Reapers lacked the resilient bodies of devils. While lacking malicious perception, devils might sustain only minor wounds from rifle shots. Their absence of long-range danger premonition characteristic of seer pathways rendered them unable to preemptively evade. Granted, Lumian's ascetic traits bolstered his spiritual perception. Anticipating danger, he had foreseen the attack. Yet, if the adversary could nullify his spiritual perception or manipulate it effectively, conventional rifles could indeed imperil Lumian. Yes, shadow transformation can serve as a shield. Bullets lacking special effects pose no genuine threat to shadow beings. Lumian redirected his thoughts, instructing Lugano, emerging from the carriage. Check on the horse. If it survived, attend to its injuries promptly for carriage duty. If not, Ludwig would command the equine corpse to pull the carriage. After all, Ludwig had gained the ability to command a handful of low-level undead from a concoction brewed from Hisoka's eyeballs. Chapter 660, Across the Door. Without hesitation, Lugano pushed himself up and hurried to the fallen horse, carefully examining it. After a few seconds, he exclaimed regretfully, "It's dead." The poor horse was unlucky. Despite being over 100 meters away, it was hit twice by a flurry of gunshots. One bullet struck its side, and the other hit its head. It couldn't be any more dead. In contrast, the carriage driver remained unscathed. At most, he had scraped his skin during the tumble. Lumian glanced at Kolobo, who had his back turned to him and the others, seemingly on guard against any potential attacks from the depths of the forest. He Ludwig, who had been thrown from the carriage to the side of the motionless, bleeding horse corpse. "Stop the bleeding," Lumian instructed Lugano. "Why stop it when the horse is already dead?" Although Lugano didn't understand, he extended his shimmering palm. After the dead horse's wounds closed, Lumian turned to Ludwig and said, "Your turn." Ludwig, dressed in a child's formal attire, nodded slightly. He extended his right palm, gripping the dead horse with his 5 fingers, and slowly raised it. The blood-stained corpse of the horse suddenly stood up, causing the overturned carriage to shift slightly. Upon seeing this, Camus gave a barely perceptible nod. Is this child from the death pathway or the prisoner pathway? However, there's no cold aura or corpse-like aura. After Lugano righted the carriage, the undead horse corpse continued pulling the 5 of them towards Tizamo. Just before noon, Lumian spotted their destination. It was a small town half encircled by rubber trees, acacia trees, laurels and other vegetation. Several plantations dotted the muddy road, and the air was filled with different spice scents and the alluring smell of roasted meat. Tizamo's buildings were unique. Apart from the eternal blazing sun church cathedral, which had a distinct northern style, the rest were propped up by wooden stakes and stone pillars. They were reminiscent of West Balam, the base deliberately left empty underneath. This was due to the humid air and abundant rainfall in many West Balam areas. Water would often overflow and pool below. Lumian climbed down from the four-wheeled, four-seater carriage, watching the people busy with their tasks in the plantation and the town. Trier, Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative, apartment 702, 9 Rue Orozai. Franca reclined in the recliner, rocking gently as she recollected the previous day's events. After Jenna woke up that morning, she went out to the streets to buy meat, vegetables, fruits and bread, making Franca wonder if she had experienced a wet dream or hallucination. Why did she suddenly volunteer to help me with digesting the potion? Compared to most Trierians, she can definitely be considered conservative. Moreover, she was so direct and straightforward that I almost lost my desires out of shock. Shouldn't she flirt first to set the mood? When the time comes, even if she doesn't initiate, I won't be able to control myself, the more Franca thought about it, the more puzzled she became. She felt Jenna wouldn't normally act that way. After recalling Jenna's past experiences and actions, she realized there was no issue. That was precisely what Jenna would do. Jenna has a bold nature, or rather, a personality that allows her to act decisively after the showy diva singer who helped her was raped by Margot and became unstable. She was truly willing to go to extremes to assassinate Margot and avenge her friend. To that end, she even indebted herself to me for the assassin potion and firmly became a Beyonder despite her finances. At the Hughes Artois banquet, she faced the Member of Parliament protected by official Beyonders and evil gods' minions. She risked everything, disregarding her own fate. She killed the bastard who brought catastrophe to the market district and her family on the spot. In her heart, I should still be more important than that showy diva friend of hers. Suddenly going to extremes and offering to help me with the potion's effects is, indeed, something she would do besides. Sigh, this definitely isn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. She has asked me several times about my progress digesting the pleasure potion and if I have a new partner. She even recommended Lumian, realizing that I haven't found a new partner and that I'm only open-minded. Outwardly, she decided to act after being stirred by Lumian advancing to sequence 5 yesterday. That doesn't seem enough reason Jenna wouldn't sacrifice her body because of just those things. Sigh, sacrifice. Could it be that she had long realized I secretly liked her and didn't seek out a new partner because of her? Could she believe she affected my digesting the pleasure potion, causing her to act? Yes, that must be it. That's the only way she'd truly go to such extremes. Ah, why can't I find any hint of romantic love? Franca wailed inwardly. If she had known this would happen, she would have summoned her courage, toughened her resolve, and sought Lumian's help. That way, she wouldn't feel as conflicted and pained as she did now. Of course, she didn't seek out a new intimate partner partly because she cared about Jenna's opinion. She had become Gardner Martin's lover and shared his other lovers before meeting Jenna. There was no changing that history, so she continued on. After Gardner Martin's demise, she had claimed she wanted Browns to experience true pleasure and participate in the demoness's female orgies, but most of it was just talk. She was filled with anticipation only out of novelty. If Brown suddenly agreed, she might hesitate and make excuses. She didn't want to leave an unrestrained image in Jenna or Lumian's minds. To put it simply, her answer to the question, "Is there really no one in this world you care about?" had changed, so she was hesitant to actively pursue a new intimate partner. Jenna had no substantial intimate experience, so she didn't know how to set a mood for such situations. She could only revert to the straightforward seduction from when she was little minx, but she didn't want to deceive my feelings and make me fall deeper. That's why she acted that way yesterday. Thankfully, she's relatively level-headed. She didn't seek a lover to make me give up, allowing me to truly find a new intimate partner. Yes, she might think that would be giving me prolonged pain and not prolonged pleasure. It would have hindered my digestion of the potion. Franca felt even more dejected after piecing together the entire situation. On the stairs leading to apartment 702, Jenna held a bag of bread and a basket of beef, vegetables and fruits, reluctant to go back inside. Recalling yesterday's events made her blush, unsure of how to face Franca. In her previous days as a showy diva singer, she had witnessed others' affection, and felt it was just so-so. Although exciting, she thought she could endure it. Unexpectedly, after experiencing it for real, she realized pleasure could make people become consumed by it. Jenna took a few deep breaths to calm herself. What troubled her now was how to interact with Franca. Wait, should I pretend nothing happened and face her with my usual demeanor? Should I be more cheerful and take the initiative to mention yesterday, pretending it's no big deal so Franca doesn't mind? But won't this upset her? She needs to digest the pleasure potion. Besides, one pleasure encounter is definitely not enough. I have to spend time with her as a couple. Should I keep seducing her tonight like yesterday, or wait for her to initiate? Damn it, how annoying! Jenna found such matters more vexing than assassinating powerful figures. Whether avenging herself on Margot or killing Hugues Artois, she had always felt death was the worst outcome, no big deal. However, this situation clearly hadn't reached life or death stakes. The subsequent troubles would linger. Jenna couldn't help but feel frustrated at the thought of maintaining an intimate physical relationship with Franca and all the complexities involved. She wished she could simply assassinate the Minister of Industry, Morin Avigny, instead. Taking deep breaths to steady her emotions, Jenna analyzed how to approach this from an actress's perspective to make Franca more accepting of future intimacies. She had already taken the first bold step. She definitely wasn't willing to give up now. She planned to continue their relationship until Franca finished digesting the pleasure potion's effects. After figuring out her next move, Jenna's lips curled into a faint smile. Carrying bread and ingredients, she briskly climbed the stairs and returned to apartment 702. As soon as she opened the door, Franca jumped up from the recliner instinctively and forced a smile. She said nervously, "You back?" Amused by Franca's actions, Jenna chuckled and sighed inwardly. How great would it be if you didn't want to become lovers? Jenna calmly walked to the dining table and placed her items on it. Then, she glared at Franca. "What are you waiting for? Help me." "Ah, right. All right." Franca hurried over. Seeing that Jenna wasn't reserved or distant, nor reverted to her usual demeanor, she felt an inexplicable relief. She even began to anticipate the night's arrival. Sizzle, sizzle. The juices from a piece of beef dripped onto the fire, transforming into smoke that swirled upwards, blending with the aroma of spices. This caused Ludwig to swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. However, the boy patiently waited, not rushing the cook until the beef roasted to its optimal state. Lumian turned his body and gazed at a 3-story building diagonally across from the restaurant. The yellowish-brown house was the former residence rebuilt by Hisoka Twanaku. Chapter 661, Reconnaissance Tools. During lunch, Lumian used the excuse of going to the washroom to make his way to Hisoka Twanaku's tawny house. After ascending the wooden stairs and passing through the empty open ground floor, he took out a new wire and picked the lock on the door. This level was completely open air, leaving only support pillars. At a glance, it was very spacious and simple. Stepping onto the wooden floor, Lumian circled around but found signs that no one had lived here for a long time. He found nothing worth further investigating. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "What's the problem here?" The voice belonged to Camus Castilla. When he saw Lumian enter Twanaku's rebuilt house from the dining room window, he found an excuse to leave the table and hurry over. Lumian wasn't surprised at all. He looked around and said, "Nothing." As he spoke, he ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. Camus sighed silently and followed. He felt his mentality had aged considerably when with Louis Berry, resembling someone Vice Captain Reese's age. Oh, Mother Earth, I'm not even 24 years old. Although I arrived in Matani at 18 and joined the patrol team, dealing with numerous Beyonder incidents, participating in dangerous battles, and accumulating extensive experience, I am still a young man, a laid-back young man, who doesn't focus on appearances in daily life. With a solemn, vigilant mindset, Camus followed Lumian through the 3rd floor rooms twice, searching through all the items. There's nothing out of place. After setting down a pen holder, Camus shared his assessment with Lumian. Lumian hadn't gained anything either. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "Bring Kolobo here later and ask if there are any areas that make him uneasy, dangerous, or uncomfortable." Having only collaborated once, he's already adept at utilizing Kolobo's uniqueness. Bringing Kolobo here Why does it feel like a police officer asking a constable to bring a canine unit? Camus criticized inwardly and nodded. Understood. As Lumian surveyed his surroundings again, he thought, I'll bring Ludwig over later and ask if he detects any fragrance of special ingredients. Returning to the dining room with Camus, Lumian indulged in the guarda beverage, savoring the rich and intricate aroma of roasted beef, roasted chicken, wings, roasted snake meat, roasted spiders, and roasted leeches. After eating and drinking his fill, Lumian took Ludwig's hand and led him to Hisoka, Twanaku's house. Camus, Lugano, and Kolobo, who wore sunglasses and walked sideways like a crab, followed closely behind. After exploring every nook and cranny, Lumian looked at Ludwig and asked with a smile, Is there anything edible here? Ludwig shook his head. No. Lumian led the boy down to the second level and looked at Kolobo, who had suddenly turned his back to them, and Camus. Do any of you sense anything unusual? The thin Kolobo hesitated for a moment and said, This house feels a little cold. It doesn't sit well with me. Where exactly? Lumian inquired with a calm expression. Kolobo replied succinctly, Everywhere. There's something wrong with the entire house and even this land. Hisoka definitely didn't rebuild his previous home for nostalgia. He's not the original owner of that body, so he probably doesn't have much attachment to this place. He's also a true cold-blooded. Lumian pondered for over 10 seconds and said to Lugano, Camus, and the others, Stay here and guard against any mishaps. He returned to the third floor and lay on a wooden bed with traces of someone having slept in it. Large black mosquitoes flew over with crackling sounds. However, in the flickering sparks they were ignited one by one, turning into charred corpses that floated onto the bed. Lumian quickly slipped into a deep slumber. In his daze he slowly awoke. Pa. Lumian took out the golden pocket watch from Salé de Balbrizet, opened it, and muttered to himself. Slept for half an hour and didn't have any special dreams. He had always believed the Dream Festival was related to dreams, so he deliberately slept in Hisoka's house, but nothing happened. Lumian gazed at the midday sun shining through the window and stood up, thoughtfully. Could the timing be off? Must I sleep at a specific time and place to participate in the Dream Festival? Therefore, most Tizamo town residents are unaware of its existence. When Lumian returned to the spacious but crude second level, he realized Camus, and the others now had 3 more people with them. One was a man in his 30s with a painted face. His light brown skin and thick lips gave him a relatively clean-cut look, and his black hair fell to his shoulders. A strong, pungent smell wafted from him. The other was a young woman wearing dark leather armor. Her brown hair was tied in 2 strands draped over her shoulders. Her light brown skin and facial features exuded a wild beauty. She carried a hunting bow and a leather quiver of arrows on her back. Another man dressed similarly to Camus and the others in a shirt and thin pants stood over 1.9 meters tall, with an appearance leaning towards the Fasak Empire. He had short light blonde hair, light blue eyes, and a face bearing signs of exposure to sun and rain. They're our colleagues, members of the Tizamo town patrol team, Camus introduced. He pointed at the man with the white paint pattern on his face and said, Captain of the local patrol team, Maslow. His teammate. Camus turned to the wild-looking woman with a bow and arrows on her back and the tall Facian man and said, Ria. Loban used to be an adventurer. He spoke in Intisian the entire time. Finally, Camus addressed the 3 local patrol team members. This is the great adventurer, Louis Berry. The other 2 are his assistant and godson. This is the great adventurer, Louis Berry. The other 2 are his assistant and godson. Great adventurer. Maslow repeated the term and cast his gaze at Loban. Facian Loban shook his head, indicating he had never heard of him. Maslow averted his gaze and asked Lumian, Are you here to hunt? Tizamo town had been a favorite hunting ground for Port Pylos' gentry for decades. There was no shortage of residents proficient in Intisian, and the patrol team had language requirements to handle the gentry's requests. Lumian responded with a smile. Something like that. Hunting for Hisoka's inheritance and hidden issues was also a form of hunting. Seeing the skeptical expressions on Maslow and the others' faces, Camus hurriedly explained. Do you remember the telegram sent last night? You mean? With her hunting bow and arrows, Rhea couldn't help but glance at Lumian again. Clearly she, Maslow and company had just arrived and hadn't had time to discuss the detailed situation with Camus and Kolobo. A telegram could only convey limited information. Camus nodded solemnly. Monsieur Louis Berry is here to investigate the hidden issues behind Twanaku. Using the excuse of inspecting the house again, he led the 3 local patrol team members upstairs. Lugano glanced at the stairs and asked Kolobo, who had his back to them. There's a local patrol team in Tizamo? Based on his experience, there shouldn't be any official Beyonder teams, permanently stationed in the northern continent's small towns and villages like Port Pylos. They would typically send someone to handle issues as they arose. Kolobo turned his back to Lumian and Ludwig, trembling as he replied. Most other towns don't have them. This place is rather special and is often attacked by primitive tribes. Not only did our patrol team station a permanent team here, but the Admiral Guard also has Beyonders at the military camp outside town. Lugano glanced at the strange official Beyonder who doubled as their carriage driver and couldn't hide his curiosity. Why do you always have your back to us and wear black sunglasses? Don't you want others to discover something's wrong with your eyes? Kolobo fell silent, unsure if he should answer. At that moment, Camus led Maslow and the others back to the second floor. When they looked at Lumian again, Maslow, Rhea, and Loban's expressions turned much more serious. Lumian smiled and asked casually, Did anything unusual happen with this house? No. Maslow had already recalled the relevant details. With a nod, Lumian replied, Were you transferred to Tizamo after the attack last year? He recalled the dossier had mentioned the 3 Beyonders stationed here perished in the primitive tribe's attack. Yes. Loban, the former Faceation adventurer, replied in a rough voice. It's been nearly a year. It's been very peaceful here. No more attacks. According to the records, the tribe in the primitive forest attacked 2 to 3 times a year in past years. Admiral Queril's response of sending more guards and army deterred the primitive tribe from taking the risk. Did they really retreat into the forest depths? Or did the April Fool's prank cause something to change? Lumian sensed something amiss. After conversing for a while, Lumian prepared to take Ludwig and Lugano to check into the motel. Maslow took a few steps forward and retrieved 2 items from a small leather bag hanging from his waist. There were brown candles and a glass bottle filled with a light yellow liquid. Mosquito-repellent candles and tranquil essential oil. I hope you get a good night's sleep, Maslow said in accented Intisian. Camus chimed in. What he means is that this place is close to the primitive forest, and mosquitoes and poisonous insects are everywhere. Although you're Beyonders, it won't be pleasant if you're accidentally bitten. Furthermore, you won't be able to sleep peacefully and will keep waking up. The mosquito-repellent candles are made from plants that mosquitoes dislike. Tranquil, essential oil comes from certain animals, making those damn buzzing fellows stay away from you. At this point, Camus, Maslow, Rhea, and the others suddenly realized there were no mosquitoes on the entire second level. Lumian turned to Ludwig and accepted the candle and oil with a smile. Then, he gently pinched his nose to confirm the pungent smell on Maslow, and the others came from the tranquil essential oil. After Lumian, Ludwig, and Lugano left Twanaku's house, Maslow looked at Kolobo, who had his back to everyone, in confusion. He asked in Deutanese, What's wrong? Chapter 662, those words. Kolobo finally turned around. He took off his sunglasses and spoke in Deutanese with a weary look. My gut tells me I shouldn't look directly at them. I can only take a quick glance at most. Was that? Rhea asked curiously, her wildness evident as she carried her hunting bow. Just intuition. Kolobo replied firmly, unsure of the reason but convinced he shouldn't stare. Loban, the Faceation, wore a pensive expression. What's on your mind? Maslow, his face painted white, turned to him and asked. The 3 had worked together in Tizamo town for a year and understood each other well. Maslow could tell Loban had thought of something from his look. Observing Camus and the others' gazes, Loban pondered for a moment before saying, While adventuring across the five seas, I came across this saying, "Don't look directly at God. Don't look directly at God." Camus's forehead twitched as he whispered the phrase. As a Castilla family descendant, albeit from a collateral branch, he had more extensive mystical knowledge than most beyonders. Could it be that Louis Berry and his godson were actual gods, unable to be gazed upon? No, that couldn't be right. Kolobo avoided looking at Tuanaku directly, yet Tuanaku was merely a sequence 5 beyonder of the prisoner and criminal pathways, not even a demigod. "I've heard that before during the Padre's sermons. It's about respecting and worshipping God, right?" said Rhea, a devout, eternal, blazing sun believer. "No, it's not from the church scriptures. It's recorded in a mystical text." Loban shook his head, rejecting her explanation. Maslow let out a deep chuckle. "Surely the great adventurer can't literally be a deity walking among us." "Maybe not a true deity," Loban recalled. "But the book's notes state it refers to a mythical creature. I'm unsure what exactly that means, but if it contains the word God, it must have at least some level of godhood. Could that adventurer be a demigod?" "It doesn't seem that way currently," Camus said, gradually forming a new idea. "Perhaps the adventurer is simply one of a deity's blessed, carrying a divine item or aura bestowed upon him. So it's true we can't directly look at God, but that God isn't referring to him, only something he possesses. This could explain the situation with Tuanaku very well." "You mean like the most famous adventurer?" Loban the Faceation realized. Adventurers, treasure hunters, pirates and merchants across the five seas now. New German Sparrow had been the fool's oracle before becoming an angel. "Precisely." Camus nodded. Simultaneously he inwardly cursed. "Dogsht, why was I sent to watch over matters involving a deity's blessed? This was undoubtedly perilous. A moment of carelessness could lead to death." Camus hadn't wanted to accept Vice Captain Razor's order the day before, but over the past 5 years, Razor had saved him from the brink of death 3 times. He couldn't refuse, otherwise with the prestigious Don prefix and Castilla family name, he could have declined his superior's orders. At worst, he could leave the patrol team and seek opportunities elsewhere. After all, he had already digested the Sequence 7 interrogator potion. He had saved enough funds for his subsequent advancement, thanks to Louis Berry's 2 commissions. Even returning to his family, he wouldn't be the type brushed aside. But to repay Razor's kindness, Camus reluctantly agreed to come to Tizamo town and monitor Louis Berry's every move. Feeling upset, he couldn't help but inwardly curse. As a devout and educated believer in Mother Earth, Camus wouldn't curse with vulgar phrases like, "son of a." From his view, mothers were great birth and nurturing equally important, just as the earth nurtured all things growth. After discussing the adventurer Louis Berry, Loban the Faceation turned to Camus and Kolobo saying, "When we transferred to Tizamo, we were told we could return after a year, that we wouldn't stay forever. Now, nearly a year has passed, and you're here too. Does that mean we can return to Port Pylos?" As a Faceation, you appear tall, robust, boorish, and unintelligent, but you're actually dishonest. Did you discover that Louis Berry's matter might be a huge problem and want an excuse to slip away early? Camus acutely sensed Loban's hidden thoughts and joked. "There's still a week left. Don't even think about returning to Port Pylos early. We're not here for your rotation." At the Brieux Motel, this was the favorite accommodation for the gentlemen who came to Tizamo, town to hunt. Although it couldn't compare to Hotel Orella, it was at least relatively clean. Lumian's sole reason for choosing this place was the availability of a suite. Otherwise he would have to rent 2 adjacent rooms and utilize his hunter's precise grasp of structures to blast through the adjoining wall without affecting the overall load-bearing walls. When departing, he'd get Lugano to replace the stone bricks and repair the opening. The ground floor was equally open, supported by stone pillars. However, the 3-story building above bore a distinct Intisian flair. The beige walls recessed, statuary niches, arched windows and Venetian curtains made Lumian feel as if he had returned to Trier. When Lugano lit the mosquito-repellent candle and used its slightly pungent smell to chase away the poisonous insects and mosquitoes, it became even more reminiscent. This is very similar to Triarians using sulfur's smell to repel bedbugs. Lumian recalled his initial arrival in Trier. After using sulfur's smell to chase the bedbugs into the neighboring room, playwright Gabriel ignited it and drove them back. After this back and forth, most bedbugs went elsewhere, leaving only a few that the doll messenger eliminated. Lumian sighed silently, recalling Gabriel's death and the deceased tenants of the Auberge du Coq Dorat. He walked to the window and gazed at the street below. The gentlemen in hunting attire and their servants on unicorns weaved through the dark brown or light brown townspeople, flowing into Brio Motel, jungle restaurants, and other establishments like rivers. Under the noon sun, Tizamo town was scorchingly humid this season, making it unsuitable for outdoor activities. On the second floor, Lumian focused his attention and observed the passers-by directly below. He attempted to discern any potential issues with Tizamo town from their fortunes. He was prepared for backlash or corruption. These passers-by's fortunes are normal. Some seem to have romantic encounters, looming some would lose money, and some might encounter a bloody calamity, but nothing too serious. Lumian averted his gaze and said to Lugano, "Take Ludwig to rest. I'll take a walk outside." "All right." Knowing the trip to Tizamo town might be dangerous, Lugano had no intention of wandering out unless his boss asked him to prepare food for Ludwig. He had no choice but to go along. Otherwise he would be the one eaten. Tizamo town wasn't small with streets spanning out in two directions. Lumian strolled leisurely, hands in pockets, donning a golden straw hat. He no longer wore the straw hat to enhance Louis Berry's persona, but to shield himself from the sunlight. He had intended to do so many times before. This was because an adverse effect of shadow transformation was a greater fear of sunlight than ordinary people. Although Lumian could endure relying on his ascetic abilities, this would impact his condition to some extent. Why make things difficult when he could resolve it with a straw hat? Moreover, with the appearance of Louis Berry wearing a golden straw hat, the enemy wouldn't think he was afraid of sunlight. As his gaze casually shifted, Lumian spotted a girl. She was a typical Northern Continent native, her black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, a few sparkling bows adorning her head. Her azure-tinged eyes accentuated her sharp, delicate nose. An unmistakable youthful aura radiated between her brows. The girl wore a light, lace-trimmed, pleated white dress, but instead of high heels, she donned a pair of brown leather boots. As she conversed and laughed with companions, she danced, seemingly unconcerned about passers-by's opinions. Lumian glanced at her again. It wasn't because she was beautiful. Although quite lovely, her appearance and bearing couldn't compare to a demoness or truly beautiful humans. Lumian simply sensed her personality differed from Trier's ladies. In Trier, no matter how open-minded, respectable middle and upper-class women were in private, they still publicly cared about image and others' opinions, a product of their upbringing. This girl exuded an air of freedom. She could laugh loudly or spin around whenever she pleased. This was distinct from an improperly raised lower-class woman's demeanor. This girl's attire, speech, and aura indicated good education and upbringing. Amandina, daughter of Palms Manor's Petite and Monsieur Robert's fiancée. Camus, resembling a spectre, materialized from nowhere beside Lumian with the introduction. Palms Manor was a plantation near Tizamo town, a southern continent girl raised without Trier's upper-middle-class societal constraints. As Lumian judged this, he thought of his sister Aurora. Sometimes Aurora displayed such a side. However, the reasons were clearly different. "Where are you headed?" Camus inquired. Lumian retracted his gaze and replied with a smile. "The cathedral." "Are you coming with me to praise the sun?" Chapter 663, Late Night. Like many cathedrals in Intis, Tizamo's had a golden dome, resembling the sun's reflection on the ground. As Lumian passed through the door, he was dazzled by the walls, arches, gold leaf, inlaid in the dome, a mural sprinkled with golden powder, and a golden statue. The sunlight streaming through the glass behind the altar made him instinctively raise his hand, wanting to press down his golden straw hat. It was lunchtime, and many simply dressed Tizamo residents sat in various pews, heads bowed in prayer. They didn't mind the cathedral's dazzling, extravagant appearance at all. This was not only because they had always believed in the eternal blazing sun since childhood, but they also had numerous gold mines in the former Balam Empire. The people had a widespread fondness for gold, a hobby preserved to this day. Lumian shared an affinity for gold, but didn't want to endure the scorching sunlight. Beside him, Camus tried explaining. I'm not monitoring you, nor am I saying I'll follow you everywhere to prevent accidents. I'm assisting you. You're still unfamiliar with Dutanese. You lack sufficient understanding of the situation in Tizamo and the people here. I can introduce you. Lumian seized the opportunity to turn and ask with a smile. Do you know it well? Camus ruffled his disheveled brown hair and replied without embarrassment. If there's anything I don't understand, I can ask Maslow and the others to help. Lumian didn't mind having an official beyonder by his side. If anything happened, he could use the extra muscle. He nodded slightly and said, If you want to follow, go ahead. As Lumian spoke, he walked towards the row of seats in front of the altar, under the blazing sunlight. Camus hesitated for a few seconds before finding a seat in the farthest corner of the cathedral. As a believer of Earth Mother, he could freely enter and exit the cathedrals of all Orthodox gods, but he couldn't participate in acts of worship. He only knew that Louis Berry had a close connection to the Church of the Fool, but he wasn't sure if his faith was with the Fool. Lumian used his ascetic endurance to control the twitching of his facial muscles. He sat down under the sunlight as if nothing happened and lowered his head to pray in front of the preaching padre. The padre, a native of Port Pylos named Callie, had standard dark brown skin, sunken eyes, and a chiseled face. He only had a thin layer of black hair, not wearing a clergyman's hat. In his 40s, with a solemn expression, he preached in unaccented Intisian. Lumian, feigning prayer, found himself distracted. Thoughts raced through his mind, making him feel as if he had returned to Cordu. Back then, even when attending Mass and praying in the cathedral, he was lost in his own thoughts. When it was almost over, he quickly praised the sun and wished his sister would always be healthy and that he wouldn't need much homework or test prep to get into university. None of that came true. After the padre finished preaching, Lumian raised his head and narrowed his eyes, in the sunlight, focusing on observing the padre's fortune. There was nothing special about it. On the surface, there's indeed nothing abnormal about Tizamo. Amidst sunburn-like pain, Lumian planned to avert his gaze, but his heart stirred as he activated his Reaper's weakness investigation ability. He thought of Padre Guillaume Bonnet and Father Montserrat of the Church of Earth Mother. Who said clergymen from Orthodox churches wouldn't be problematic? In that case, he could observe the Padre's weaknesses in advance. If he truly encountered clerical depravity in the future, he could quickly resolve it. Various colors appeared on the Padre's body and Lumian's eyes. However, there was no pale white among them. This meant the Padre had no weaknesses. Impossible. Even if this Padre is a Beyonder, his sequence shouldn't be too high. How can he have no weaknesses? The sun pathway isn't known for toughness and imperviousness. Could he be from another pathway? No, or likely have. Weaknesses amidst surprise, Lumian observed more closely. Finally, he noticed a faint pallor. It wasn't on the Padre's body but in the depths of his astral projection. Does this mean his weakness lies in his spirit, fearing attacks targeting his spirit body? How did he manage to have no bodily weaknesses? From the looks of it, I have to dismantle his body piece by piece to kill him if I'm not targeting his spirit body. Lumian's surprise quickly dissipated, replaced by joy and anticipation. Regardless, discovering any abnormalities was a good thing. This meant he was a step closer to the problem in Tizamo and the Dream Festival Hisoka had mentioned. Brother, what are you looking at? Kaylee asked Lumian with a smile, clutching a Bible. Lumian responded with a smile. Looking at the sunlight on you. Praise the sun. With that, Lumian stood up, spread his arms slightly and turned to leave. Now was not the time to delve into the abnormality in the Padre's body. Padre Callie was delighted by Lumian's response. Firstly, the other party was subtly praising him for being bathed in sunlight akin to a deity's blessings. Secondly, as a local clergyman without northern blood, he had always yearned for northern gentry's recognition. After leaving the St. Cian Cathedral, Lumian casually had Camus circle the entirety of Tizamo twice with him. including the military camp, plantation, and the outskirts of the primitive forest. Camus eagerly introduced everyone he knew. As evening approached, Lumian made his way towards the Brio Motel and asked, "What did you do with that dead horse?" "I sold it to the butcher. I'm planning to buy a new one from a nearby planter." Camus replied matter-of-factly. Lumian felt a twinge of disappointment for Ludwig. He remained silent and entered the motel. Late at night, in the shadows outside the Brio Motel, Lumian emerged, no longer wearing his golden straw hat. He strolled towards the yellowish-brown house that Hisoka Swanaku had rebuilt. It was nearly midnight, and Tizamo had grown very quiet. Apart from a few patrolling soldiers, drunk patrons, and their companions, no one else was walking outside. Under the crimson moonlight, Lumian passed by the bar named Giant Boa and heard a commotion inside. In the primitive forest a few hundred meters away, the howls of wild beasts echoed intermittently. Lumian proceeded until he reached his destination. He ascended to the 3rd level and found the wooden bed he had slept on earlier. He busied himself for a while making preparations. He wasn't in a hurry to lie down. He looked around and muttered to himself thoughtfully, "Termiboros, have you noticed anything unusual here?" Termiboros's majestic voice reverberated within Lumian's body. "I'm using your eyes, ears, nose, spirituality, and fate to observe the outside world, just slightly more than what you see. Does this mean that what I see and discover will still be restricted by my body, spirituality, and level? Hold on, this fellow is becoming more and more like a riddler." He didn't directly answer if there's anything abnormal about this house, or what's abnormal. Lumian scoffed. "Are you truly an angel of the fate domain? I'm already a sequence 5, and you can't use my eyes and spirituality to detect the problem here. Haven't you noticed that a sequence 8 of the monster pathway can sense that this place is cold? No way. Are angels of the Inevitability pathway inferior to sequence 8s of the fate pathway?" The monster pathway was also known as the fate pathway. Lumian provoked Termiboros to see if he could extract any useful information from this angel-level ascetic. He didn't hold out much hope, but at least he wouldn't lose anything. Termiboros fell silent, as if he had vanished from Lumian's body. How tolerant, as expected of an ascetic angel? Lumian mocked. He took out the golden pocket watch he had obtained from Saleh de Balbrise and flipped it, hoping to confirm the current time, 11:51 p.m. Putting away his pocket watch, Lumian lay on the wooden bed in the room. This time, he was here to see if sleeping in the house at night would trigger any abnormalities and if he could enter a special dream to participate in the Dream Festival. To this end, Lumian had instructed Ludwig in advance to wake him up in the house, rebuilt by Twanaku if he wasn't back by the time they had their second meal. After Lumian promised there would be a feast the next day, Ludwig agreed. With crackling sounds, the menacing spiders crawling on the outer walls of the house and the numerous mosquitoes in the room burned and fell, emitting a charred fragrance. Relying on cogitation, Lumian swiftly drifted into a deep slumber. In a daze, he slowly woke up. He straightened up and realized that he was still on the wooden bed in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor of Hisoka's house. It was late at night outside the window, and the crimson moonlight seemed to be obscured by clouds. Only a small amount of light filtered through, making it abnormally dim. The howling of wild beasts in the primitive forest and the faint noise from the bar had completely ceased. The night had entered its most peaceful state, as silent as death. "There's no change," Lumian sighed in disappointment. Just as he was about to take out his golden pocket watch to confirm the time and leave the house in the dark environment, to return to the Brio Motel, his pupils suddenly dilated and his eyes froze. Under the dim crimson moonlight, Lumian swiftly scanned the room's floor. He didn't see mosquito corpses. The mosquitoes he had incinerated with his pyromaniac powers before falling asleep should have been charred on the ground, but now they were nowhere to be found. The floor was clean as if it had just been cleaned. Could it be that someone came in while I was asleep and cleaned the room? I've planted several traps around me. They can't be easily bypassed, Wraith. Lumian instantly tensed up. He took out the golden pocket watch he had previously kept in his shirt pocket under his vest and flipped it open to check the time. 11:58 p.m. Chapter 664 confirming the boundary, 11:58. Lumian's gaze fixated on the golden pocket watch, his suspicions heightened by the peculiar scent in the air. He felt as though he had slumbered for more than an hour. Why then had only 7 minutes elapsed? Though the unreliability of his instincts were plausible, other anomalies lurked. The absence of mosquito corpses and the eerie silence hinted at peculiarities. Lumian, drawing from his past encounters, murmured to himself, could it be that I've entered a special dream? In the dead of night, slumbering within this tawny house leads to a peculiar dream? Did Hisoka Twanaku rebuild the house to make it look less suspicious for him to stay there? But why would such a thing happen? Lumian bowed his head and peered ahead. His gaze seemed to penetrate through wooden planks and various obstacles, revealing the corresponding underground area. Uncertain about the origin of this anomaly, he could only speculate based on common sense and experience. In the silent darkness, Lumian shuffled his feet, producing creaking sounds as he left the house that once belonged to Hisoka Twanaku. The street lay deserted, and many of the livestock on the ground floor of the buildings seemed to blend into the night. It was impossible to discern if they still existed. The footsteps of patrolling soldiers had vanished completely. A warm, humid night breeze swept through the unobstructed streets surrounding Lumian as he headed towards the entrance of the giant boa bar. Straining his ears, Lumian noticed that it was so quiet that even the rustling of insects and the buzzing of mosquitoes had ceased. His expression remained unchanged as he extended his right hand, pushing open the heavy wooden door. Darkness shrouded the interior. With the dim moonlight filtering through the window and Lumian's sharp eyesight as a hunter, he could barely discern the outlines of the bar counter, liquor cabinet, small round table, chairs, candlestick, wall lamps, and other items, but not a single human was in sight. The bar seemed to have been closed for quite some time. This is even more perplexing. Before I fell asleep, this bar was quite lively. It's impossible for them to clear out the customers and clean every corner in 7 to 8 minutes. Based on my experience, even though countryside bars close earlier than those in the city and aren't bustling until 2 or 3 in the morning, they usually continue selling alcohol until midnight. Also, they usually ask those who are still drinking to leave after they're done. If they encounter a drunk who refuses to leave, it tends to cause some delay. Lumian, a regular at Cordu's old tavern, felt confident in making such judgments, drawing from his various experiences in different bars. This conviction only strengthened his belief that he was caught in what seemed to be a very real dream. Suddenly, memories of past events in Cordu flooded Lumian's mind, causing his grip on the heavy wooden door of the giant boa bar to freeze. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to leave and headed back to the Brio Motel. Walking through the dark stairs and the corridor paved with aged planks, Lumian returned to his suite on the second floor at a moderate pace. He pushed open the wooden door to the child's room. The dim crimson moonlight poured into the room, illuminating the sky-blue patterned blanket and bedsheets. But no one was sleeping here. Ludwig had disappeared too. Combined with the strange sights on his way, Lumian strongly suspected that he was alone in his dream. All the townsfolk, livestock, and outsiders had vanished, leaving him in solitude in Tizamo town. This can't be considered a festival unless it is named the Loneliness Festival. Lumian pondered for a few seconds before leaving the Brio Motel and heading towards the Saint Cien Cathedral near the cemetery. In the dim moonlit night, the cathedral's golden dome and various decorations on the outer wall seemed to lose their glow, settling into a deep slumber. Lumian didn't want to waste energy pushing open the front door. He pried open a stained glass window and jumped in. In the night's darkness, the place was silent and empty. The dome above exuded an oppressive and cold aura that was absent during the day. Lumian searched the area but couldn't find Padre Calli, who had exhibited abnormalities, the deputy padre, or any odd-job workers. I'm truly alone. Only those who sleep in Hisoka's house can enter this special dream. Yes, and it has to be late at night. How can the dream festival be held? One can't expect all the relevant people to line up at Hisoka's house to sleep at a specific time, right? Disregarding the question of whether we can squeeze in, how did such a widespread collective act deceive the patrol team and the army outside the town? Moreover, it doesn't seem like everyone has been pulled into the dream. The Tizamons I previously found were completely unaware, and the most crucial question, since it's a dream, why am I lucid? Lumian contemplated for a moment before reaching out his right hand to touch the wall adorned with the religious mural. It felt cold and solid, a genuine stone. Drawing on his extensive experience in realistic dreams, Lumian pushed aside these questions, opting to begin with the simplest reconnaissance. He aimed to confirm the dimensions of this dream and its boundaries. Activating the black mark on his right shoulder, Lumian connected with the spirit world he saw. Every corner of Tizamo town. Through spirit world traversal, he disappeared and reappeared on the packed earth path leading from Tizamo town to Port Pylos. Teleportation is possible, that's true. Since it's a dream, nothing is impossible. As long as I believe it's feasible, I should be able to do it. Following the Cordu incident, Lumian delved into numerous dream-related books and sought counsel from Madame Justice, Madame Susie, Anthony Reed, and other beyonders in the mind domain, gaining a profound understanding. Slowing his pace, he headed towards Port Pylos. After walking for 200 to 300 meters, the scenery ahead blurred, as if an ethereal fog was swirling. Beneath the faint moonlight, the fog appeared pitch black. Suddenly, Lumian's spiritual intuition warned him that entering the misty area, veiled in an illusionary fog, might be perilous. There was a high likelihood that something terrifying would occur. There are indeed limitations. I can't directly reach the edge of the mind, Lumian decided against taking the risk. He swiftly returned to Tizamo and began searching for the other boundary. This was the area near the primitive forest. After covering a distance of 300 to 400 meters, Lumian reached the forest's edge. Rainforest-like vegetation stood silently in the night, resembling dense tombstones. Noticing no blurry areas veiled in illusory fog, Lumian proceeded cautiously and decisively. Passing through drooping vines and trees, he delved deeper into the primitive forest, walking on the thick, humus-covered ground. Along the way, there were no dancing mosquitoes or venomous creatures concealed among the vegetation. After another 700 to 800 meters, Lumian sensed his surroundings becoming more psychedelic. Some areas became blurry, others distorted, and some became clearer. However, upon closer inspection, they couldn't be seen distinctly. The conditions in these areas continued to fluctuate. This feels more like a typical dream. With no warning from his spirituality, Lumian took a few more steps forward. Suddenly, the entire world shattered into scenes that interweaved and materialized around him. Lumian's lucidity wavered, leaving him slightly disoriented. In the next moment, he witnessed scenes of black boulders and humans in dark robes. One of the humans raised his head, revealing a pale white face with a light brown base, flaxen-colored eyes tinged with dark green, and decent facial features. Hisoka. Hisoka, Twanaku, he was. Hisoka, Twanaku, the human in the dark robe embodying. Hisoka. Twanaku's visage straightened up. His gaze seemed to transcend various scenes and fixate on Lumian. Amidst the illusory sound, the scenes around Lumian shattered. Lumian sat up and found himself back in the tawny building that Hisoka, Twanaku had rebuilt. He was in the dark room with the simple wooden bed. Quickly surveying his surroundings, Lumian retrieved a golden pocket watch from the left breast pocket of his shirt. Clicking it open, he checked the time. 1:38 a.m. The crimson moonlight outside the window wasn't too bright, but it wasn't dim either. The nearby giant boa bar had already closed, yet the howl of a wild beast echoed from the distant primitive forest. The night was silent but not deathly still. I'm awake. That's more like it. I slept for an hour or more than 40 minutes. Quite close to my estimation. Lumian got out of bed and observed the ground. As expected, he saw charred mosquito corpses and numerous insects lingering outside the window, blocked by the smell of tranquil essential oil. Phew. He breathed a sigh of relief and contemplated the appearance of Hisoka, Twanaku in the special dream. Since it's a festival, Dream Festival shouldn't be held just once. That's what a party is. Could Hisoka have participated in many dream festivals in the past few years and left some kind of mark in the dream? Is Dream Festival indeed related to that primitive tribe? That's why I activated certain imprints and images recorded in the dream after venturing deep into the forest. That's how I saw Hisoka. What purpose does Hisoka intend to achieve with the Dream Festival? Dream Festival. Dream Festival. Since it's a festival, it must be held on a fixed date. At other times, if I enter a special dream, I won't encounter anything. Just like me tonight. What date could it be? Lumian fell into deep thought. He quickly deduced a direction. On December 17th of last year, the primitive tribe attacked Tizamo town, causing numerous casualties. Lumian perked up and swiftly confirmed today's date. Dream Festival happens on December 17th, or 2 or 3 days before it, which is when April Fools played. Their prank here? It was past 1 a.m. on December 11th. Chapter 665, Clues. If the Dream Festival has a fixed date, as I suspect it should be one of the coming days or span a few days. Recently I came to Hisoka's house every night to sleep, trying not to miss the Dream Festival. I also need to figure out the basic patterns of the special dream as much as possible before it begins. For example, how to leave the dream normally without entering the primitive forest. Lumian closed the golden pocket watch and slipped it into the breast pocket of his shirt, concealed by his vest. He didn't continue sleeping there. Instead, he chose to descend the stairs and enter the streets of Tizamo. First, Ludwig would have his second supper in 20 minutes. According to their agreement, if Lumian didn't return in time, Ludwig would come over and forcefully wake him up. Second, he had to update Madam Magician on his discoveries. Just as Lumian stepped out of Hisoka's house, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. "What exactly are you investigating?" In a dark corner where the crimson moonlight couldn't reach, Camus Castilla emerged, dressed in a white shirt and an unbuttoned yellow vest. His disheveled hair collapsed from staying up too late. At some point, the young leader of the Port Pylos patrol team's combat team had been waiting here. Lumian wasn't surprised at all, as if he had sensed Camus' presence. He evaded the question and said, "Many scenes display different states during the day and at night." Indeed. Camus had dealt with numerous mystical incidents that matched this description. The simplest and most common situation was that certain haunted houses appeared normal under the sunlight. As Lumian walked towards the Brio Motel, he teased Camus with a smile. "Have you been awake the entire time, squatting in the shadows outside the motel, observing my movements? That's tough. Careful not to suddenly drop dead." If Camus hadn't known that Louis Berry had a close relationship with the Church of the Fool and didn't mind him tagging along, he would have thought Lumian's teasing was a warning. "Do you think I want that?" Camus laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'll be in charge of watching tonight. It's Maslow or Ria's turn tomorrow." Lumian didn't engage in further conversation. As if lost in thought, he made his way back to the Brio Motel. Camus wanted to inquire further, but he dared not. He then saw the adventurer stop at the motel's entrance, his back toward Camus. Lumian said calmly, "Before Twanaku died, he mentioned the term Dream Festival. I've just discovered some traces in his house and confirmed that there's a special dream happening in Tizamo town. Gather all the folklore related to dreams in this area and bring it to me as soon as possible." Camus was at a loss at first, but then his mind cleared, as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over him on a scorching summer day. As expected, there's more to the Twanaku incident. There's indeed a huge problem lurking here. Camus wasn't too surprised, but his heart pounded. Instinctively, he replied, "Okay." After agreeing, Camus realized that he had unknowingly followed Lumian's instructions, as if the other man were the captain of a patrol team. After watching Lumian enter the Brio Motel, Camus briefly analyzed his reaction. He felt that this situation stemmed from both the intimidation brought about by Lumian's strength and the accumulated credibility and reliability of his previous deeds. "I have to send a telegram back to Port Pylos to request reinforcements. In addition, I need to familiarize myself with Tizamo as soon as possible and strive to move jurisdiction here within a few days." After considering his next steps, Camus let out another sigh. Ever since encountering Louis Berry, problems had never ceased erupting. "I initially came to Tizamo to monitor his actions and prevent any accidents. Why am I now investigating the Dream Festival?" Up in the suite on the second floor of the Brio Motel, Lumian greeted Ludwig, shuffling to the dining table, having just woken up. He then returned to the master bedroom. Before pondering his letter to Madam Magician, Lumian noticed a folded square of paper on the desk. A reply after midnight, so typical of Madam Magician, he thought with an inward chuckle. He picked up the letter and conjured a blazing white fireball above his head for light, as Tizamo lacked gas lighting. Under the fireball's incandescent glow, Lumian unfolded and read the letter. I've completed my astromancy and received a revelation about the rest of the abscessed hand's body. The remaining body is divided into 3 parts. One part is highly suspected to be located in the underworld, and the other 2 parts have hints closely related to Lenberg's capital, Azshara, but they're not actually there. This reminds me of the City of Exiles, Manor, which seals Ordo 1. It has a similar situation inside Lenberg, yet not truly being in Lenberg. My interpretation is that the 2 missing body parts of the abscessed hand are hidden away in the City of Exiles, Manor. Don't you find it too coincidental? No, it's not a coincidence at all. My astromancy results show that nearly 3 months ago, one of the 2 body parts was still located in the tombs of the Paz Kingdom in the southern continent, and the other part was related to some folklore in the south-central region. Get my drift? Well, almost 3 months ago, as a conspirator, Lumian grasped Madam Magician's implication. Accepting the information about the most terrifying sealed artifact, 001, and masquerading as Ludwig's godfather was akin to accepting an olive branch offered from the Church of Knowledge. Lumian had promised to pay a certain price for this knowledge. It seemed the Church of Knowledge then dispatched high-ranking individuals to gather the 2 remaining body parts of the abscessed hand and hide them away in the City of Exiles, Manor. What does this mean? It is clearly forcing me to journey to Manor unless I choose to abandon my hopes of advancing to Sequence 4 and achieving the state of demi-godhood. Hey, my agreement with the abscessed hand stated that until I found its full body, I would never be able to obtain true godhood. This blocks any idea of trying to become a demigod without consuming potions by relying on boons instead. Thankfully, Lumian wasn't resistant to the idea of visiting the City of Exiles, Manor, before becoming a demigod. At that moment, he didn't feel stifled or vexed by this necessity. Instead, he felt it would actually save him a lot of trouble. After some thought, he continued reading the rest of the letter. My astromancy results also tell me that once the abscessed hand's full body is gathered and reunited, something extremely dangerous will happen. It's best to complete this reunion step while you're in the City of Exiles and use the existence of 01 to try to counteract this incoming risk. In other words, you need to find and retrieve the body part located in the underworld first. Yes, you should have an opportunity to enter the underworld itself within the next 3 months. Remember to seize this opportunity when it arises. Don't ask me what opportunity it is exactly. I don't know the specifics either. Opportunity to enter the underworld within the next 3 months. Lumian repeated this crucial piece of information to himself. Amidst his elation, the words struck Lumian as peculiar. Entering the underworld and going to hell were 2 distinct phrases that conveyed the same meaning. In this world, barring a small number of individuals, no one could readily accept the phrase. You have a chance to go to hell within 3 months. It was worth noting that many people would curse at each other, saying, I wish you a swift descent into hell. For the moment, Lumian didn't have time to ponder the opportunity to enter the underworld. He burned Madam Magician's reply and jotted down his gains for the night and his guesses about the Dream Festival. He planned to send it to the Major Arcana card holder at noon the following day. Although he couldn't shake the feeling that Madam Magician's schedule bore a resemblance to Franca's. He wasn't sure if it was convenient to send a letter at that time. Northern continent, Trier. Winter sunlight poured through the glass, filling the living room with warmth that chased away the chill. Franca lounged in the recliner, basking in the cozy glow with half-lidded eyes. Suddenly, she sensed something and sat upright, pulling her legs in. In the shadowy corner, a human skull made of pure glowing silver emerged. Pale white flames flickered in its vacant sockets. Madame Hela's messenger, why is she contacting me? Franca watched, puzzled, as the skull's jaws unhinged, releasing a single page that drifted towards her. She snatched the letter and scanned it quickly. Duroy 7 hasn't heard from you in 4 days. He wants to confirm you're okay. 4 days without checking the group. A dry chuckle escaped her lips. What does this mean? Early to bed and late to rise keeps the king fit to rule his realm. No more morning courts. In the early morning hours, Franca manned the radio transceiver while Jenna roamed outside, seizing her opportunity to act as a witch. Tap tap tap. Her first telegram in days. Shurima, your emperor has returned. Before long, 007's telegram was tapped out by the analyzer-powered mechanical typewriter. Blade, where have you been? Franca cleared her throat. Late nights breed ill health. Have you no loved ones? Don't bring up such sad topics. Hidden Blade, have you mastered the assassination arts, sundering heart and soul? Protests arose from the other members. At length 007's message arrived. I have the intel on the last incident. Let's meet to discuss. The higher-ups also approved the item swap for the story you proposed. Franca blinked, startled. How long did that take? I'd forgotten all about it. After all, understanding that humanoid sealed artifact's tale was Lumian's curiosity, not hers, 007's resigned telegram. Bureaucracy inertia, unavoidable for any large, established organization. Tell me about it. Another member, Moon King's amused agreement clattered out. Whether public or secret, they're all bound by red tape. After arranging to meet 007 that night with the Moran Avenue intel and initial assassination plan, Franca rose with a stretch. She jotted down the 2 tasks before performing a ritual to summon Lumian's messenger, Penitent Banefell. Southern Continent, Tizamo Town. Lumian was just about to head to Hisoka's house for a nap when his messenger materialized from the shadows, delivering a letter. After taking the note, Lumian noticed Penitent Banefell didn't immediately depart back to the spirit world as usual. Instead, he lingered, surveying their surroundings with a measured gaze. Chapter 666, New Information. Lumian had rarely seen Penitent Banefell act so abnormally. He asked with anticipation and curiosity, "What have you discovered?" Banefell, clad in a clergyman's black robe, his charred body partially tainted by black flames, averted his gaze and replied in a deep voice. "The night conceals the flowing sin." With that, the penitent stepped into the void and vanished from the room. The night conceals the flowing sin. It's emphasizing the night because that allows entry into the special dream. What does the flowing sin refer to? Can't you mysterious types speak plainly? Lumian criticized, then opened Franca's letter and quickly read it. To be honest, after such a long time, his desire to understand the humanoid sealed artifact's past had significantly diminished. After all, he had mainly felt the other party's state was similar to his own, triggering his emotions back then. That was why he had suggested it. Now, those emotions had long settled. Of course, they had only settled, not disappeared. Lumian tore open the letter and jotted down the entire incident, planning to send it to Madam Magician at noon the next day. As for whether the Major Arcana cardholder would agree to such an unequal trade, Lumian wasn't too confident. However, he intuitively felt that the Tarot Club's Major Arcana holders wouldn't simply take possession of important artifacts from the Orthodox churches. Using this opportunity to make a deal was more likely. After leaving the Brio Motel, Lumian calmly observed Camus, donned in a yellow vest, emerge from a dimly lit street corner. Beside him was Rhea, a member of the local patrol wearing leather armor and carrying a hunting bow. "Why 2 people today?" Lumian chuckled and strode towards Hisoka's house. Camus took a deep breath to calm his sudden surge of emotions. As he followed Louis Berry's left hand, he replied in a deep voice, "There are only a few days left, until the 17th. An accident might happen at any moment. We can't act alone anymore." Having consciously gathered various information, the patrol team had already noticed some abnormalities. This made Camus feel that staying in Tizamo was unwise. He was constantly on edge. He felt a growing sense of being a middle-aged man burdened with heavy responsibilities. Raising an eyebrow, Lumian queried, "Hey, you figuring out the 17th is a key date was pretty fast." "We're not fools," Camus finally couldn't help but reply. "It's an obvious issue. Last year, Tizamo was attacked on December 17th, and in previous years..." At this point he fell silent. He realized that when around Louis Berry, he constantly switched between his heavy middle-aged state and uncontrollable teenage emotions. Lumian asked with interest, "What happened in previous years?" Camus fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "Oh, we obtained the funeral registrations for nearly 3 decades in Tizamo from the Saint-Cyr Cathedral and discovered a peculiar phenomenon. 80% of the annual deaths are recorded within the first 3 months, starting mid-December. This place isn't like many northern continent places. Winters are bitterly cold there. It's difficult for the elderly and weak to survive. Even if they do, it's summer from late December to late March. This phenomenon is abnormal." Lumian advanced slowly and nodded slightly. "Is the mortality rate in Tizamo higher than elsewhere?" "Significantly higher, but that's mainly due to attacks from the primitive forest tribe. Also, we discovered the tribe's attacks concentrated in the 3 months beginning mid-December. There have been 2 to 3 attacks annually, and since the one on December 17th last year, not a single one has occurred. The situation doesn't seem right." Camus was a little worried a major attack would occur in the next few days. "Heh, it's understandable. The tribe's attacks concentrated in those first 3 months. Any other abnormalities?" Lumian asked casually. Rhea, who had been silently following, responded. The brown-skinned, brown-haired woman, exuding a wild beauty, spoke in a raspy voice. "In the first half of this year, many women in town and the plantations experienced symptoms of nausea, soreness, bloating, pregnancy symptoms. They believed they'd been victimized by a ghost and might birth evil fetuses, but they weren't actually pregnant. Just illusions. After Padre Cali held Mass and briefly purified them, they received psychological comfort and quickly returned to normal. We've also noticed similar incidents of perceived possession and attacks by evil spirits in Tizamo over the years, concentrated in that first half. It's not just pregnancy symptoms," Camus added. Lumian halted in his tracks. "Don't the townsfolk and the people in the surrounding plantations find it strange that mass hysteria occurs every year?" As a member of the local patrol team, Rhea explained simply, "Everyone believes it's caused by the primitive tribe in the forest." "Why?" Lumian resumed his nocturnal prowl. Rhea's vocal cords seemed damaged, and her voice was always a little hoarse. "In repeated attacks and conflicts, the primitive tribe displayed the ability to control corpses, ghosts, and shadows. Furthermore, some warriors seem to continue protecting their tribe in their spirit form after their deaths. Death domain. Hey, the entire matter seems logical on the surface. No wonder the Tizamans who left town didn't find anything amiss and didn't raise the issue. Lumian had seen records of the primitive tribe, but they weren't as specific as Rhea's description. After inquiring about the recent information the patrol team had gathered, Lumian stopped in front of Hisoka's house and turned to glance at Rhea, who was carrying a hunting bow and arrows. "You're from the southern continent, but not from Tizamo?" Rhea nodded and calmly said, "I'm from the forest. I'm from one of the primitive tribes called Parka. We mainly live near the Paz Valley." The rainforest of the southern continent spanned a vast expanse, encompassing numerous territories. From the area near the Paz Valley to the vicinity of Matane, the distance might be even greater than that between Cordu and Trier. Parka meant wind and Dutanese. "How did you come to Matane?" Lumian asked curiously. Rhea let out a chuckle. "I was sold here." She paused for a moment before continuing. 10 years ago, my tribe was attacked by the Loan Kingdom's army. I was captured and sold repeatedly before arriving in the northern state. Later, I found a chance to escape and fled to Port Pylos. I received help from the church and found work. Eventually, I was lucky enough to become a Beyonder. The patrol team member calmly recounted her past, not dwelling on any pain or torture from those experiences, nor deliberately avoiding details. "No wonder you believe so devoutly in the eternal blazing sun," Lumian ascended the stairs to the second floor and said in an even tone. "Did you keep using a bow instead of firearms out of habit?" "Yes. Tribe's name for the wind excel at archery." Rhea's light brown face softened. Lumian glanced back at her. "Did you ever go back to take a look?" Rhea fell silent for a few seconds. "They're all dead." Lumian and Camus retreated their gazes in silence as they climbed the final stairs and entered the second floor of the house. Lumian surveyed the spacious yet rudimentary surroundings, listening to the wild roars from the primitive forest. He sat cross-legged. He had intended to tell Rhea, "It's impossible for your entire tribe to be wiped out. Some must have been captured and sold like you. They could still be alive on plantations, in mines, or seedy bars." But he held back. He could tell Rhea had accepted her current life and gained the ability to live better. It seemed inappropriate to encourage her to risk traversing both continents, seeking potential remaining clansmen. Just the thought of such an endeavor was daunting. With so few clues and them likely scattered far, it could prove quite dangerous. Even spending a lifetime, one might never complete it. Not everyone with a similar experience would sacrifice a normal life for vengeance or seeking others. Rhea likely realized some clansmen survived, but perhaps those most important to her had perished. She chose to stay in Port Pylos. Everyone makes their own choices. I can't ask the same of others just because of my own obsessions. Lumian composed himself and smiled at Camus and Rhea, who were still standing. "Would you like to explore the potential venue for the Dream Festival?" "Where?" Rhea blurted out. Camus furrowed his brow. "Here?" Quickly making a guess, he asked, "Do you come here every night to sleep and access the Dream Festival's location? Is it in a special dream?" Quite smart. Lumian praised Camus inwardly for his quick thinking, but his smile remained unwavering. "Care to experience it?" Camus and Rhea exchanged glances and agreed. "I'll experience it. Rhea, keep an eye on the surroundings." "I can set some traps," Lumian offered. He stood up and spent a few minutes setting up warning traps nearby. Afterward, he lit a mosquito-repellent candle, placing it in the middle of the spacious second floor. Mosquitoes that hadn't flown away landed on the ground, emitting flames and smoke amidst crackling sounds. "Sleep here," Lumian instructed Camus and Rhea as he sat cross-legged again. He had confirmed that sleeping anywhere in Hisoka's house at night allowed him to enter the special dream. Sleeping outside or sleeping 2 hours earlier didn't have the same effect. Perplexed, Camus and Rhea found seats and leaned against different wooden pillars, attempting to enter a deep slumber. After an unknown period of time, Camus suddenly woke up. Before him was the night and the crimson moonlight outside the window. Louise Berry stood behind the flickering mosquito-repellent candle, wearing a golden straw hat. The adventurer playfully remarked, "Welcome to the Dream Festival." Chapter 667, Approaching Gentleness. Camus's nerves tensed as he propped himself up on his left hand, surveying his surroundings warily. He realized he was still on the second floor of Twanaku's house. Rhea, who had been leaning against a wooden pillar, stood up in a daze. Everything around him seemed no different from before he had fallen asleep. "Are you joking?" Camus asked Louis Berry cautiously. "What kind of dream festival is this? This feels like a normal awakening after a nap." Lumian turned and pointed out the window. "Listen to the forest sounds." Camus and Rhea instinctively listened, realizing that the nearby forest was eerily silent, as if all its inhabitants had fallen asleep in the night. Rhea's eyes narrowed, born and raised in the primitive forest and having lived in Tizamo town for nearly a year. She knew the forest wouldn't be in such absolute silence. Lumian pointed at the floor beside the mosquito-repellent candle. "Look here again." Camus and Rhea looked over, realizing that the mosquito corpses that should have been there were gone. Lumian chuckled. "Of course, you can also believe that I woke up early, cleaned up the environment, and secretly affected your hearing of distant voices. All of this was just a prank." Camus pondered for a few seconds. "I'm inclined to believe you, but I need to confirm something." "Indeed." Rhea chimed in, carrying a hunting bow and arrows. Lumian looked at them and nodded slightly. He calmly concluded, "I can now determine that the reason I remain conscious in this peculiar dream stems from a hidden power within Hisoka's house, not any special traits of my own." He had invited Camus and Rhea to slumber in Hisoka's house and enter the special dream not merely to share information with the patrol team and gather a few aids. No, it was also an experiment to uncover key details. Over the past few days, Lumian had conducted numerous similar trials, grasping the dream's nuanced patterns like a seasoned explorer mapping uncharted lands. With hands tucked nonchalantly in his pockets, he trailed behind Camus and Ria, who hurried downstairs. He wanted to witness how they would confirm whether this was indeed a dream. After departing Twanaku's house, the two patrol members rushed to the nearest townsperson's abode. Upon realizing the livestock had vanished from the ground floor, Ria swiftly ascended to the second story and attempted to unlock the door with a simple iron-black key. Camus opened his mouth as if to dissuade her, but in the end remained silent. Observing this, Lumian nodded thoughtfully and muttered to himself, a beyonder of the Arbiter pathway will subconsciously maintain the current order, unwilling to disrupt its fabric. If such beyonders also bear official identities, this tendency only intensifies. Ria rapped upon the door and entered the dwelling. She and Camus scoured each room, but the resident family had seemingly evaporated into thin air. Then, the pair made their way to the police station near the St. Cian Cathedral's hallowed grounds. The local patrol quarters held 5 rooms in total. Kolobo, Maslow, and Loban were nowhere to be found, nor were the 2 officers meant to stand the night watch. "I now believe this is a dream," Camus declared to Louis Berry, who leisurely trailed with hands tucked in pockets, a golden straw hat shading his features. "Yet I'm so utterly awake that it defies the very notion of a dream." Before Lumian could respond, Ria's light brown face furrowed slightly. "When I ran down the street and searched these rooms, it felt a little familiar." "Familiar?" Lumian asked calmly, his brows unfurrowed. Could there be unexpected gains from this experiment? Ria pondered for a moment. "I think I've had a similar dream before. In my dream, it was just as dark and quiet. The streets were empty, and I was alone. I ran around searching. Was it a mere fragment or a complete dream?" Lumian pressed. Ria thought for a few seconds. "I don't know. I only remember a few such scenes." "Do you often dream of this, or only occasionally?" Lumian guided her to confirm the details. Ria replied with certainty. "Occasionally." "Occasionally?" Even if the Tizamo residents don't slumber here on a specific date, they can occasionally enter this peculiar dream, yet remain unable to stay awake. Like a normal dream? Perhaps it's not true immersion, but rather an unconscious development spiritually spawned from the crimson moon and other environmental elements, allowing them to vaguely interact. Unfortunately, Ria clearly doesn't recall the moon, weather, and other situational details from those dreams. If I could employ dream divination, I could aid her recollection. The few Tizamons I queried in Port Pylos made no mention of such dreams. Firstly, dreams so ordinary often slip the mind. Secondly, they've been away from Tizamo for years. As Lumian's thoughts raced, he turned to Camus to see if the interrogator had any queries. Camus pondered for a moment before asking Ria, "What do you think is special about the residents of Tizamo?" "Very perceptive. Since this dream seems to affect the entire town and surrounding area, it's likely these people will display some abnormality in waking life." Lumian nodded inwardly. Ria thought for a moment. "Nothing special. It's just that they're very obedient." At this, Ria sighed. "They're extremely polite to others. Gentle personalities, stable emotions, very obedient. Even when angered, they quickly calm down. When trouble arises, they tend to let the authorities handle it, instead of fighting amongst themselves or causing public disturbances." These were all situations Lumian had heard Camus mention and seen in the corresponding intel. On the surface, nothing seemed amiss. It was a state of being tamed, Ria added. "Their only issue is a lack of enthusiasm. It's not that politeness masks an underlying coldness or hatred, they're simply unenthusiastic, as if reluctant to openly display emotion." Upon hearing this, Lumian recalled the Tizamons he'd interacted with over the past few days. Apart from some gentlemen and ladies from the northern continent, the others were calm, gentle, and disinclined to argue. They always communicated politely. Immediately after, he recalled the Tizamons questioned in Port Pylos fear, worry, ingratiating expressions, vivid emotions. Clearly different from the Tizamo townspeople. Most of their emotions have been drawn away into the dream. Lumian finally pinpointed an abnormality about the Tizamons. Their issue clearly didn't stem solely from attacks by the primitive forest tribe. Upon hearing Lumian's guess, Camus couldn't help but hiss. I knew it. The Tizamons feel strange, too docile, even livestock occasionally grow agitated, resists. Could the reason be? Ria's heart skipped a beat as she said solemnly, voice laced with fear. I've been here nearly a year, and I feel much gentler. My most intense emotions haven't dissipated. They're still in my heart, but most of the time it's as if I'm asleep. Ria began analyzing herself. From the looks of it, everyone in Tizamo will gradually be affected by this peculiar dream. After leaving, they can slowly escape its influence. Lumian glanced at Camus. For outsiders like us, who've only been here a few days, there's no issue for now. Perhaps we'll also become unnaturally gentle if we linger too long. Without waiting for Camus' response, Lumian inquired, when will reinforcements from the patrol team and Admiral Guard arrive? At the mention of this, Camus's expression soured. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Those selfish bastards! It's very likely there won't be much support. The Admiral Guard said they already have a Beyonder team here and an army. Only Captain Riaza expressed backing for the patrol team. Damn it, those dog shit! Lumian was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. The newly formed organization under the Aboriginal Admiral was indeed different from the official Northern Continent organizations. If this were the Eternal Blazing Sun Church or Church of Earth Mother, the official Beyonders would have already devised a plan and dispatched sufficient force to resolve the issue. They'd be prepared to obliterate Tizamo if anything went awry. The current situation is Admiral Querril believes that with me, a famed adventurer backed by the Church of the Fool, here, I'm able to use its power to resolve Tizamo's troubles. Is there a need to send more Beyonder subordinates to aid me? That's true. Beyonders aren't commodities. If too many powerful ones perish, not only will Admiral Querril feel the strain, but he won't be able to effectively rule. Matani recruitment alone can't quickly fill such a gap, and they won't be quick to trust newcomers. Even nurturing the remaining people with the retrieved Beyonder characteristics poses huge problems. Low-sequence Beyonders are manageable, but mid-sequence advancement carries high failure risk. After all, most here haven't mastered the acting method. Lumian quickly grasped Admiral Querril's mentality. He said to the agitated Camus, "Let me show you around this dream realm and provide an introduction." All right. Camus took a deep breath. He and Ria followed Lumian through the dark, silent, vacant town. After a long while, Lumian led the two patrol members into the primitive forest. He informed them he'd seen Twanaku's image in the chaotic zone ahead, seemingly composed of dream fragments. He suspected there was a desire, apostle mark present. Walking amongst the trees, giants in the night, Camus felt increasingly oppressed. Before he could inquire about Twanaku's image details, he suddenly heard a bowstring drawn taut. Pa! An arrow entwined with lightning flew from afar. Camus dodged just in time as it grazed past, piercing into a rubber tree behind him amidst crackling lightning and charred bark. Lumian, Camus, and Ria gazed into the distance, spotting a woman standing on a huge tree branch. The woman wore dark leather armor, holding a hunting bow and arrows. Her brown hair was tied in two strands draped over her shoulders. Her light brown skin and wild, beautiful face couldn't hide the coldness and hatred behind her eyes. Ria, it was Ria. Chapter 668, Dream Person. Ria gazed at the figure perched on the tree branch, a surreal scene playing out before her like a dream. Correction, this was a dream. The other Ria's frigid expression masked a deep-seated hatred as she drew the bowstring once more, causing the arrow to crackle with silver lightning. As Lumian contemplated teleporting behind Ria on the tree to probe her control in this eerily realistic dream and question her about her apparent knowledge of the situation, his surroundings quivered and fragmented into disjointed scenes. The scenes overlapped and promptly shattered. Simultaneously, Lumian, Ria, and Camus opened their eyes. Crimson moonlight spilled through the window, accompanied by the primal roars of wild beasts from the nearby forest. They found themselves still on the second floor of Hisoka's house. Camus jolted upright, eyeing the mosquito-repellent candle that had burned out, leaving behind a mere stub. Charred mosquito corpses littered the area. Are we awake? Have we returned to reality? Camus questioned, uncertainty clouding his expression. Leaning against a wooden pillar, Lumian chuckled. That should be the case, but I won't claim we're 100% out of the dream. We'll need to verify through various details in the coming period. The simplest method involved checking Ludwig's whereabouts and state. Although asking Termi Boros could provide an accurate answer, there was no guarantee the fellow would answer or respond truthfully. Camus nodded, his gaze shifting to Rhea, who had remained silent since waking up. After a brief pause, he spoke. We seem to have witnessed another version of you at the dream's boundary. Another Rhea, embodying entirely different emotions and states. Rhea stayed silent for a moment before admitting, I saw it too. She appears much like the intense emotions I mentioned earlier, the ones slumbering in my heart. Lumian adjusted his golden straw hat, standing up on his own legs. He spoke, thoughtfully. Could that dream absorb the intense emotions in Tizamo and give rise to the corresponding dream person, an even more extreme and emotional entity? So, the longer one stays in Tizamo, the more subdued they become. Camus concurred with Louis Berry's hypothesis, and Rhea nodded in agreement. Mirror people, dream people, how many peculiar entities lingered in the shadows of this world? Lumian massaged his temples and strode towards the stairs, leading to the surface. That concludes tonight's attempt, he casually declared. Camus and Rhea followed closely, confirming their escape from the dream. Through the return of livestock and the commotion in the house, they waited until Lumian entered the Brio Motel before halting, concealing themselves in the shadows diagonally opposite. Lumian pushed open the door to the suite, spotting Ludwig at the dining table, devouring a roasted banana with gusto. In his other hand, he wielded a child's fork, delving into a special salad crafted from the heart of a palm tree. Observing this, Lumian was certain that this wasn't a dream. He cast a glance at Lugano, who was dozing off, and nonchalantly inquired of Ludwig, Do you dream when you sleep? Despite being occupied, Ludwig replied, Yes. Lumian nodded thoughtfully. Have you had any dreams in the past few days? Taking a moment between bites of grilled river fish, Ludwig responded, Yes. What dreams did you have? Lumian removed his golden straw hat, stowing it back into his traveler's bag. Ludwig replied with a muffled voice, 8. Indeed, I shouldn't expect much. Lumian chuckled self-deprecatingly and turned his attention to Lugano. What dreams did you have? Is there something wrong with the dreams here? Lugano contemplated asking, but decided to answer truthfully. All kinds of dreams, he paused before adding. Perhaps it's been too long since I went out alone. I didn't have a chance to release my pent-up emotions. Occasionally, I dream of women and such matters only to realize that something was amiss. Either the target transformed into a monster, or the initially alluring woman was covered in tree warts, wheat, and mushrooms. Then, I'd wake up in shock. As an Intisian, he had no reservations discussing such topics. According to the psychology taught by Anthony, your pent-up desires and fear of the dangers in Tizamo are a mix of unresolved factors, Lumian commented, inwardly, and smiled. You can explore the giant baobab alone, find a local lady, or mingle with the ladies and maids in the plantation outside. As long as you ensure food for Ludwig, he'll manage on his own. Initially, Lugano's heart raced, but the potential dangers outside soon came to mind. Lumian headed towards the master bedroom, leaving a parting sentence with a smile. Of course, I can't guarantee those ladies won't turn into monsters, or undergo anomalies after your little adventure. Lugano couldn't help but shudder at the imagined scenario. He glanced at Ludwig, finding comfort in staying by the boy's side. Until all the stored food was consumed, he considered himself safe. In the shadows diagonally opposite the Brio Motel, Rio observed in silence for a while before suddenly speaking up. Says there won't be any new reinforcements from the Admiral Guard, and only Deputy Captain Riasa will come from the patrol team. Why didn't you leave Tizamo directly? Why did you stay here and attempt to resolve the Dream Festival problem? As long as he escaped Matani, the Admiral Guard and patrol team wouldn't have the resources to track and punish them. At most, they could issue a wanted poster, but they wouldn't be able to pay a high bounty. Camus scratched his disheveled brown hair, smiling wryly. As you know, my previous sequence was a public security officer. It tied seamlessly with the patrol team's usual work, making me yearn to maintain order in Mittani and safeguard the lives of the people here. The potion not only brings strength but also affects you in many ways. He exhaled and continued. Besides, Captain Reza is about to arrive. I have to help him. I have to repay what I owe him. Camus didn't disclose another reason. His confidence in the adventurer Louise Berry and the Church of the Fool behind him. He believed that with Louise Berry present, the situation would be threatening but not perilous. Rhea didn't press further, continuing to gaze diagonally at the Brieux motel. Camus glanced at her. What about you? Why don't you leave Tizamo with Loban and the others now? The three of you can form a team. Some local admirals will be willing to take you in. Rhea's eyes remained fixed on Louis Berry's suite as she stayed silent. After a prolonged silence, just as Camus thought she wouldn't answer, Rhea suddenly spoke. When I was in the most pain and despair, it was the church who helped me. After that, it was the patrol team who gave me a new beginning and a new life. Recalling the cold Rhea's face filled with hatred in the dream, Camus sighed sincerely and said, "It hasn't been easy for you." The moment he finished speaking, Rhea sneered. "You're the most contradictory person I've ever encountered. In the past, I've often heard you talk about which states and islands the finer Potter Kingdom should invade, which mines and valleys they should seize, and how they should establish more colonies in the southern continent. But now, you're showing pity towards me. I can sense your sincerity. You genuinely feel pain for me, but that's why I can't help but want to say something." Camus found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was a contradiction. He also realized that Rhea's emotions had become even more turbulent after encountering herself in the dream. She seemed more willing to open up. Could this be the result of encountering extreme emotions, or perhaps those who hadn't spent more than a year in Tizamo might resist the dream's influence to some extent if they grasped the truth of obedience? Camus quickly thought of the plantations outside the town and individuals like Sir Petit, Miss Amandina, Monsieur Robert, and the others. These gentlemen and ladies weren't easily subdued. The special dream had evidently encompassed both the out-of-town plantation and the garrison barracks. Camus figured out the reason. These gentlemen and ladies spent at least half their time in Port Pylos each year. This also explained why he was familiar with them. At noon the next day, shortly after Lumian dispatched the letter, he received a prompt reply from Madame Magician. "Did the Eternal Blazing Sun Church present this price? Or was it your offer? Can a Grade 1 sealed artifact be exchanged for such trifles? If I didn't know the kind of person you are, I would suspect that you concealed more than half of the offer from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. In addition to the information related to this Grade 1 sealed artifact, ensure the Eternal Blazing Sun Church provides an additional £50,000 worth of gold at the highest exchange rate in the past 3 months. Don't worry, gold is the last thing they need." Gold worth £50,000. That's approximately 1.2 million Verl d'Or worth of gold. Why would Madame Magician require such a substantial amount of gold? Recalling the importance of gold in mysticism, the Armored Shadow's need to reconstruct its golden body, and the widespread use of gold in death-related domains, he swiftly arrived at a realization. A subtle detail caught his attention. Madame Magician used the Lowen Kingdom's gold pound to express the value of gold. Does this imply her recent activity in the Lowen Kingdom? Lumian nodded thoughtfully, considering whether to summon Jenna's messenger Rabbit Chasel to convey Madame Magician's request, or to return to Trier personally for discussions on the Dream Festival with Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. Chapter 669, Connivance. Recalling Franca's meeting with 007 tonight to discuss dealing with Moran, Avigny Lumian decided to summon Jenna's messenger, Rabbit Chasel, as he had to return to Trier tomorrow to discuss the division of labor and specific details. After jotting down Madame Magician's request and folding it, Lumian set up a ritual, allowing the special rabbit of knowledge to emerge from the candle's flames. The first thing Lumian noticed was the miniature half-top hat snugly perched between the rabbit's ears. Next he saw gold-rimmed glasses and a black trench coat that matched the vaguely rabbit-shaped creature's size. Finally an iron-black revolver lay in the rabbit's palm. The revolver gleamed with a metallic luster, its barrel unusually thick and its cylinder unnaturally large and textured. It stood in stark contrast to the illusory appearance of the top hat, trench coat, and gold-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing Rabbit Chasel, Lumian raised his eyebrows. "Is this a real gun?" Hidden behind the gold-rimmed glasses, Rabbit Chasel's eyes sharpened. "Yes." "Did Jenna customize it for you?" Lumian inquired. Rabbit Chasel replied succinctly, "It's payment." "Quite a cold demeanor, Miss Celia Bello. Have you considered the consequences of what you've done?" "You haven't, because I don't know the consequences either. Unless I consult Madam Magician," Lumian criticized inwardly before handing the folded letter to Rabbit Chasel. Seeing the human-like rabbit-shaped creature preparing to turn and walk into the candle flame, Lumian, the prankster king of Cordu, asked with interest, "Can you shoot?" Rabbit Chasel fell silent for a moment, as if embarrassed. "Not yet." "Oh, you're not as cold as Gammon Sparrow anymore." Lumian chuckled and said, "Jenna and I are friends. I'll help her pay the postage fee this time." "Do you want to learn shooting? It involves knowledge and guidance." Rabbit Chasel, taller than an ordinary rabbit, replied without hesitation. "Sure thing." Lumian's smile broadened. After finding a secluded spot at the edge of the primitive forest and earnestly teaching Rabbit Chasel how to shoot for a considerable time, Lumian strolled back to Tizamo with his hands in his pockets, planning to visit the only cafe for afternoon tea. The cafe bore the name Bunya, after its owner, a man named Bunya. He was under the age of 30, having once served as a waiter and apprentice at a cafe in Port Pilos. Bunya, recalling the lack of a proper cafe in Tizamo town, transformed the ground floor of his house into a semi-open cafe. Lumian, weaving through the tables and chairs on the street, arrived at the kitchen counter, offering a smile to the proprietor and waiter. "Bunya, do you have Fermo coffee?" Bunya's brown skin, not too dark, and his features resembling those of mixed blood, showcased his Tizamon heritage. The man in his late 20s responded with an honest smile in fluent Intisian. "Monsieur, there's no Fermo coffee." Lumian, intending to playfully inquire, casually switched to a cup of coarser coffee from Matani. Sipping the bitter and sweet liquid at a table, he noticed Camus adorned in a vest, and Rhea, clad in leather armor, entering the cafe. Each ordered an Intis coffee and a corn nut cake imbued with Tizamo flair. Upon spotting Rhea, the single Bunya became even more bashful and busier, avoiding eye contact. As Camus and Rhea, equipped with their coffee and corn nut cakes, sought a spot, Lumian raised his arm in greeting. As Camus and Rhea reluctantly settled into their seats across from him, Lumian inquired with a smile, "Why do you look so tired?" Glancing at the energetic adventurer, Camus took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "We just finished work. We can finally rest." Yesterday, he had monitored the Brio Motel late into the night. "All I want now is a good night's sleep." After exploring the dream together last night, Rhea wasn't as reticent as before when facing Lumian. "Then why you're still drinking coffee?" Lumian replied with amusement. It was evident that Rhea and Camus lacked the energy of a sleepless. "I want to endure until dinner before sleeping," Camus said with a sigh. Rhea shook her head. "Coffee is useless to me." After a brief chat, Rhea finished her corn nut cake and coffee, then headed back to the nearby police headquarters to rest. Camus continued to recline in the armchair, occasionally taking a sip of coffee. "Has Riaza arrived?" Lumian inquired with a smile. Camus fell silent for a moment. "He's here. Tonight, one of the two, Maslow and Loban, will be following you with him." As for Kolobo, there was no need for him to be on duty, if he didn't even dare to. Look, how could he do any monitoring? While they conversed, Lumian noticed Miss Amandina from Palm Manor leading, a short unicorn outside the Bunya Cafe, exuding high spirits. The blue-eyed girl was clad in off-white hunting attire today, her black hair fashioned into a half-height bun. After entrusting the whip and reins to the brown-skinned valet, she strolled to the kitchen counter with her lady's maid, who also bore an Intisian appearance. Along the way, she cheerfully greeted the patrons in the cafe and exchanged pleasantries with the locals sipping on inexpensive coffee. Observing Camus's gaze fixed on the girl, Lumian teased. Do you wish to engage in a duel with her fiancé? No, I'm not that kind of person, Camus replied with a serious expression. I admit that she's indeed very attractive to me, but she's already engaged to Monsieur Robert. This is a sign that she's starting a family. I can't allow myself to destroy someone else's family. You Phaenopoterians, Lumian didn't mock him, but sighed with emotion. Such values appealed to Phaenopoter. Of course, not every Phaenopoterian possessed such values. Seeing Lumian's lack of response, Camus said seriously, Don't have any ideas about her. Lumian regarded the young man surnamed Castillo with amusement, awaiting further explanation. Camus furrowed his brow slightly. I know you Intisians won't back down just because the other party has a fiancé or husband. You might find it even more exciting, but you always pursue momentary pleasure. Very few are willing to take responsibility. You always satisfy yourself. When you're happy, you turn around and leave, leaving a lady to face everything that's been destroyed. Not every Intisian is like this. Lumian shook his head with a smile. But most Trurians are like that, however. Neither party is innocent in such matters, he added inwardly. The energetic and playful Amandina led the lady's maid past Camus and Lumian's table. First, she greeted Camus, then sized up Lumian and said candidly, I'm Amandina. What about you? Louis Berry. Lumian replied with a smile. Amandina nodded and suddenly laughed. You must have just arrived from Trier. You're different from the people here. No, I'm from a village in the south. Lumian switched to Intisian with a Darriage accent. Amandina wasn't disappointed. She happily inquired about the folklore of the southern provinces of the Intis Republic before leading the lady's maid to a table in the corner. Camus watched as the two of them conversed. He opened his mouth but closed it again. Trier Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative. Jenna was curled up on the sofa, engrossed in the novel she had just bought, all with elements of witches. Suddenly Rabbit Chasel appeared in front of her and handed her a letter. Observing the bizarre yet adorable rabbit-shaped creature, Jenna opened the letter and scanned its contents before asking earnestly, Do you wish to select your payment, or shall I choose a random book for you? Lumian Lee has already settled the payment on your behalf, Rabbit Chasel said in a deep yet sincere voice, which Jenna suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. What has he paid? He imparted shooting-related knowledge to me and guided me through the initial stage of my practice. Rabbit Chasel raised the special revolver in his hand, briefly aimed it at the door behind Jenna, and then swiftly lowered it. Whoa, Monsieur Lumian Lee, have you considered the consequences of what you've done? Jenna chided, feeling a mix of irritation and amusement. However, the deed was done, and she was powerless to reverse it. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Jenna's lips curved into a sweet smile. The next payment will be for a genuine underarm holster, and after that, custom-made bullets with special effects. How does that sound? Behind his glass glasses, Rabbit Chasel's eyes sparkled. All right. In Tizamo town, night had already fallen, and darkness shrouded the area. Lumian stood in his Hisoka's house, glancing at the stern vice-captain of the Port Pylos patrol team, Reza, and the local patrol team leader, Maslow, whose face was adorned with white paint. As though instructing Lugano, he said, Watch out for any accidents. This time, he spoke in Jutanese. All right. It wasn't the first time Maslow had accompanied Louis Berry, the great adventurer, and he was already accustomed to his style. Dressed in a sleek formal suit, Reza remained silent, signaling that there was no issue. Lumian retrieved the brown mystery prying glasses from his traveler's bag. Tonight his first task was to use this magical item to observe Hisoka's house from various angles, hoping to unveil the source of its abnormality. After confirming his condition and preparations, Lumian placed the brown gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. A familiar wave of dizziness washed over Lumian, as if his surroundings had been disrupted and reassembled. He witnessed poisonous insects crawling in the sky, 2 walls that seemed to dance in circles, and an underground water puddle deep in the soil that appeared to absorb all light. Chapter 670, Sudden Arrival. Amidst the dizzying sensation that threatened to separate his spirit from his body, Lumian saw trees that seemed to slumber in the darkness and a pitch-black boulder. Finally, he removed the brown glasses from his nose and arched his back slightly to alleviate the discomfort. Even an ascetic wouldn't be able to use the mystery-prying glasses for long. Of course, this ensured his safety to a certain degree. Through this prying, Lumian confirmed two things. First, the area beneath Hisoka's house was indeed unusual, but it seemed more like an illusory symbol than an actual entity. It indicated that this place had once been corrupted or influenced, with the most severe occurrence taking place underground. Second, this influence was connected to the black boulder deep within the primitive forest. How did it go? Maslow, his face painted white, asked. Lumian stored the mystery-prying glasses back into his traveler's bag and smiled. The abnormality I saw here originates from a black boulder deep in the primitive forest. Have you ever seen or heard of that black boulder? The pale-white Reza and Maslow, his black hair falling over his shoulders, shook their heads in unison, indicating a negative answer. Lumian wasn't in a rush to do the second thing he had planned for the night. He glanced at Reza, who was wearing a thin formal suit and appeared to be a mix of Intisian and West Balam heritage. He casually said, "I thought that with your arrival, some people in Tizamo would gradually leave and stay in Port Pilas for a while." "As you know, the Dream Festival should start within 3 days," Riaza calmly replied. "Based on my experience, except for those who have only arrived in Tizamo in the past 2 weeks, it's best not to leave this place and go elsewhere to prevent any abnormalities from spreading. It should only be considered after the Dream Festival ends and the primitive tribe launches another attack. Very standardized process. I thought you would consider the opinions of Intis, Phainopota, and other northern continent countries, allowing people with corresponding nationalities to evacuate in advance and protect them. For example, the owners of the plantations outside the city and their families. Yes, this is likely because the Dream Festival has never shown direct harm. It only caused some townsfolk to suffer from hysteria and attracted an attack from the forest's primitive tribe. The first situation could be resolved by a simple mass. The second problem could be guarded against and fended off. Lumian roughly understood the mentality of Admiral Querorel and the patrol team's leaders. Since there wouldn't be any major issues, they would act as if the Dream Festival didn't exist, merely advising the local official beyonders to be vigilant and guard against any mishaps while hoping that the Church of the Fool could resolve the hidden dangers. If they were to do more, they might trigger something and worsen the situation. After discussing the matter, Lumian recovered from the discomfort caused by the mystery-prying glasses. He took out the unique Eye of Truth and placed it in front of his face. The relatively handsome southern continent native's eyelids twitched at the sight of the pale white flesh, dark blood vessel-like earmuff and spectacle temple, as well as the blood-colored lens intertwined with transparent purple tubes. How many glasses does Louise Berry own? Moreover, each one is a mystical item. After donning the single-lens Eye of Truth, Lumian surveyed his surroundings, seeking to uncover the truth behind reality. As he did so, a voice gradually sounded in his ears, growing louder and more chaotic. Each note and word seemed to materialize, flooding into Lumian's mind. It made him feel as if his head was rapidly expanding like a balloon. If the balloon continued to expand, there would only be one outcome, bursting with a resounding bang. Lumian reached for his ear, ready to remove the Eye of Truth at any moment. He seized the opportunity to scrutinize Hisoka's house. He believed that it was safer to take the risk of prying into the house's secrets before the Dream Festival, while not inside the special dream. It was safer than using the Eye of Truth and mystery-prying glasses within the dream itself. Through the purple lens, Lumian couldn't discern much of the truth. Everything appeared similar to what he could see with his naked eye, but the night seemed even darker. Without hesitation, his eye bulged and blood vessels appeared on his body. He abruptly removed the Eye of Truth, and a slightly sharp explosion reverberated in his ears. Phew, panting heavily, Lumian's mind was in disarray, overwhelmed by a barrage of strange knowledge. He couldn't think straight. At that moment, even if someone were to ambush him, he wouldn't be able to react quickly. After more than 10 seconds, Lumian finally regained his ability to think clearly. He instinctively organized the knowledge that had been forcefully injected into his mind. The art of sophistry. How to cultivate superior wheat seeds. Canning techniques. How to roast pork that's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Music to soothe a sow's emotions. The revelation of Avonite. Favorite positions of celebrities. Memoirs of those mistresses. What's all this nonsense? Can't there be any useful knowledge? In the past, although Aurora had been tormented by the hidden sage's installation of knowledge, she had at least stumbled upon valuable mysticism insights. Wait, had she also been corrupted by such knowledge? Is that why she always portrays a rich theoretical understanding in her books? Lumian rubbed his still throbbing head and said to Reza and Maslow, "I'm going to the edge of the forest to take a look. Do you want to come with me?" Reza nodded, stingy with his words, while Maslow made his stance clear by walking towards the stairs. If Camus were here, he would undoubtedly smile wryly and say, "Do I have a choice?" Lumian mused to himself. He left Hisoka's house and made his way towards the primitive forest near Tizamo town. After crossing the intersection and arriving at another street, Lumian noticed a four-wheeled, four-seater carriage parked at the entrance of the Brio Motel. An attendant and a lady's maid stepped out of the carriage, carrying their luggage, and followed a man and a woman towards the motel. The man was attired in a dark grey formal suit and a half-top hat. His complexion resembled that of someone from the northern continent, and his side profile was well-defined, with striking dark green eyes. The woman wore a light-colored dress that allowed for ease of movement and a feathered hat adorned with pearls. She appeared to be in her late 20s, and her skin was delicate and radiant. One would easily determine that she was a beauty just from glimpsing her side profile. Lumian averted his gaze and turned to Reza and Maslow. "Is it the weekend?" "No," Maslow replied, understanding the implication behind Louis Berry's question. "Gentlemen and ladies often find time to hunt in Tizamo, not just on weekends." Lumian turned to Reza and inquired, "You didn't seal off this area?" "That would only cause unnecessary panic," Reza responded succinctly. Lumian didn't press the matter further. He walked out of the town through the Brio Motel and ventured into the primitive forest. He delved deeper along the path he had become familiar with from the dream. Finally, he arrived at the chaotic zone in reality, where various dream fragments intertwined. It was an unremarkable place, indistinguishable from its surroundings. Lumian found a palm tree and sat down. He turned to Reza and Maslow and said, "Keep an eye on my surroundings. I'm going to sleep here." He wanted to see what would happen if he fell asleep closer to the source of the abnormality, if he could enter that peculiar dream, and in what state. Receiving affirmative responses from the two patrol team members, Lumian closed his eyes and attempted cogitation. At some point, he drifted off to sleep. After an unknown period, he awoke. Catching sight of Reza and Maslow, Lumian rose to his feet and nodded thoughtfully. "This place doesn't work either. Is Hisoka's house the only effective location? Or should I find that black boulder and sleep near it?" Lumian gazed into the pitch-black forest, contemplating for a few moments before turning to Reza and Maslow. "Let's head back." The trio swiftly returned to Tizamo. The late night had settled in, and the streets were devoid of any passers-by. No lights or sounds emanated from the houses on either side. Occasionally, the snorts of livestock on the ground floor of the buildings could be heard, accentuating the pervading darkness and silence. The dim crimson moon's light seemed to emphasize the depths of the darkness. On this dark night, Lumian walked along a muddy road, heading towards the Brio Motel situated deep within the street. Reza and Maslow followed quietly, behind him. Suddenly Lumian's mind spun, and his vision momentarily blurred before clearing. His pupils dilated as he instinctively scanned his surroundings but found nothing amiss. At that moment, in a vacant house on the ground floor diagonally ahead, a dim candlelight illuminated a room on the third floor. Immediately after, glass windows on this street and throughout Tizamo town were set aglow by the light of burning candles. Rhea awoke to find that darkness had already descended, but the candles in many houses continued to burn. This indicated that it wasn't too late. Feeling lazy, Rhea had no desire to prepare her own food. Carrying her bow and arrows, she left the room and exited the police headquarters from the side, making her way towards the nearby Bunia Cafe. The streets were nearly deserted, as they were every night. Rhea glanced at the tables and chairs still scattered along the street and approached the kitchen counter. In Deutanese, she said to the busy cafe owner and waiter, Bunia, who had his head lowered, "A glass of Corza and a beef burrito." Bunia paused in the midst of washing cups and looked up. His naturally curly black hair gave him a mixed blood appearance. He looked at Rhea and revealed an obvious, strange smile that made Rhea inexplicably uneasy. Rhea knew Bunia well and was aware that he was a shy, kind and adult man who wasn't particularly adept at communicating with women. He had never smiled like this before. Bunia fixed his gaze on Rhea and chuckled in a deep voice. "You've got big boobs." Chapter 671 beginning. Upon hearing Bunia's words, Rhea was so surprised that she forgot her anger. It wasn't the first time she had encountered such a situation. She was shocked that a man who had left a good impression on her would show such an expression and say such words. And this was when they weren't even friends. At that moment, Rhea wondered if she was still half asleep. She also questioned whether Bunia had suffered a mental illness or succumbed to hysteria as the Dream Festival drew near. Amidst Rhea's bewilderment, Bunia's smile intensified. He extended his hands across the kitchen counter and attempted to grab Rhea's chest. Instinctively, Rhea leaned back, attempting to dodge. After failing to touch her, Bunia retracted his hands, propped himself up on the kitchen counter, and leaped up. Amidst the clinking of coffee cups and glass jars, he lunged at Rhea, who was leaning back. This reaction, this choice, and this display of power caught Rhea off guard. She didn't have time to remove the bow and arrow from her back. Her waist bent backward, and her right foot kicked up like the other end of a seesaw, sending the transformed Bunia cafe owner flying. Simultaneously, a thought flashed through Rhea's mind. Has he truly lost his mind? Crash. Bunia crashed to the side of the kitchen counter. Rhea exerted strength in her back and stood up straight again. Then, she took off her hunting bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed at Bunia, who had just stood up. A look of fear crossed Bunia's face. He froze for a moment before pleading, Don't kill me. I suddenly lost control just now." Looking at Bunia's pleading and fearful face, Rhea found him both familiar and unfamiliar. The arrow on the bowstring was drawn back, but she didn't release it. Entering the streets of Tizamo town from the primitive forest, Lumian observed the illuminated houses on both sides and scoffed. Is this supposed to be terrifying and bizarre? This wasn't the first time he had encountered such a scene. In Fourth Epoch Trier, he had witnessed a similar occurrence. Not only had the dark town regained its lights, but the entire Fourth Epoch Trier had transitioned from silence to noisiness, returning to life. Faced with this abnormality, Lumian was undoubtedly surprised and highly vigilant. However, he wasn't overwhelmed by intense emotions. On the surface, he observed his surroundings leisurely. He realized that Riaza and Maslow had vanished. The two patrol team members who should have been following him were gone. Since it can silently make two Beyonders disappear right under my nose, it can definitely make me vanish, just like that. In other words, I must have been affected. There's a high chance that the trance was an external manifestation. From a mysticism perspective, the town, which had already fallen into a deep slumber, relighting without any significant turn of events, signifies that I'm in another scene. One that is originally related but different. Could it be that I've been forced into a dream? Has the Dream Festival officially begun? I didn't sleep in Hisoka's house. Why am I still awake? Combined with the ongoing investigation, Lumian quickly deduced the current situation. At that moment he spotted a figure emerging from a glass window diagonally ahead, surrounded by wooden planks and weeds. It was a local man in his early 40s, with dark brown skin, brown eyes, black hair, and thick lips. Lumian had seen him before. He was a hunting guide, responsible for leading gentlemen and ladies from Port Pylos and other places into the forest for hunting. Lumian's impression of him was that he always wore a fawning smile. No matter what others said, he would respond with a string of affirmatives. He never showed anger, even when punished by the gentlemen and ladies he guided. Upon seeing Lumian, the hunting guide's lips curled into a cruel smile. He pushed open the window and raised his other hand, revealing a double-barreled shotgun. "Die, you northern continent dog!" As the hunting guide cursed, he aimed his double-barreled shotgun at Lumian and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A massive amount of lead spread out in a cone, enveloping the corresponding area. As the hunting guide took aim, Lumian sidestepped and rolled to the other side of the street. What greeted his eyes were the previously quiet cows, sheep, and horses. At that moment, the eyes of these animals seemed to turn bloodshot. Supporting himself with one hand, Lumian leaped up. Amidst the high-pitched mooing and the hunting guide's aim, he leaped to the middle of the stairs leading to the second floor. "Ah!" A scream suddenly pierced the air, then stopped abruptly. The door on the second floor swung open, and Lumian was confronted by a young man drenched in bright red blood. He held a massive axe dripping with the crimson liquid, and behind him lay the mangled corpse of an old man in his 50s, the wound carved deep into his chest. Lumian, who had been wandering Tizamo town for days, was no stranger to these two individuals. Lying on the ground, his eyes wide open, was the leathersmith of Tizamo town. He would purchase the hides of wild beasts brought back by gentlemen, ladies, and town hunters who didn't want to handle them themselves, processing them and selling the finished products. The axe-wielding figure was his eldest son, who had studied nitrification, tanning, and other leather production techniques from him. He was known as an obedient young man, and his father wasn't an old-fashioned leathersmith who resorted to physical or verbal violence. This was a characteristic of the people of Tizamo. They were docile, calm, and devoid of intense emotions, and now it appeared that the leathersmith's eldest son had just cleaved his father to death. Upon seeing Lumian, the lad's eyes overflowed with a bloodthirsty smile. With a shout, he swung his axe at Lumian. On the other side, the hunting guide began reloading his double-barreled shotgun with new lead rounds. Lumian's body suddenly turned ethereal, merging with his shadow and vanishing into the darkness beside the steps. Shadow transformation. After using this ability to sneak towards the police headquarters for a few seconds, Lumian suddenly heard someone pleading for mercy in fear. He left the shadows and transformed back into a human. He saw Rhea aiming an arrow at the cafe owner Bunia, but she didn't release it. At that moment, a colossal anaconda, as thick as a barrel, emerged from the multi-layered hay at the top of the opposite house, hanging upside down. It widened its cold eyes and foul-smelling mouth, the patterns on its scales seeming to expand and writhe. This time, Lumian didn't dodge. Facing the colossal boa attempting to devour him, his eyes darkened as he swung, his fist upward. In an instant, blazing white flames ignited from his fist, enveloping his entire forearm. Bang! Lumian's fist smashed into the colossal boa's gaping maw, tearing through the blood-colored flesh and delivering a devastating uppercut to its upper jaw. Before it could devour its human prey, the colossal boa's cold eyes lost their luster. Its massive body plummeted due to inertia, but Lumian easily sidestepped the falling serpent and retracted his fist. Clang! The colossal boa crashed to the ground, its slippery, scaled body engulfed in blazing white flames. Weakness investigation. Lumian approached Rhea, noticing that the patrol team member was also regarding him with a vigilant and puzzled expression. He didn't attack. Immediately. Lumian's heart stirred as a smile played across his lips. "Looks like you're still lucid." Wary of Bunia, Rhea observed Louis Berry for a moment, hesitating before speaking. "Lucid, you say?" "Yes." Lumian pointed at Bunia, who was glaring at him with undisguised hatred. "Did he attempt to attack you or even rape you?" "Yes." Rhea didn't ask how he knew. Instead, she inquired, "What's going on?" Lumian chuckled in response, stating, "Perhaps we've entered the dream once more, but this time, we're not alone." He made a preliminary judgment based on Rhea's apparent lucidity. Perhaps the reason for maintaining his own clarity of mind was falling asleep in Hisoka's house and entering the special dream recently. He needed to find Camus for further confirmation. Upon hearing Louis Berry's response, a term suddenly flashed through Rhea's mind. Before she could voice her thoughts, the sound of 3 chimes suddenly rang out. The bell's resonant tones reverberated through the streets of Tizamo, as if summoning the town's inhabitants. Rhea listened intently, her expression shifting slightly. It's the cathedral's bell. Cathedral, the St. Cian Cathedral. Lumian's thoughts immediately turned to the unsettling Padre Calli. He glanced at Rhea. Let's go and investigate. All right. Rhea replied without hesitation. She lowered her bow, no longer aiming the arrow at the cafe owner, Bunia, and followed Lumian towards the St. Cian Cathedral, which was separated from their current location only by the police headquarters. Bunia's expression fluctuated between longing and hatred, but he didn't dare to pursue them, held back by fear. Lumian and Rhea sprinted at a breakneck pace. In mere seconds they traversed the distance past the police headquarters and arrived at the small square in front of the cathedral. Padre Calli was already standing at the cathedral's entrance. However, he was no longer clad in the eternal blazing sun church clergyman's robe with its white and golden threads. Instead, he had donned a dark and intricately designed robe. The Padre, with his dark brown skin, sunken eyes and stiff facial features, gazed out at the empty square before his eyes settled on the newly arrived Lumian and Rhea. He held the Bible aloft and shouted with a frenzied expression, "I hereby declare the official commencement of the Dream Festival. During the Dream Festival, there are no taboos or restrictions. You are free to do as you wish, including harming and killing. Revel in it and unleash all your emotions and desires. Everyone." Chapter 672, Greater Trouble. Upon hearing Padre Calli's shout, Rhea raised her hunting bow and aimed an arrow, wrapped in silver lightning, at the clergyman in the complicated black robe. Unlike when she had faced the cafe owner, Bunia, the anger in her eyes was even more pronounced now, and there was no hesitation. The Padre was blaspheming and apostatizing. At that moment a slender and powerful palm appeared in front of Rhea's hunting bow, blocking the arrow. "Ew." Rhea turned to Louis Berry, puzzled as to why he had stopped her. Lumian replied calmly, "Let's wait and see." As the two of them conversed, Padre Calli revealed a wanton and flamboyant smile. He turned around and walked back to the cathedral with the Bible in his arms. The golden dome at the cathedral's top and the statues and decorations on the outer walls dimmed under the crimson moonlight. After Padre Calli's figure disappeared through the cathedral's open door, Rhea looked at Lumian with a dark expression. "Why?" Lumian chuckled in response. "After realizing that this place is suspected to be a dream, I've been pondering a question." As he spoke, screams and piercing cries reverberated through Tizamo and the surrounding plantations, echoing through the dark night sky. "What question?" Rhea pressed. Without giving a direct response, Lumian said, "It's almost certain that we're participating in the Dream Festival. Under such circumstances, if you succeed in attacking Padre Calli, what will happen when the Dream Festival concludes and everyone wakes up?" Without waiting for Rhea's response, Lumian smiled again. "If you shoot him in the arm, he'll wake up feeling phantom pain in the corresponding location, as if he's suffering from arthritis and his muscles are tearing. If you strike his head with a hammer and knock him out, there's a high chance that he'll have a headache, dizziness, and nervous twitches when he returns to reality. If you rape and impregnate him, he'll likely feel nauseous, reflux, and bloated, feeling like he might have a fetus in his stomach when he wakes up. If you tie him up, continuously electrocute him, and incinerate him with fire, will he feel those sensations in the real world, as if possessed by wraiths or shadows? He may always feel restrained, paralyzed, or in pain." Rhea listened calmly, not bothering to question why Padre Calli could get pregnant. The more she listened, the more alarmed she became. This was because Louis Berry's description matched the various manifestations of mass hysteria in Tizamo that the patrol team had gathered. Lumian turned to Rhea and asked with a smile, "If you'd kill Padre Calli with an arrow, what would happen when the dream recedes?" "He'll die immediately?" "No." Rhea denied it. Tizamo had no incidents of multiple people suddenly dying in their dreams after a night. Rhea immediately thought of an abnormality. Between mid-December and mid-March, 80% of the annual deaths in Tizamo occurred, significantly surpassing those in Port Pylos and the surrounding towns. She changed her words. "They will gradually die in an irreversible manner within the next 3 months?" With a nod, Lumian replied, I even suspect that the primitive tribe in the forest launched several attacks in those 3 months, mainly to eliminate those who had died in their dreams, allowing them to die reasonably in reality without revealing anything abnormal. From December of last year to this year, they only completed 1 attack. The reason should be that the attack was very successful. Those who should die are dead, and some who don't deserve to die are also dead. There's no need for them to take the risk, and they also lost the motivation to come to Tizamo again. Rhea listened attentively and pondered for a few seconds. The Dream Festival originates from that tribe. It's possible. It's more likely that they guard or worship the source and act according to its revelations, Lumian replied simply. Rhea nodded slightly. No wonder you stopped me from shooting Padre Cali. Everyone in Tizamo is likely a victim. That's why I didn't counterattack the 2 assailants and only killed the colossal boa with a single punch, Lumian thought. When awoken from the dream, will the colossal boa crawl in front of me and die? If that's the case, I can add more food to Ludwig's plate. Lumian surveyed the empty square slumbering in the night. Let's find Camus now and see if he's still lucid. In Tizamo, on the 3rd floor of the police headquarters, 5 rooms and 1 washroom belonged to the patrol team. 1 room was used for day-to-day work, while another was used for storing documents and items. The remaining 3 apartments belonged to the local patrol team members, 1 for each person. With the arrival of Camus and Kolobo, Maslow had temporarily moved to Lobans to vacate a room for his colleagues from Port Pylos. Clang! 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 Amidst the reverberations of the bell, Camus jolted awake. He glanced out the window into the deep night, illuminated by a faint crimson moonlight. Momentarily disoriented, he wondered about the hour. Just as Camus reached for his pocket watch, intending to check the time, he noticed Kolobo's absence from the makeshift bed. A sense of unease washed over him, urging him into action. With silent determination, he rose from his bed under the eerie crimson moonlight, securing his pocket watch and weapon. Stepping cautiously into the corridor, Camus found it unusually still, cloaked in shadowy silence. Beyond the confines of the police headquarters, eerie cries and distant wails pierced the night, emanating from various corners of Tizamo and its surrounding plantations. Drawing on his keen awareness honed through experience as a public security, Officer Camus sensed a disturbance in his jurisdiction. Suddenly, he instinctively dropped to the ground and rolled forward. A deafening crack echoed through the corridor as a wooden door, which Camus would have passed by, splintered and burst outward. In the blink of an eye, a broadsword slashed through the air, propelled by a savage force, slicing through the empty corridor. As Camus swiftly evaded the attack, he turned to face his assailant. It was Loban, the towering patrol member standing at over 1.9 meters, with short, light gold hair and piercing light blue eyes. A cruel smirk adorned the Physacian's face, his eyes glinting with unmistakable greed. In the dim moonlight, his features were obscured by shadows, emanating an eerie malevolence. Upon spotting Loban, Camus's eyes sparked with determination. Psychic piercing. Loban recoiled with a pained cry, instinctively shielding his head with his hands, relinquishing his grip on the broadsword. Seizing the opportunity, Camus swiftly drew his revolver, taking aim at his teammate. In a moment of hesitation, Camus faltered, then lowered his weapon. Bang! The bullet found its mark, striking Loban's knee with brutal force, tearing through flesh and shattering bone. A doctor from the Church of Earth Mother could mend such injuries. Loban crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony, his attempts to curl up thwarted by the searing pain. Camus lowered his revolver, rose to his feet, and pressed forward towards the end of the corridor. As he descended the stairs, Camus passed by a cluttered cubicle, its contents scattered haphazardly, and caught faint murmurs from within. His heart skipped a beat as he whispered, "Kolobo, is that you?" A moment of tense silence followed before Kolobo's voice, tinged with panic and fear, replied, "Stay back, don't come any closer, spare me." Camus frowned, sensing that Kolobo's demeanor was far from his usual composed self. Though prone to bouts of fear and unease, Kolobo typically pushed through his anxieties to fulfill his duties. This level of hysteria was unprecedented. What's wrong with Kolobo? Camus wondered. choosing to stay put rather than risk exacerbating the situation. Camus observed as Kolobo fell into an uneasy silence, as if attempting to fade into obscurity. After more than 10 seconds, Camus contemplated assessing Kolobo's condition. If it proved dire, he resolved to retreat and seek out Louise Berry. Suddenly, the sound of 2 sets of rapid footsteps echoed from below. Camus swiftly pivoted, training his revolver down the stairs. There he beheld Louise Berry, sporting a golden straw hat, accompanied by Rhea, armed with a hunting bow and arrow. Gazing at the barrel aimed in their direction, Louise Berry chuckled lightly, his tone calm. "Welcome to the Dream Festival." The Dream Festival. It's the Dream Festival. Realization dawned on Camus. He glanced between the smiling Louise Berry and the serious Rhea, confusion etched on his features. Why are we still lucid? Observing their composed demeanor, Camus deduced that they hadn't succumbed to the overwhelming emotions and desires that often engulfed dreamers. Yet, he kept his revolver steady, wary of any sudden developments. Perhaps our early entry into this peculiar dream, thanks to Twanaku's house, has granted us this lucidity. Lumian proposed, offering his deduction. Rhea seized the opportunity to suggest that encounters within the dream might hold sway over reality to some extent, sharing the conjecture with Camus. Initially relieved that he hadn't resorted to lethal force against Loban, Camus's expression turned grave as he addressed his companions. The 3 of us aren't the only Beyonders in Tizamo. If we adhere to the notion that we can't retaliate when attacked, it will severely hamper our ability to defend ourselves. Lumian smiled. Who said we can't kill? If someone poses a threat to me, they shall be killed accordingly. Rhea and Camus fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Camus nodded decisively, gesturing towards the sundry compartment nestled in the stairwell. Kolobo's extreme reaction stems from fear. He won't pose a threat to us. Let him seek refuge there, undisturbed. As Rhea concurred, Lumian's expression suddenly shifted. He asked, "Is Kolobo also in this dream?" Kolobo, who has been in Tizamo for less than a week like me, has also been forced to participate in the Dream Festival. Yes, Camus asked in confusion. Is there a problem? A shadow crossed Lumian's features as he responded gravely. This suggests there may be a larger problem at play, perhaps one more terrifying than the Dream Festival itself. Before Camus and Rhea could inquire further, Lumian abruptly interjected. Wait here for me. With that, he vanished from the stairway, utilizing spirit world traversal. Lumian reappeared on the 2nd floor of the Brio Motel just outside his suite. In the next instant, a piercing scream echoed through the air, filled with agony and terror. It was Lugano. Chapter 673, Sealing Spell. Confirming his fears, Lumian slipped his key into the lock, easing the door to the suite open without a sound. Now he knew without a doubt that Ludwig, the terrifying sealed creature, would unleash his hunger and frenzy at the Dream Festival. Beneath the crimson moonlight streaming through the window, Lugano thrashed wildly, his face twisted in agony. Lurking at the end of his flailing arm was Ludwig, dressed in a child's nightcap and sky-blue pajamas dotted with yellow stars. The sickening sounds of bones crunching and flesh tearing filled the air. Amidst the chaos, droplets of blood splattered onto the floor. Suddenly, Ludwig lunged forward like a frenzied animal, his jaws closing in on Lugano's arm with a sickening crack. Ah! Lugano's scream pierced the air once more, threatening to blow the roof. Instinctively, he tried to wrench his arm free from Ludwig's grasp and shove the creature away with his other hand. Pain seared through him, and he felt himself teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Observing Ludwig closely, Lumian darted behind him, his nostrils flaring. 2 beams of white light shot forth from his nose, enveloping Ludwig. Ludwig paused, shutting his eyes. But before Lumian could react, the boy's mouth resumed its relentless assault on Lugano's arm, pulverizing bone and flesh alike. His eyes snapped open. The spell of Harumph can only daze Ludwig for a moment, and that's only if he's sealed. Lumian reminded himself, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. He glanced at Lugano, who had noticed him but was too consumed by agony to speak. Raising a hand, Lumian motioned for Lugano to remain patient. Though Lugano's mind raced with curses and frustration, he remained unable to voice them. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian gave an imperceptible nod. Changing his focus, Lumian bypassed Ludwig, who was engrossed in devouring Lugano, and seized Lugano's shoulder. In an instant, Lumian retrieved a sharp, straight sword he had acquired from Port Santa, pulling it from his traveler's bag. What is he trying to do? Amidst the throes of pain, Lugano's thoughts scattered. With a swift motion, Lumian swung the sword, the blade bursting into white flames. The fiery sword crashed down upon Lugano's arm, where Ludwig had been feasting, striking at the joint. With a sharp sound, Lugano's forearm tore away from Ludwig's grasp, leaving behind a gory, truncated limb. Simultaneously, Lumian's form began to fade, and even Lugano, whom he had grasped, vanished from sight. Teleport. But Lumian hadn't gone far. Both he and Lugano reappeared at the suite's doorway. The agony persisted, but Lugano's momentary relief vanished as Ludwig's figure once again came into view. The sight of the boy, his mouth still bloody with Lugano's remaining forearm, sent a shiver down his spine. The fear momentarily eclipsed the pain, and Lugano's mind raced with frantic questions. Why not teleport away from Tizamo? Why not teleport to Port Pylos? Why are we still lingering in front of Ludwig? Meanwhile, Ludwig had turned his attention to the doorway, his blonde hair matted with blood, his brown eyes glinting with ravenous hunger. With the speed of a child his age, he advanced toward Lumian and Lugano, all the while chewing and swallowing what remained of Lugano's arm. Unperturbed, Lumian calmly returned the straight sword to his traveler's bag. Under Lugano's horrified gaze, Lumian conjured an entire almond pistachio cream 1,000-layer cake and hurled it onto the floor beside Ludwig. Ludwig's sprint slowed as he seemed to ponder which delicacy to indulge in first. Ultimately, he turned his attention back to Lugano. The sight of blood, flesh, and marrow infused with spiritual essence seemed to intoxicate him even further. Capitalizing on Ludwig's momentary indecision, Lumian delved into his traveler's bag once more, extracting a fragment of Hisoka's corpse and tossing it aside. Ludwig's gaze followed the offering, his lips instinctively moistening, yet he made no move to change course. It seemed he found the offering beneath his tastes, too dirty to be his top choice. Lumian systematically tossed out ingredients brimming with spiritual energy one after the other, creating a barrier of tempting treats around Ludwig. Cream, pancakes, fruit tarts, sandwiches oozing with cream, bouchée à la reine, chocolates infused with liquor, cookies, candied plums, eclairs, charlotte desserts, and a myriad of other delicacies formed a tempting ring around Ludwig, impeding his advance toward Lugano. Turning to Lugano with a stern expression, Lumian's voice took on a commanding tone. "What are you waiting for? Stem the bleeding first." Startled, Lugano obeyed, his left palm emitting a faint glow as he applied pressure to the stump of his injured arm. As Ludwig indulged in the feast laid out before him, his urgency waned. Though still concerned for Lugano, he no longer rushed forward. In the final stages, Lumian threw out boxes of biscuits, sweets, beef jerky, and assorted provisions, encircling Ludwig with a haphazard yet effective bay of food. Nearly all of Lumian's 7 days' worth of rations for Ludwig had been deployed from his traveler's bag. What was the meaning of this? Lugano, having successfully treated his wound and eased his pain, watched Lumian's actions with bewilderment. He couldn't fathom why his employer was so fixated on feeding Ludwig in the midst of their predicament. "Sealing that fellow?" Lumian replied calmly, his hands never ceasing their task. "Sealing?" Lugano nearly doubted his hearing. Isn't this too absurd? Using food to seal a monster? He couldn't recall ever encountering such a concept, not even in the most far-fetched novels on the market. No author would dream up such a peculiar method. Wouldn't a conventional seal involve the use of spiritually potent materials to inscribe mystical symbols and patterns, followed by ritualistic magic or the employment of a mystical artifact? What possible purpose could hurling food at the monster serve? Lumian smiled and sighed. "Once he's satiated, he won't have any appetite left for you or anyone else here. And there's enough food to keep him occupied until dawn and possibly even beyond." Lumian had devised this plan upon realizing that Ludwig's sole desire was to eat. Coupled with his behavior during the Dream Festival, Lumian was confident that Ludwig was now driven purely by his insatiable hunger, a unique trait exclusive to him and Tizamo. In this scenario, as long as Ludwig's appetite was sated, he could remain confined within the suite, feasting without posing a threat to others. What was the distinction between this and traditional sealing methods? Of course, the success of this makeshift seal depended on the Dream Festival, concluding before Ludwig depleted the 7 days' worth of food. Otherwise, Lumian's ability to hunt in the forest might not keep pace with Ludwig's voracious appetite. Lugano's understanding dawned upon hearing Lumian's explanation. Indeed, this method offered a practical means of temporarily restraining Ludwig, who said it couldn't be deemed a seal. Understanding one's target's preferences and weaknesses allowed for the implementation of a seal without resorting to mysticism. Observing Ludwig still attempting to approach the door amidst his feast, Lumian realized the creature's reluctance to part with Lugano. With a swift movement he grasped Lugano's shoulder and teleported them both to a corner of the second-floor stairwell in the police headquarters. Ludwig briefly glanced at the vacant doorway before refocusing on his culinary conquest within the suite. "Are you certain everything's under control?" Lugano inquired anxiously, the moment he exited the spirit world. Lumian chuckled in response. "As long as no Beyonder happens to stroll by the door, he won't abandon his feast." Relieved, Lugano exhaled deeply, casting a rueful glance at his remaining arm. Thoughts swirled in his mind as he contemplated his future. "At least I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive in the future, I'll see if I can save up enough money to afford a mechanical arm from the Church of Steam. That might bolster my combat strength. The doctor's expertise could only do so much, as transplanting another's limb was beyond the realm of possibility." Camus and Rhea, observing Lugano's bloody limb, furrowed their brows, recalling Louis Berry's ominous warning of a greater issue. "What happened?" Camus inquired. Lumian smiled. "It's a complication caused by that big problem, but I've managed to seal it temporarily. Just remember, stay away from the Brew Motel, especially the door on the second-floor suite." Relieved to hear that Louis Berry had intervened, Camus assured Lugano, "Thankfully, it's all just a dream. You'll be fine once you wake up." "A dream?" Lugano was perplexed. Lumian offered no further explanation, simply remarking, "Indeed, it's a dream. But remember, if you perish in the dream, you perish in reality too." Amid Lugano's bafflement, Lumian redirected said to Camus and Rhea, "Let's make our way to Twanaku's house now." His primary objective in investigating the Dream Festival was to locate Hisoka's gold and the item acquired from the Noise family's demon. He intended to assess any changes in their respective locations following the festival's commencement. If nothing surfaced, Lumian planned to seek out Padre Calli at the St. Cian Cathedral. The peculiar condition of weakness in the depths of the spirit body possessed by Padre Calli in reality set him apart from everyone else in Tizamo. This hinted at something distinctly special about the Padre. Additionally, it was Padre Calli who had officially inaugurated the Dream Festival. Camus hesitated, his silence suggesting he might have pressing matters to attend to. In that moment, Rhea regarded Lumian with confusion, gesturing towards Lugano. "Why is he still lucid?" Chapter 674, Manor. Upon hearing Rhea's question, Lumian snapped to his senses and turned to Lugano. In his haste to save and seal Lugano, he had overlooked Lugano's condition. Ever since this doctor had gotten his injuries under control, he had been responding to Lumian's questions. He was lucid and rational, a stark contrast to the other participants in the Dream Festival. It had to be known that even Ludwig, the monster himself, couldn't effectively control his appetite and had resorted to devouring humans. Moreover, Lugano had never slept in Hisoka's house, nor had he entered this peculiar dream realm before. Seeing Rhea, Camus and his employer staring at him intently, Lugano, still grappling with the lingering pain, was utterly perplexed. "Why wouldn't I be lucid? Aren't you all still in your right minds? Everyone seems to be in the same state. Why should I be the only one with an issue?" Lumian carefully observed Lugano's emotions and asked in a calm tone, "Have you ventured outside the motel recently?" "I did. I assisted Ludwig in purchasing roasted meat and pastries made from palm tree cores," Lugano recalled. Lumian smiled. Did you sleep anywhere other than the motel? No. I wouldn't dare to engage with the women here. Lugano shook his head, without hesitation. He was evidently a little regretful about this, as there were numerous mixed-blood girls in Tizamo who possessed a different allure compared to those in the northern continent. As the two men conversed, Camus and Rhea meticulously searched for any abnormalities in Lugano's body. However, apart from being sufficiently lucid and lacking excessive emotions and desires, Lugano appeared to be unaffected by the strange phenomenon. Lumian looked at Lugano with a thoughtful smile and said, "We're being forced to participate in an event called the Dream Festival. Simply put, we're dreaming. We can do anything in this dream, but if we die here, we'll die in reality too. Aside from us, everyone in Tizamo is under the influence of intense emotions and desires, just like Ludwig. They're conscious, strictly speaking, but they've chosen to show their malice and express their long-suppressed desires. If we can subdue them, we might be able to communicate, but they'll instinctively try to deceive us." Remembering how the cafe owner, Bunia, had immediately changed his attitude after being targeted by her arrow and begged for mercy, Rhea agreed with Louis Berry's judgment. The Dream Festival participants weren't stupid or crazy. Their excessive desires and emotions were the main cause of their uncontrollable evil. "I see." Lugano finally understood. Realizing what Rhea's question meant, he blurted out, "Why are we lucid and rational?" After a pause, Lugano's voice lowered as he added, "Why can I stay lucid and rational?" Lumian smiled. "We can stay lucid and rational because we entered this special dream before. We left marks and auras in certain places. As for you, I'm not sure why." As he spoke, he watched Lugano's face closely, observing the change in his servant's expression. Lugano said in a daze, his voice tinged with fear, "I don't know why this is happening either." Noticing that Lugano remained calm even after his issue was brought to light, Lumian seized the chance to glimpse into his servant's luck. Currently amidst a bloody calamity, Lugano might fall victim to an ailment in the coming days. The first part makes sense, considering Ludwig has just eaten half his arm. But what does the second half imply? Could the Dream Festival span several days? Impossible. If it truly lasted that long, Tizamo's predicament would have been discovered much earlier. Does this suggest that Lugano would succumb to an illness during the Dream Festival itself? An illness similar to death in the waking world, one that wouldn't be instantly cured even if he awakens and receives the masses' blessing. Lumian quietly pondered the meaning behind Lugano's revealed fate. Shifting his gaze to Camus and Rhea, he realized that they too would soon face a grim and bloody ordeal. If they failed to navigate it properly, they risked slipping further into peril. As these thoughts swirled in Lumian's mind, he turned to Camus and Rhea and declared, "I'm taking my servant with us." It wasn't an act of kindness or generosity. Rather, Lumian feared that leaving Lugano to his own devices, given his inexplicable lucidity and rationality, might trigger the abnormality within him and alter the course of the Dream Festival in unpredictable ways. Better to keep him close at hand, where he could be monitored and any potential accidents prevented. If Lugano truly unleashed a dire problem, Lumian could always end his life first, eliminating any future complications. Camus and Rhea exchanged disgruntled glances before conceding. "It's your call to make. We must hurry to Twanaku's house." Lumian reiterated his earlier proposal. Camus's gaze drifted toward the cubicle where Kolobo lay hidden, a hint of hesitation in his voice as he asked, "Any idea where Captain Reaza and the others might be?" "They were supposed to appear beside me when the Dream Festival began, but they were nowhere to be seen," Lumian admitted, recounting the situation, honestly. Perhaps the dream's correspondence to reality was imperfect. The location where each person entered this peculiar dreamscape might be influenced by factors like their understanding, the dream state where they had slept, and myriad other variables. Lumian mused that if he hadn't maintained his lucidity and rationality, he might have awoken in the master bedroom of the Brio Motel's suite. "Should we try to locate them first?" Camus proposed, a note of uncertainty in his tone. Lumian let out a wry chuckle. "Why? To engage them in combat." Neither Riza nor Maslow had ever slept in Hisoka's house before. The likelihood of them lacking self-control and succumbing to malice and base desires was high. When the time came, Lumian might not possess the strength to control the pace and intensity of the battle against such formidable beyonders as he did with ordinary folk, not without the risk of causing deaths. Camus and Rhea lapsed into a simultaneous silence, neither keen on the prospect of a life-and-death struggle with their own teammates. Just as Lumian was about to signal the two patrol team members to approach, Camus gritted his teeth as he declared, "There's somewhere I need to go before I head to Twanaku's house." "And where might that be?" Lumian inquired, raising an eyebrow. Camus replied in a deep voice. "Palm Manor," Lumian chuckled. "I-dee. You wish to rescue Miss Amandina?" Camus nodded firmly, a hint of embarrassment tinging his features. "Yes, that's right. You needn't worry, this is merely a dream. If one is violated within the dream, they'll only experience a touch of hysteria upon waking. No substantial harm will befall them." Lumian stated matter-of-factly, his intention not to provoke Camus. Camus's expression remained unwavering. "I'm aware, but I fear she may not be able to cope with it in her dream state and might resort to drastic measures. It could lead to her demise." Without waiting for Lumian's response, Camus spoke gravely. "You can proceed to Twanaku's house first. I'll make my way to Palm Manor and rendezvous with you later." "By the time you're done, we might not be at Twanaku's house anymore," Rhea cautioned him. Camus nodded gently. "I've made this decision of my own accord. I'm prepared to bear any consequences that may follow." Lumian locked eyes with Camus, remaining silent for a stretch. Camus felt an indescribable pressure weighing upon him, his mind conjuring the tragic outcomes he might face, but he pursed his lips and refused to retract his suggestion. After more than 10 seconds of silence, his expression unchanged, Lumian finally spoke. "Let us head to Palm Manor now." "Huh?" Before Camus could react, Lumian's hand firmly grasped his shoulder. Simultaneously, Lumian's other hand darted out, reaching for Rhea's arm. Rhea's instinctive reaction was to dodge, but the memory of how Lugano had been transported flashed through her mind. Her tense shoulders relaxed a fraction. With Camus and Rhea securely in his grasp, Lumian shot Lugano a meaningful look. Lugano, displaying a practiced ease, approached and latched onto a corner of Lumian's vest. In the next second, Lumian's figure blurred, the haziness rapidly spreading to engulf Camus, Rhea, and Lugano. As Rhea and Camus found themselves surrounded by layers of indescribable colors and formless objects, intense emotions surged within their hearts. Could this be the spirit world? Is this what teleportation feels like? Was this how the great adventurer Gehrman Sparrow managed to appear before any pirate at a moment's notice? Having witnessed Louis Berry's abrupt disappearance and subsequent return with his servant in tow, Camus and Rhea had speculated that this might be the famed teleportation ability that had become the stuff of legend across the 5 seas, thanks to Gehrman Sparrow's extraordinary exploits. It seemed their suspicions had been right on the mark. Matani's patrol team boasted numerous adventurers among its ranks, and Camus and Rhea were well versed in the myriad rumors that circulated the 5 seas. The instant they experienced teleportation firsthand, their bodies departed the dream's spirit world, rematerializing before a 4-story beige edifice. This was none other than the main building of Palm Manor. In the blink of an eye, Lumian, Camus, Rhea, and Lugano had reached their destination. The manor was awash with cries, screams, sinister laughter, and high-pitched singing. Just over 10 meters from the main building, near a garden shrubbery, a mixed-blood lady's maid lay pinned to the ground by a group of slaves, her clothes half-stripped as she cried out in desperation. She struggled with all her might, but how could she hope to resist the adult men? She was utterly helpless, pinned down and at their mercy. Witnessing this scene, the former public security officer, Camus, instinctively yearned to intervene, but he quickly reminded himself that this was a dream. Such events wouldn't truly impact reality. At most they would result in a certain degree of curable hysteria. It would be a waste of time to stop it, and it would only serve to delay my search for Amandina. Moreover, it would be pointless. Camus warned himself, forcibly, averting his gaze as he ascended the steps into the main building. At that moment, Rhea, who had been silent for a couple of seconds, turned from facing the manor's main building. "You guys head in first?" With her back to Lumian, Camus and Lugano, she spoke in a nonchalant tone. Leaning forward slightly, she strode purposefully towards the bushes at the garden's edge, making her way to the mixed-blood lady's maid who was being violated by the slaves. Chapter 675, Evil. In a few swift strides, Rhea positioned herself behind the slaves, raised her right foot, and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding bang, the slave pressing down on the mixed-blood lady's maid was sent flying, landing unceremoniously in the bushes at the garden's edge. The other three abruptly turned to face Rhea. Before they could get a clear look at their assailant, Rhea followed up with a fluid roundhouse kick, knocking another one to the ground. The remaining two, torn between greed, desire, and fear, took one look at Rhea, and turned tail, fleeing to another part of the manor. Rhea retracted her left foot and fixed a cold stare upon the two servants struggling to their feet. She raised her hunting bow, knocking an arrow with a smooth, practiced motion. The two servants licked their lips in unison. Unwilling but fearful, they swiftly clambered over the bushes and vanished into the garden. Only then did Rhea lower her gaze to the mixed-blood lady's maid, whose face was still streaked with tears and confusion. "Are you all right?" The mixed-blood lady's maid shook her head repeatedly. With trembling hands, she hastily tidied her half-torn dress and retrieved a dagger that had fallen beside her. Seeing this, Rhea wasted no time. "Find a secluded corner and hide until dawn?" With that, Rhea pivoted on her heel and prepared to dash back to where Louis Berry, Camus, and the others stood waiting at the door of the manor's main building. As the mixed-blood lady's maid stood up, her expression darkened, and she raised the dagger clutched in her hand, plunging it towards Rhea's back. Catching sight of the impending danger, Camus shouted, "Watch out!" Though Rhea hadn't sensed the approaching threat, she instinctively heeded Camus's warning and reacted. Surrendering to inertia, she fell forward and rolled to the side, narrowly evading the dagger's deadly path. As she rolled, Rhea pivoted to face her attacker, eyes narrowing as she instinctively raised her bow, aiming at the mixed-blood lady's maid. The mixed-blood lady's maid brandished her dagger, shouting in Intisian, her words laced with hatred. "Why can you join the patrol team, while I'm stuck as a mere lady's maid? Do we both hail from the southern continent? Why? I even have Intisian blood coursing through my veins." Before she could complete her tirade, a crimson fire raven, its hue bordering on white, swooped in from nowhere, colliding with the steel dagger. With a resounding clang, the dagger heated up, an explosive force wrenching it from the mixed-blood lady's maid's grasp, sending it flying several meters before, clattering to the ground. The mixed-blood lady's maid faltered, fear supplanting the hatred in her eyes. Lumian, his black hair and green eyes striking, stood on the steps of the manor's main house, one hand casually tucked in his pocket. He called out, his voice carrying, "Where is Miss Amandina?" A pang of embarrassment struck Camus. In his haste to rescue Miss Amandina, he had acted with a distinct lack of professionalism. He had been a guest at Palm Manor, but he had never been invited to visit Amandina's room upstairs. Consequently, he found himself unsure of which floor and room to search for her later. If he were to search floor by floor, he would undoubtedly encounter countless obstacles amidst the current chaos. The mixed-blood lady's maid's expression shifted, revealing a blatant desire and anticipation. "She's sleeping in her room. 3rd floor, 2nd room facing the rubber forest. Make haste. She's a vision of beauty, fragrant and pristine. Her figure is exquisite, her skin smooth as silk. She's a cut above the rest of us. Many a gentleman considers her their dream lover. Go, quickly." As she neared the end of her speech, the mixed-blood lady's maid gritted her teeth, her eyes alight with an illusory desire to witness something transpire. Lugano's hair stood on end, a chill running down his spine as he confronted the stark malevolence of human nature. Clap, clap, clap. Lumian shook his head, a smile playing on his lips as he applauded. Rhea fell silent for a couple of seconds before rising to her feet and departing the area. After a few steps, she paused, turning to regard the mixed-blood lady's maid. In a deep, solemn voice, she reiterated. "Find a secluded spot and hide until dawn." With those parting words, Rhea turned away from the mixed blood lady's maid and sprinted back to the steps at the main house's entrance. Lumian averted his gaze and led the way through the open brown door. As he, Camus, and the others entered, they were greeted by a startling sight in the living room. A middle-aged woman in a disheveled nightgown, her half-exposed body glistening with sweat and her black hair in disarray, sat astride a sturdy native slave. Her movements were intense, and she appeared utterly immersed, alternating between shouting and cursing. The native slave, clearly enjoying the experience, eagerly cooperated. Near the staircase, a group of 5 or 6 servants and slaves, armed with an assortment of shotguns, rifles, and other weapons, intermittently fired bullets up the stairs. Occasional counterattacks emanated from the area leading to the second floor. Camus stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged woman's flushed face. "You know her?" Lumian asked, a smile playing on his lips. It was Rhea who replied. "She's Sir Petit's wife, Miss Amandina's mother, Madame Simona." "I never imagined she would be like this," Camus said, his voice low and somber. Lumian smiled and applauded once more. "Can't she indulge in her dreams?" "For the Dream Festival, this is something we should encourage. No one is being forced. How delightfully harmless." Camus found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Lumian then said to Rhea, "During the Dream Festival, there's a high likelihood that the person you save will also be a bad person and may even attack you." Rhea fell silent for a few seconds before responding in a low voice. "Even if something like that happens again, I'll still save her." Lumian dropped the subject and shifted his attention to Camus. "Are you prepared to see the other side of Miss Amandina? Perhaps she will." Lumian left the sentence unfinished, instead casting a meaningful glance at Madame Simona, who was in the throes of fierce, foul-mouthed ecstasy. Camus exhaled slowly, his voice resolute. "I'm here to save her. It doesn't matter if she's good or bad, kind, malicious, chaste or indulgent. After helping her find a safe hiding place and making sure she waits until dawn, we'll head to Twanaku's house. I'm here to save her. It doesn't matter if she's good or bad, kind, malicious." Lumian quietly repeated the first half of the sentence, a smile playing on his lips, as he regarded the servants and slaves attempting to occupy the staircase. He raised his voice, asking, "Has anyone seen Miss Amandina? Has she come downstairs?" The servants and slaves turned their attention to Lumian and his companions, swiftly redirecting their firearms. Lumian calmly extended his right hand, making a grabbing motion. With this gesture, crimson flames, their hue bordering on white, ignited in the air, forming a curtain that Lumian seemed to snatch from the void. With a deft grab and push, the fiery curtain abruptly split, transforming into fire, birds that hurtled towards the shotguns, rifles, and revolvers before they could be properly aimed. Amidst a series of muffled explosions, the guns dropped from the servants' and slaves' hands, clattering to the ground, damaged beyond use. The servants and slaves themselves suffered only minor burns, their grip on their weapons faltering. Since advancing to Reaper, Lumian's mastery over flames had grown. Even without the lie earring, he could achieve this level of control. Moreover, he hadn't unleashed his full power. He hadn't even summoned the blazing white flames in order to minimize the damage. "Now, can we have a civilized conversation?" Lumian smiled at the servants and slaves. Behind him, crimson fire ravens, their color nearly white, materialized, poised to strike at a moment's notice. An Intisian valet, who seemed to hold some influence among the group, couldn't conceal his fear as he replied, "Amandina hasn't come down. Otherwise, he couldn't help but lick his lips." "And, who were you shooting at?" Lumian inquired. "It's Petit, that bastard who deserves to rot in hell, and his butler, the one who's always wielding that damn whip." A dark-skinned slave picked up the fallen firearm, only to discover that it was broken, just like everyone else's. They had planned to retrieve more guns from another room on the first floor, but for now they didn't dare make a move. "Is that so?" Lumian nodded, a look of enlightenment crossing his features. "Carry on then." He turned around, leading the 10 to 20 fire ravens that had gradually dispersed, and said to Camus and the others, Let's scale the side of the building to reach the third floor. Teleportation wasn't an optimal option at this distance, not after having used it 4 times already. Of course, since advancing to Reaper, Lumian could now perform 11 to 12 spirit world traversals without relying on the spirituality accumulated through his ascetic abilities. It was a marked improvement from his previous limitations. Camus and the others raised no objections. Lugano, however, trembled as he asked, H. How am I supposed to climb? He swung the stump that was all that remained of his right arm. Lumian glanced at him and said matter-of-factly, Camus will assist you. Me? Camus was momentarily taken aback before assessing his own skills, and concluding that it was indeed feasible. Before long, the 4 of them had ascended to the 3rd floor, making use of the statues, decorations, metal pipes, and side balcony adorning the outer wall. As soon as Camus pushed open the door leading to the corridor, he caught sight of a figure. It was Amandina's personal maid, an Intisian lady's maid clad in a white cloth nightgown. At that moment the young lady's maid stood bathed in the dim moonlight, a bloody dagger clutched in her hand, her expression inscrutable. Drip, drip. The bright red blood from the dagger fell onto the corridor carpet, each drop a vivid splash of color. Camus' heart clenched. What have you done? The lady's maid's face broke into a satisfied, carefree smile. I killed it. I've been annoyed by it for far too long. It? An Intisian? She and it were 2 entirely different words. Amidst his surprise, Camus followed the trail of dripping blood, his gaze falling upon Amandina's beloved pet dog, lying motionless at the door of the adjacent room. Phew. Camus breathed a sigh of relief before asking in a deep, serious voice, Where's Miss Amandina? The lady's maid's expression turned resentful. I'm looking for her too. She left an hour ago. An hour ago, before the Dream Festival began, Camus pressed further. Where does she go? The lady's maid, still holding the blood-stained dagger, replied with a contorted expression. She went on a date with my Robert. Camus fell silent. Lumian shook his head. Under the watchful eyes of the lady's maid who yearned to kill but felt outnumbered, he swiftly searched the entire 3rd floor with Rhea and the others, but found no trace of Amandina. Let's go. Lumian turned to Camus, his voice firm. Camus had no choice but to concede defeat. The 4 of them immediately teleported outside Hisoka's house. Just as Lumian was about to proceed, he sensed something and looked up at the 3rd floor. A face appeared through the glass window of a room on the 3rd floor. The face was graced with a high-nosed bridge, piercing blue eyes and thick black hair tied into a simple knot atop her head. Her brows exuded a youthful, vibrant aura. Amandina. It was said that Amandina had gone on a date with her fiancé Robert. Chapter 676, You Intisians. Camus was stunned to find Amandina here. His astonishment far outweighed any joy he might have felt. From the window above, Amandina noticed the 4 figures below. Her face twisted in alarm, and she disappeared into the house's shadowy interior. Taken aback, Camus called out, Don't be scared. We're here to keep you safe. While shouting, he raced up the stairs to the 2nd floor of Twanaku's residence. His visit to Palm Manor had confirmed Louis Berry's theory. The Dream Festival participants had lost control of their actions, driven by hidden malevolence and desires. Yet their minds remained lucid, allowing for communication. Camus couldn't be sure if the possessed individuals would misinterpret others' words. Furthermore, this wasn't true clarity of thought. They wouldn't realize they were dreaming, and the experience would fade upon waking. Thump, thump, thump. Camus and Rhea charged into the building, taking the steps 2 at a time. Behind the house, out of sight, a glass window set in wooden planks swung open. Amandina, clad in black hunting gear, nimbly climbed out. She used the walls, protrusions and crevices to swiftly descend to the ground. As her feet touched the earth, she noticed a figure watching her from the side. It was Lugano, his right arm ending in a bloody stump, his face marred with crimson stains. He looked a frightful mess. Amandina's heart clenched. She pressed her back against a pillar supporting Twanaku's house, fists tightening as she shut her eyes. In the same instant, Lugano's eyelids drooped, his mind growing hazy. He collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep where he lay. Amandina's eyes snapped open, no longer using her power to force the battle-worn man into slumber. Doing so would trap her in a profound sleep, able to act only in her nightmare form, her body immobile, and the man wasn't alone. Before Lugano could wake naturally, Amandina turned to flee, seeking a safe haven to conceal herself. At that moment, she heard a smirking voice. "So you're a Beyonder too?" Amandina instinctively glanced over and saw the adventurer, Louis Berry, standing before another wooden pillar supporting Twanaku's house, not far from her. The handsome Louis Berry, with his dark hair and emerald eyes, had one hand in his pocket as he leaned against the pillar. His feet were crossed behind him, and his lips curled into a playful smile as he looked her way. The dim crimson moonlight of the night lent him an air of enigmatic and sinister allure. Amandina tightened her fists once more and closed her eyes. However, her spiritual senses told her that Louis Berry had vanished in an instant. She couldn't find the target and couldn't use her corresponding abilities. Moments later, Amandina, with her heightened spiritual perception, cast her gaze towards the shadows on the ground floor of the house. She sensed something stirring there. At the same time, Amandina heard an illusory and ethereal voice. "We mean you no harm. We're not affected by the Dream Festival." Amandina, who was about to use her spiritual perception to lock onto the formless presence in the shadow, was taken aback. Just then, Camus and Ria ran to the corresponding window and called out to Amandina. "We're here to protect you. We have enough self-control." After assessing the number and strength of the two sides, Amandina asked skeptically, "Why aren't you affected?" As she spoke, she locked onto the formless entity in the shadow, believing it to be the strongest among the opposing group, the adventurer, Louis Berry. If she discovered anything amiss and something went awry, controlling Louis Berry first would effectively increase her chances of escape. Lumian's body emerged from the shadows. He glanced at Lugano, who had regained consciousness and stood up, and inwardly praised Amandina's keen spiritual perception. Then he smiled at Amandina and said, "Surely you've noticed that we've been entering and exiting this house frequently over the past few days? What about you? How are you able to maintain your normal self-control?" Amandina glanced at the house beside her, no longer puzzled by Lumian and the other's ability to remain lucid and rational. She pursed her lips and said, "Robert took me on a date to Twanaku's place. I spent half the night here." Camus' heart ached as he blurted out, "Robert knows what's special about this place." Amandina nodded nimbly. "He knows the Dream Festival very well." "What's his relationship with Twanaku?" Lumian asked thoughtfully. Amandina pondered for a moment. "I don't know. At the very least, I haven't noticed any romantic tension between them or any interactions." "What do you mean by romantic tension?" Lumian didn't directly inquire about Mr. Robert's knowledge of the Dream Festival. Instead, he asked something else. "Are you a Beyonder the Ebonite pathway?" Amandina blinked and hesitantly said, "In a way." "Upstairs?" Camus inquired with concern. "Where did you obtain the potion formula and the corresponding ingredients?" As they conversed, various movements and shouts echoed from the plantations, outside the town and throughout the town. Amandina's eyes darted around as she grinned and said, "Can I choose not to answer?" "What do you think?" Lumian smiled at her. Amandina didn't back down. She raised her head slightly and stared into Lumian's eyes without flinching. She noticed that his smile remained unchanged, and his emerald green yet deep eyes remained emotionless. After more than 10 seconds, Amandina averted her gaze and tilted her head slightly. "I obtained it in this dream." Camus, who was on the 3rd floor, was taken aback. "You obtained it during the Dream Festival?" He could understand obtaining a potion formula during the Dream Festival. While knowledge gains could be replicated in reality, could Beyonder ingredients used to concoct potions be brought from the dream to reality? Could it be that after consuming a potion during the Dream Festival, one could also remain a Beyonder upon waking? This subverted much of mysticism's common sense. Without waiting for Amandina's confirmation, Camus thought of a possibility. He immediately asked Amandina, "Are you a Beyonder only in this dream?" Amandina wanted to play dumb, but after glancing at Louis Berry, who was, Looking at her with a faint smile, she said gloomily, "It's the same in reality, but I don't have many chances to showcase it." "How is this possible?" Camus gazed down at Amandina, suspecting that the mystical knowledge he had encountered since childhood was inaccurate. He had considered the possibility that Amandina was lying, but he wasn't willing to doubt this girl, who held a special place in his heart. At that moment, Lumian spoke calmly to Amandina, his expression unperturbed. "You haven't consumed a potion, have you?" Amandina's expression shifted slightly. She puffed up her cheeks and muttered, "Why are you still asking me if you already know?" "Haven't consumed a potion?" Camus, Rhea, and Lugano were taken aback, but as they recalled their encounters, they gained a better understanding of Amandina's situation. "It's indeed a boon, but I'm not sure how it was accomplished." Lumian silently smiled as Camus nervously asked Amandina, "Which evil god deceived you?" Amandina was bewildered. "Evil god? What evil god?" Before Camus could explain, Lumian asked thoughtfully, "How did you obtain these supernatural abilities?" Amandina scoffed. "Why should I tell you?" In the next moment, she saw Louis Berry reveal a smile that inexplicably terrified her. It's Robert," Amandina said with a shiver. "He took me into the forest outside and led me to a huge black stone. He asked me to place my hand on it." "And then you became a Beyonder?" Lugano interrupted Amandina with surprise and curiosity, failing to abide by his duty as a servant. Amandina shook her head. "Then I fell asleep in the dream. When I woke up, I had superpowers." "Is Robert also a Beyonder? Did he obtain his powers through the same method?" Camus pressed. Amandina let out a soft sigh and said, "He's a Beyonder, but I don't know if he obtained his abilities the same way. He brought me on a date here. Before entering this dream, he was already a Beyonder." Black Boulder Lumian emerged from the ground floor of Hisoka's house and asked Amandina with a smile, "Where's Robert? He's not having a date with you here?" Amandina's expression shifted between anger and amusement as she replied, "He wanted to visit his other lover before coming to me." "He has another lover? Who?" Camus asked, suddenly angry. Amandina's eyes darted around, and she hesitated for a moment with a strange expression. "Padre Kali. Camus, Rhea, and Lugano couldn't help but exclaim in shock and confusion. Even someone as well-read as Lumian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Amandina spread her hands and said, "He does like women, but he prefers men. He said he brought me into the dream to obtain superpowers because he felt guilty towards me. He was also grateful that I was willing to help him keep it a secret and not break off the engagement, continuing to go out with him, make out with him, protecting his image even after knowing his other side." At that moment, Camus and Rhea remained silent, but Lumian sensed the same, meaning in their eyes. "You Intisians amused?" Lumian asked Amandina. "And you can accept that?" Amandina pondered seriously. "Why not? As a marriage partner, Robert excels in status, wealth, strength, looks, and skills. In the southern continent, there aren't many better choices. Besides, we did have a beautiful relationship. He does love me, but he also loves Padre Kali." Amandina smiled at Lumian and said, "He also promised me more freedom." Upon hearing Amandina's response and looking at the youthful and beautiful girl, Camus, who was on the third floor, suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. A certain beauty in his heart shattered. Lumian glanced up at him and scoffed inwardly. Hadn't he been mentally prepared to see the other side of Amandina? Amandina managed to express herself succinctly in a very self-controlled manner without demonstrating it. Perhaps Amandina had deliberately said so much in front of Camus to prevent him from loving her out of pity. Lumian turned to Amandina. "In other words, Robert is currently in Saint-Cien Cathedral?" "Yes." Amandina nodded. Lumian tersely acknowledged her words and spoke in a commanding tone. "Then let's pay him and Padre Kali a visit." Chapter 677, Last Year's Dream Festival. Amandina hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "You've already cornered me. What choice do I have?" Her eyes flickered with an inexplicable excitement and curiosity as she spoke. Her words seemed to convey a different message. "I didn't want to. I had no intention of doing so. You forced me to go to St. Cien Cathedral. Hurry, let's go. Are you trying to broaden your horizons? Lumian criticized but didn't expose her. He pointed at Hisoka's house and said, "Before heading to Sasien Cathedral, let's check this place first." Amandina tersely acknowledged his words. "Are you trying to find the source of its uniqueness?" "Give up. I checked during the last Dream Festival and just now, but I found nothing." As she spoke, she followed Lumian at a brisk pace, anticipating what this seemingly formidable adventurer would discover. Lumian reached the second floor of Hisoka's house, where Camus and Ria were already waiting. Surveying every corner, Lumian casually asked Amandina, "Are you familiar with Twanaku?" Amandina wasn't surprised by the question, since she was searching for the source of the abnormality in Twanaku's residence. She couldn't avoid gaining a better understanding of his situation. She shook her head and said, "I'm not familiar with him. I've only encountered him once or twice. I was just a child when he lived in Tizamo. Most of the time I studied at the Iris Grammar School in Port Pylos. Later he only returned to Tizamo 2 or 3 times a year, spending a week each time." It was evident that Amandina had secretly learned about Twanaku. After all, she had only entered the special dream because she had slept in his house. She had even remained fully lucid during the Dream Festival. Without waiting for Lumian to ask a new question, Amandina glanced at him and added, "Twanaku returns every year for the Dream Festival. Last year, during the Dream Festival, when Robert and I returned from the Blackstone, we noticed someone approaching. We hid behind giant trees on both sides of the path and saw that it was Twanaku. Twanaku is indeed connected to the Black Boulder. There are even traces of him, or marks formed by extreme emotions and desires there." Lumian turned to Camus, who was watching him and Amandina stroll around the second floor, and pondered for a moment. "Which month did Twanaku's house burn down, killing all his family members?" Without waiting for Camus's response, Amandina exclaimed excitedly, I know. "Yes, I'm asking you. Do you think I don't know when Twanaku transmigrated?" Lumian smiled at Amandina, signaling her to respond. He had a clear and detailed understanding of Twanaku's matters on the surface. He had deliberately asked Camus to elicit Amandina's answer. He wanted to see if she would lie, and if she had any further information. Amandina said smugly, "Late December. It should be a few days after the Dream Festival." As far as they knew, the Twanaku family likely perished during the Dream Festival. Upon returning to reality, their fates began to unravel, and they were taken away by the fiery disaster. The question is, why did this house leave behind an abnormality? What happened to the Twanaku family back then, or what had they done? As the bestowed of the Inevitability domain, Lumian found a term that was very Inevitability-like to summarize the phenomenon of those who died for various reasons in the next 3 months after dying in the Dream Festival and returning to reality. Reigning in fate, of course, he couldn't be certain that death in the Dream Festival would lead to death in reality. However, judging from Amandina's expression and tone, Lumian believed that she thought the same. After searching the second floor and finding no differences from reality, Lumian ascended the stairs to the third floor. Amandina followed closely, her excitement showing that she finally had a chance to do what a Beyonder should do. Lumian glanced at her and casually asked, "What left an impression on you during last year's Dream Festival?" Amandina's excited expression darkened, as if she had been reminded of something unpleasant. She covered her mouth and nose. After a few seconds she said, "Robert and I discovered numerous cruelly murdered individuals in the town and various plantations. Their stomachs were ripped open and their internal organs were removed. They wore pained expressions, as if they had been tortured to death." "Serial killer?" Camus, who had been listening intently to Louis Berry and Amandina's conversation, blurted out. This reminded him of Twanaku. Was this desire apostle venting his murderous desires during the Dream Festival to show restraint normally? So that's how it is. Lumian roughly understood how Hisoka's advancement ritual had been completed. Following the ritual, Hisoka had killed enough people in this realistic dream and devoured their internal organs. When he returned to reality, these people died one after another. From Fate's perspective, they had indeed perished because of Hisoka's murder. This fulfilled the core requirements of the ritual. Hisoka only needed to truly devour a portion of the victim's internal organs before they were buried. He should be able to complete the ritual, consume the potion, and advance to Desire Apostle. In reality, completing a series of murders and stealing a corpse's internal organs were two entirely different matters. What puzzled Lumian was that according to Devilology, such an advancement ritual required a 3-day interval between killings. Otherwise, it was easy to lose control. The maximum interval couldn't exceed 9 days, or the ritual would reset. Hisoka had clearly used the Dream Festival to complete all the killings in one night. When he returned to reality and the primitive tribe attacked, all the condemned people died on the same day. It didn't drag on until the next month. Lumian believed that it was due to the April Fool's prank. They had taken advantage of the chaos to send the deceased, whom the primitive tribe couldn't eliminate in time, to hell. This could be confirmed by the statements of the peripheral members of April Fools. In other words, the interval of no more than 9 days was satisfied, but Lumian didn't know how Hisoka had achieved the criteria of exceeding 3 days. Had he used the dream's uniqueness to avoid the 3-day interval? When he killed someone in the dream, it hadn't been reflected in reality, so he wouldn't lose control so easily. As Lumian pondered Hisoka's advancement ritual, he circled the rooms on the 3rd floor. After searching the room where Twanaku slept, he smiled at Amandina and said, "Apart from the serial murders, what else did you encounter?" Amandina pursed her lips and furrowed her brow. After a brief struggle, she grumbled, "If I cooperate, will I be awarded a medal when I return to reality?" Her father, Petit, had once received the Legion of Honor medal from Intis, so he was made a knight. Without waiting for Lumian's response, Amandina continued, "I also encountered a woman who seemed like a lunatic. Back then, I wanted to visit the Broi Motel to see how the gentlemen and ladies hunting in Tizamo would react in such a dream. I was looking forward to seeing their other side. When I reached one of the rooms, I heard a few people singing a strange song. Then, the crazy woman appeared behind Robert and me. She remained lucid. She was quite beautiful, but she was very crazy. Back then, I was like a child with a new toy. I always wanted to test my abilities. I felt that with Robert's cooperation, I could easily deal with most Beyonders. One controlled, and the other attacked. In the end, she captured the two of us. Robert was knocked out, stripped naked, and hung from the bell tower with a bunch of mosquitoes released beside him. I was hung in a cesspit, descending bit by bit. At this point, Amandina appeared on the verge of vomiting. In Tizamo, other than the Brieux Motel, Saint-Cien Cathedral, the police, headquarters, and a few other places, no one used a flush toilet. Camus couldn't help but sympathize with Amandina as he imagined such a scene. Mad Lady were the ones singing the peripheral members of April Fools who participated in the Tizamo prank. Lumian circled the 3rd floor rooms and smiled at Amandina. "And then?" Amandina took a deep breath and said, "She also asked me why I stayed lucid. After I told about Robert and Padre Cali, she happily ran to Saint-Cien Cathedral and completely forgot about me. After that, I gradually escaped my predicament." With a nod, Lumian replied, "Let's go to Saint-Cien Cathedral now." He planned to consider using the mystery-prying glasses and the Eye of Truth in Hisoka's house in the dream after obtaining more information from Padre Cali and Robert. "All right." Amandina tried her best to appear less eager, but she really wanted to see how Robert, her fiancé, interacted with Padre Cali. The 5 of them left Hisoka's house and hurried towards Saint-Cien Cathedral. Lumian didn't use teleportation because he didn't want to waste his spirituality. He couldn't carry anyone with him in his flaming spear form either. Fortunately, Tizamo wasn't large. They quickly followed the shadows by the roadside and returned to the intersection where the Brieux Motel stood amidst various cries. Lumian pointed at the Brieux Motel and warned Amandina, "Don't go to the 2nd floor of the Brieux Motel. Trust me, it'll be even more terrifying than what that crazy woman put you through." Amandina's eyes narrowed as she said, "Okay." The 5 of them turned onto another street, passing through the Bunia Cafe, the police headquarters, and a small square before arriving outside Saint-Cien Cathedral. Lumian wasn't in a hurry to enter. He circled to the side, pried open a stained glass window, and peered inside. He and Amandina, who had gathered beside him, nearly went blind. In the cathedral's hall, a handful of naked men knelt before the eternal blazing sun's altar. They were all from the northern continent, including Amandina's fiancé, Robert. Padre Calli, also naked, paced back and forth between Robert and the others with an excited expression, reciting, "He walks in the light. He sheds warmth. He illuminates the world." With each line, Padre Calli seemed to grow more animated, exhilarated in various ways. Chapter 678, Absurd Orgy. Amandina scrutinized the naked preacher Calli from head to toe. Her gaze eventually settled on Robert, her fiancé, kneeling beside him. The lad with brownish-yellow hair, his skin pale white as if he had not been exposed to the sun for a long time, had abandoned his usual cold demeanor. He was equally excited, but he controlled himself and patiently waited for the padre to complete his preaching. The other naked men grew increasingly restless, gradually stirring. However, it was evident that they held Padre Calli in high esteem. Despite their disintegrating self-control, they refrained from directly initiating the orgy, only occasionally making small movements. If God were watching, he would have incinerated all of them. As a believer in the eternal blazing sun, Amandina subconsciously wanted to kneel to the side and bow her head in repentance. What a blasphemous scene! Holding the open sun Bible, Padre Calli continued to impart the teachings of the eternal blazing sun to the naked men with an abnormally excited expression. God says, "The sun shines justly upon everyone." During the preaching, Padre Calli's gaze frequently swept across Robert and the other purebreds of the northern continent, their faces, chests, and lower bodies. His expression revealed uncontrollable satisfaction, pleasure, and enjoyment. Lumian had always felt that he was well read. In the past he had disrupted the church's holy operations, but the scene before him still exceeded his imagination, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Are the padres of the eternal blazing sun church among the most outstanding Intisians? In an instant, information about Padre Calli and the observations of the past few days appeared in Lumian's mind. He's a native of Port Pylos, possessing pure West Balam bloodline and a lowly native of the southern continent. Starting as a cathedral servant, he had seized the opportunity to change his fate. Subsequently, he had worked diligently and eventually became the padre of Tizamo town. He yearns for higher status and more recognition, especially from those hailing from the northern continent. Such long-standing desires have distorted the desires of Padre Calli. Is he secretly targeting men from various countries in the northern continent, attempting to subdue them and gain his sought-after recognition? Robert and the others are clearly relatively young. If Padre Calli had started doing such things a few years ago, they would still have been minors with immature minds. Tisk, you padres. As Lumian analyzed the current situation, he thought of his sister Aurora. In Cordu, he had not liked entering the cathedral, attending Mass, or praying often. On the one hand, Aurora did not like it herself and set an example. On the other hand, Aurora had always been worried that Lumian, who was only 12 or 13 years old at the beginning, would be alone with the clergyman in the cathedral. From time to time, she would use words like, "Boys have to protect themselves," and "Many padres like boys." Suppressing his sudden longing, Lumian looked at Padre Calli, who was still engrossed in his preaching. The more he preached, the more excited he became. Lumian felt that his analysis should be correct. A lengthy holy sermon before a male orgy was clearly not something an ordinary person could come up with and put into practice. It was abnormally absurd. However, considering that Padre Calli yearned for the northern continent, gentleman's recognition, especially given his identity as the eternal blazing sun, church's padre, all of this became self-explanatory. Poor eternal blazing sun and Saint Cian. They have become an important prop for Padre Calli's performance art. Just as Lumian thought this, Padre Calli finally completed his exciting sermon. He spread his arms and shouted, "Praise the sun." Robert and the other lads, equally excited and naked, knelt on the ground, spread their arms and sang in unison, "Praise the sun, praise his grace." The son does not wish to be praised by you. His grace, yes, it aligns with the aspirations of Padre Cali for higher status. In this male orgy, he made all participants view him as an archbishop and preached to them. Finally, he would bestow the boon of God's Holy Spirit on these people. Lumian seemed to be able to imagine the ensuing scene. Padre Cali turned around in satisfaction and solemnly placed the Bible back on the altar. Then, he approached Robert, resembling an archbishop bestowing grace upon his believers. The other men tangled with each other. Camus, Ria, and Lugano, who were observing the cathedral through another stained-glass window, were equally stunned. In particular, Ria felt as if her eyes, brain, and soul had been tainted, despite all her tragic experiences. Upon regaining her senses, Ria's anger surged. Beside her, Lumian recalled a detail. He lowered his voice and asked Amandina, "When did Robert become lovers with Padre Cali?" Amandina retracted her corrupted gaze and pondered for a moment. "More than a year after Padre Cali arrived in Tizamo, about 3 years ago." Lumian frowned and asked, "Did they become lovers in reality, or during the dream festival?" "Of course, in reality." Amandina replied without hesitation. Something's off. Padre Cali had been in Tizamo for over a year. He should have mellowed, turned restrained, and been devoid of excessive desires and emotions. Why was he still targeting Robert and the other lads? From the looks of it, there is something abnormal about Padre Cali, and this abnormality should have been related to the source of the dream festival. That is why he had declared its beginning. Just as Lumian thought this, he saw Ria raise her bow angrily and aim it at the cathedral, where the scene was becoming increasingly unbearable and foul. Almost simultaneously, the energetic Padre Cali turned his body. Suddenly, Lumian, with one hand in his pocket, saw the native padre with dark, brown skin, sunken eyes, and thin black hair. His naked figure was reflected in Lumian's eyes. He felt a chilling aura emanating from Padre Cali's body, attempting to completely freeze and replace his spirit. Wraith possession. So, Padre Cali possesses the ability to transform into a wraith. It is no wonder that when I investigated his weaknesses, I realized that it only existed deep within the body, within the spirit, a wraith preaching in the eternal blazing sun, cathedral and under the sunlight. Who would have thought such a thing would happen? Padre Cali's wraith powers definitely had not come from drinking potions. They would definitely have been discovered and purified, a boon. Lumian came to a realization. Relying on the strength of his Sequence 5 spirit body, Lumian struggled to wrestle control of his body from Padre Cali. He was not in a hurry to activate the Blood Emperor's aura brand. Instead, he looked at Amandina and said with difficulty, word by word, "Let me and Cali enter a dream." Lumian knew that Amandina's ability to forcefully pull people into a dream could only be used one-on-one. However, Padre Cali was currently attached to him and entangled with his spirit body. Perhaps she could treat them as a unit. As for whether wraiths dreamed, Lumian did not know for now. After all, he still had a backup plan. With a resounding crash, Ria's arrow shattered the stained glass window, sending shards crashing to the ground. The arrow, entwined with silver-white lightning, crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, pierced the location where Padre Cali had been, and nailed it to the wooden table with the candlestick. Amidst crackling lightning, the long wooden table shattered and collapsed to the ground, sending burning candles tumbling in all directions. Robert, clearly taken aback by the sudden departure of Padre Cali, reacted. He opened his mouth and uttered strange words in a strange language. "Ooh!" As if a cold wind from the Fasak Empire's extreme north blew, a blurry, strange, and inhuman figure materialized out of thin air and burrowed into Robert's body. A layer of armor like ice materialized on Robert's body, and a colossal, sharp, and crystalline frost scythe materialized in his hand. Clutching the massive scythe, Robert sprinted toward Ria, Camus, and the others. Wherever he passed, the ground froze, and icicles materialized on the walls. On the 4th floor of the Brio Motel, in a room near the intersection, 2 figures emerged from behind the curtains as Lumian and his companions made their way to the street where Saint-Cien Cathedral stood. One of them was a man with distinct northern continent features. His dark green eyes stood out against his dark grey formal suit and black silk top hat. The other was a woman with delicate skin, exquisite facial features, and deep blue eyes. She wore a light-colored dress that allowed for easy movement and a feathered hat adorned with pearls. They were the couple Lumian had seen moving into the Brio motel late at night. They had arrived in Tizamo a mere 10 minutes before the official Dream Festival began. At that moment, the man and woman's eyes were clear, devoid of any excessive emotions or actions. The patrol team's sudden arrival in Tizamo is indeed because they discovered the problem here, the beautiful woman said in a deep voice, gazing out the window at the street below. From the looks of it, they've also found a way to remain lucid and rational in this special dream. The man's expression was cold as he nodded slightly and said, "But they don't know much yet. They're moving in the wrong direction. Let's get moving." The woman in the feathered hat led the way to the door. The two of them descended the stairs swiftly, one after the other. As they passed the second floor, the woman in the light-colored dress suddenly stopped and whispered, "Do you hear something strange?" The man in the half-top hat listened intently for a few seconds before hearing faint, chewing sounds coming from a room deep on the second floor. The sound persisted without pause. Chapter 679, Spirit Medium. Seeing Robert, clad in ice armor and dragging a frost scythe, sprinting towards the stained glass window facing him, Rhea and Lugano, Camus immediately drew his custom-made revolver and aimed it ahead. At that moment his feet turned cold and his body froze, causing his joints to become sluggish and his wrists to tremble. From the corner of his eye, Camus observed that although Robert hadn't truly approached, the frost on the ground and the icicles on the wall had already reached him. Within a radius of 10 to 20 meters, the chill intensified, resembling the extreme north. With a swoosh, Rhea shot another arrow entwined with silver lightning. Robert didn't dodge or evade. Exerting strength in his arms, he swung the frosty scythe forward. Clang! The scythe knocked away the arrow, leaving behind a small amount of lightning that raced towards Robert's body. Amidst the sizzling sounds, Robert felt numb for a moment before continuing to sprint towards Rhea and the others. Camus was taken aback. He wasn't surprised that Robert could control the frost scythe so effortlessly and create a considerable frozen domain. Instead, he was surprised that Robert had rushed up to him and was about to enter a 5-meter range. Doesn't he know about my psychic piercing ability? Doesn't he realize that psychic piercing's effective range is 5 meters? Could it be that he has never encountered or fought a mid-sequence beyonder of the Arbiter pathway? That's true, Camus thought. No one in the patrol team or the Admiral Guard knows that Robert and Miss Amandina are beyonders. After obtaining beyonder powers during the Dream Festival, they probably don't use them much in the outside world. They can only unleash their full potential during the annual Dream Festival. There aren't many beyonder enemies to choose from. As these thoughts raced through Camus's mind, he seized the opportunity. As Robert stepped within 5 meters, his eyes lit up with brilliant lightning. Psychic piercing. 2 bolts of lightning shot out and pierced Robert's head. Robert let out a blood-curdling scream and tumbled forward, writhing in pain. He had tossed the frost scythe aside. Rhea's arrow was once again knocked to the bowstring, instinctively following Robert's roll. Fury blazed in her eyes, erupting from within her body, and her muscles bulged with the surge of power. Raging blow. This was the raging blow Rhea had accumulated through her anger. It came from Sequence 8 Folk of Rage from the Sailor pathway. By releasing accumulated anger, her attack was greatly enhanced. Rhea was currently at this sequence, but the hunting bow in her hand was a powerful beyonder item. It was a formidable weapon she had spent all her savings on before arriving in Tizamo. It was called Thunderclap Explosion and could be used for 2 years. Soon, Robert ceased his tumbling, but he couldn't shake off the intense pain caused by psychic piercing. He froze in place for a moment. Without hesitation, Rhea watched the arrow, engulfed in dazzling lightning, and released her grip on the bowstring. The arrow shot out, but the lightning on it strangely split into 2. One continued to ensnare the arrow, while the other darted to the right. Woo! Rhea's pupils dilated, unable to comprehend why such a thing had occurred. Instinctively, she turned her head and followed the separated bolt of lightning to its destination. Then, she saw Louis Berry leaning against the window, his eyes tightly shut as he slid down. A few seconds ago, upon hearing Louis Berry's words, Amandina had locked onto him with a mix of confusion and excitement. "Since you said it, I won't stand on ceremony." In her spiritual perception, Louis Berry's soul was intertwined with the sinister soul, fiercely resisting while using various parts of his body as a battlefield. However, the owner of the body was clearly at a disadvantage. Amandina couldn't separate them under such circumstances. She vaguely understood why Louis Berry had instructed her to lock onto the other party's head and entangled soul with her spirituality. Lumian, who had Amandina use her abilities, stammered as he struggled to move, his left hand in his pocket. His left hand wasn't in his trouser pocket or shirt pocket, but in his traveler's bag. After arriving outside St. Cien Cathedral and prying open the stained glass window, Lumian had inserted his left hand into his traveler's bag, ready to retrieve a suitable mystical item at any moment. He was preparing for the impending battle. If this wasn't a dream, he would likely have his hand in his left shirt pocket where Mr. K's finger was. Before being fully controlled by the Wraith, Lumian relied on the strength of a Reaper's soul to struggle and retrieve a brooch from his traveler's bag. It was the grayish-white lightning-shaped brooch known as Fury of the Sea. Lumian gripped the brooch tightly and observed Amandina leaning against the wall. She clenched her fists and closed her eyes. His thoughts suddenly blurred, and his eyelids grew heavy. He fell asleep and slowly slid down the wall. Padre Calli fell silent in his body. The Wraith appeared to be asleep as well. It was unknown if he would fall asleep, on his own, or if he was affected by the negative effect of now possessing a body. Amandina opened her eyes and was delighted to see this. She wanted to praise herself. With a crackling sound, the bolt of lightning detached from Rhea's arrow struck Lumian, transforming into numerous tiny electric serpents that slithered around him. This was the downside of the Fury of the Sea brooch. Even if Lumian only carried it, there was a high chance of being struck by lightning when he went out in the rain. And if he wore it without attacking anyone else, the likelihood of encountering such a thing would significantly increase. Lumian believed that since the Fury of the Sea brooch had a chance of attracting lightning strikes on a rainy day, it held a special allure for lightning. In such a situation, although it wasn't raining, what if there was another source of lightning nearby? What would happen? There was a high chance that it would attract a portion of someone else's lightning. Stimulated by the pain of the electric shock, Lumian, no longer affected by the nightmare ability, snapped out of his dream. He regained his senses, but his body remained numb. He experienced this, as did Padre Calli. As soon as the Wraith regained consciousness, he instinctively detached from Lumian's body to distance himself from the harm of the electric current. His face materialized on the nearest pane of glass, his form indistinct. Seizing the moment, Lumian donned the grayish-white lightning-shaped brooch and retrieved his revolver from his traveler's bag. He raised his right hand, aiming at Wraith Calli, who remained in a daze. The Wraith's various colors reflected in Lumian's determined eyes. The pallor rapidly expanded in Lumian's line of sight. Bang! Lumian calmly pulled the trigger, firing a yellow bullet. As he did so, silver-white lightning flickered on the Fury of the Sea brooch, instantly entering the bullet and wrapping around its surface. This was one of the brooch's abilities. It could grant the wearer an electric shock effect with every strike. After temporarily losing the Pride armor, this had become one of Lumian's most effective methods against soul-type creatures. The yellow bullet, engulfed in silver-white lightning, struck the stained glass, shattering it and sending tiny electric currents in all directions. However, it missed Padre Calli. As Lumian pulled the trigger, the Wraith vanished from the glass and instantly leaped onto the glass-like surface of the crystal chandelier high above the cathedral. Mirror blink. On the other side, Rhea's arrow struck Robert with precision, emitting a resounding bang like a heavy object colliding. Crack. The ice armor covering Robert's body instantly cracked, shattering into fragments that fell to the ground. Under the assault of crackling electric serpents, the blurry shadow attached to his body broke free and vanished into the void. With the ice armor shielding him from most of the damage, Robert remained relatively unaffected. However, his chest tightened and his body briefly went numb. At that moment he regretted not wearing clothes. The various ingredients needed for his spirit channeling were hidden in his clothes, such as full moon essence oil or corpse incense medication. There were very few spirits that could allow him to communicate safely without the use of materials. The one just now was the most powerful. Seeing Camus's special revolver and Ria's arrows aimed at him, Robert grew anxious. He thought of a spirit channeling method that could be completed under such circumstances. Frowning and fearing the pain, he bit the tip of his tongue. He spat out the blood from the tip of his tongue mixed with his saliva, emitting a strange sound from his throat. A pair of weathered stone-like hands reached out from beneath the cathedral's stone bricks, seized Robert's body, and pulled him underground. At some point in time, the ground had softened like a swamp, and the blood in the air abruptly vanished. Camus's bullets and Ria's arrows arrived one after another, but they only caused sparks on the stone bricks on the ground. Spirit medium? Camus used this opportunity to revise his judgment of Robert's pathway and sequence. He's actually not from the same pathway as Miss Amandina. Hadn't he also obtained his superpowers from the Black Boulder? Camus hastily took a few steps back, retrieved a cartridge bag, and began reloading the revolver. As a member of Matani's authorities, obtaining Beyonder bullets with different effects was relatively easy, even though the patrol team wasn't wealthy or had much accumulation. After all, there was the eternal Blazing Sun Church, the God of Steam and Machinery Church, the Church of Earth Mother, and numerous adventurers coming and going. Furthermore, the patrol team needed to be vigilant against certain branches of the Rose School of Thought and the numinous Episcopate. They had to make targeted preparations. Camus swiftly inserted the golden purifying bullets into the revolver cylinder and snapped it shut. At that moment, Padre Calli, who had leaped onto another stained glass window, reappeared. He opened his mouth and emitted a piercing shriek that harmed one's eardrums and spirit body. Ah! Right shriek. Chapter 680, Combat Experience. Camus, who had just loaded the purifying bullets into his revolver cylinder, heard a sharp sound of static in his mind. Before his eyes, the world seemed to separate from him, a chunk of transparent glass forming a barrier between him and reality. Under the wraith's shriek, cracks appeared on the glass extending into the spirit body. A faint shattering sound reverberated in the ears of Lumian, Ria, Lugano, Amandina, Robert, who had just crawled out of the ground near the altar, and the other naked men frantically dodging. It brought sharp pain to their eardrums, blood to their noses, and agony from the depths of their souls. Almost everyone froze in place, like fragile porcelain caught in an invisible storm. The naked men, who appeared ordinary, fainted without a sound. Blood seeped from their eyes, nostrils, mouths, ears, and skin. However, Lumian, who had advanced to Sequence 5 Reaper, suffered the least damage and recovered the fastest. Thin ice crystal arrows shot at him, their arrowheads flickering with a cold light. In an instant, Lumian made a decision. He didn't transform into a shadow creature or enter the shadows to dodge the damage, nor did he attempt to duck. Instead, blazing white flames ignited over his body. He transformed into a burning white spear and hurled himself towards the stained glass window closer to the door, facing the ice crystal arrows. Padre Calli, with his dark brown skin and sinister expression, stood there. Amandina was the second to recover from the wraith's shriek. She witnessed the majestic blazing white flaming spear collide with the ice crystal arrows hurtling towards them. Silently, a portion of the ice crystal arrows facing the blazing white flaming spear evaporated into sizzling white gas, while the surrounding ones quickly melted and turned to steam. White mist caused by water steam filled the air. Although the blazing white flaming spear had dimmed significantly and stopped burning violently, it still pierced through and headed straight for the stained glass that revealed Padre Calli's figure. Similar ice crystal arrows pierced through the white mist, striking Amandina, Camus, Ria, and Lugano. However, they either melted or shrunk significantly, reducing their speed. Amandina and Camus, who had just escaped the wraith's shriek, easily dodged. Although Ria and Lugano couldn't react in time and were hit by the ice crystal arrows, they only felt a slight pain, as if a child had hit them with a snowball. It was a little painful, but mostly wet and cold. They seized the opportunity to snap out of their daze almost at the same time as Robert at the altar. Crack. The blazing white flaming spear struck the stained glass, shattering it into countless pieces. However, Padre Kali had already leaped onto the window that Lumian had pried open, narrowly escaping the attack. As the flames of the burning white spear dissipated, Lumian's figure emerged from the fading light. Without hesitation, he ignited white flames once more, transforming into a majestic spear that shot towards the window where Padre Kali had appeared, determined to pursue his enemy. He deliberately refrained from teleporting and repeatedly transformed into a flaming spear, hoping to lull Padre Kali into overlooking such possibilities. Then, at a critical moment, he would unexpectedly appear beside him and use the spell of Harumph, catching the wraith off guard. Otherwise, it would be challenging to catch a wraith that could constantly jump through mirrored objects, using them as portals to evade capture. Furthermore, Lumian knew that wraiths could be considered spirit world creatures, to a certain extent. They could also use the spirit world to complete teleportation, although they couldn't compare to spirit world creatures specialized in this area. Nevertheless, it wasn't an ability to be underestimated. As the fireball spear hurtled toward the window Lumian had pried open, Robert rolled to the side of the altar where their clothes were, intending to retrieve the ingredients used for spirit channeling. Swoosh! An arrow pierced the stone bricks in front of him, forcing him to change the direction of his roll at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the projectile. As soon as Rhea regained her composure, she aimed at Robert and launched an attack. Both she and Camus believed that Louis Berry could handle Padre Kali on his own, so their mission was to restrain Robert and capture this key figure, preventing him from interfering in the battle. As a gunshot rang out, Padre Kali's figure vanished from the stained glass window, leaving no trace of his presence. The eyes of Amandina, who was nearby, reflected the image of the naked fallen Padre. Amandina wanted to resist, but her body quickly turned cold, gradually defying. Her will as an unknown force took control of her actions. Amidst the sloshing sounds, Lumian's blazing white flaming spear pierced through the stained glass and landed outside the cathedral, 3 to 4 meters away from Amandina, its heat radiating in the cool night air. As the flames dissipated, Lumian appeared, clad in a golden straw hat, a white shirt, and a black vest. At that moment Amandina's hands had already, involuntarily, risen. The corners of her beautiful face curled into a sinister and smug smile. "Come on, attack me. Amandina would be the first to be injured and die. If the body can't protect me, I can still jump and shift positions in time." Padre Kali was wary of Amandina's ability to forcefully pull people into dreams, a power that could easily turn the tide of battle. This time, he chose to possess her, instead of Louis Berry, an enemy at a higher sequence, hoping to use her as a shield against Lumian's attacks. As Padre Kali manipulated Amandina's body with a sinister and smug smile, he saw Louis Berry's lips curve into a radiant smile. As a wraith, Padre Kali had a strong spiritual premonition, and he suddenly sensed extreme danger. There! A pale yellow light burst forth from Lumian's laughter and landed on Amandina, who stood 3 to 4 meters away, enveloping her spirit and Padre Kali, who couldn't use mirror blink in time. Lumian honestly found it a pleasant surprise. "You know about Nightmare's abilities, but don't you know how to guard against the spell of Harumph? Oh, you really don't. You don't know this ability, nor do you know that I'm capable of it. However, as a wraith, you can continuously mirror, jump. Yet you insist on attaching yourself to one of my teammates and remain within a few meters of me. What kind of belief is this? Don't you have enough combat experience? Even if you didn't know the spell of Harumph, you have to guard against abilities, like psychic piercing. Oh, you think Camus is far away, so there's no need to worry about it. As a Sequence 5 of the Hunter pathway, how would I know this? Are you hoping to use me to quickly kill Amandina? Haven't you considered the existence of mystical items? My original plan was, if I failed to finish you off after using teleportation to deliver the spell of Harumph and Cull, I would feign a strategic retreat and find a small space to set up the bottle of fiction. Then, when you caught up, I would fight you, in a cramped and sealed space, just like how I dealt with Hisoka back then. To my surprise, you delivered yourself to me." As Lumian criticized wildly, Padre Kali and Amandina fainted and collapsed to the ground. Had it been during his battle with Hisoka some time ago, Lumian would have hastened to follow through with the subsequent steps. This was because the spell of Harumph couldn't render a Sequence 5 enemy unconscious for long. However, now that he had advanced to Sequence 5, his spell of Harumph had become significantly stronger. The time he could control a wraith had increased, although it was still limited to a few seconds. Lumian retrieved a few special bullets from his traveler's bag. They had been purchased through Camus from the patrol team. 2 exorcism and 2 purification bullets, both golden in color. Lumian swiftly loaded the 4 bullets into the cylinder of his revolver and aimed at Amandina, who lay on the ground. Catching sight of this from the corner of his eye, Camus jumped in fright and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Saving her," Lumian replied calmly. Then he pulled the trigger. Bang! The golden exorcism bullet struck Amandina's shoulder, causing her to bleed and emit a golden sunlight. Amandina woke up in pain, and the apparition of Padre Cali detached from her body, his face warped under the sunlight. Originally, with the strength of the exorcism bullets, it would have been impossible to expel a wraith from the victim's body in an instant. However, Padre Cali was unconscious and unable to react effectively. Lumian raised his gun, his eyes reflecting the color on the surface of Padre Cali's spirit body. He locked onto the pallor that had become evident. Bang! A golden purifying bullet, imbued with Cull's power, struck the wraith's forehead. The apparition of Padre Cali froze as he saw the bullet shatter on its own, transforming into balls of golden holy flames that spread throughout his body, igniting dust and his soul. The bright, sun-like golden flames swiftly enveloped Padre Cali, causing him to let out a tragic scream. This wasn't a wraith shriek, but it still made everyone's heads and ears hurt. Lumian endured these sensations and calmly said to Amandina, "Drag him into a dream and inquire about the source of the dream festival." Padre Cali had already been subjected to Cull and was severely weakened, teetering on the brink of true death. Amandina could effectively restrain him. But Amandina's shoulder and head ached, but she didn't dare complain when she saw Louis Berry's cold and calm expression. Lumian turned to Lugano and said, "Treat her gunshot wound." "All right." Lugano winced from the pain in his eardrums, but he still rushed over. At that moment Padre Cali, purified by the Cull, instinctively withdrew from his wraith state and transformed back into a human to escape the ongoing damage. Seeing this, Amandina took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and closed her eyes. She and Padre Cali entered the dream at the same time. Chapter 681 Tomb. Robert rejoiced that the 2 patrol team members dealing with him had also been affected by Padre Cali's scream. He didn't know what had happened to his lover, nor could he confirm it. Enduring the swelling in his head and the pain in his eardrums, he rushed towards the altar. Ria's arrow struck the pile of clothes, but that wasn't Robert's destination. It was quite a distance away. After landing on the ground, he rolled and hid behind the altar. Ria drew the bowstring again, but she didn't release the arrow immediately. Robert's body was completely blocked by the altar, making it impossible for her to aim. As a devout believer of the eternal blazing sun, it was also impossible for her to use the hunting bow's unique abilities together with Raging Blow to directly shatter the altar. Witnessing this, Camus, knowing his revolver's power was insufficient, leaped over the shattered stained glass window and sprinted towards the altar. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ria raised her hunting bow and shot an arrow, wrapped in lightning, into the air. The arrow flew high into the air before swiftly descending, bypassing the altar's obstruction and landing behind it. Since she hadn't been able to aim properly, the arrow grazed Robert's body and struck a crevice between 2 stone slabs. A sizzling electric current dissipated, creeping over Robert's body and temporarily paralyzing him. After breaking free, Robert abandoned the idea of retrieving his spirit channeling ingredients. He had no intention of saving his lover, Padre Cali. He planned to bite the tip of his tongue again and complete the spirit channeling. With the special ability of the natural spirit, he could escape back to his plantation, where he still had plenty of spirituality-rich ingredients for backup. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Camus' light-colored pants and leather shoes with holes. He felt a whip formed by electric currents appear in his mind. The whip struck his soul, and Robert crouched behind the altar, felt his knees buckle, and he collapsed, trembling as extreme numbness and pain surged through him simultaneously. Whip of pain. Interrogator's whip of pain. Camus rushed to Robert's side, leaned down, and delivered a left hook, one that more or less bore a personal grudge. Bang. Camus, skilled in interrogation techniques, inflicted pain on Robert without going overboard. Robert fainted, yet suffered no substantial harm. After restraining Robert, Camus glanced at the naked man and selected nearby clothes to cover his private parts. He then picked up Robert and returned to where Lumian and the others were. At that moment, Lugano had already retrieved the bullet that had struck Amandina's shoulder, allowing the wound to contract and heal. Padre Calli was dreaming of the interior of St. Cian Cathedral, dressed in a white robe with golden threads. He knelt before the altar, muttering, with a pained expression, as if repenting. Amandina, clad in a black hunting suit, approached Padre Calli down the aisle between the pews. Remembering Louis Berry's instructions, she asked, "What's the origin of this special dream?" Padre Calli looked up, his face contorted as he replied, That strange tomb." Tomb? Amandina suspected the dream festival she had just attended was a sham. What tomb? Suddenly a flash of inspiration flickered. That colossal black boulder? It's actually a tomb? Padre Calli nodded. Yes. It's really a tomb, intrigued, Amandina asked proactively. Whose tomb is that? Why is it so special? Padre Calli remained kneeling, shaking his head. I don't know. Even the gravekeepers don't know. They only know their mission is to guard that strange ancient tomb. Gravekeepers? Who are they? The more Amandina asked, the more she felt she didn't know about the Dream Festival. Padre Calli looked up at Amandina and said, The elders of the forest tribe? I see. Amandina's mind raced with questions. She picked one and asked, Did you take Robert to Twanaku's house to sleep and allow him to maintain his lucidity? Then, you took him to the ancient tomb where he obtained superpowers. Yes. Padre Calli lowered his head, facing the altar, his voice laced with pain. I'm sinful, just as I thought. Amandina inquired further. How did you know you could obtain superpowers there? And how did you maintain lucidity? You've only been in Tizamo for about 5 years, and I grew up here. Amandina inquired further. Blood vessels bulged from Padre Calli's neck. Twanaku, bewitched me. He used his body to tempt you? Amandina suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Padre Calli was taken aback. He saw through my desire for status and recognition and gradually demonstrated his abilities. He also told me there was a way for me to quickly and easily obtain strength. And with great strength, I could do more for the church and receive more rewards and recognition. That demon! Amandina asked in disappointment. You were bewitched, just like that. Padre Calli nodded slowly. That's right. Twanaku needed someone to help him monitor the changes in the dream and host the dream festival after he left Tizamo. First, he got me to sleep at his house. Then, during the dream festival, he took me to that strange ancient tomb. Did you also obtain superpowers by touching that tomb? Amandina asked casually. Padre Calli shook his head again. No, Twanaku opened a crack in the tomb and let me reach in. What did you touch? Amandina couldn't help but urge upon seeing Padre Calli's pause. I touched a hand, a cold hand without temperature. Then, I fainted. When I woke up, I had superpowers. I did it 3 more times during the subsequent dream festivals, eventually becoming a wraith. Padre Calli recalled the situation, his face filled with uncontrollable fear, both of the cold hand and the ease with which he had obtained superpowers. The hand of the corpse in the tomb? Amandina quickly reviewed what Padre Calli had said and thought of a problem. Didn't you say there were gravekeepers? Why won't we stop when Robert and I went? Padre Calli's voice deepened. People who have lived in Tizamo for a long time often have a projection formed by suppressed emotions and desires in this special dream. They usually hide in the chaotic area brought by the tomb at the edge of the dream. They watch over the ancient tomb with the gravekeepers to protect it from others. When the dream festival begins, these projections will return to their true forms, forming complete dream festival participants who can no longer suppress their emotions and desires. As for the gravekeepers, it's unknown where they go. Strange. Amandina was puzzled by the gravekeeper's whereabouts. She was a little worried. After a moment of contemplation, she asked with concern, "Do I have a projection of emotions and desires in this dream?" Padre Kali shook his head. "No. You don't spend enough time in Tizamo every year. Even for those who originally formed a dream projection, once they leave this place long enough and stop suppressing themselves, the corresponding projection will gradually fade until it disappears. Those who can remain lucid in this dream will have their corresponding projections gradually dissipate over time." Details. However, this lucidity isn't absolute. After the dream festival begins, everyone will have a tendency to flaunt their emotions and desires, including those who maintain their lucidity. However, they won't completely lose control like those who have fused with their dream self. They can continue restraining themselves like normal, their desires revealed in some details. Amandina recalled her performance during the 2 dream festivals and revealed a look of enlightenment. Initially, she believed that because this place was a dream, as long as no one died, it was equivalent to a game. That was why she appeared more self-centered and unrestrained than in reality. She didn't expect this to come from the effect of the dream festival. "Thankfully, I've always had self-control." Amandina had ticked off most of the questions that Louis Berry wanted clarified, leaving only those that the Padre Kali himself wasn't aware of. Thus, she changed the subject. "You've already become a wraith, yet you still dare to preach and host Mass. Aren't you concerned that God might notice you and unleash his wrath upon you, purifying you into ashes?" Being in the southern continent, Amandina knew the power of the eternal blazing sun church better than many gentlemen and ladies in Trier. She had no doubts about the existence of God. Moreover, over the past year, she had been diligently obtaining mysticism, knowledge from Robert and the various sources she could come into contact with. She knew that the Rose School of Thought, the key characters of various terrifying rumors, was renowned for its numerous wraiths, and wraiths were most afraid of sunlight that came with purification. Padre Kali sighed and said, "I had such concerns. But Twanaku told me he had a way to help me hide a wraith's power. Unless God watches this place personally, I won't be discovered." "What is it?" Amandina asked curiously. Padre Kali replied truthfully, "After touching the corpse in the tomb and obtaining superpowers, don't rush to leave. Touch the tomb itself again, the black boulder. This concealed all my superpowers. The effect will last for more than a year." "That's possible? What would happen if I touched the black boulder and then touched the corpse's hand?" Amandina pondered for a moment and asked a question of personal concern. "How did you entice Robert? Why did he become your lover?" Amandina sized him up but couldn't find anything about Padre Kali that attracted Robert other than his strength. Could love truly be blind? Padre Kali fell silent for a moment before saying, "I ignited his desires, dismantling his self-control." "You've never displayed such abilities?" Amandina hadn't noticed Padre Kali arousing any desires in the battle before. Padre Kali's voice was once again tinged with pain. "I'm sinful. I'm praying to the demon Twanaku mentioned." Before Padre Kali could finish, the entire dream suddenly trembled and collapsed, inch by inch. Chapter 682, Cull. Unable to control the dream anymore, Amandina opened her eyes and woke up. Beside her, Padre Kali snapped out of his slumber, his human form once again becoming hazy and indistinct. Instinctively, he transformed into a wraith, as if losing all restraint. Stiff black hair even sprouted from his body. Reflected in Padre Kali's eyes was Lumian's figure, Louis Berry, with his black hair, green eyes and golden straw hat, holding a revolver aimed directly at the wraith's forehead. Bang! Lumian smiled and pulled the trigger, a golden purifying bullet exploding from the muzzle and instantly heading straight for the pallor in the wraith's forehead. Cull. Simultaneously, Lumian waved his empty left hand at Padre Kali, as if to say, "Bye, you won't be missed." The purifying bullet exploded, and golden flames instantly ignited the ethereal Padre Kali's entire body. Padre Kali couldn't even scream, his agonized thoughts manifesting as an invisible gale sweeping outwards. Lumian endured the backlash, watching with a grim smile as the enemy was, consumed by the purifying flames, reduced to scattered ashes. Lumian felt his Reaper potion digest a little more. Using Cull to reap a powerful foe's life was a core principle for Reapers. The higher their sequence and strength, the more potent the acting effect. With the addition of Cull, the relatively ordinary and common purifying bullet ended the life of a wraith with just 2 strikes. Lumian found it inexplicably amusing to witness the true incineration of the Padre Cali. Why do I always encounter fallen eternal blazing sun padres and cleanse and purify them? Is this repayment for my past faith? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian glanced at the risen Amandina and asked with a smile, "What'd he say?" Amandina's first reaction was to check the wound on her shoulder. She exclaimed, "It's completely healed, not a trace left." If it weren't for her torn clothes and sore shoulder, she would have imagined herself to be uninjured. "Miss Amandina, don't act as if you've never seen the world. Although you're a believer in the eternal blazing sun and won't seek treatment from the clergyman of the Church of Earth Mother, unless you are particularly ill, there are many Phaenopoterians in Matani. Haven't you come into close contact with them?" Lumian criticized her and looked at Amandina coldly without responding. Lugano, on the other hand, saw the beautiful girl's reaction and explained smugly, "That's the power of a doctor from the plantar pathway." Amandina expressed her gratitude, then recounted her conversation with Padre Cali while massaging her shoulder to relieve the lingering sourness. At the end, she spat at the spot where his ashes had fallen. He became the demon's mouthpiece, using its power to violate Robert and the others. Luckily, he preferred men. Otherwise, recalling how she had frequented St. Cien Cathedral over the years and had been a girl with limited knowledge, far from adulthood, Amandina shuddered inwardly. She sympathized with Robert and the others, but she also felt fortunate. Lumian had another question in mind. Could Hisoka's wraith abilities also originate from the Dream Festival and the strange black tomb, rather than a direct boon from the Mother Tree of Desire? That would explain a few things better. As far as Lumian knew, when evil god believers prayed for boons, they needed to perform a ritual and offer sacrifices. The higher the level of the boon they prayed for, the higher the requirement for the sacrifice and the larger the ritual. As a member of Port Pylos' patrol team, Hisoka could cover up 1 or 2 sacrifices, but it was difficult to suppress all the sacrificial incidents. It was just like how Hisoka had only completed 1 serial murder case in Port Pylos. Previously, Lumian had believed that he had relied on Mad Lady's help to complete the sacrificial rituals in the southern continent's even more chaotic places. But now, it seemed that there was no need for such trouble. He just needed to touch the cold corpse once a year during the Dream Festival. Hisoka and Padre Cali have participated in at least 5 Dream Festivals and have become wraiths for some time, but they haven't made a breakthrough since then. Is this because the cold corpse can only bestow a boon up to sequence 5? Did Hisoka obtain the large amount of gold and something from the Noise family's demon to wait for this year's Dream Festival to complete the corresponding matters and obtain a higher boon? Lumian turned to Robert, who had been dragged nearby, and asked for confirmation. "Is a spirit medium?" "Yes," Amandina replied. "Padre Cali said Robert gained powers by touching that black boulder too. But why am I a nightmare while he's a spirit medium?" Higher level composite power, just as the Great Mother can bestow 3 different powers, apothecary, planter, and villain, respectively. Lumian wasn't surprised by this situation at all. Camus and Rhea were as puzzled as Amandina. Lumian couldn't be bothered to explain this complicated and high-level problem. He turned around and said to Rhea, "Your dream projection should still exist. Be careful from now on. The question now is whether the death of your dream projection will affect your life." Rhea nodded thoughtfully. Lumian shifted his gaze back to Robert, recalling the demon that had assisted Padre Cali. That should be the Noise family member who established a connection with Hisoka. Demons don't do good deeds for no reason. Whether it's establishing a connection with Hisoka or responding to the Padre Cali's ritual, it must have its own motives. Although witnessing a Padre of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church gradually degenerate should be commendable and interesting for a demon, this isn't a sufficient reason for its close involvement. What does it want during the Dream Festival? The cold corpse in the Black Ancient Tomb can bestow a prisoner pathway boon, and prisoners are adjacent to the criminal pathway which demons are part of. Lumian roughly grasped the situation and muttered to himself. The crucial question now is, where did the Gravekeepers go during the Dream Festival? Why aren't they protecting the Black Ancient tomb anymore? No one could answer him. Seeing him staring at the unconscious Robert, Amandina hesitated before saying, "Can you let him go? He's a victim too, don't kill him." "Am I a homicidal maniac in your eyes?" Lumian replied with amusement. "As long as Robert doesn't seek revenge and try to kill me to avenge Padre Calli, I won't waste my spirituality on him." Phew. Amandina sighed in relief, then muttered while rubbing her shoulder. "He's so cold-blooded. I thought you'd kill me to deal with the Padre. That shot hurt, you know." Lumian scoffed. "Between being possessed by a wraith until you die and getting shot, which would you have preferred?" "I don't care what you think or the sacrifices. I made the right choice to save you, didn't I?" Amandina, who was just grumbling out of habit, asked with interest upon hearing Lumian's response. "So you're willing to make big sacrifices and make correct choices to help important people? If, and I mean if, my desires were inflamed by a demon and I'd become a monster without venting them, would you sacrifice yourself to help me?" Lumian chuckled and said, "Don't have such unrealistic expectations of me, but don't worry, I'll find someone else willing to make that sacrifice for you." His gaze swept over Camus, Lugano, and the unconscious Robert. Amandina just muttered, "How lame." Camus inwardly sighed, feeling he'd escaped the beautiful dream world. Lumian looked at Robert again and said to Amandina, "Wake him up and talk to him. I need a favor from him." If Robert refused, Camus, the interrogation specialist, was there to persuade him. All right. Amandina replied crisply, jolting Robert awake and informing her fiancé of their current predicament. She consciously omitted mentioning Padre Calli's death to maintain the illusion that the wraith had fled. "Will you help if I let you go?" Robert asked warily as he struggled to his feet. Lumian gestured to Camus and Rhea. "You may not trust me, but do you trust the patrol team?" Robert fell silent for a moment before saying, "What's the favor?" Lumian chuckled. "Go to Twanaku's house and do something for me. Brio Motel, 2nd floor." The man in the dark grey suit and the woman in the feathered hat heard soft, chewing sounds coming from the corridor, a stark contrast to the shouts, cries, and moans echoing through the motel, as if it shouldn't be happening during the Dream Festival. Suddenly, the chewing stopped. Almost instantly, the man in the grey suit jumped up as if stabbed in the waist by a red-hot iron rod. His face tense with sweat beading on his brow, he sprinted to the 1st floor, traversing the entire staircase in the blink of an eye. He ran all the way out of the Brio Motel to the intersection before stopping, his expression twisted with fear and lingering dread. "What's wrong?" the woman in the light-colored dress asked, suddenly appearing beside him with confusion and seriousness. The man in the dark grey suit panted heavily. Phew, didn't you feel it? That terrifying malice. The feeling of my heart being ripped out, my tongue torn away, my brain churned into thick soup." Chapter 683, Dance. Hearing her companion's words, the woman in the light-colored dress's expression turned solemn. "I had a similar feeling, but it wasn't as specific as yours." The man in the dark grey suit visibly calmed down and glanced back over his shoulder. "Let's hurry to our destination. There seem to be many abnormalities beyond our grasp here." The woman in the light-colored dress gave a single nod of acknowledgement. After ascertaining their direction, they quickened their pace and swiftly left the intersection behind them. Lumian, wearing a golden straw hat, led Amandina, Robert and the others back to the small square from the side of St. Cian Cathedral. At that moment, Camus spotted figures lingering in the cemetery on the other side. Startled, he focused his gaze and realized they were pale white bones hung with tattered cloths and humanoid phantoms made of fine ashes. Many upright tombstones lay on the ground, and many graves had clearly suffered damage. "The awakened dead?" Camus furrowed his brow and asked Amandina, "The Dream Festival can also awaken bones and ashes?" Regardless of life or death, they had to celebrate the Dream Festival. Amandina nodded nimbly. "Isn't that normal?" Robert obtained superpowers from the Corpse Collector pathway during the Dream Festival. That's the Death Domain. So the Dream Festival itself has such, characteristics. Amandina was secretly pleased that her knowledge surpassed that of a seasoned patrol team member in this area. She consoled Camus. Don't worry, the bones and shadows in the cemetery are very peaceful. They're completely different from the humans at the Dream Festival. As long as you don't approach them, they won't attack you. They'll only wander around their graves. Of course they're peaceful, Lumian, who was leading the way, chuckled. They usually don't have emotions or desires to suppress. They won't form an intense projection in this dream. The dead were emotionless. Of course, excluding those who had perished with resentment and hatred, those buried in St. Cien Cathedral Cemetery must have undergone purification. That's not funny. Amandina wanted to console her silent fiancé, but she felt she didn't have the right after witnessing his indecency and being complicit in killing his lover. Everything she said seemed hypocritical, so she had no choice but to speak to Louis Barry instead. She muttered inwardly, as his fiancé notarized in the cathedral, it's my legitimate right to punish my fiancé's lover. It's a little overboard, but in the face of the blasphemer, the demon who preyed on a minor, being a little overboard is a revelation from God. The more she thought about it, the more right she felt. Lumian walked swiftly along the shadows beside the road. After some thought, he said, "Will those killed during the Dream Festival awaken and become undead?" "Yes, but it takes a long time. I've only encountered them near the end of the Dream Festival. They're cold and aggressive," Amandina recalled. Seizing the opportunity, Rhea asked, "When will the Dream Festival end?" Amandina replied with a smile. "Haven't you noticed? The wall clocks and pocket watches are still ticking. The Dream Festival ends just before dawn. Is there a way to leave the Dream Festival early?" Lugana was concerned over this question. Amandina glanced at Robert, who remained silent. "There's no way. We can usually escape by sleeping in Twanaku's house and being stimulated at the edge of the dream. Once the Dream Festival begins, we can only wait for it to end naturally." Lugano shut his mouth in disappointment and unconsciously took 2 steps closer to Lumian. Camus observed Amandina's brisk strides and fell silent for a few seconds before, asking, "Aren't you going back to Palm Manor to protect your parents? Aren't you worried they'll die during the Dream Festival?" Amandina pursed her lips and said, with a complicated smile, "During last year's Dream Festival, I rushed back to protect them. I didn't expect them to have a happy time and not be in any danger. My mother prefers the lowest class, filthiest, yet relatively muscular slaves to do the deed while she curses them. I don't know what mental issues that stems from, or which areas that indulges, but this way, the male slaves definitely won't kill her. Instead, her jealous ladies' maids and female slaves who get too close will be subdued and forced to join if they approach. As for my father, he relied on his career in the southern continent to obtain the Legion of Honor medal. When awake, he's always afraid of attacks and slave riots. He built several bunkers in the manor and stockpiled food and weapons. He constantly practices combat, shooting, and military tactics. Even during the Dream Festival, it will be very difficult for the servants and slaves to take him down. They'd have to break through layers of defenses until he retreats to a bunker. Unless a Beyonder deliberately goes after them, they'll be very safe. If I stayed to protect them, it might be more dangerous. I'm more dangerous. I might not tolerate the love of those men or the jealousy of those women. I don't wish to kill too many people either. Could it be that she's more afraid of sensing the malice hidden in her family and friends' hearts during the unconstrained Dream Festival? She'd rather gallivant outside and see others' dark sides than experience that herself. Lumian could understand Amandina's rationale. He dropped the subject and turned to the silent Robert. "How different is your spirit channeling during the Dream Festival from usual? Will those spirits become more violent and difficult to communicate with?" Robert, now in a white shirt and black pants, was silent for a few seconds before saying, "It's no different." Could the excessive emotions and desires of the special dream exclusively target living creatures, leaving spirits unaffected by their typical lack of self-control? Or is the spirit world and its denizens fake part of the dream aligning with Robert's imagination? It's likely the latter possibility. Spirit mediums don't just connect with local spirits to borrow power. Robert didn't say some channeling was impossible in the dream. As Lumian's thoughts raced, he made a speculation. Lumian led Camus and the others through the intersection, quickly returning to Twanaku's house. He had asked about spirit channeling because it closely related to what he planned to do. Standing on the second floor of Hisoka's house, Lumian said to the cold and slightly effeminate Robert, "Have you ever completed a spirit channeling here?" "I've tried. I can establish connections with surrounding spirits, but there's nothing special about it," Robert replied honestly. Amandina chimed in. "He tried it in reality, in the dream, and during the dream festival. We're all curious about this place's uniqueness and want to figure out the reason, but those spirits don't know anything about it." Lumian nodded, took out his golden pocket watch, glanced at it and said, "Come up to me in 2 minutes and help me with a designated spirit channeling. All of you can come up." Robert breathed a relieved sigh, realizing he wouldn't face this alone. On the third floor in Hisoka's bedroom, Lumian spread his arms and performed the dancer's summoning dance once more. Previously, using the mystery prying glasses in the real world, he realized this place had a mysterious connection to the Black Boulder. Just now, Padre Calli had mentioned that the Black Boulder was actually an ancient tomb, the source of his, Robert's, Amandina's, and even Hisoka, Twanaku's superpowers as well as the Dream Festival itself. In that case, performing the summoning dance in Hisoka's house might attract special, strange items connected to the Black Ancient Tomb. Perhaps he could obtain important information about the tomb or the corpse inside. It was much safer than using the mystery prying glasses or dancing after reaching the tomb. Furthermore, Lumian had no intention of directly attaching any summoned entity to himself. He had enlisted Robert's help to ensure safer, more effective spirit channeling. A spirit medium could communicate with surrounding spirits or through specific directions and descriptions. However, they couldn't rely on the summoning dance and a location's uniqueness to attract more distant, hidden spirits like a dancer could. A spirit medium could borrow spirits' power to achieve supernatural effects and communicate with them in detail. A dancer could choose to obtain a trait, ability, or limited memory fragment. Amidst Lumian's contorted, sonorous, bizarre dance, his spirituality combined with the environment's unique power, spreading in all directions. As the intense dance neared its climax, something finally emerged from underground and condensed on a glass-enclosed window. A human-like shadow wore a black robe, strikingly resembling the tombkeeper Lumian encountered at the dream's edge, yet with differences. The hooded face seemed fixated on Lumian, eager yet sensing the Fool's seal and the Blood Emperor's residual aura, not daring to truly possess him. Lumian didn't force orders. He continued the summoning dance until Robert and the others arrived, then slowed to a halt. During this, he pointed at the black-robed figure and told Robert, "Hurry up and communicate with it." Robert nodded slightly, retrieving a bottle of full moon essence oil from his pocket. Chapter 684, Two Answers. Observing Louis Berry's peculiar sacrificial dance drawing to a close, Robert wasted no time. He hastily poured some full moon essence oil into his palm, utilizing his abilities to fuse it with his spirituality and rapidly dissipate it. Camus, Amandina, and the others immediately caught a refreshing psychedelic fragrance. They felt their spirits were drunk, about to float out of their bodies. Robert's voice echoed softly, distantly in their ears, causing their thoughts to drift farther and farther away. Fortunately, they weren't channeling targets, so they managed relative control. The black-robed figure gradually left the glass window, approaching Robert. Suddenly, the shadow vanished. Robert lowered his head, then slowly looked up, his face tainted by the night sky yet with an obvious sinister aura. His eyes were dark. Observing this, Lumian ended the summoning dance, positioning himself 3 meters from Robert. Although he'd intended for Robert to channel the spirit directly while he provided questions, the peculiar shadow had instead attached itself to Robert. This too was a form of spirit channeling. Many spirit mediums allowed a target's spirit to communicate through their mouth, answering certain people's questions. Gazing at the sinister-looking Robert, Lumian pondered briefly, then said, "Do you know what happened to the people who lived here 6 years ago?" He planned to start simple, least likely to cause anomalies, constantly adjusting direction, tone, and terminology based on the actual situation. Robert opened his mouth, letting out a shrill voice unlike his own. "Affected, performed a ritual, all perished." This answer puzzled the others, including Camus, unsure if significant information was hidden. Apart from Lugano, everyone guessed Louis asked about the fire engulfing the Twanaku family, with the spirit's answer implying a cult or evil god's influence. As a conspirer, relevant information instantly surfaced in Lumian's mind. The suppressed emotions and desires of everyone in Tizamo would be absorbed by the dream, gradually accumulating to form corresponding dream projections. Like the gravekeepers, these projections would hide in the dream's chaotic zone, guarding the black ancient tomb. In previous explorations, I saw the black-robed gravekeeper and projections surrounding the ancient tomb in dream fragments. One projection was the remaining figure of Hisoka Twanaku. Hisoka. Twanaku returned to Tizamo 2 or 3 times yearly for about a week. After leaving, his corresponding projection would gradually fade until vanishing. Hisoka. Twanaku had become a devil pathway beyonder after the fire incident. The Noise family's demon. This information appeared simultaneously in Lumian's mind, like disconnected nodes in a spider's web. Soon, Lumian made a guess. Hisoka. Twanaku returned to Tizamo once or twice outside the Dream Festival, each visit lasting a week or more. Was this to ensure his dream projection didn't completely disappear, allowing the dream to absorb some of his malice? Do the projections and gravekeepers stay around the ancient tomb because it has something special that unknowingly affects them, like the tomb or the cold corpse inside? If sacrificial rituals were part of the tomb's defense, when the dream festival commences and the projections return to their bodies, would some deeply affected humans attempt to imitate the gravekeeper's actions and perform a ritual? If they failed, would their entire family perish, corrupting the house and forming a subtle connection to the black ancient tomb? Yes, that's a possibility, but I can't fit the Noise family's demon or Hisoka, becoming a devil pathway beyonder, into this web of information. What would happen if I inserted that? Lumian's heart stirred as he considered another possibility. It wasn't just the black ancient tomb or its cold corpse affecting the Twanaku family. The Noise family's demon was also affected. Perhaps the demon had been coveting the corpse or the source of abnormality. For this reason, it secretly influenced the Twanaku family, giving them knowledge. Once the Dream Festival began, through its influence in the real world, it magnified their corresponding desires in the dream. Coupled with the loss of self-control and wild indulgence brought by the Dream Festival, the Twanaku family took the initiative to attempt the sacrificial process from the ritual or dream projection given by the demon, leading to subsequent abnormalities. Had the demon discovered Hisoka's uniqueness and lured him to the devil pathway? Yes, this explains why only the Twanaku family did such a thing when everyone has a dream projection, and why is this house unique enough to allow lucid dreaming? The next crucial task is guarding against the demon. It probably can't participate personally, but its minions would definitely appear. As these thoughts raced, Lumian gained a deeper understanding of the situation. He looked at the shadow possessing Robert and changed his question. "Where are the gravekeepers? Where have they gone?" Robert's shadowed face replied shrilly. "Dream Festival begins. The tomb opens. Need to hide." Need to hide? After commencement, does the tomb become abnormally dangerous or pose a hidden danger to the gravekeepers? Lumian glanced at Amandina. This lady, Robert, and Padre Kali arrived at the Black Ancient Tomb during the Dream Festival, easily obtaining powers through contact. Where is this hidden danger? How is it dangerous? And where are the gravekeepers? Something must be amiss. Amandina felt inexplicable fear under Louis Berry's gaze. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Is there a problem with this answer?" Lumian chuckled. "The gravekeepers need to hide. Why didn't you two?" Before Amandina could delve deeper, she saw Robert's cold, dark face contort in agony. Seeing this, Lumian sighed. "And the spirit channeling." If it continued, something would happen to Robert. Robert retained complete autonomy and a certain mobility level. He immediately uttered 2 words in ancient Hermes to make the spirit leave his body. The shadow attached to him remained unresponsive, and the agony on his face intensified. Slowly, Robert drew a dagger and stabbed his finger. Drops of bright red blood, mixed with his spirit medium spirituality, sprayed towards the window like bead chains. While doing so, Robert bellowed in ancient Hermes, Leave! The black-robed shadow detached from Robert's body, chasing after the blood and vanishing from the glass window. Witnessing this, Lumian retracted his consciousness from his right hand, no longer preparing any. Snorting, "I am." He breathed a relieved sigh and said to Camus, Amandina, and the others, "Wait for me on the second floor." "What now?" Amandina muttered, turning to head downstairs. In just over 10 seconds, silence returned to the third floor. Lumian retrieved ingredients from his traveler's bag and set up a ritual, attempting to summon Madam Magician's messenger. Unfortunately, being a dream prevented success. Having anticipated this, Lumian wasn't overly disappointed, though the early Dream Festival arrival prevented reporting the latest situation to Madam Magician, adding significant risks. Such problems were bound to arise. He was mentally prepared. Though hunters like to plan ahead, they weren't afraid of battle. Lumian was even a little excited, not just from the Dream Festival's faint influence. After stowing his belongings, Lumian descended to the second floor and said directly to Robert and Amandina, "Which one of you will take me to the Black Boulder?" He had analyzed their situations, realizing that Amandina, Robert, and Padre Calli had easily arrived at the Black Ancient Tomb and obtained powers, all led by those who had touched it. Of course, they shared more than one thing in common. Robert fell silent, wanting to say, "Didn't you promise to let me go after helping?" But not daring. Amandina glanced at the silent Robert, pursed her lips, and said to Lumian, "Me?" Then she added, "I want to see if I can obtain more superpowers." Lumian nodded and told Robert, "You may leave." Robert glanced at Lumian, then Amandina. Without a word, he walked out of Tuanaku's house. "Gosh, he might think I brought you to the cathedral to deal with Padre Calli and embarrass him. Gosh, I was the one who brought you there." Amandina exclaimed after Robert left. Rhea, who had already picked up most arrows, earnestly consoled her. "But you purified the cathedral for God. Praise the sun." Amandina spread her arms as well. "Praise the sun!" After their exchange, Lumian said to Camus and Rhea, "Next, I'm going to the Black Ancient Tomb. It's up to you to decide if you want to go." "Aye," Lugano tried to speak, but Lumian interrupted with a smile. "You must go." Lugano shut his mouth. Camus and Rhea exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "I'm coming too." Lumian didn't persuade them, simply nodding. "Then let's set off now." Chapter 685, Illusion. Outside Tizamo, near the entrance to the forest, Lumian and his companions heard gunshots and shouts echoing from the direction of the military camp. The population was denser here compared to the town and plantations, and more heavily armed. Many lives were lost each year in this area. Camus retracted his gaze and let out a sigh of resignation, like a world-weary middle-aged man. He knew he was powerless to stop the violence. His only hope was to find a way to end the Dream Festival as quickly as possible, so that more people might survive. This was why he had chosen to follow Louis Berry to the Black Ancient Tomb. If Camus were alone, the rational choice would be to find a secluded corner and hide until dawn, until the Dream Festival concluded, just like Kolobo planned to do. However, after witnessing Louis Berry's formidable strength and realizing the adventurer was willing to take the risk of approaching the Black Ancient Tomb, Camus felt compelled to take action himself. Lumian gazed ahead, trailing Amandina's light footsteps as she turned onto a narrow path threading into the forest. He harbored no illusions about single-handedly putting an end to the Dream Festival. His objectives for this mission had always been clear: find the gold Hisoka had obtained, along with the item he had procured from the Noise family's demon. Uncover what the key April Fool's member was scheming to prevent Hisoka's legacy from materializing. This was both the duty of a Tarot Club Minor Arcana cardholder and a reflection of Lumian's wariness towards Hisoka. After discovering the dream projection Hisoka had left behind, Lumian feared his adversary might exploit prearranged measures and the dream projection to resurrect himself to some degree during the Dream Festival, returning to the real world as a wraith or evil spirit. He was determined not to give Hisoka that chance. After hearing Padre Calli's confession, Lumian's suspicions only intensified. Hisoka returned to Tizamo each year to participate in the Dream Festival. He, required no other host, and this unique dream usually proceeded without any abnormalities. It didn't appear that anyone needed to constantly monitor it. It was important to note that prior to the fire that wiped out Hisoka's family, the special dream had existed for innumerable years. The dream festival had taken place countless times, yet no one had detected anything amiss. Under such conditions, the more individuals who knew the truth, the greater the danger of the information leaking out. Nevertheless, Hisoka still enticed Padre Cull and guided him to the Black Ancient Tomb to acquire Beyonder powers. This anomalous conduct led Lumian to surmise that Hisoka Twanaku had enlisted Padre Cull's aid in monitoring the dream to verify the status of his dream projection. The dream projection would gradually dissipate as Hisoka departed Tizamo, ultimately vanishing altogether. If Hisoka desired its continued existence, he would need to return for a time after it had faded to a certain point. Given that the dreams surrounding the Black Boulder were typically in a state of disarray, the rate at which the dream projection dissipated might be erratic. This necessitated daily monitoring. As soon as the situation was deemed to have deteriorated, an urgent telegram would be dispatched to summon Hisoka back. Naturally, as a devil, Hisoka would never divulge his true intentions to Padre Cull. He would undoubtedly be on guard against Padre Cull exploiting the dream projection to eliminate this lurking threat. When instructing Padre Cull on what needed to be done, there was a high probability Hisoka was really having him monitor the shifting dynamics within the dream. How could Padre Cull keep tabs on the evolving dream? Through the dream, projections and the condition of the gravekeepers beside the Black Ancient Tomb. Regrettably, Lumian couldn't enter the dream himself. He could only entrust Amandina with questioning Padre Cull. The intelligence gleaned was superficial, not delving into the crux of the matter. It could merely aid in analysis. If he had interrogated Padre Cull directly, he would have been able to roughly ascertain Hisoka's objective, rather than just harboring suspicions. At present, the leads concerning the gold and the demon's gift both pointed to the Black Ancient Tomb. Lumian naturally had to investigate and do what he could. If the challenge truly proved insurmountable, he would decisively retreat to Tizamo and conceal himself on the 3rd or 4th floor of the Brio Motel, allowing the danger to confront Ludwig, whose appetite had grown voracious. Amandina guided Lumian and the others through the rainforest, drawing near to the boundary of the dream. Abruptly, Lumian raised his right hand and whispered, "Stop!" He sniffed the air, detecting the unmistakable scent of blood. With a reaper's keen sense of smell and meticulous nature, Lumian could discern that the blood didn't originate from jungle animals hunting each other. It was human blood, rich in spirituality. "What's wrong?" Amandina asked, taken aback, as if recalling her first venture into this forest with Robert. Camu quickly sensed the problem and pointed in the direction of the blood scent. "Something's not right over there." Insects were gathering in that area. Although Lumian was eager to reach the Black Ancient Tomb to thwart Hisoka's plan, he knew that the more impatient he felt, the more cautious he needed to be. He had to remain vigilant of any abnormalities along the way to avoid walking into someone's trap or missing crucial information and rashly starting a conflict. Oro had once mentioned that Emperor Roselle might have said that haste makes waste. Lumian walked towards the source of the blood scent at a measured pace. As he drew closer, he caught a whiff of the pungent odor of blood mingled with decay. The latter originated from the tranquil essential oil used to repel mosquitoes. Lumian circled a few more trees crawling with poisonous insects and saw a corpse lying face up on the humus soil. The corpse's eyes were wide open and its black hair was disheveled. Its face was smeared with white paint. It was Maslow, the captain of the Tizamo patrol team. At the beginning of the Dream Festival, Maslow, who had disappeared behind Lumian, had reappeared in the forest as a corpse. Maslow! Camus and Rhea exclaimed in surprise. Before they could fully process their grief, Lumian's gaze shifted downward as he examined Maslow's cause of death. The captain of the local patrol team had deep wounds on his chest and abdomen, as if he had been attacked by spears, triangular blades and other weapons, but the edges showed signs of tearing. Large amounts of blood had already flowed into the ground, attracting lingering mosquitoes. There were obvious signs of decay on Maslow's body, and a yellowish-green liquid seeped out, as if he had been dead for 2 to 3 days. After ascertaining the situation on the corpse's surface and examining the surrounding battle traces, Camus said in a somber voice, "Attacked by the power of the Death Domain." Death Domain? The image of a cold, middle-aged man in a thin suit suddenly surfaced in Lumian's mind. Reza, the vice-captain of Port Pylos' patrol team. He was a mid-sequence beyonder of the Death Pathway. At the beginning of the Dream Festival, Reza had disappeared, along with Maslow. Camus glanced at Rhea, who wore a pained expression, and hesitantly said, "They were affected by the Dream Festival and lost control of themselves. They attacked each other. One died and the other escaped." This was the most plausible conjecture for the Dream Festival. Lumian imagined a similar scene, but he frowned in confusion and said, "Why are they in the jungle? Shouldn't they appear where they were in the real world? In reality, Reza and Maslow had already returned to Tizamo with me. Did something lure them into the forest? As the only member of the Port Pylos patrol team supporting Tizamo, Reza had known from the beginning that something was amiss here. Was the true target the Black Ancient Tomb? Lumian looked at Camus and Rhea thoughtfully and casually asked, "Were Maslow and Reza on good terms?" "Excellent terms," Camus replied with a sigh. Captain Riaza recruited Maslow into the patrol team and provided him with extensive guidance. Lumian fell silent for a moment before saying to Amandina and the others, "Let's continue forward." Rhea and Camus seized the moment to gather some branches to cover Maslow's corpse. Then they quickly followed the team. After walking along the forest path for a while, Amandina suddenly slowed her pace and pressed her hand to the side of her head. "What's wrong?" Lumian asked keenly. Amandina frowned and said, "My head feels a bit heavy, and I'm experiencing hallucinations." "What kind of hallucinations?" Lumian raised his eyebrows. Amandina replied in puzzlement, "I saw the black boulder I touched previously. No, the Black Ancient Tomb. It felt like I had returned to the past. Do you understand? The past appeared in my mind in the form of an illusion, in front of my eyes, beside my ears." Lumian pondered for a moment, before saying, preempting Camus, "Let's go a little further and see what happens." The hallucinations didn't incite Amandina's desire to retreat. With an experimental mindset, she followed the familiar jungle path for another few dozen meters. "How is it?" Lumian, who was beside her, inquired. Amandina organized her thoughts and said, "The hallucinations are becoming clearer and more pronounced. The closer you get to the Black Ancient Tomb, the stronger the hallucinations become." Lumian suggested a possibility before asking, "Did anything similar happen to Robert when he brought you here last time?" "No," Amandina replied with certainty. "He was quite normal the entire time." Camus speculated, "Perhaps he'd already grown accustomed to the hallucinations after approaching more than once." "Who knows?" Amandina muttered and looked at Louis Berry. "What should we do now?" "It's not a big deal if it's just hallucinations." Lumian pondered for a moment and said, "Let's continue forward." "All right." Amandina wasn't sure what the hallucinations represented. She endured the discomfort and said, "We'll reach the ancient tomb in a few minutes." She continued forward. As they walked, Amandina suddenly extended her right hand and pressed it against the forest trees beside her, bending her back. Without waiting for Lumian to inquire, she recounted the changes in the hallucination and spoke intermittently. "I see myself. After touching the ancient tomb last time, I didn't fall asleep immediately. I was still awake." I see. Someone ahead." Chapter 686, Illusion and Reality. "What kind of person?" Lumian perked up. He hadn't expected Amandina's hallucination to yield unexpected insights. "I can't see clearly, I can't. It's not that he isn't clear, it's just that I can't make out the details." Amandina straightened up again, as if she had recovered slightly. She pondered for a moment and said, "So I didn't fall asleep immediately after touching the black boulder. No, the Black Ancient Tomb. When I woke up, I realized that I had gained superpowers. There were still some events that transpired in between, but I don't remember them at all. It felt like I had fallen asleep. The hallucinations I'm experiencing might have originated from the depths of my subconscious, from forgotten memories. No, not forgotten, but just in a deep slumber. They're starting to become active and awakening bit by bit." Amandina carefully assessed her condition, searching for the source of the abnormality. Pretty smart with a good attitude, she managed to maintain basic composure. Lumian evaluated inwardly. Amandina's behavior was unfamiliar to Camus. In his impression, Amandina was not only beautiful but also cheerful, optimistic, and lively. She was the kind of girl who could infect those around her with joy. However, due to her young age, she still appeared naive, childish, and inexperienced. Unexpectedly, after their encounter in the Dream Festival, she gradually displayed an openness, maturity, and calmness he hadn't anticipated. Amandina was puzzled. Why didn't Robert mention any dormant memories, or the fact that I didn't fall asleep immediately after touching the ancient tomb? Padre Cull also talked about fainting and awakening with superpowers. The number of times they had participated in the Dream Festival in their lucid state and visited the Black Ancient Tomb must have been more than mine. Lumian understood what Amandina was trying to convey. Firstly, why did Padre Cull and Robert, who had been to the Black Ancient Tomb many times, still believe that they had fainted on the spot and regained superpowers upon waking up? Why didn't they experience hallucinations similar to Amandina's? Secondly, Robert had seen Amandina touch the Black Ancient Tomb. Didn't he know if she had fallen to the ground or not? Lumian pondered for a few seconds and said, "Perhaps the person you see standing in front of you has caused the relevant memories to fall into a deep slumber, and you're from the Evernight pathway and nightmare. Therefore, there's something special about dreams and slumber. The closer you get to the Black Ancient Tomb, the more likely it is to awaken the slumbering memories, causing the hallucination." Amandina tersely acknowledged his hypothesis of her being special and proceeded with confidence. After 2 minutes, Lumian suddenly raised his right hand and pressed it down. He lowered his voice and said, "I'd nearby." He had heard soft footsteps. Camus immediately rolled to the side and hid behind a palm tree. Rhea crawled to another tree and concealed herself among the leaves. Lugano glanced at the forest, where countless poisonous insects and snakes lurked. He kept telling himself, don't be afraid, I can heal myself if I'm bitten." He quickly shrank behind a pile of huge, brightly colored mushrooms. Amandina had experience hiding in such places. Back then, she had witnessed Twenaku heading to the Black Ancient Tomb. Using the cover of the night and relying on her spiritual perception, she nimbly weaved through the low green plants and hid behind a huge tree in the distance. Suddenly, a thick vine hanging from the tree came to life and swung towards Amandina, opening its blood-stained mouth. It was a dark green python. Amandina's eyes snapped shut, and she clenched her fists. The python fell into a deep slumber, reverberating weakly. It swayed a few times before finally landing on the ground. Seeing that his teammates had hidden themselves, Lumian's body suddenly vanished, blending into the shadows brought about by the night. After 10 to 20 seconds, a figure traversed the path ahead. High above, through the gaps in the leaves, Rhea spotted the figure clad in an intricate black robe with obvious layers. A fluffy black hat rested on his hair, and a gently swaying white feather protruded from the edge. Lumian in his shadow creature form also saw the rough appearance of the figure. His mind suddenly tensed as confusion welled up within him. Isn't that Ivelste Eggers? Why would this Temperance faction member of the Church of the Fool appear in a dream and become a participant in the Dream Festival? Over the past few days, Lumian had explored the interior of Tizamo, the surrounding plantations, and the military camps outside of town. He clearly knew which outsiders had recently arrived, and Ivelste was not among them. Did he arrive here after the Dream Festival began? Yes. He once mentioned that his original mission was to investigate something in the primitive forest around Port Pylos. Then, he received a last-minute order to deal with Hisoka's contact. Could the matter he's investigating be related to the Black Ancient Tomb? The Temperance faction belongs to the prisoner pathway, and the Eggers family is descended from death. It's normal for the Black Ancient Tomb and the cold corpse inside to attract the Temperance faction's Eggers. Did Ivelste Eggers encounter the Dream Festival while searching for the primitive tribe in the forest? As Lumian analyzed Ivelste's appearance, he scrutinized his expression through the shadows. He saw an indescribable ferocity on the Temperance faction member's pale white face. His dark brown eyes emitted a ferocity reminiscent of a wild beast, tinged with blood under the dim crimson moon's glow. Although he's not affected by the dream projection formed by extreme emotions and desires, it's still difficult to control oneself and be restrained during the dream festival. Lumian wasn't surprised. Ludwig and Kolobo were examples. Considering Ivolsta's current state, Lumian didn't emerge from the shadows. He patiently waited for him to leave the area as the footsteps gradually receded. From the looks of it, he's also headed for the black ancient tomb Lumian, transformed back into a human and stood on a path overgrown with weeds. Gazing at the spot where Ivolsta's back had disappeared, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. "You can come out now." Camus, Ria, and Lugano left their hiding spots one after another. Camus even went to wake Amandina. Amandina looked at Lumian and asked, "Do we continue?" Lumian replied without hesitation, "Yes." This time they proceeded cautiously, paying close attention to their surroundings. After another 3 to 4 minutes, Lumian, having prepared to deal with Ivalshtar and Reza, followed Amandina's guidance and slipped through a gap between a few giant trees. A black, colossal, and familiar boulder came into view. At a glance, it looked like a house-sized boulder, but upon closer inspection, one could see patterns on it. There were abnormal protrusions and depressions, and thread-like cracks that ordinary eyes couldn't detect. It was indeed not just a stone. Around the black boulder, tree roots emerged from the ground, covering an area the size of a square, resembling the protruding blood vessels of every human. However, they had been dead for a long time, and were withered. At that moment the place was empty, devoid of anyone. Ivolsta didn't come here. Isn't Reza's destination here? Did they get lost midway? Or could it be that only those who have received the boon of an ancient tomb or a corpse can truly reach this area? Lumian surveyed his surroundings in confusion. Amandina's brows furrowed once more, and she couldn't help but press her hands against the sides of her head. She said with a hint of pain, The hallucinations have become clearer. I see more." The figure approached me, extended his hand, and pressed it against the top of my head. He's wearing a strange hat." Camus, Ria, and the others didn't interrupt Amandina to see if she could recall more or awaken more dormant memories. Amandina muttered to herself, "Was this how I was given superpowers?" As Lumian listened to Amandina's words, he fixed his gaze on the black boulder that was said to be an ancient tomb. He felt a sense of familiarity. As a conspirer, Lumian quickly jogged his memories for the source of the familiarity. Soon he had an answer. The black ancient tomb reminded him of the Samaritan women's spring when it wasn't pale white. It's indeed closely related to the death domain. Lumian examined the blood, Emperor's remnant aura in his right hand, and confirmed that it wasn't affected or showing signs of activation. At that moment, the surroundings fell into an abnormal silence. The rustling in the forest, the cries of wild beasts, and the gunshots and screams from Tizamo seemed to have vanished. The deep night fell into complete silence. Amandina looked up and shouted in horror, I remember now. When I obtained superpowers, this place was also this quiet. It didn't seem like the Dream Festival at all." In the next moment, Amandina's pupils dilated. That figure has appeared." "Huh?" Ria, Camus, and Lugano looked at the black ancient tomb solemnly and blankly. They didn't see anyone or anything unusual. Amandina's voice turned shrill. "Can't you see? He's walking towards me. For a moment, Lumian and company couldn't determine if Amandina's illusion was so vivid that it was almost real, or if something had indeed happened. "No! Don't come any closer!" Amandina shouted, her expression breaking down as she gazed at the empty area ahead. With this shout, Lumian felt the entire area tremble slightly and his surroundings blurred. In the blurriness, scenes appeared like different fragments of a dream. These scenes centered on the black ancient tomb, but different people stood beside it. In some scenes, Ryazar stood in a thin black suit. In others, Ivalgesta stood in a feathered hat. A man and a woman approached side by side, while others surrounded black-robed humans. One of the black-robed humans turned to Lumian with a smile. His skin was light brown, and his flaxen eyes were tinged with dark green. He was none other than Isoka Tuanaku. Chapter 687, Gaining Immortality. Lumian raised his eyebrows and returned Hisoka's gaze with a radiant smile. The two individuals in different scenes exchanged glances through the blurry void, each casting their eyes in opposite directions. Riza, Ivolchta, and the man and woman who had just arrived in Tizamo had clearly seen the people in the other scene. They were astonished and dumbfounded by this incomprehensible bizarre situation, but they couldn't interact with each other. The gravekeepers in the same scene as Hisoka appeared to be praying, oblivious to the changes in their surroundings or treating them as if nothing unusual had occurred. Lumian surveyed the area and vaguely comprehended the situation. Regardless of how real this place seems, various encounters will mirror reality to different degrees. At its core, it remains a dream, and under the influence of the black ancient tomb or the cold corpse within, this area has fragmented into multiple dream shards. Each time a new group arrives, a fresh fragment is generated. If not for Amandina's or my arrival triggering some abnormality, it would be impossible for people in different scenes to interact. They wouldn't be able to attack each other, nor could they see, hear, or detect one another's presence. This must be why the gravekeepers vanish every time the dream festival commences. They don't disappear. They're simply in different dream fragments from the dream festival participants. Based on the results of the previous spirit channeling, is this some kind of concealment? But the black ancient tomb hasn't been unsealed yet. As Lumian's thoughts raced, Amandina's voice grew increasingly shrill, filled with terror. "He's right in front of me. Save me, save me." Lumian stared at Amandina, who was retreating in an attempt to evade the invisible creature, but he couldn't perceive the figure she described. In the brief span of more than 10 seconds since Amandina's panic attack, Lumian had used his spirit vision, weakness investigation, luck observation, and other abilities, but he hadn't detected anything unusual. He was on the verge of taking out the mystery prying glasses and the eye of truth. Lumian reached into his traveler's bag. Without a rough grasp of the situation, he didn't know how to rescue Amandina, who had broken down from fright. Just as his fingers brushed against the mystery-prying glasses, Amandina was suddenly taken aback. After a moment, she turned to Lumian and said in bewilderment, He turned and left. He seems to have recognized me." "Recognized you?" Lumian felt compelled to confirm Amandina's mental state. Amandina replied in confusion, "Yes, he nodded at me and left." Is this why, after the dream festival begins, anyone who wishes to approach the black ancient tomb must be guided by someone who has received the boon of the ancient tomb or the corpse? Robert and Padre Cali likely played the same role in similar scenes, but they don't belong to the Evernight pathway and lack dream-related abilities, so they didn't notice. Did the people in the other dream fragments also receive the boon of the black ancient tomb or the cold corpse? Lumian's heart stirred as he asked Amandina, "Where did he go? Where did that figure go?" Amandina's gaze shifted to the periphery of her surroundings. Her eyes widened with lingering fear and excitement. She raised her palm and pointed at the dream fragment where the man and woman were. "She went there. He's gone through, he's gone through." Amandina's explanation made Lumian and the others feel the black ancient tomb solidifying and becoming heavier. The entire area shook even more violently. Simultaneously, Lumian sensed a familiar burning sensation on his left chest, but he didn't hear any ravings that seemed to come from an infinite distance. In a daze, he saw a huge aqua-colored vortex, a dim village shrouded in grey fog, and figures within the village. Shepherd Pierre Berry, who believed in inevitability, and Lumian's friend, Azema Lizier, raised their pale white arms, as if silently shouting. Lumian also spotted his semi-subterranean two-story house and Aurora sitting quietly on the orange roof with her arms crossed. Lumian no longer resisted the illusion. He roughly understood what was happening. As the figure entered other dream fragments, the black ancient tomb's abnormality intensified. It contained the power of the death domain. Awakening? The Kordu villagers within the seal. These villagers were already deceased, with only soul fragments remaining. Naturally, they would be affected by the power of the death domain. This realization made Lumian feel pain, sorrow, and bitterness that he hadn't experienced in a long time. He watched. Aurora, clad in a light blue dress with thick long blonde hair and light blue eyes. She didn't attempt to resist the invisible power of death. He walked to that woman. Amandina continued dutifully. That woman? Camus, Rhea and Lugano turned their attention to the corresponding dream fragment. Having just arrived in Tizamo that night, the lady in the light-colored dress didn't hear Amandina's words. She only knew that the patrol team was looking at her. Her spirituality gave her a sense of foreboding. She hurriedly turned to her companion and asked, Devaho, do you sense any malice? The man named Devaho, dressed in a dark grey suit, slowly shook his head and said, Nothing. In the dream fragment where Lumian and the others were, Amandina explained in high spirits. He, the figure, extended his hand. He pressed his hand on that woman's head. Just as Amandina finished speaking, Devaho saw his companion, the lady in the light-colored dress, suddenly collapse to her knees. Her expression was stiff, and her face was abnormally pale white. Ooh! In all the dream fragments, an ice-cold wind howled. Lumian. Saw. Aurora standing up on the orange roof, her expression dazed as she gazed into the sky, as if sensing something. She opened her mouth and spoke almost instinctively. Lumian didn't know the corresponding language, but he had heard something similar before. It was the language used by Armored Shadow Chen Tu, a language that Franca occasionally uttered a word or two of. Although he couldn't understand, Lumian vaguely grasped what his sister was talking about, perhaps due to the connection between them at the soul level. She muttered to herself, An immortal blessed my crown, bestowing upon me the gift of eternal life. In the dream fragment where Devaho was, the light-colored lady's hat, which had unconsciously fallen to her knees, suddenly flew off. On her neck, the backs of her hands, and the surface of her face, pores opened one by one, producing white feathers tainted with faint yellow stains. Devaho observed this scene with a solemn expression. He didn't attempt to interrupt his companion's abnormality, and instead took a few cautious steps back. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. Although he hadn't sensed any malice directed at him, he prudently distanced himself from the anomaly. The lady in the light-colored dress's azure eyes had lost focus, appearing abnormally vacant and lifeless. In the blink of an eye, the white feathers, tainted with light yellow oil stains, seemed to possess a consciousness and life of their own. They frantically emerged from the gaps in the fabric of the dress. Within moments, the lady in the light-colored dress was enveloped by white feathers tainted with light yellow oil stains. Her body grew light and gradually floated, becoming increasingly illusory. Her azure eyes fixed on Devaho as she shouted in a hollow and agitated voice, I've become a god! I've achieved immortality! The white-feathered monster hovered above the black ancient tomb, incessantly shouting, I've become a god! I've achieved immortality! In another dream fragment, Lumian heard Aurora change her words. With a fearful expression, she whispered, Immortal ascension, what's at's best? In the next instant, the ethereal monster, covered in white feathers, flew towards the black ancient tomb in the dream fragment. She passed through the stone wall on the tomb's surface and vanished. Suddenly, the frigid wind ceased. Freezing, the black ancient tomb shook visibly, and the tomb door, outlined by hair-like cracks, emitted the sound of dull rubbing, as if someone was trying to push it open from within. Aurora, in front of Lumian and the surrounding Cordu began to fade, as if erased by an eraser. Lumian glanced at the slowly opening tomb door and turned to Hisoka Twanaku, who was in another dream fragment. The dream projection wasn't surprised by the abnormality, nor did he show any fear. Instead, the silent gravekeepers around him rose to their feet. Amidst the illusory sound of water, the tomb door of the black ancient tomb opened completely. Accompanied by this change, all the dream fragments that appeared in the blur seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, fusing together. Devaho, Reza, Ivelshta, Hisoka Twanaku, and the gravekeepers materialized in front of the black ancient tomb, near Lumian and the others. Hisoka Twanaku smiled as if he had anticipated that one of the outsiders would transform into a Dehot, and that the ancient tomb's door would open at this very moment. He retrieved a golden mask from his black robe, The mask appeared to be crafted from pure gold, its eyes and face smeared with white and black paint, giving it an unsettling appearance. Twanaku donned the golden mask and, unlike the other gravekeepers, didn't retreat. Instead, he sprinted towards the black ancient tomb and the open tomb door. Thud, thud, Lumian heard a distinct heartbeat. It emanated from within the black ancient tomb. Chapter 688, Preparations. Translator, C.K. Talon. As Lumian heard his heartbeat, a palm reached out from the open door of the black ancient tomb. The palm showed no signs of decay or yellow bandages. Its surface was covered in gold, shimmering with a mystical hue under the dim crimson moonlight. Upon seeing the golden palm, Lumian felt an invisible force compress his soul, instantly severing its connection to his body. Immediately after, he realized his body had transformed into a cold, solid wall, preventing his spirit from spreading or being controlled by his consciousness. At that moment, Lumian's soul felt trapped in a cage, unable to escape. He could only see limited scenes through his eyes and hear relatively loud voices with his ears. Everyone present turned into statues, frozen in place. Faced with this situation, Lumian suddenly recalled a saying: "The body is a cage for the heart, and the world is a cage for the body." In the stillness, the only person still moving was Hisoka. Twanaku. The golden mask on his face emitted a hazy glow as he swiftly approached the black ancient tomb and the golden palm extending from it. Although Lumian couldn't move or use his abilities, his soul was merely imprisoned. It didn't affect his thoughts. Seeing that, Hisoka. Twanaku was almost unaffected by the golden palm. Lumian quickly deduced several things. That there's a high likelihood the gold Hisoka seized from Devise, the gold mine city, was used on the cold corpse in the black ancient tomb. The item he obtained from the Noise family's demon is likely the golden mask he now wears. The former was an attempt to revive the cold corpse. It's equivalent to Franca's mention of creating a complete body. The latter ensures Hisoka can approach the target unaffected after the cold corpse's resurrection and achieve a certain goal. Did Hisoka once plan to use this to control the cold corpse and attain demigod-level strength? When I killed him in the real world, did the him in the dream attempt to resurrect through this? Yes, Hisoka's wraith power comes from the same source as the cold corpse. Perhaps there's a way to make the corpse believe he's its original spirit and accept his lead based on the information I've gathered and what just transpired. Humans who have received the boon of the black ancient tomb and the cold corpse can open the tomb without waking the corpse. To awaken it, an intruder must be bestowed with immortality by an invisible figure, ascend to godhood, and enter the ancient tomb. And intruders will only be attacked by invisible figures without the dream. Festivals bestowed guides. It's best for an intruder to remain lucid. How did Hisoka know outsiders would participate in the Dream Festival this year and arrive at the Black Ancient Tomb? He didn't have such a plan to begin with. That's because he didn't know he was going to die. If he can't complete his plan during this year's Dream Festival, the dream projection will completely dissipate in the next few months, causing him to lose his last hope of revival. The involvement of outsiders was a pleasant surprise for him. No, it's too much of a coincidence. Riza's rushing over can be explained by his discovery of me investigating the Dream Festival and his worry that he wouldn't have a chance to obtain what he wants after this year. But why did Ivolchta coincidentally come to this primitive forest to investigate something? Why did two Beyonders who can remain lucid in the special dream arrive just before the Dream Festival began? Moreover, why did the Rose School of Thought send someone to Matani in the last few months of the year to gather detailed day-to-day information? Hisoka. Twanaku originally planned to complete his plan during this year's Dream Festival. He deliberately leaks some information and clues to attract different factions of interest. The information these factions received wasn't detailed enough. They had no choice but to dispatch personnel in advance to conduct the corresponding investigations or bribe members of Matani's patrol teams. This may very well be the truth, a truth that doesn't rely on coincidence. The only thing Hisoka didn't anticipate was his demise before the Dream Festival began. Now, the Dream Festival is his last and only hope for resurrection. If he fails to achieve his plan, he will die completely after today. No wonder he's so secretive about Tizamo despite being honest about everything else in the dream. Hisoka is truly a cunning devil skilled at manipulating people's hearts. If he hadn't been bent on killing me and his identity had given him a good opportunity to choose to stay in Port Pylos, he wouldn't have been easy to lull. Yes, if I had played by the book and lacked the goodwill of a high-ranking entity, I might have died at his hands. The demon of the Noise family also has designs on the cold corpse in the Black Tomb and wants to use the Dream Festival. Therefore, when Hisoka mentioned the Dream Festival in his dream, he was immediately attacked by the shadow among those present, who is the demon's minion. Or could it be that the demon from the Noise family hasn't arrived yet and wants to wait until the end, when the situation is clear before taking action and completing the harvest? If it's just a dream projection, without the main body's cooperation, there should be a huge loophole in Hisoka's plan. Where is the loophole? Trapped in his body, Lumian couldn't stop Hisoka. He watched helplessly as Hisoka ran to the open door of the Black Ancient Tomb. Wait, since the Black Ancient Tomb reminds me of the Samaritan Women's Spring, I can try that method. Lumian acted without hesitation, focusing his attention on his spirit body's right hand. Alata Tudor's remnant aura didn't just permeate his body, and the Blood Emperor was closely linked to the Samaritan Women's Spring. Wearing a golden mask, Hisoka's body began to etherealize uncontrollably. Just as he was about to grasp the hand of the corpse protruding from the Black Ancient Tomb, he suddenly sensed an extremely terrifying, frenzied, and violent aura appearing behind him. It soared into the sky explosively, sweeping through the surroundings. The crimson moon's glow dimmed and Hisoka. Twanaku's body instinctively stiffened, trembling violently. Splash! An illusory sound of water echoed from the Black Ancient Tomb, and the golden palm seemed to be dragged back into the tomb by some unknown force. The feeling of their souls being imprisoned within their bodies dissipated. Lumian hurriedly halted the dissipation of the Blood Emperor's aura. Although Amandina, Camus, Devaho, and the others instinctively felt fear, the confinement of their spirits and fixed line of sight prevented them from discovering the source of the aura that conquered everything. Ignoring the search for the origin of the terrifying aura, the fierce-eyed Ivelsta followed his instinctive desire and retrieved an item from his hidden pocket. It was a palm-sized rag doll dressed in a black Gothic dress entwined with eerie vines. It had long golden hair and blood-red eyes. The doll was sinister. Just the sight of it made Lumian's flesh crawl beneath his skin. Thud, thud, thud. The heartbeat in the Black Ancient Tomb intensified, becoming resounding, beside the tomb door. Hisoka. Twanaku felt a chill run down his spine, as if targeted by an evil being. Instinctively he recalled something. Years ago, gravekeepers had found a half-withered evil heart near the Black Ancient Tomb. The gravekeepers believed that the ancient corpse in the tomb had been lost due to some mutation. After all, the characteristics of its power were the same, and the levels seemed similar. Therefore, they placed the heart back into the tomb. Just a moment ago, the long-dead heart had begun to beat, but now it beat stronger and faster. Not far from Ivelsta, Razor also made a move. He produced a mask. The mask, also made of gold, bore a striking resemblance to the one worn by Hisoka. Varying shades of white and black paint adorned the eyes and face. The difference between the two golden masks was that the one in Rieza's hand was darker, as if touched by death. Then Rieza produced a human skull carved from crystal. He placed the dark golden mask on the crystal skull's face. A frigid wind gusted, engulfing the crystal skull in a massive vortex. The crystal skull, adorned with the golden mask, levitated as if it had grown an invisible body, made of wind. An intense coldness spread in all directions, condensing a layer of frost on the ground. The man named Devaho reached behind his head and grasped something in his hair. With a sudden tug, he ripped off his skin, along with his dark grey suit. Devajo took on a different appearance. He had black hair, brown eyes, a cold expression, and high cheekbones. He was in his 30s or 40s, dressed in a white shirt and black pants. He flipped the human skin in his hand, revealing dense, dizzying blood, embroidery beneath. Devaho opened his mouth and spat out mouthfuls of blood, emitting a strong sulfuric smell. The blood protruded from the human skin, forming a green-eyed man in a dark grey suit. With a playful smile, the man approached the Black Ancient Tomb. Lumian quickly scanned the area, his eyelids twitching 3 times. He couldn't help but criticize. Do you all possess godhood-level powers that you can utilize? Although they all seem to be one-time use. Are you bullying me for not having any? Despite Lumian's criticism, he quickly recited an honorific name in ancient Herms. It was Madam Magician's honorific name. However, it failed to penetrate this special and hidden dream. Lumian wasn't dejected. His goal wasn't the black ancient tomb, nor was it the cold corpse or its beating heart. Now that he knew the whereabouts of Hisoka's gold, there was only one thing he wanted to do. Eliminate Hisoka's dream projection, take away the golden mask, and let him perish completely. Chapter 689, Precision. The 3 items hadn't reached the point where Lumian couldn't be under their gaze simultaneously, and they appeared to last only a few minutes. However, they displayed certain humanoid characteristics, as if they possessed the ability to think and make decisions on their own. If targeted by them, it would be no different from facing weakened Sequence 4 demigods. Under such circumstances, Lumian naturally wouldn't take the initiative to enter the eye of the storm and help Hisoka. Twanaku shared a burden. He even felt that if his rival was killed by an outsider whom he had personally attracted, it would be cause for celebration. It was inevitable after all, since he had already killed Hisoka once. He wasn't obsessed with obliterating the other party's resurrection. Having someone else do it for him could reduce his spirituality expenditure. As Lumian gazed at the open tomb door, he retreated a few steps to the edge of the area. He quickly said to Amandina, Camus, Ria, and Lugano, "Retreat to the edge." Upon hearing this order, Lugano's face lit up with happiness. He was the first to turn around and sprint away. Ria raised her hunting bow, aiming left and right, taking slow steps back to guard against any attacks. Camus's performance was similar to hers, but he held his custom revolver. Amandina glanced at the sinister rag doll, the crystal skull adorned with a golden mask, and the green-eyed man with bulging human skin. She felt lightheaded, as if she was too exhausted to control her body. She instantly realized that these were things she shouldn't come into contact with. What transpired beside the black tomb was beyond her ability to interfere. She swiftly turned her back to the ancient black tomb and prepared to follow Lugano to the edge of the area. At that moment, Lumian, wearing a grayish-white lightning-shaped brooch, glanced at the gravekeepers who were also hurriedly retreating and thoughtfully asked Amandina, "Where's that figure?" Amandina ran nimbly, synchronizing her movements with her breathing as she replied, "I don't know. He's gone." As soon as she finished speaking, the illusory water reverberating in the black tomb ceased. The palm-sized evil rag doll in the gothic dress suddenly floated up, escaping Ivolsta's grasp. It hovered in mid-air with Hisoka. Twanaku's figure reflected in its blood-red eyes. Twanaku, who was about to reach into the ancient black tomb, suddenly felt the golden mask on his face come to life. It first pressed inward, as if it wanted to crush his skull, then pulled outward, as if trying to escape. Hisoka instinctively raised his right hand to press the golden mask back, only to realize that his sleeve had tightly wrapped around his arm, immobilizing it, almost like it was tied up. Remembering the fate of a godhoodless individual losing the golden mask at the tomb's entrance, Twanaku didn't hesitate. His body became completely ethereal as he transformed into a wraith. Then, he vanished from in front of the black tomb and reappeared in the pupil of one of the gravekeepers who had removed their golden mask. Due to the untimely demise of Hisoka's physical body and his inability to get assistance, Hisoka had no choice but to modify his plan and wait for the 3 factions vying for the cold corpse in the ancient black tomb to begin fighting. When the chaos reached its peak and the corresponding items were nearly depleted, he would re-enter the fray and compete for the corpse. As Hisoka temporarily retreated, the area in front of the ancient black tomb became vacant. Just as the palm-sized evil rag doll was about to float over, the crystal skull, adorned with a golden mask, flew diagonally, enveloped by a vortex-shaped body formed by the cold wind. Pale white flames ignited in its eyes, with a hint of darkness at the center. In response, illusory black water seeped out of the black tomb's walls, forming a silent river that blocked the entrance. The river was clearly similar to a stream, but it gave Ivalgester Devaho Riza and the others a vast and expansive feeling. Their bodies gradually turned cold, and their lives drained faster, irreversibly. The evil rag doll, clad in a black Gothic dress, hovered in midair, not attempting to cross the silent river. The crystal skull, adorned with a golden mask, descended into the river. The wind vortex that constituted its colossal body howled and expanded, as if transforming into an invisible ferry that floated steadily on the surface of the silent river. The crystal skull, adorned with a golden mask, steered the ferry against the current, slowly approaching the open door of the ancient black tomb. The green-eyed man, dressed in a dark grey formal suit made of human skin and blood, stood at the back, observing the scene. With a smile he opened and closed his mouth, as if silently muttering to himself. Almost simultaneously, the crystal skull on the invisible ferry emitted a cracking sound. The pale white flames in its eye sockets flickered violently, and tiny patterns appeared on its crystalline surface, causing invisible dust to fall. The ferry itself alternated between expansion and contraction, becoming extremely unstable as it slowed down on the river of death. Lumian paid no attention to the battle unfolding in front of the ancient black tomb. With a single glance, his body ignited with intense white flames. Swoosh! He transformed into a flaming spear and crossed a distance of 20 to 30 meters, aiming at the gravekeeper whose body had been possessed by Hisoka. Twanaku. Hisoka raised his head, revealing a face with light brown skin and wild beauty. Ria. The gravekeeper whose body had been possessed by Hisoka was Ria's dream projection, facing the rapidly expanding reflection, transforming from a speck of white light into a blazing white flaming spear with a burning tip. Hisoka didn't dodge. He assumed a stance, allowing Lumian to attack. The blazing white flame spear was incredibly fast. He didn't have time to raise his hunting bow, aim, or shoot. He only slightly bent his arm. He felt a searing pain, as if his body and soul were about to be pierced. Hisoka showed no fear. Instead, he chuckled. The blazing white flaming spear passed over his shoulder and landed behind him, failing to strike him. The flames dissipated, revealing Lumian. The Hisoka in Ria's dream projection's eyes vanished. Ria's dream projection spun around, her expression cold and filled with hatred. She raised her hunting bow, aimed at Lumian, and drew the bowstring. She was a dream projection formed by excessive desires and emotions, unable to control herself. Eat! 2 beams of white light shot out from Lumian's nose, before Ria's dream projection could release an arrow wrapped in lightning. Her eyes closed and she fainted, collapsing to the ground. Ria, who had just arrived at the periphery, trembled. Her eyes reflected the black-robed Hisoka. Twanaku. The strength of their souls differed significantly, and Hisoka easily possessed and seized control of Ria's body. Taking advantage of the fact that Camus, Amandina, and Lugano hadn't noticed Ria's abnormality, he changed the direction of his bow and aimed it at Camus. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The arrowhead became engulfed in bright lightning. As soon as Ria aimed her bow and arrow at Camus, he sensed her incongruent state and noticed her abnormal behavior. As a member of the patrol team with considerable combat experience, Camus looked at Ria without hesitation, his eyes flashing with blinding lightning. Simultaneously, Hisoka, who had anticipated this, detached from Ria's body and leaped into Amandina's beautiful azure eyes. 2 blinding lightning bolts shot out of Camus's eyes and drilled into Ria's head. Ria's eyes bulged and her mouth gaped open. She leaned back as if she had suffered a heavy blow, but she couldn't make a sound of pain. Psychic piercing. Camus's psychic piercing struck her before her arrow could leave the bowstring, causing her to feel pain from the depths of her soul. Her mind went blank as she stood rooted to the ground. Poof! The arrow, engulfed in bright lightning, shot out unsteadily, missing Camus and flying a short distance away. Amandina with Hisoka. Twanaku's figure reflected in her azure eyes, felt a chill run down her spine. A dense coldness enveloped her, freezing her soul and rendering her unable to control her limbs. Behind her, Lumian's figure swiftly materialized. Ha! Lumian opened his mouth and decisively spat out a faint yellow blob of light. However, Hisoka had no intention of stopping. He shifted his position with another mirror jump. Thud. Amandina collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Compared to Padre Cully, Hisoka clearly excelled in combat, possessing a wealth of experience and outstanding talent. This time Hisoka appeared on a water droplet on the surface of a leaf more than 10 meters away. He leaped out and looked at Lumian and the others with a smile. He wanted to use Wraith's Shriek to attack Lumian Lee and his companions in a wide range, rendering some of them unable to fight and temporarily immobilizing. The rest, upon realizing this, Lumian chose not to teleport outside Wraith's Shriek's range. Instead, he withdrew his palms. A blazing white fireball condensed, the size of the Black Tomb. Ah! Amidst a piercing howl of pain, the colossal white-hot fireball flew out. With a smile, Hisoka vanished from the tree and leaped into Camus's pupils, where blood flowed from his eyes, nostrils and ears. At that moment, the colossal blazing white fireball split into dozens of smaller ones. Accompanying this transformation, the grayish-white fury of the sea brooch on Lumian's chest erupted with bright silver-white and innumerable bolts of lightning after he was struck by Wraith's Shriek. The lightning coiled around the incandescent white fireballs and split into dozens, enveloping the area. Rumble. Amidst the consecutive explosions, Ria, Lugano, Amandina, and Camus were sent flying by the wind and waves. They suffered burns and were struck by a net of lightning. Camus's entire body went numb, and his gaze lost focus. Hisoka, who was attached to him, also suffered an electric shock. Due to his wraith state, he was severely injured and couldn't undergo a new round of mirror jumps. Lumian recovered from the Wraith Shriek's assault. He looked at Hisoka, who had emerged from Camus's body, and his lips curled up. He was using precision. The goal was to attack every target indiscriminately and ensure the damage was acceptable. And when he launched an attack, he didn't need to consciously control it. The fury of the sea would automatically add an electric shock to all his offensive fireballs. Chapter 690, Death's Symphony. Lumian endured the pain in his soul and eardrums as he activated the black mark on his right shoulder. His figure abruptly vanished, swiftly materializing beside Camus and Hisoka. As the residual silver-white electric current surged into the ground, Hisoka, in wraith form, was about to escape the paralysis's effects. Lumian activated the black mark on his right chest. This corresponded to the spell of Harumph. Just as he was about to Harumph, a sudden premonition of danger struck him. He abruptly turned around and stepped back. A spear condensed from the light of dawn hurtled from afar, spanning a distance of 30 to 40 meters. It flew past Lumian and plunged into the soil behind him, leaving a deep hole as thick as an arm. Lumian saw his attacker, one of the gravekeepers, on the verge of escaping to the periphery. He was tall, and even in his black robe, his robust strength was evident. A broadsword of light had already condensed in his hand. A Dawn Paladin, a gravekeeper who received a boon from the warrior pathway from the Black Ancient Tomb. Lumian wasn't surprised at all. Instead, it only confirmed his suspicions. What made his scalp tingle was that the other gravekeepers had also turned to face him. The dozen or so bestowed locked their gazes onto Lumian. Hisoka had already broken free from the paralysis caused by the electric shock. Worried about the spell of Harum's control, he endured the pain and leaped into the eyes of one of the gravekeepers. Then, he broke free and transformed back into a human. He looked at Lumian, who was dozens of meters away, and his smile widened. I'm also a gravekeeper now. Harming me means harming the gravekeepers. Although they won't actively assist me, and will try to escape once the tomb is opened using the current method, they will undoubtedly react if you threaten me. This is one of the reasons I dared to invite outsiders to the Dream Festival and guide them here. Unfortunately, my main body is dead, and I can't obtain the promised godhood, item from the celestial worthy and Loki to resist the outsiders' high-level powers. For now, I can only wait patiently. According to the original plan, if something went wrong, I could choose to abandon the corpse in the tomb and help the Noise family's demon obtain it to aid the Rose School of Thought in exchange for other rewards. Now I must obtain the corpse and become its spirit. Only then can I survive after the Dream Festival and maintain my consciousness and rationality as a demigod-level undead creature. However, these matters don't concern you, Lumian. You have to face a guardian and multiple spirit warlocks, gatekeepers, soul assurers, spirit guides, and dawn paladins. No one below sequence 4 can withstand the assault of such a beyonder. Army! Lumian watched as the gravekeepers' gazes fell upon him. Some of them even condensed broadswords of light. As they charged forward, Lumian tensed up. He reached out, grabbed Camus's shoulder, and teleported away from his current position. Not long after they vanished, the ground silently collapsed, and pale white palms extended outward. Lumian appeared beside the severely injured Rio with Camus and grabbed her shoulder with his other hand. Then the trio swiftly vanished, reappearing beside Amandina, who had awakened from the electric shock. The distance between them and the gravekeepers widened to nearly 100 meters. Lumian clamped his feet around Amandina's arm, releasing the accumulated spirituality and strength in his body. His condition returned to normal, and he activated the black mark on his right shoulder once more. This time, the four of them teleported to Lugano, who was self-healing. As Lumian continued to flash, some of the gravekeepers' beyonder powers failed to hit them. The remaining ones were forced to change directions repeatedly, preventing them from closing the distance. Just as Lugano was about to tell his employer, "Let's escape quickly, teleport us back to Tizamo," he saw Lumian toss Camus and Rhea towards him. Thud! The three of them collapsed together, followed by Amandina. Lumian spat out a pale yellow light, enveloping the four of them. Lugano, Amandina, and the others lost consciousness. With their soul strength, it would take them at least a minute to regain consciousness without external stimulation. With this done, Lumian teleported away once more, preventing himself from being targeted by the gravekeepers whose abilities were effective at this distance. His body vanished, and the gravekeepers, including Hisoka, lost sight of him. Lumian silently materialized behind the gravekeepers, appearing in front of a palm tree. Leaning against the rough trees, he retrieved an item from his traveler's bag. It was a blackened bone flute with blood-colored holes. Symphony of Hatred. Lumian's lips curled up as he brought the sinister bone flute to his lips with a smile. Almost simultaneously, Isuka. Swanaku felt a strong premonition of danger. He abruptly turned around, spotted Lumian, and locked onto him. He activated his devil form, transforming into a pitch-black monster nearly 3 meters tall with curved goat horns and bat-like wings. Hisoka instinctively abandoned his wraith form, forsaking the plan of possessing Lumian Li and restraining him. He found it impossible to remain calm under the aura capable of conquering everything, and reflexively fled from the other party. Accompanied by Hisoka's movements, the gravekeepers also turned. Lumian's lips touched the black bone flute, emitting a bloody scent, and he played the first note. The smile on his face widened. In the real world, facing such a large group of Sequence 7, 6, and 5 Beyonders, he could only teleport Lugano and the others back to Tizamo. However, this was the Dream Festival. Apart from the few who had recently arrived and could remain lucid, the others were either fused with their dream projections or allowed the corresponding dream projections to move independently. Dream projections were formed from excessive desires and emotions, and they would lose control during the Dream Festival. Realizing that Hisoka's dream projection could also become a gravekeeper and maintain a certain level of lucidity and rationality, Lumian believed that it wasn't that the gravekeepers didn't have dream projections, but that they had fused with them. Using their uniqueness and their self-control in their lucid state, they barely suppressed them. Such targets were the Symphony of Hatred's favorite prey. It could inflict an attack on the weakness of an enemy's mind or body who heard the corresponding melody. Those with unstable minds might experience symptoms akin to madness. Those with psychological issues might have latent problems triggered. There's even a chance that excessive desires could cause them to explode on the spot. Individuals with illnesses or old injuries would inevitably face severe consequences. Those less fortunate might find themselves trapped in extreme misfortune. Faced with the dream projections against the gravekeepers who might have fused with them, Lumian felt that the Symphony of Hatred could be miraculously effective, igniting 100% of the target's excessive desires and emotions. Therefore, he chose to make such an attempt. If it failed, he would teleport back to the unconscious Amandina and company, hold on to them, and returned to Tizamo. A melodious and sorrowful melody sounded, but Hisoka. Twanaku, who was too late to stop Lumian, instinctively burned the two curved and mysterious goat horns on his head. Mental shock. Lumian's emotions swelled, and the melody he played was filled with unmistakable pain and hatred. He also saw many spirits as well as the gravekeepers wielding broadswords of light, rushing towards him in various ways. He continued playing the symphony of hatred. Bang, bang, bang. Apart from the unconscious Rhea's dream projection, all the gravekeepers, including Hisoka, halted with contorted expressions. They heard illusory explosions in their bodies and minds, and their eyes instantly turned bloodshot. They lost control of their bodies, and their ears were filled with buzzing sounds. They couldn't see, hear, or think. Their bodies and souls had been severely injured. The same went for Hisoka Twanaku. In essence, he remained a dream projection, formed by extreme emotions and desires. However, as he suffered the symphony of hatred's weakness attack, he also ignited Lumian's emotions and desires from the impact. Lumian's mind buzzed, and blood vessels bulged in his green eyes. A viscous liquid reeking of blood flowed from his nose, and his internal organs seemed to suffer varying degrees of damage. The symphony of hatred fell to the ground with a thud. More than 100 meters away from Lumian, near the forest, the unconscious Amandina, Lugano, and company's faces contorted, as if they were trapped in different nightmares. Devajo, weakened by spitting out blood to the human skin, silently approached the edge of the forest, ready to escape at any moment. However, he heard the symphony of hatred's melody. He froze, vomiting copious amounts of bright red blood that reeked of sulfur, his entire being weakened, and he nearly lost control. Ivolgster watched as the evil rag doll emitted a silent shriek, transforming the crystal skull with its golden mask and its invisible theory into a pale white goat. Just as he was about to approach the silent river in front of the black ancient tomb in delight, his pale white face instantly flushed red, and dark red blood flowed from the corners of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. He had also suffered the explosion of emotions and desires, but he wasn't a dream projection, nor had he fused with one. Therefore, he was only severely injured, unlike the gravekeepers in Devajo, who were pushed to the brink of death. Reza, who had maintained his lucidity and rationality without a dream projection, panted heavily, as if caught in a struggle of his own. His cold eyes became rather lost. In the area where the black tomb resided, only the evil rag doll, the human skin man, and the pale white goat with the golden mask remained unaffected by the symphony of hatred. Relying on his ascetic endurance, Lumian quickly recovered from the severe damage caused by the explosion of desire and emotions. Gazing at Hisoka and the others, who had yet to recover, he smiled and extended his right palm. A colossal white-hot fireball swiftly condensed, engulfed in silver-white lightning, and launched upon reaching the gravekeeper's area. It split into nearly 20 smaller lightning fireballs that blasted at Hisoka, Twanaku, and the gravekeepers. Precision, rumble, blazing white flames and silver-white lightning surged simultaneously. Lumian watched as the gravekeepers, already on the brink of death, collapsed like straw, their lives extinguished one after another. This is what culling means. Lumian closed his eyes and took it in. Rumble. Apart from the unconscious Rhea's dream projection and the Guardian struggling to hold on, the gravekeepers were all dead. Only Hisoka, Twanaku, his body still, emitting silver-white lightning, remained. His eyes were bloodshot, on the verge of losing control. At that moment, he saw a flaming spear wrapped in silver-white lightning fly over and collide with the side of his nose. Amidst a sizzling sound, the blazing white flaming spear pierced through his skull, igniting his brain and flying behind him, leaving behind raging silver-white, electric snakes. As the flames dissipated, Lumian's figure appeared, his back facing Hisoka, Twanaku. The devil-formed Hisoka's eyes glazed over. He swayed a few times before, collapsing to the ground. Weakness investigation. Cull, Chapter 691, Pursuer. As the blazing white flames rapidly dissipated, Lumian turned his back on Hisoka, Twanaku, and fixed his gaze on the Guardian, who was swaying unsteadily more than 10 meters away. With a chuckle, he declared, Before, I needed my team's help to defeat you, but now, I can take you down alone. His words were aimed squarely at Hisoka. Collapsing to the ground, Hisoka's consciousness gradually faded as he caught Lumian's remark. He instinctively tried to clench his fists, but lacked the strength to do so. A desperate gasp escaped his throat, his pupils dilating and losing focus. Hisoka cursed himself for choosing devil transformation over wraith transformation when confronting Lumian Lee. If only he had opted for the latter, he could have disrupted Lumian's attempt to play the blackened bone flute with Wraith's shriek. Alas, he had no way of knowing the specifics, only able to sense the presence and source of a malicious intent. Given Lumian Lee's ability to infuse bullets, fireballs, and other attacks with electric shocks and target weaknesses with precision, devil transformation had seemed the more versatile choice, offering protection against various contingencies. As for why he hadn't summoned a barrage of sulfur fireballs, even at the cost of mutual destruction, Hisoka sensed the considerable distance separating them. By the time he could conjure and launch 10 to 20 fireballs, Lumian Lee would have already finished playing the flute. With teleportation at his disposal, Lumian could effortlessly evade the clustered assault. Moreover, spells like Language of Foulness had a limited range, left with no other recourse. Hisoka. Twanaku could only resort to emotional shock and desire detonation, targeting Lumian Lee's weakness. He hoped that after both of them sustained grievous injuries, their recovery rates would be comparable, granting him an opportunity to mount a different response. However, despite the pain, blood loss, and abnormal look in his eyes, Lumian Lee managed to maintain his balance. Fighting through the debilitating effects, he executed a precise area of effect bombardment enhanced with electric shocks. The effort inflicted fresh wounds upon himself and temporarily paralyzed him. Gasp! Hisoka Twanaku mustered his remaining strength to drag Lumian Lee down with him in a final, desperate gambit of losing control, but his life force had reached its limit. Darkness engulfed his vision as his consciousness slipped into oblivion, a maelstrom of indignation, resentment, and agony consuming him. The colossal devil's body spasmed a few times before falling still. Hisoka's last glimmer of hope for revival was extinguished. He was well and truly dead. As Lumian spoke, he drew his revolver and trained it on the nearby Guardian. Disoriented and reeling, the Guardian instinctively condensed a broadsword of light. Dropping to one knee, he plunged it into the ground before him. The sword merged with the earth, erecting an impenetrable invisible wall. As a gravekeeper merged with a dream projection, this Guardian had no effective defense against the symphony of hatred. His companions, the spirit warlocks and soul asherers, caught off guard by the attack, couldn't pull him into a dream in time to avoid the melody's direct impact. He could only rely on his own physical and spiritual fortitude to withstand the detonation of desire and emotion. For beyonders with dream projections, this assault posed a mortal threat. Before the gravekeeper could regain his bearings, another incandescent white fireball wreathed in lightning struck him, triggering a violent explosion. Fortunately, his boon as a guardian spared him the fate of his companions, who were culled like stalks of wheat. Without it, he would have been unable to mount even a token defense on pure instinct. Lumian's green eyes took on an iron-black cast as he stood tall and squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, twin yellow bullets trailing blazing white flames and silver lightning slammed into a single point on the invisible wall. Rumble, the already destabilized wall shattered. The Guardian could only watch helplessly as a searing white spear enveloped in lightning hurtled towards him, piercing his chest and sending him flying. Another cull, another bout of digestion. Clinging to the last shreds of consciousness, the Guardian scattered the broadsword of light into countless minuscule fragments. These luminous shards coalesced into a hurricane that raged in all directions. Hounded by the storm of light, the blazing white flaming spear soared 20 to 30 meters before finally coming to rest. As the flames ebbed away, Lumian straightened his posture, clad in a white shirt, black vest, dark trousers, and a golden straw hat. Behind him, the bright and terrifying hurricane of light gradually petered out, thinning the ground. The corpses of the fallen gravekeepers and Hisoka Twanaku lay broken and strewn about. Reeling from the symphony of hatred's influence, his injuries abnormally severe. Devageur's gaze flicked from the bodies littering the ground to Lumian. who stood facing him from afar. His already pallid complexion turned even more ashen. What in the world is happening? Is he even human? Devajo, in whom thoughts of vengeance had fleetingly stirred following the blow, swiftly abandoned any such notions. Igniting the sulphurous blood he had spat out, with azure flames, he hastily retreated into the forest. He wanted to escape. In any case, he could offer no aid to the human skin the Archduke had crafted, through ritual. Lingering in the vicinity of the black ancient tomb would only expose him to greater peril. Lumian paid no heed to Devajo's flight. Though weakened, his spirituality remained abundant. Transforming once more into a blazing white flaming spear, he traversed dozens, nearly 100 meters in a blink, coming to rest beside Lugano, Amandina, and his companions. The four beyonders lay unconscious, spared the symphony of hatred's melody. The effects were minimal, a mere nightmare, but still racked them with pain. Their contorted expressions gradually eased as they roused from their comatose state. Seeing them open their eyes and regain their faculties, Lumian instructed, "Leave this place at once and return to Tizamo. Find somewhere to lay low." The conflict unfolding before the black ancient tomb was not something Lugano and the others could influence. Lumian himself dared not approach, so he intended to send his four temporary allies to safety. He had previously consented to Camus and Rhea accompanying him, believing the former's psychic piercing and the latter's lightning arrows could synergize effectively with his own abilities to counter Hisoka's dream projection, Ryaza, and the others. Amandina's power to compel others into dreams was also quite useful. Moreover, following her was the only way to approach the black ancient tomb without falling prey to the invisible figure's attacks. To his surprise, Hisoka had displayed combat prowess far exceeding Padre Calli's. With the area unsealed and devoid of preset traps, not only had Camus, Amandina, and the rest failed to render aid, they had ended up hindering each other and becoming a liability. Reflecting on his two prior battles, the attempt to capture Hisoka alive and the confrontation with Padre Calli, Lumian grasped a fundamental principle. At times there was strength in numbers, but in other situations, solitude was preferable. Facing different foes under varied circumstances demanded adaptability, lest one court disaster by adhering to a fixed approach. Lumian recalled a maxim Emperor Roselle had once shared, as explained by his sister Aurore. In warfare, as in the flow of water, there are no constant conditions. We can return to Tizamo? Even me? Lugano couldn't contain his pleasant surprise. Instinctively, he extended his remaining hand, pressing the flickering light against Lumian's wounds. As a doctor, Lugano was unable to treat a patient's internal organs directly. He needed to open the cavity and make contact with the injured site. It was akin to performing surgery. Lumian nodded and replied, "Indeed, but you'll need to remain under Camus and Rhea's supervision." He planned to linger a while longer to see if he could aid a Weltster Eggers, a member of the Church of the Fool's Temperance faction. It was the duty of a tarot club's minor arcana card holder. Of course, Lumian had no intention of venturing into the area immediately fronting the black ancient tomb. He might well perish before even realizing what had struck him. His aim was to ascertain whether he could sway Reza and the others to interact with the corresponding godhood items, or utilize the golden mask upon Hisoka's corpse to some end. At that moment, Devajo, who had only just arrived in Tizamo that very night, had already vanished back into the forest, retracing his steps. Mustering his dwindling strength, he started sprinting. As he ran, Devajo abruptly halted, casting a perplexed gaze towards the path's bend, obscured by the trees. Beneath the dim, crimson moonlight, a short figure approached. It was a boy of 7 or 8 years, garbed in blue pajamas speckled with yellow stars, and a matching nightcap. His plump face and the short blonde hair peeking out. From under the cap was smeared with cream, blood, biscuit crumbs, cake, fragments, and sundry other substances. His brown eyes blazed with intense hunger and desire. In his mouth, a vibrant, cold and slick viper's tail writhed and shook as he gulped it down, segment by segment. The boy's cheeks bulged as he chomped vigorously. In the next instant he caught sight of Devajo. A wave of intense, terrifying malice flooded Devajo's mind. Lugano, having secured permission, was on the verge of informing Camus, Rhea, and Amandina of their impending return to Tizamo when a petrified scream rang out from the forest. They froze in their tracks. Mere seconds later, a pitch-black monstrosity, towering nearly 3 meters tall, with curved goat horns, came barreling out of the forest. It charged from the direction of Tizamo, making a beeline for the black ancient tomb, panic etched in its every movement. That man just now? He's a devil too, a minion of the Noise family's demon perhaps? Could the green-eyed figure fashioned from human skin be a manifestation of the Noise family's demon, projected into the dream festival? Lumian's gaze shifted to the shadowed forest at the devil's back, an ominous feeling washing over him. He made a snap decision and addressed Lugano, Amandina, and the others. "Grab hold of me." Lugano swiftly returned to Lumian's side, seizing his arm. Camus, Rhea, and Amandina followed suit, startled but mimicking Lugano's action. The 5 of them winked out of existence, reappearing in close proximity to Hisoka's corpse. The instant Amandina's form finished coalescing, her eyes flew wide, voice quavering. She turned to Lumian and said in a deep voice, That figure, it's appeared once more. Chapter 692, Death Before Rebirth. Appeared once more? Lumian motioned for Lugano and the others to loosen their hold and inquired of Amandina. "Where is he?" Amandina's sky-blue eyes locked onto the entrance of the black ancient tomb, situated at the terminus of the motionless river. "He's sitting cross-legged over there." As the words left her lips, Amandina shut her eyes and turned away. Minuscule protrusions emerged from her previously flawless and supple skin, each on the cusp of rupturing and giving rise to something unknown. This reaction stemmed from her glimpse of the phantasmal, stagnant river and the ashen-white goat adorned with a golden mask, grappling to traverse the shallow waters. The pallid goat's limbs, devoid of all fur, were extensively decomposed, exuding a nauseating yellow pus that swiftly encroached upon the remainder of its body. Under the sway of the Symphony of Hatred, Riza's wan and frigid countenance surrendered its final vestige of color. The decay gradually consumed the back of his hand, neck, and cheeks, lending him the appearance of a long-deceased cadaver. This decelerated the deterioration afflicting the pale goat's body. Concurrently, the still river conjured by the black ancient tomb grew ever more illusory, its breadth and depth visibly diminishing. The rag doll, shrouded in a sinister Gothic gown, drifted onward once more, shadowing the retreating river of quietude. Abruptly, it pivoted to regard the green-eyed man composed of human flesh and blood, who, coincidentally, reciprocated its gaze. Loathing, enmity, and lunacy erupted from the sinister cloth doll's crimson eyes. Its black Gothic attire, ensnared by baleful vines, ruptured into myriad holes, scattering fabric shreds and leaving it in tatters. The green-eyed man in the dark grey suit seemed unscathed, yet as he advanced, he imprinted 2 footsteps saturated with vivid red blood, the aroma of sulfur swiftly dissipating. 1 stride, 2 strides, 3 strides. Each step emblazoned bright red footprints, while dark fluid seeped from his human skin. Ivolgta Eggers at last recovered from the onslaught of emotions and cravings, unleashed by the Symphony of Hatred. He cast a glance at the tattered evil cloth doll and retrieved an object from his concealed pocket, a palm-sized puppet. The puppet appeared to have been stitched together by a young child's hand. Its limbs were askew, its legs reaching its posterior, and its visage daubed with red, yellow, and white pigments, evoking the image of a circus clown. Ivolgesta infused the misshapen puppet with his spirituality. It shimmered into intangibility and vanished from his grasp, materializing within the dark brown eyes of the Eggers family scion before vaulting into the green orbs of the man clad in human skin. This caused the figure in the dark grey suit to stiffen and decelerate. Lumian dared not prolong his gaze and hastily averted his eyes. As Amandina closed her eyes and turned away, the minute protuberances adorning her skin receded. Intrigued, she stole a glance at the monstrosity, suspected to be a devil, hurtling towards the green-eyed man, seemingly on the precipice of succumbing to terror. She swiftly surveyed her environment. Her eyes then fell upon the colossal devil's incomplete carcass sprawled on the ground, and a charred bone flute that had tumbled beneath a palm tree. "There's something over there," she whispered. tugging at Lumian's sleeve. Could it be a potent artifact discarded by a gravekeeper? Lumian peered over and murmured to Amandina and the others. Feign ignorance. Refrain from touching or even nearing it. He had purposely abandoned the Symphony of Hatred there, deferring its retrieval. In such circumstances, wielding it anew was far more prone to endangering his orlies than exploiting an adversary's vulnerability. As a Reaper, he had no need to employ the Symphony of Hatred to pierce the target. Thus he feigned a lack of opportunity to reclaim it, hoping an enemy would attempt to turn it against him. If a similar scenario unfolded, Lumian and the 3 godhood items would be the sole survivors capable of weathering the ensuing cataclysm unleashed by the Symphony of Hatred. At that juncture, he would whisk Amandina and her companions away via teleportation. Upon later return, he anticipated discovering the enemy's lifeless husks and acquiring fresh spoils of war. It was a trap he had laid in passing, as Devaho, transformed into a colossal devil, retreated to the proximity of the human-skinned man and drew near the ebbing river of silence. A short silhouette walked out from the forest trail, a boy of 7 or 8 years old, clad in endearing sleepwear and a nightcap. His yellow hair and countenance were begrimed, besmirched with grease, dregs, and blood. Catching sight of the boy, Lugano experienced a piercing agony in his absent right hand. Man. He gnashed his teeth in dread. Observing his abnormal reaction, Camus and the others inquired in astonishment. What's wrong? Tracing Lugano's line of sight, Amandina, Camus, and Rhea spotted the boy. The former swiveled to Lumian in bewilderment. Isn't that your godson? Why is he here? It's very dangerous. No, he's not in danger. Camus, recollecting Kolobo's exaggerated reaction upon encountering Louis Berry and his godson. He recalled some of the words of his companion from the Fate pathway and said with a solemn expression, "We should be the ones in danger." Without waiting for Amandina and Rhea's misgivings, Camus regarded Lumian and knitted his brow. What do we do? As a godfather, you should have a way to control your godson, right? Lumian's gaze flitted to Ludwig pursuing the devil, then to the corpses and Hisoka's devil form strewn on the ground. He replied with a grin. It's not a big problem. There was ample food here to form an effective seal. As to why Ludwig had trekked to the Black Ancient Tomb, Lumian roughly had an idea. The man and woman who had freshly arrived in Tizamo tonight and taken lodging at the Brio Motel were likely minions of the Noise family's demon. By some means they maintained lucidity in this special dream. Once the dream festival commenced, they left the motel and hastened towards the Black Ancient Tomb. During this process they passed the 2nd floor, inducing Ludwig to catch wind of delicacies. He forsook the insipid fare and shadowed them closely, matching the pace of a 7 or 8-year-old child. At that moment Ludwig's brown eyes were fixed solely on Devajo, the devil. Why isn't it a big problem? Amandina wore a look of skepticism. Lumian smiled and indicated the massive devil who had fled in proximity to the green-eyed man. Easier to hunt down that monster. Hunt him? Amandina glanced left and right in confusion. A 7 or 8-year-old boy in azure star-spangled sleepwear, pursuing a pitch-black devil almost 3 meters in height, with curved goat horns and bat wings sprouting from his back. This is indeed a dream, right? As he neared the green-eyed man formed of human flesh and blood and the Black Ancient Tomb, Devajo sensed a tinge of respite, yet his mind remained haunted by visions of his tongue roasting, his brain scooped out by a soup spoon, and his arms and legs gnawed by the boy. What kind of monster is this? Devajo watched in abnormal fear as the boy strode towards him. At that juncture, Amandina, who had stolen a glance their way, exclaimed, "That figure is looking at the man in the black robe." Ivelsta? Lumian peered over but discerned nothing amiss with Ivelsta Eggers. Amandina averted her gaze, taking a moment to regain her composure before looking again. She quickly explained, "He's not looking at the man in the black robe. He's looking at the devil." Amandina abruptly halted, withdrawing her gaze and furrowing her brow. "That figure seems to utter something. I don't know the language, but I understand the meaning." "What did he say?" Lumian pressed. Amandina dared not look towards the black tomb. She organized her thoughts and said, Basically, it means everyone in the world knows that crawling insects can spin cocoons. After the cocoon fractures, butterflies take wing. A common insect can transform into a fluttering butterfly and alter its form of life. Why? Unknowingly, Amandina's voice shifted, as if swayed by some influence. She paused for a moment before answering the question in a low, cold voice. Death, before rebirth, ascension into godhood. Before Amandina could finish her sentence, Devaho, in his devil state, stiffened. He beheld his flesh swiftly decaying, fragments sloughing off to bare ghastly white bones. Within seconds the devil lost consciousness and crumbled into a mound of putrefying flesh and bones. The remains fused as if alive, intertwining to form a human-sized cocoon. It rapidly shattered, and a human-headed avian monster draped in white plumage emerged. After absorbing all the flesh and blood, the monster expanded significantly, its form undergoing a transformation. The lower portion of its head rapidly elongated and expanded, as if possessing a body of its own. The flesh at its waist melded with the avian body, mantled in pale yellow feathers. Ha ha ha. Devaho, with innumerable white feathers sprouting from his eyes, nostrils, visage, and fingertips, erupted into laughter. He slapped the white-feathered bird body below and soared skyward, as if riding it. Devaho ascended higher and higher, gradually turning ethereal. Then he spiraled, downward, and entered the black ancient tomb. Witnessing this, Lumian glanced once more at the entrance of the black ancient tomb, but still could not perceive the unseen figure Amandina had mentioned. His heart stirred as he took 2 steps forward and retrieved the peculiar golden mask from Hisoka's corpse. Chapter 693, Golden Corpse. Lumian looked at the gold mask in his hand, white and black paint covering the eyes and face. Without hesitation, he put it on. A cold sensation quickly seeped into his skin, and the weight of the gold felt unusually real. His mind spun as he gazed through the mask at the entrance of the black ancient tomb and the end of the still river, which had mostly receded. This time, he finally saw a slightly indistinct figure. The figure wore a strange rusted iron crown and a dark robe with peculiar patterns. Its skin was milky white, and its eyes were so dark they seemed to hold the entire night. A pale white beard fluttered around its mouth and chin. The old man sat cross-legged, hands tucked into his sleeves. He leaned against the open door of the black ancient tomb, his expression cold and impassive, like a statue. As Lumian looked over, the old man met his gaze. His dark eyes seemed to reflect Lumian, as if numerous phantoms had appeared. Splash! Behind the old man, an even more illusory, nearly lightless water wave rippled in the void. The colossal figure in blood-stained armor roared angrily, attempting to approach. Lumian's right palm instantly burned. The old man in the rusted iron crown and strange robe withdrew his hands from his sleeves. His hands had pale, dark skin that was still smooth. The backs were cracked, each crack either covered in white feathers, stained with pale yellow oil, or dripping with decaying yellow pus. Upon seeing this, Lumian's thoughts vanished, and he felt as if he were descending into endless cold darkness. A familiar burning sensation emanated from his left chest. Combined with the burning, frenzied, violent sensation in his right palm, it awakened Lumian's consciousness, allowing him to find a lifeline in the darkness. Using this opportunity, Lumian regained the ability to think. He saw nearly black blood vessels protruding from the dark eyes that seemed to hide the entire night. They were tainted with madness that threatened to bury and end everything. The eyes closed, and the illusory ripples and colossal figure behind the old man vanished. Lumian's vision began to clear, and his perception of the outside world fully returned. A sharp pain coursed through him. Lumian glanced down at his right hand and realized disgusting bumps bulged from his wrist to the back of his hand. His hair seemed to have thickened and turned whiter. He flipped his palm over and saw that the mark left by Blood Emperor Alaster, Tudor's remnant aura, had completely surfaced. It was a vivid red. Surrounding these marks was decaying flesh, seeping pus, and pale white skin. Lumian frowned. Despite the Blood Emperor's remnant aura being fully activated, Amandina, Lugano, and the others around him didn't show any signs of panic or fear. He, Didn't sense any extremely frenzied or violent thoughts either. Wait, the figure in the blood-stained armor seems to be Blood Emperor Alusta Tudor. This place feels similar to the Samaritan Women's Spring. Could the figure sitting at the tomb's entrance be the underworld Taoist mentioned by the armored shadow? Why are he and the Blood Emperor appearing here again? Shouldn't they be at the source of the Samaritan Women's Spring? Are the two connected? Did the underworld Taoist discover the Blood Emperor's residual aura on me and conveniently seal it? Even if I fully activate it, I won't be able to unleash the crazy red priest's aura. I don't know if it's because of Mr. Fool's seal, or because I'm wearing Hisoka's golden mask, but the underworld Taoist didn't directly allow me to undergo immortal ascension, nor did he force me to lose control. Lumian quickly grasped his predicament. As the immortalized devil entered the black ancient tomb, the situation inside changed once more. The tomb, which had fallen silent, emitted a rustling sound accompanied by the clang of metal colliding with stone. The next instant, a golden figure materialized beside the underworld Taoist at the tomb's entrance. The figure was covered in gold, with long limbs and a golden mask streaked with white and black paint. It belonged to the same type as the one on Lumian's face and the pale white goat's head. The golden masked figure stiffened as if its limbs were dead. Relying solely on the strength of its waist, it sat up from lying flat like a corpse. Eyes closed, it turned its head towards the pale white goat closest to it. The pale white goat's aura instantly turned ordinary, making it unable to walk on the still river. It rapidly decayed, sank, and quickly vanished. The golden figure, eyes still closed, turned its head to the tattered, sinister cloth doll. The eerie vines on the cloth doll's gothic dress suddenly came alive, coiling around the doll, rendering it powerless and immobile. The corpse's head turned to the slowly walking green-eyed man. The green-eyed man, his eyes reflecting the ugly puppet, suddenly halted. With a bang, his body transformed into a bloody piglet. The ugly puppet landed beside the piglet, motionless, as if it had turned into the most ordinary and common puppet. Ludwig's eyes lit up as he jogged over. He leaped up like a massive frog and pounced on the bloody piglet. He grabbed its head and bit down. Amandina closed her eyes in shock. Louis Berry's godson turned out to be such a monster? The pig wailed fiercely. The golden masked corpse closed its eyes, turned its head, and faced Ivolgster Eggers. Lumian's forehead throbbed. He wanted to break through the sudden paralyzing pressure and teleport over to rescue Ivolgster, but he hesitated. Previously he had restricted himself from approaching the Black Ancient Tomb. At most he would take a glance or two. Now he didn't want to break this self-imposed rule. Violating it meant immense risk. However, Ivolgster was from the Church of the Fool. Just as Lumian made his decision, the golden corpse turned its head again. But Ivolgster remained unchanged. He was still severely injured, his aura weak. What's going on? Why did the cold corpse in the ancient tomb spare Ivolgster? The underworld Taoist didn't do anything to him when he looked at him. Lumian was puzzled as the corpse's golden mask faced Reza. After the pale white goat vanished, Reza summoned an undead creature to envelop him and blinked to the edge of the ancient tomb area. He was about to escape into the forest, but before he could do anything else, his body froze. Pop, pop, pop. Huge wet warts erupted from Reza's face, neck, and the backs of his hands, accompanied by disgusting mucus. The vice-captain of Port Pylos's patrol collapsed, rapidly disintegrating into countless bloody warts that squirmed in the gaps of his thin suit. The undead creature summoned by Riaza transformed into thin human skin and gently landed. Lumian's scalp tingled as he watched. Finally he broke free from the paralysis caused by the corpse, sitting up. He said to Lugano, Amandina, and the others, "Grab hold of me." He was about to teleport back to Tizamo. At that moment the corpse's golden masked face turned towards him. Lumian's body turned cold. Ignoring Camus and company, he immediately activated the black mark on his right shoulder. Suddenly, he saw the cold corpse's face, its eyes peeking out from under the golden mask with white and black paint, open. It was a pair of cold, icy blue eyes. Icy blue eyes? Lumian was taken aback, finding them familiar. These are Neberedesli's eyes. Damn it, why is Neberedesli here? Why is he a cold corpse in the Black Ancient Tomb? What right does he have to bestow the beyonder powers of the prisoner pathway? It can't be real. It's not Neberiddesly, but its eyes resemble amidst Lumian's thoughts. He saw a smile in the icy blue eyes, a smile of playfulness, understanding and certainty. This was a stark contrast to the pained expressions in the icy blue eyes on Hunt Island. Suddenly a half-withered, violently beating dark red heart soared from the golden corpse's hand, and flew out of the completely disintegrated still river. A short figure pounced on the heart like a frog, and grabbed it. It was Ludwig, his mouth filled with blood. The smile in the golden corpse's icy blue eyes grew more relaxed. He nodded at Lumian, and willingly fell back to his original position. He had no intention of seizing the opportunity to leave the black ancient tomb. With a splash of illusory water, the tomb's open door gradually closed. Seated by the door, the figure suspected to be the underworld Taoist vanished. Whoa, Neberiddesly's corpse doesn't seem willing to leave the tomb. How did he end up lying in there? Lumian couldn't figure out the reason, so he looked at Ludwig and realized the boy was holding a half-withered dark red heart to his mouth. Lumian wanted to stop him but lacked the ability. The surrounding corpses didn't seem to attract Ludwig as much as the half-withered heart. Clang. The tomb door slammed shut, causing the entire area to tremble. Lumian and the others witnessed dream fragments one after another, and their surroundings blurred. After a brief daze, Lumian realized he was lying in the middle of an unlit street. The crimson moon was bright in the sky, casting its light. This was inside Tizamo. Chapter 694, A Deal. The dream festival came to an abrupt end. Lumian jolted upright, realizing he was holding the strange golden mask he had received from Hisoka. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he was still dreaming, or if the mask had somehow followed him from the dream into the waking world. Lumian turned to look behind him. Riza and Maslow, who had died during the dream festival, were lying in the middle of the street, just starting to regain consciousness. Taking advantage of the moment while they gathered their wits and slowly got to their feet, Lumian focused his attention on their luck. He could see clear signs of death on both of them. Their fates were about to undergo a rapid transformation, irreversibly tainted by darkness. Riza's luck in particular was changing even more swiftly and dramatically, like a river suddenly plunging over a cliff to form a waterfall. At that instant, Riza remembered what had happened to him during the dream festival. Uncontrollable fear washed over his pale, cold face. Pop, pop, pop. Huge, mucus-oozing warts erupted all over his body, just as Lumian had witnessed in the dream. Seeing Riza's eyes turn frenzied and his body start to disintegrate, Lumian raised his free right hand, pointing it at Riza's mouth as if it were a gun. A condensed bullet of blazing white flame shot from Lumian's fingertip, shattering Riza's teeth as it entered his mouth. Boom! Riza's head split apart inch by inch, engulfed in roaring flames. The vice-captain of Port Pylos's patrol team collapsed heavily, his body covered in a thin black suit made up of countless slimy warts. Lumian turned to Maslow, who was shocked by Riza's grotesque transformation and terrified by the death he had experienced in the dream. Calmly, Lumian asked, "Who was he working for?" As he spoke, Lumian tucked the golden mask into his traveler's bag and checked to make sure the symphony of hatred and his other belongings were still there. Everything was accounted for, including the food he had thrown at Ludwig. Maslow paused for a few seconds before answering. "We're all part of the Numinous Episcopate." "Numinous Episcopate?" Lumian chuckled. "Do you still believe in death?" "Wasn't death already dead?" Maslow considered the question for a moment before saying, "Riza told me that death is on the verge of returning. There have been signs recently that prayers are being answered again." Hearing Maslow's words, Lumian nodded pensively. "Which faction of the Numinous Episcopate do you belong to?" As far as he knew, the Numinous Episcopate was divided into numerous factions. There were the Royals, led by the descendants of the Aegis family, who sought to restore the Balaam Empire's rule, the Artificial Death faction, which had somehow recreated death itself, and the less influential Repose and Underworld factions. "We're from the Royal faction," Maslow admitted. "Did you infiltrate the patrol team on purpose?" Lumian asked nonchalantly. Maslow shook his head. "No, Admiral Kurarel has been secretly working with us." Admiral Queraril, the de facto ruler of Mitanni, is closely tied to the Numinous Episcopate's royal faction, combined with the Church of Earth Mother and the remaining Intis faction. This must be what Franca meant by dancing on three eggs. Judging by the situation, Riza wasn't a traitor after all. It's no wonder Admiral Queraril didn't send backup. If the Numinous Episcopate and the Church of the Fool can't handle the problem, it won't matter how many people he sends. His mind now clear, Lumian asked. Was participating in this dream festival a direct order from the royal faction's upper ranks? Yes. Maslow glanced at Riza's body, now unrecognizable as human, and said, "Apparently the order came straight from the Empress." Empress, the pale Empress of the Numinous Episcopate's royal faction. Lumian instinctively scanned his surroundings. A sudden thought struck him. He drew the straight sword he had bought in port. Santa picked up Riaza's clothes and quickly searched through the items he had left behind. There was no sign of the death-corroded golden mask or the crystal-like skull. Even though the skull had turned into a goat in the dream and the golden mask had sunk into the tranquil river, Lumian reasoned that it had still been a dream after all. No matter how unusual it was ultimately just a dream. When someone died, they died in reality, but the same might not hold true for objects. It was similar to how some of the food Ludwig had eaten in the dream had reappeared in the traveler's bag. Even if the items were going to disappear, it would have to happen later. For now, they should definitely return to the real world. However, Riza had nothing on him. A chill ran down Lumian's spine. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Termiborus, did you notice anything?" Termiborus's majestic voice echoed in Lumian's ears. "Do you only now know fear?" "Do." Lumian felt a lingering sense of dread, but he didn't let it show. "Was the pale Empress watching?" Termiborus replied in a deep tone. "It's not just her." "Her? The pale Empress is an angel?" Lumian composed himself and turned his attention back to Maslow. Just as Maslow was wondering why Louis Berry was talking to himself, the other party suddenly asked, "Why did Riaza kill you?" Maslow stayed quiet, offering no response. Lumian chuckled. "Did you betray him?" Maslow's lips trembled, but he didn't say a word. Lumian smiled casually and said, "It doesn't matter. If you don't want to answer, don't. You won't be alive much longer anyway." Maslow's face turned ashen as he considered the ramifications of his death during the Dream Festival. Lumian nodded, then added, "Go on and do whatever you want, just don't do anything bad. It'll make you die sooner." With that, Lumian glanced at Riza's corpse, which was starting to produce the Beyonder characteristic. Greed welled up inside him, but he suppressed it with an ascetic self-control. He decided that regardless of whether Riza had been a traitor or not, his Beyonder characteristic should be left for Camus and the Mitanni patrol team. To stop himself from giving in to greed, and with a grave matter coming to mind, Lumian's expression shifted subtly. He activated the black mark on his right shoulder and teleported away. Maslow stared at the street that had been empty a moment before and the lights that had been stirred by the explosion, looking as though his soul had left his body. With a dazed and despondent expression, he turned and walked toward the forest, outside Tizamo. In the second-floor suite of the Brieux Motel. The instant Lugano woke up, he noticed he couldn't move his right forearm. It's okay. I'll be fine after a psychiatric treatment or two. The people in Tizamo can be healed by mass without needing Beyonder effects. Lugano tried to console himself as he endured the pain in his right forearm. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps coming from the living room outside his door. Crack. The door to Lugano's bedroom flew open. In the crimson moonlight pouring through the window, Ludwig appeared, dressed in blue pajamas with yellow stars and a matching nightcap. He was clutching a half-withered, blood-stained, dark, red heart. Badump. Lugano could hear his own heart pounding, and he felt like his soul was about to abandon his body out of sheer terror. Had Ludwig come back for seconds because he had woken up early and hadn't gotten his fill during the dream? A moment later, Lugano saw a figure float in through the doorway. The figure was semi-transparent, wearing an elaborate, opulent black dress. There was no head on its neck, just a clean cut. In its hand it held 4 identical blonde heads with red eyes and beautiful features. "Return." It. Two? Me. The four heads uttered different words in ancient Fasak, forming a complete sentence. Ludwig's image was reflected in their 8 crimson eyes. Mine. Ludwig ran to Lugano's bed and spun around, looking like he wanted to bring the heart to his mouth, but he seemed to hesitate. The 4 heads held by the translucent figure spoke one by one. Idiot. Eating. Your own brain. That is my heart. Is you don't return. I will turn you into pig. Almost at the same moment, Lumian materialized next to Ludwig, taking in the scene and hearing the corresponding words. Lumian glanced at the strange-looking lady, then at Ludwig, who wore a resolute expression as if he would defend his food to the death. After a moment's consideration, Lumian said, "Madam, perhaps you could try trading him other spiritually rich materials for it." In Ludwig's current state, Lumian didn't dare try to take the item from him by force. The lady in the intricate black dress holding 4 blonde redayed heads went silent. After a short while, one of her heads spat out a gleaming gold coin and held it between its teeth. A gold coin? You want to buy it with a gold coin? Ludwig doesn't care about money. Lumian was about to point this out to the lady when he suddenly realized the gold coin looked familiar. It was a Lowen gold coin worth £1. Lumian glanced over at Ludwig. Ludwig wavered. After a few seconds, he finally held out his hands and gave the half-withered dark red heart to the woman's head. The blonde, red-eyed head let go, dropping the gold coin into Ludwig's hand. Quickly, it sank its teeth into the half-withered dark red heart. The translucent lady stepped back and vanished from Lugano's bedroom. Ludwig hastily popped the Lowen gold coin into his mouth, as if trying to hide it in his stomach, but then he seemed to think better of it and fished it back out. He wiped it off on his pajamas and carefully put it in his pocket. Just as I thought, it's the same as Jenna's lucky gold coin, a Lowen gold coin, closely connected to Mr. Fool. Lumian nodded to himself, comprehension dawning. A twinge of disappointment ran through him. 2 people close to me have gotten lucky gold coins. Why don't I have one? Chapter 695, Kolobo's Worry. Lumian snapped out of his daze and glanced at Ludwig, who had regained his composure. Turning to Lugano, who was shrinking into a corner of the bed, he said, "We'll head back to Try tomorrow and find a psychiatrist for you, a real, genuine one." This decision wasn't made out of concern for Lugano, but rather something that had long been on Lumian's agenda. OS7 should have already provided feedback in the early morning hours. Lumian, Franca, and the others would discuss how to handle the mirror person, Moran Avigny. Moreover, Lumian intended to seize this opportunity to extract Termiborus's power and obtain a fate-appropriator boon. His most significant gain from the Dream Festival was the substantial digestion of the Reaper potion. He knew the southern continent was filled with conflicts and combat opportunities, which would help him digest the Reaper potion. However, he never anticipated that less than 2 weeks after advancing the potion's digestion, progress would skyrocket, much like a mercury thermometer's column shooting up when touching a living person's armpit. Culling Padre Cali, Hisoka's dream projection, and nearly 20 others bestowed with strength equivalent to Sequence 6 or Sequence 5 made Lumian acutely aware of life's fragility. It was like straw under a scythe, constantly collapsing with a simple cull and scattered by the wind. Furthermore, after experiencing the acting of the first 4 sequences, Lumian felt the hunter pathway had a distinct characteristic of bringing calamity. Reapers were no exception. With this acting, he believed the Reaper's destructive characteristics that brought calamity were more apparent. At the same time, Lumian greatly benefited from an enemy's destruction. As his mind raced, he summarized his first Reaper acting principle. Culling is about destroying the target and reaping a harvest for yourself. If I had 3 or 4 more similar culls, I wouldn't need to comprehend other acting principles and put them into practice to digest the Reaper potion. However, such good fortune is rare. Lumian sighed silently. This required gathering more than 10 Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 Beyonders with obvious flaws he could exploit without interference. Meeting each of these conditions was challenging, let alone all of them simultaneously. First and foremost, whether humans consumed potions or gained superpowers through boons, their pathways and sequences differed in their flaws. They couldn't all be burdened by dream projections like the Gravekeepers in the Dream Festival, where emotions and desires exploded at the slightest trigger. Even if the bestowed were deeply influenced by evil gods and had mental issues to some degree, exploding emotions and desires weren't inevitable. Some might simply have mutated personalities. Secondly, Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 Beyonders were uncommon, especially the latter, who formed the backbone of various factions. Even without factions, they could create their own teams and dominate a region like the pirate admirals. Gathering more than 10 to 20 such Beyonders was no easy task. Moreover, if a major incident caused the first two conditions to be met, the Beyonders' common flaws might not be countered by Lumian and his mystical items. Finally, during the battle, a Sequence 5 Beyonder, a key member of the various factions, might draw the attention of the corresponding demigod. A mysticism event like the Dream Festival, with its inherent limitations and natural problems, was unusually suitable for Lumian. Perhaps there had only been one such event in the northern and southern continents in nearly a millennium. Sigh, Lumian couldn't help but sigh again. At that moment, Lugano was thrilled to hear he could return to Trier at dawn. He quickly replied, All right. Back in Trier, his boss had more trusted companions. He probably wouldn't need to take care of Ludwig anymore. Lumian thought for a moment and glanced at the curtains emanating the crimson moonlight. Casually, he asked Lugano, Have you saved enough for the Harvest Priest potion formula and the corresponding ingredients? Lugano was taken aback. No, I'm still a bit short of the potion formula's price. Most of his current savings came from Lumian, amounting to around 15,000 Voldor. Based on his knowledge, a Sequence 7 potion formula usually cost between 16,000 to 20,000 Voldor. Lumian nodded pensively. I'll keep an eye out for the Harvest Priest potion formula and the necessary ingredients for you. If you're short on funds, I'll help cover the difference. Consider it a share of the spoils from this adventure. Lugano was stunned momentarily before tears welled up in his eyes, blurring his vision. I made the right choice. My future truly lies with the boss. With a hint of unease, he asked. But that was a dream adventure. Can the gains be brought back to the real world? Lumian didn't elaborate. He retrieved Hisoka's golden mask from his traveler's bag. It's possible some special items are possible? Lugano felt a sense of relief. Lumian turned to Ludwig, who seemed to have acquired a cherished toy, and nodded slightly. You may go back to sleep. Ludwig, wearing a blue nightcap, blinked and reached out to touch his stomach. Groan. His stomach churned violently. Lumian laughed self-deprecatingly and took out the portion of food Ludwig had eaten in the dream, including almond pistachio cream cake, liquor-infused, chocolate, eclairs, and more. After Ludwig began his quiet meal, Lumian returned to his room and conjured a blazing white fireball. He unfolded the letter, picked up a fountain pen, and penned a letter to Madam Magician. This took precedence over dealing with other matters. As he wrote, Lumian pondered something. If I killed all the elders of the Gravekeepers, would the primitive tribe still possess the ability to attack and eliminate the dead? Or are they still alive in the real world, waiting to drag those already dead down with them when they attack Tizamo? Or would the deceased find another way out, like the fire that had engulfed the Twanaku family? On the third floor of the police headquarters in Tizamo town, Camus snapped out of his reverie and instinctively glanced at the temporary bed opposite him. He noticed the blanket had been lifted, and Kolobo was nowhere to be found. Am I still dreaming, still in the Dream Festival? Camus sat up cautiously and heard a sound near the door in the corner. In the darkness, under the crimson moonlight seeping through the curtains, he saw Kolobo crouched there, curled up and trembling. Camus lowered his voice and gently asked, What's wrong? Kolobo's voice quivered as he replied, The sky is falling. The sky is falling. The sky is falling? Camus found it amusing and looked at Kolobo. Did you misinterpret your premonition? How could the sky possibly fall? Outside Tizamo, at the edge of the primitive forest. Maslow, his face adorned with white paint, slowly advanced into the forest. It was a terrible feeling to know about his impending yet unavoidable death. He regretted betraying the numinous episcopate, but there had been no choice. Shortly after arriving in Tizamo, he had been secretly controlled by Twanaku, who had returned for a vacation. He had become a fallen one monitoring the situation of Padre Cali and Tizamo. Subsequently, although he knew Twanaku had been killed, the other party's dream projection appeared in his dream, telling him the matter wasn't over. Maslow advanced step by step, yearning to return to the forest and become nourishment for a tree just like his ancestors. As he walked, he spotted nearly 20 people emerging from the nearby barracks. The men seemed to sense something amiss and prepared to inspect their surroundings. At that moment, Maslow felt the night suddenly brighten. Subconsciously, he looked up at the sky and saw a burning boulder descending, with a crimson flame tail. In an instant, the burning boulder filled Maslow's vision. It crashed into the area between the forest's edge and the barracks. Rumble. The wind and dust stirred by the meteorite swiftly filled the area, rising into the air and dissipating, obscuring the crimson moon in the starlight. Rumble. The entirety of Tizamo seemed to experience a violent earthquake. Buildings shook violently, and glass shattered. Several houses with weak foundations quickly collapsed, burying their occupants. With great difficulty, Camus regained his balance. Once the building stabilized, he rushed to the shattered window and looked out. He saw the sky was gray and murky, so close he could touch it if he jumped up. The sky has really fallen. For some inexplicable reason, this thought flashed through Camus's mind. In the second-floor suite of the Brieux Motel, clutching the letter and fountain pen, Lumian watched the smoke and dust outside with amusement, sensing the heavy blow not far away. How direct? He sighed sincerely. A meteorite had descended from the sky. From the looks of it, the catastrophe had likely eliminated most of the deceased. Lumian turned to look at the door, which had swung open due to the building's shaking, and saw Ludwig still focused on eating. Nothing from the pile of food had fallen to the ground. After sending Lugano out to assist the injured, Lumian returned to his room and continued writing. Upon completion, he immediately set up a ritual and summoned the doll messenger. Just as the doll messenger emerged from the expanding candle flame, it suddenly shrank. Slowly, she glanced to her left and then to her right. After confirming there was no problem, she tiptoed and cautiously approached Lumian's letter. Lumian had never seen the doll messenger act like this before. He watched in confusion and amusement as she picked up the folded letter like a thief. She waved at him and quickly retreated into the candle flame. Lumian chuckled and shook his head, no longer pondering the doll messenger's actions. At the very least it seemed harmless, and he had several things to do. Lumian left the bedroom, entered the corridor, and went to the first floor. He grabbed the motel owner who had come out to check on the situation after waking up, and asked, "Which room are the lady and her companion who arrived tonight staying in?" Chapter 696, Feathers. In Twanaku's house in Tizamo town, Amandina woke up amidst the violent shaking of the building. She stood up groggily and looked out the window. The sky had turned grey and was pressing down, completely obscuring the crimson moon and stars. In the near-absolute darkness, Amandina turned and cast her gaze not far away. Dressed neatly, Robert rose slowly, his sluggish movements suggesting he was struggling to adapt to the lightless environment. When the tremors in the ground and buildings finally ceased, Robert used his spirit vision to spot Amandina. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Are we awake?" He recalled that before entering the Dream Festival, he and Amandina had used a date as an excuse to rendezvous. When they ended up in the special dream, they temporarily parted ways. One stayed put while the other went to St. Cien Cathedral. Glancing at the suddenly noisy street outside, Amandina thought for a few seconds before replying, "Probably, but I don't know what's going on." As Robert recalled the dream encounters, both fell silent. Eventually he asked in a deep voice, "What happened to you in the end?" Amandina suddenly chuckled. "Nothing much." Robert closed his mouth again. With her night vision, Amandina looked at him, smiling with mixed emotions. there anything else you want to ask? After a long pause, Robert said, what did you experience afterward? Taking in the silence of the house, Amandina finally whispered. I saw the one who granted me powers. The one who granted you powers? Robert asked, surprised. Amandina laughed. We didn't actually fall asleep after touching the black ancient tomb. We only truly fainted after receiving the powers. How is that possible? Robert looked incredulous. Amandina didn't try to convince him. Instead, she muttered. Upon acquiring superpowers, one immediately falls into a coma or slumber. When they wake up, they completely grasp that power. Their spirit and flesh undergo a certain transformation. Is this considered a low-level death before rebirth? What are you talking about? Robert's confusion grew. It was completely incomprehensible. Amandina's eyes darted around as she smiled. That person told me. Perhaps it's a form of guidance. Guidance. Using his spirit vision, the only way to ascertain her condition in the darkness, Robert gazed at Amandina. He felt his fiancée was different, as if she had grown up overnight. Amandina wanted to recount the encounter in detail as usual, but swallowed her words. Sighing, she said, Aren't you going to check on Padre Calli? He might not have long to live. Snapping out of his reverie, Robert blurted out, Oh! He fled to the ancient tomb and was killed? He's indeed dead. Amandina confirmed. Robert's expression shifted, but he didn't inquire about the murderer's identity. After a moment's thought, Amandina said, Before you go to Padre Calli, I need to tell you something. The desire you felt when you first faced him didn't come from your heart. He prayed to a demon through a ritual and obtained the power to influence you. Robert's eyes widened, his mouth gaped, but no sound came out. Without further ado, Amandina strode past him towards the staircase. Pressing down on the railing, she paused and tersely acknowledged, Let's find an excuse to annul the engagement. I can accept other things about you, but I can't accept how my fiancé allowed me to follow Louis Berry alone to find the black ancient tomb under those circumstances. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your matters. Those who knew in my dream won't tell either. Robert spun around, his gaze fixed on the staircase as Amandina descended step by step, the darkness engulfing her spirituality's light. Leaving Twanaku's house, Amandina stepped onto the street. She glanced at the dark, low sky, the sporadic lights on both sides, and caught a whiff of the dusty air. With her hand covering her nose, Amandina made her way towards the manor, her steps gradually quickening. On the third floor of the police headquarters in Tizamo town, just as Camus felt, Kolobo's trembling subsided, as if he had composed himself. Painful curses echoed from the next room. His heart stirred as he lit a candle and pushed open the slightly deformed wooden door. Inside, he saw the Phasacian Loban lying on the ground, clutching his knee and screaming in agony. The member of the Tizamo patrol team had woken from the earthquake-like commotion and tried to get out of bed to find cover, but one leg strangely lost. Strength, accompanied by intense pain, causing him to collapse. Before Camus could organize his thoughts, Ria's voice echoed beside him. Don't worry, it's the mass hysteria mentioned in the investigations. You'll recover after going to the corresponding mass. Having cooperated with Camus to investigate the abnormalities in Tizamo, Loban quickly understood Ria. Cursing, he struggled to his feet, retrieved a military flask from under his pillow, and downed a few gulps of liquor. After drinking until color returned to his face, Loban sighed with relief. I feel my knee has recovered a little. Sometimes, alcohol is more useful than mass. Breathing a sigh of relief, Camus turned to Ria, realizing his teammate's expression had turned colder. After what just happened, her dream projection has completely vanished. Have the emotions and desires returned to her body? Will the special dreamscape still exist? And will there be a dream festival next year? Camus instantly made many connections. At that moment, Ria said to him, Let's go out and see if we can save some people. Those who died during the dream festival shouldn't be the only ones injured. Taken aback, Camus replied, Okay. Joy welled up in his heart, sensing Ria hadn't undergone any fundamental changes due to the return of her emotions and desires. Following the Brieux Motel owner's instructions, Lumian arrived on the 4th floor and opened the corresponding room's wooden door. The near-pitch-black darkness receded under a blazing white fireball's illumination, revealing everything to Lumian. Some items had fallen due to the tremors, tables and chairs had shifted, and a small amount of dust had sprinkled from the ceiling. The window was tightly shut, but the glass had shattered. Apart from this, there was nothing noteworthy and no sign of humans. Scanning the area, Lumian found no trace of the man or woman. Frowning, he muttered to himself, according to the original Dream Festival's rules, death in a dream doesn't equate to immediate death. Did they leave Tizamo after waking up? I planned to take care of their corpses and inherit their Beyonder characteristics. Lumian didn't believe the man and woman couldn't leave just because the door and window were tightly shut. After all, they were two mid-sequence Beyonders, and one was even a devil. Perhaps they had special abilities to resolve that problem. As Lumian contemplated searching for traces and chasing after them to eliminate the deceased on behalf of the Dream Festival, he casually examined the room's various details. Suddenly, his pupils dilated and his eyes froze. He saw a feather lying quietly under the recliner by the window, a white feather stained with light yellow oil. Lumian's scalp tingled as he silently took 2 steps back into the corridor. Like Razor were the man and woman already dead and had undergone an abnormality. What about their corpses? Disappeared? Would humans who had ascended to godhood exhibit different behaviors after leaving the Dream Festival? With a blazing white fireball floating behind him, Lumian scrutinized the room, filled with questions. Perhaps the man and woman's corpses were still here, but he couldn't see them. Cautiously entering, he approached the recliner, sensing nothing unusual and discovering no signs of the formless object. Lumian retrieved the mystery-prying glasses and the Eye of Truth from his traveler's bag, donning them one by one. He still couldn't see the man and woman. His vision was filled with chaotic darkness, a dark river, oily feathers, and imprisoning darkness. Upon returning to reality, did they immediately undergo immortal ascension and leave this place? Lumian pondered for a few seconds before activating the black mark on his right shoulder, teleporting to a spot in the forest at the special dream's periphery. As a hunter, Lumian had memorized the correct route and environmental characteristics after Amandina led him to the black ancient tomb. After nearly 15 minutes, he arrived at an area where numerous tree roots protruded from the ground, resembling blood vessels. However, the place where the black stone-like ancient tomb should have stood was empty. Does that black ancient tomb only exist in dreams and can't be encountered in reality? Lumian speculated seriously. So the Pale Empress and the other angels can't descend personally and can only send people to participate in the Dream Festival? As his thoughts raced, Lumian's gaze darted back and forth across the land, corresponding to the black ancient tomb. It was indeed a little different from its surroundings. No intertwined tree roots protruded from the ground, and it was flat and stoneless. Approaching thoughtfully, Lumian took out his straight sword and used it as a shovel, attempting to dig into the soil. Just as he dug a small pit, his eyelids twitched. Buried in the dark brown soil were 2 white feathers stained with light yellow oil. Taking a slow breath, Lumian dug deeper. Before long, a palm-sized, dark, slightly moist and sticky soil lump came into view. Chapter 697, Madam Magicians. Explanation. As Lumian gazed at the peculiar soil, he couldn't help but recall the scene of Hela retrieving the Samaritan women's spring. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved gold bars and coins from his traveler's bag and ignited a blazing white fireball in his palm. As the flames surged, the gold gradually melted under the control of his spirituality, forming a small golden box. Lumian then used the flames as a blade to fashion a cover for the box. Once the gold had cooled and solidified, he used the straight sword as a shovel to transfer the palm-sized clump of soil into the box before closing the lid. After stowing away the golden box, Lumian noticed that the straight sword in his hand had become rusty and decayed. Rather than being alarmed, Lumian was delighted. He muttered to himself, "That soil is indeed magical." This was one of his gains from the Dream Festival. Despite not obtaining the Beyonder characteristics of Razor and Maslow, and the mysterious disappearance of the man and woman who served the demon, Lumian had finally acquired something of value. He continued searching the area but found no other traces. Left with no other option, He teleported back to the second floor of the Brio Motel. By then, much of the smoke and dust caused by the meteorite had dissipated. The crimson moon's light cast an eerie glow over Tizamo. Lumian noticed a folded letter on the master bedroom's desk, with a thin brass-like metal sheet on top. Madam Magician's response is swift tonight. Lumian picked up the brass plate and examined the mysterious patterns and words etched upon it, but he couldn't discern their meaning or purpose. He couldn't even sense the corresponding spirituality glow. Shaking his head, Lumian temporarily set aside the brass sheet. With a gentle grab of his right hand, he conjured a floating incandescent white fireball. Under its glow he sat down and began reading Madam Magician's reply. There's no doubt about it. From what you've described, the corpse in the dream tomb belongs to Neighbor Disley. As for Neighbor Disley, there's a high likelihood that it's an alias of Devil Monarch Farbuti, or a real name that can be used under certain circumstances. Don't you find it strange that Neighbor Disley, as a Devil Monarch and one of the 8 ancient gods who once ruled the world, can bestow superpowers from the prisoner pathway? This abnormality is quite normal for the ancient gods. They didn't advance according to the paths of the divine, but were born directly for some unknown reason. Their characteristics were a mix of sequence 1, beyond the characteristics from other pathways, or even more than one. Considering Demon Warlock Berman's situation, you can see how unhinged and violent the ancient gods were. There's a significant difference between ancient gods and subsequent true gods, but this doesn't mean that they are weak. They might even be stronger. Among them, although Farbuti is the Devil Monarch, he blends in Sequence 1 Abomination from a neighboring pathway. Therefore, his state is one of the best among the 8 ancient gods. He has also become the only ancient god alive in their original form. In fact, if Farbuti were to gather the ingredients of the Devil pathway as a Sequence 1 Abomination and complete the deity ascension ritual to advance, he would be equivalent to a true god now, a stronger true god. He wouldn't be an ancient god described by words like madness, cruelty, violence, and bloodlust. Of course, as the Devil Monarch, even if he had done so, he will inevitably exhibit the characteristics of I am the Abyss is me, experiencing strong influence from this pathway. As for the state of a devil, you should be well aware. Therefore, Farbuti is also one of the 2 or 3 most unhinged ancient gods. This doesn't contradict his better state. That's all for the ancient gods. That's not my primary purpose in writing. In short, the one in the dream tomb is indeed Neighbor Disley, the other Neighbor Disley in the form of an abomination. Is that so? Ancient gods possess beyond the characteristics of neighboring or non-neighboring pathways, and laboriously has already displayed the ability to separate different desires and emotions. Lumian no longer harbored any doubts about the cold corpse's ability to bestow wraith powers. After some thought, he reread Madam Magician's letter. You mentioned that Neighbor Disley took the initiative to lie back in the dream tomb and continue in a dead state. This is a very rational choice for him. Furthermore, I must say it's a good death. Continue in this dead state until after the apocalypse. You don't need to know the exact reason. To put it simply, you can see that Neighbor Disley, or the Devil Monarch Farbuti, is in a terrible state. As an abomination, his demise is more suitable than him living. It's better for both him and this world. Of course, this can't be a simple death. He chose a good place to die. This will allow his corpse to enjoy peace and tranquility, safe from the Mother Tree of Desire's harassment. Now, you should understand. That entity had written a story and created a coincidence, allowing you to come into contact with Neighbor Disley in the Faina Potter Kingdom. Then, you enter Hanth Island and the New City of Silver. His goal was to send information to Neighbor Disley in the Dream Ancient Tomb, allowing him to continue sleeping and be a corpse instead of being resurrected. Simultaneously, this also prevents various factions from trying to obtain the Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic. Tisk, as expected of a remnant from ancient times, he's the protagonist who personally ended the rule of the ancient gods. The secrets and various key matters he knows perhaps exceed all of us combined. Apart from him and the Ebonite goddess, who else would know about mysticism festivals like the Dream Festival, which you forget when you wake up? Who would have thought that the corpse was part of the Devil Monarch? The substantial digestion of the Reaper potion, the acquisition of the Golden Mask, and the formation of the corroded soil should be the rewards, he promised. Remember to give me that corroded soil. It's useless to you, but I can help you exchange it for something. It might also present an opportunity, but I can't discern what it is for now. And with that golden mask, you can boldly venture into the underworld when the opportunity arises in the future. Otherwise, the living won't be able to stay in the underworld for even a second. Those golden masks come from the fallen Death, the ancestor of the Eggers family. They were originally created to assist Death's direct descendants in entering and exiting the underworld and Death's kingdom. Their purpose is twofold. Firstly, to protect the wearer from the corrosion of the ore of death. Secondly, to transform the wearer into an undead creature. Their bodies no longer have vital points, while their minds and consciousness can maintain their living state. Do you understand why Neighbor Disley's corpse wore the death mask? If it didn't, it would have died completely in the dream tomb with no possibility of revival. Similarly, knowing the Golden Mask's functions and the state of the corpse, you should understand why Hisoka put on the Golden Mask. It allows a corpse to mistake Hisoka for one of its kind without affecting him. It also protects Hisoka from the corrosion of the tomb's ore of death. The first phantom that experienced an ascension activated the corpse's sleeping spirit under the Golden Mask's protection, but without awakening his consciousness. In this state, Hisoka can use his resemblance to the corpse to make the corpse mistake him for his spirit and accept his dominance. Isn't this style familiar? That celestial worthy is indeed the strongest god who seeks out errors and exploits loopholes. By the time the second phantom that underwent ascension entered the Dream Ancient tomb, the corpse's consciousness would have been basically awakened. Even if Hisoka were still alive, he wouldn't be able to complete his grand plan. That's the gist of the matter. The numinous episcopate's purpose is the ancient tomb itself, the golden mask that has endured the corresponding corrosion in the tomb for over a millennium. The Noyes family's archduke, a collaborator of the Rose School of Thought, desires Neighbor Disley's corpse, while the Temperance faction seeks to retrieve Miss Messenger's heart. Their goals were actually different, yet they fought to the death. I have to say, it's quite humorous and ironic. Of course, this is mainly because they can't trust each other, and there's indeed a possibility that it's a situation where the winner takes all. Does Miss Messenger want to consume Neighbor Disley's abomination body? Of course she does. Miss Messenger, the lady who used the lucky gold coin to buy the heart from Ludwig. Why is she called Miss Messenger? It's impossible for her to be someone's messenger, right? She's an angel. Mr. Fool's messenger. So that's why there's a lucky gold coin closely related to Mr. Fool. Lumian was sharp, and he quickly made a guess. He continued reading the last part of the letter. I forgot to mention that wearing that golden mask also poses problems. As you can imagine, once you transform into an undead creature and don't have any vital points on your body, the purification of sunlight and lightning will be fatal to you. Moreover, if a living person wears that golden mask for too long, they will truly become deceased. When that time comes, once the mask is removed, their mind and consciousness will be unprotected and they will die immediately. Let me see what else I haven't mentioned. Yes, she said that the underworld Taoist and Neighbor Disley's corpse had looked at Ivorstadt Eggers without doing anything to him. That gave me some ideas. It's highly likely that the one who helped bury Neighbor Disley's abomination corpse and construct the dream grave was the ancestor of the Eggers family, the deceased Death. After he went mad, perhaps he interacted with the underworld Taoist who guarded the river and the Blood Emperor's afterimage, and for some reason he agreed to Neighbor Disley's request for help, causing his abomination corpse to slumber in a special dream. Therefore, be it the underworld Taoist or Neighbor Disley's corpse, even if they only have their instincts left, they will still treat the Eggers family's bloodline specially. Chapter 698, Aftermath. Considering Madame Magician's conjecture, Lumian suddenly felt that the deceased Death, the ancestor of the Eggers family, was indeed legendary. After becoming a true god, he seemed to have gone mad. He incited the Pale, disaster. His demise created the Berserk Sea, isolating the northern and southern continents for more than a millennium. He had a connection to the mysterious underworld Taoist. He buried the abomination corpse of the Devil Monarch. He left behind the massive Balam Empire with numerous descendants. The golden mask he created for his descendants to enter and exit the underworld is still being fought over to this day. Lumian retrieved the golden mask he had obtained from Hisoka from his traveler's bag. He caressed its cold surface and sighed silently. This is a true deity's creation. With a sigh, Lumian read the last 2 pages of the lengthy letter. Back to yourself. The underworld Taoist mark on you only seals the influence of the Blood Emperor's remnant aura on the outside world. It doesn't eliminate its existence. In other words, you can no longer use Listituda's remnant aura to scare others. However, it can still be useful when you need to verify your corresponding identity. There are pros and cons to this situation. Although you've lost your potent means of intimidating others, you don't have to worry about attracting the attention of certain high-ranking individuals by using the Blood Emperor's remnant aura. Furthermore, the underworld Taoist mark might have a special effect in the future. Emperor Rosal once said that, since you can't resist, try to enjoy yourself. Lumian turned his right hand over and looked at his palm. Compared to the decay in his dream, only a small pale white mark remained. Beneath the pale whiteness, a faint red scarred mark could be seen. What special use can it have? To intimidate the undead? Lumian muttered to himself in puzzlement, momentarily at a loss. At the end of the letter, Madam Magician wrote, "This year's Dream Festival may have ended, but the special dream and ancient tomb haven't disappeared. The Dream Festival will still happen next year. When the time comes, the demon from the Noise family and his Rose School of Thought allies who confirmed the ancient tomb situation this year might continue their attempts. They might even bring more targeted and powerful items, beyonders or projections. Not only do we have to stop them when the time comes, but we also have to make preparations in advance. Furthermore, for the special dream to still have dream projections as guardians, we can't relocate the entirety of Tizamo. Therefore, we have to do something for the people here. Of course, after completing the last task, the subsequent problems at the Dream Festival will have nothing to do with you unless you become an angel by then. But isn't that too far-fetched? The last thing you need to do is enter that special dream with a half-finished brass charm I sent with the letter and perform the following ritual before the black ancient tomb. The complete process of the ritual is..." After carefully reading the ritual's description, Lumian assessed his spirituality and stowed away the half-finished brass charm. Then he retrieved the golden box containing the peculiar soil, unfolded the letter, and penned a reply. "Honorable Madam Magician, I will follow your instructions and complete the ritual." "This is that strange soil," Lumian paused and added. "Remember to send back the box containing it." It was made of gold. Recalling Lugano's promise of compensation and Ludwig's growing appetite, Lumian, who was quite wealthy, felt the need to be frugal. He didn't need to worry about the potion formula, beyonder ingredients, or mystical items for the time being, but he needed to provide for 2 people now. Furthermore, gold played an important role in mysticism. Franca had been accumulating gold in recent months, hoping to forge a golden body for Armored Shadow. Chen too. After writing the reply, Lumian set up a ritual and summoned the doll messenger. The messenger remained cautious and furtive, not uttering a word. What did it sense? Lumian was about to inquire when he suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be because Miss Messenger, whom Madam Magician mentioned, had been here? They are both messengers, so they might know each other and be related. And that person is an angel. Lumian shut his mouth and watched as the doll messenger retreated into the candlelight with the golden box. He extinguished the candle, stowed away the ritual-related items and returned to the living room. He sat across from Ludwig, who still had half his food left. Untouched, Lumian looked at Ludwig, who wore a blue pajama hat with yellow stars, and smiled. "Lend me something." Ludwig raised his head, his mouth moving as he inquired with his eyes. Lumian maintained a friendly smile. "The gold coin from earlier." Ludwig lowered his head and focused on eating a piece of beef jerky, as if he hadn't heard Lumian. "It'll only take half an hour. Yes, half an hour. I won't cause any harm. I'll definitely return it to you as it was," Lumian said with a sigh. "I've been providing for you for a long time, giving you food and drink." At this point, Lumian suddenly stopped. After a few seconds, he continued. "Isn't that worth lending me your lucky gold coin for half an hour? When have I ever lied to you?" "Often. A phoning," Ludwig mumbled. He looked up at Lumian for a few seconds before retrieving the low and gold coin from his pocket. 20 minutes, tops." "Deal." Lumian swiftly accepted the lucky gold coin with a radiant smile. To conserve his spirituality, he refrained from teleporting. Instead, he moved swiftly through the shadows and arrived at Hisoka, Tuanaku's house. Robert and Amandina had already left. Lumian found a spot and leaned against the wall. Using cogitation, he quickly drifted off to sleep. In the special dream in the primitive forest, using the shadows in the darkness, Lumian reached the edge of the dream and found himself in the chaotic zone. After some thought, he left the shadow and donned the golden mask crafted by death. Amidst the cold corrosion and heavy pressure, Lumian saw a dream fragment of a black ancient tomb and the path leading to it. He quickly reached his destination. The corpses had vanished, leaving only the ancient tomb, resembling a black boulder, standing silently. Lumian removed the mask and observed for a moment. Using a raised tree root as an altar, he placed candles, essential oil, herbal powder, a cauldron, and the half-finished brass charm on it. He followed the instructions in Madam Magician's letter and dealt with them one by one. Finally, Lumian placed the lucky gold coin between the two candles, corresponding to Mr. Fool. Instead of creating a wall of spirituality, he lit the candles in the order from God to person, from left to right, and took 2 steps back. Lumian gazed at the burning candle flame and recited in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Silently, a thin grey fog emanated from the void, enveloping the area around the black ancient tomb and the entire special dream. Lumian's left chest heated up slightly, preventing his thoughts from slowing down, and his body showed no signs of disintegrating. He quickly took 2 steps forward and ignited the corresponding essential oil, extract, and herbal powder. He placed the half-finished brass charm in the center of the altar. Then, Lumian straightened up and said in Hermes, I implore you to grant this charm power. I implore you to allow this power to control this dream." After reciting all the remaining incantations and completing the remaining steps of the ritual, Lumian saw the lucky gold coin emit a hazy glow. One of the candles representing Mr. Fool darkened, and the other took on a brass hue. Immediately after, the darkness and brass candlelight entangled with the half-finished brass charm. The brass charm emitted a blinding light, and Lumian couldn't help but close his eyes. By the time he adjusted and opened his eyes, the brass charm had vanished. The soil, rocks, and tree roots in front of the black ancient tomb surged, forming a tombstone-like object. Ancient Fasak words appeared on the tombstone one after another. All living beings are equal before the law. Even angels can be killed by ordinary people. Lost items are regarded as abandonment. Anything can be done during the Dream Festival, but not killing or rape. Murderers shall die. Rapists shall die. What pathway's power is this? It resembles the Arbiter pathway. Killing isn't allowed for the next Dream Festival. Even an angel can be harmed by me. Lumian hadn't expected Madam Magician's preparations. He swiftly packed his belongings and planned to leave the area. Finally, Lumian had an idea when he saw the tombstone. Tombstone? With a smile, he retrieved a card from his traveler's bag, bent down, and placed it on the ground beneath the tombstone. It was a tarot card, depicting a man in green holding a wand against attacking ones, at the foot of a mountain. Minor Arcana card, 7 of Wands. Lumian didn't know if the tarot cards representing him could remain in the dream, or in front of the tombstone. He simply wanted to give it a try. After all, he hadn't done so since becoming a member of the Tarot Club. Upon returning to the real world, Lumian reached into his traveler's bag and examined it. As expected, the half-finished brass charm had vanished, as had the minor arcana card, the Seven of Wands. The rules of the special dream are indeed a little different. Lumian nodded thoughtfully and returned a lucky gold coin to Ludwig at the Brio Motel. Then Lumian stepped onto the street. In the darkness he passed Camus, Ria Lugano, and the others, who were busy rescuing and treating people, and arrived at St. Cien Cathedral. All the candles in the cathedral had been lit, but only Padre Cull was present. Dressed in a white robe adorned with golden threads, he knelt before the altar and the sacred emblem, his head bowed in anguish. Lumian walked in step by step and took a seat in the front row. He watched Padre Cull quietly without disturbing him. Chapter 699, Who is to Blame? The smoke and dust caused by the meteorite had mostly dissipated, and the commotion on the street had gradually subsided. The injured had largely escaped, danger thanks to swift treatment, but some still perished, eliciting occasional cries of anguish. Inside St. Cien Cathedral, Padre Cull completed his penance. He stood and turned to face Lumian, who sat silently in the front pew observing him. Lumian chuckled and asked casually, "Is repentance still of any use?" Without waiting for a response, he added habitually, "You must know your fate is sealed. You won't survive more than a few days." Paleness showed through Padre Cull's dark brown complexion as he calmly replied, "If repentance worked, it wouldn't be true repentance." This statement seemed to bring him a measure of peace. "I repented because I wanted to, not to bargain for understanding or redemption. Looking back, I have indeed made many mistakes. I yearned for higher status and the approval of you Northerners. That desire blinded me, and I succumbed to the demon's temptations." Lumian scoffed upon hearing this. "Is that truly the case? Did desire actually cloud your judgment?" Noting the Padre's bewildered expression, Lumian leaned back and gazed up at the sun's sacred emblem. "Did your ambition for prestige and recognition from Northerners force you to collaborate with Twanaku, compel you to become a wraith as an eternal blazing sun Padre, make you receptive to the demon's allure, or drive you to exploit those boys? No, you chose this path of your own volition." Padre Cull's lips quivered, as if to object, but he couldn't find the words. Lumian smiled and continued, "Many in this world still crave elevated status and the recognition of certain groups. Most of them simply work hard to contribute and combat evil with all their strength. They never consort with demons, hoping to attain their goals through righteous means. Even in the face of repeated failure, they don't descend into the abyss. They share the same desires, yet they maintain self-control while you could not. Desire didn't cloud your mind chose depravity." Padre Cull fell silent, at a loss for words. Lumian sighed with a smile. "A relative once told me, intense desire fuels human progress, but it's also the demon that drags humans into the abyss. Good or bad, light or darkness, it all hinges on us, on that single thought in a pivotal moment." His face growing ever paler, Padre Cull lowered his head and rasped, "I have sinned." Lumian pressed a hand to his chest, his expression settling. He looked at Padre Cull and laughed self-deprecatingly. "I too have strong desires. Everyone does. If harboring intense desire is a sin, then you are a sinner, and so am I. We are all guilty." Padre Cull's expression froze momentarily before he slowly turned around. Kneeling once more before the altar, he gazed up at the immense sun-sacred emblem and spoke in a deep voice. "You are innocent. Desire itself is not sinful, but I am a true sinner." He bowed his head as his body gradually became ethereal and transparent. Thus Padre Cull manifested as a wraith before the sacred emblem. An icy, sinister aura emanated from him, triggering a reaction from the emblem and altar. The entire cathedral trembled slightly. A brilliant sunlight-like radiance seeped from the altar, emblem, stained glass and religious murals, rapidly converging at the domed ceiling. A dazzling golden pillar of light, accompanied by a hymnal voice, descended upon Padre Cull. The wraith-form Padre trembled faintly but did not evade. Under the searing holy light, his body disintegrated into ashes. Lumian observed this scene expressionlessly, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. As the dome's holy glow dissipated, leaving only candlelight illuminating the cathedral, Lumian remained seated in the front pew, quietly contemplating the spot where Padre Calli had been purified. After an indeterminate span, Camus and Ria entered the cathedral, having finished their disaster relief efforts. Camus sighed in relief upon seeing Louis Berry in the front row. He smiled and said, "We still lack composure, prone to panic when calamity strikes. We were so focused on aiding the injured and trapped that we never anticipated a detestable man like Padre Calli suddenly going mad and trying to drag others down with him. It's fortunate you were here." Ria surveyed the surroundings and asked, "Where is Padre Calli?" Lumian stared ahead at the altar and replied plainly, "After repenting, he utilized the cathedral's accumulated spirituality and the sacred emblem's unique properties to purify himself." Ria fell silent. After a few seconds, she spread her arms and proclaimed, "Praise the sun." She then took a seat in the front pew on the opposite side, clasped her hands, bowed her head and prayed fervently. For a moment, Camus was unsure whether to sit or remain standing. Lumian turned to him. "Have you recovered Riaz's Beyonder characteristic?" Camus paused before responding, "Yes." "And Maslow's?" Lumian shifted his gaze back to the sacred emblem. "Its whereabouts are unknown," Camus replied. Lumian stated calmly, "It should be in the meteorite impact zone." Camus was taken aback. Was the meteorite meant to claim most of the deceased? Is the Dream Festival's power truly that immense? "More potent than you realize," Lumian replied, as if discussing the next day's weather. "Riaza and Maslow belong to the Numinous Episcopate's royal faction. Admiral Quirrell is aware of their identities, and the Riaza came to Tizamo to fulfill a mission assigned by the royal faction's superiors." Camus's expression shifted as he exhaled slowly. "Even without you mentioning this, I wouldn't have harbored any ill will towards Captain Riaza. He did save me on multiple occasions, and this time he didn't overtly betray me, but rather the patrol team. My sense of belonging to the team isn't that strong. Now, I'm just relieved he's not a traitor." Lumian smiled provocatively and said, "It benefits you as well. Port Pilus's patrol team now has a vacant vice-captain position, and your rival is already dead." Camus didn't rise to the bait, smiling wryly instead. "I plan to leave Matani. Thanks to your generosity, I've nearly saved enough to advance to Sequence 6. It's safer and simpler to return to my family and contact the main branch than to search the outside world. The patrol team is a small organization after all. Sequence 6 is the limit. To reach Sequence 5, I'd need to forge close ties with the Numinous Episcopate, Raw School of Thought, Intis Bureau 8, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, or the Church of Earth Mother, or become Admiral Quirrell's trusted aide. Given my Castilla surname, the choice is clear. If the Castilla royal family truly accepts you, your potential would be far greater." Lumian chuckled and said, "I thought you were leaving this place of sorrow due to a failed romance." Camus abruptly choked on his saliva and coughed several times. After Ria concluded her prayers, she departed the cathedral with Camus. Lumian lingered in the front pew, savoring the solitude. After a while, Amandina appeared at the entrance, clad in black hunting attire. "Why are you alone here?" The girl muttered, her gaze darting about as if searching for something. "Why have you come?" Lumian asked nonchalantly. Amandina sat beside him and chuckled. "I wanted to see if Robert would come looking for the dying Padre Calli, but surprisingly, you're the only one here." "Padre Calli purified himself. I doubt Robert has been here," Lumian answered truthfully. "Is that so?" Amandina felt a pang of disappointment. If he had really come to confront Padre Calli, it would mean he still is a man. Lumian remained silent. Amandina faced the altar and sacred emblem, offering a brief prayer. Her task complete, she glanced around eagerly and asked, "Will there be another Dream Festival next year?" "Yes?" Lumian didn't hide anything. Joy instantly lit up Amandina's features. "Is that black ancient tomb still there? Can I gain superpowers by touching it again?" Of course, Lumian turned to her, smiling. But the outsiders participating in next year's Dream Festival will be even stronger and more terrifying, surpassing the evil cloth doll, crystal skull, and human skin man you encountered. Amandina's expression fell. Really? In that case, I'll find an excuse to stay in Port Pylos during next year's festival and bring my parents along. Have you returned to Palm Manor? Lumian inquired. Amandina sighed and smiled. I went back briefly, not wanting to disrupt their facade of love. I left again. She paused, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Besides touching the Black Tomb, are there other ways for me to advance my sequence? You can buy formulas and drink potions to progress along one of 3 paths: Sleepless, Corpse Collector, or Warrior. Lumian divulged the relevant mystical knowledge without reservation. After some thought, he added, also, it wasn't the Black Tomb that granted you superpowers, it was that figure. Lumian was suddenly perplexed. What was the connection between Amandina, Robert, and the underworld Taoist? Typically, boons were bestowed upon believers by deities or angels, but Amandina and Robert had no faith in the underworld Taoist. They weren't even aware of his existence. Considering the conventions of various secret organizations and the customs, Franca occasionally mentioned Amandina should have addressed the underworld Taoist as teacher. Chapter 700, Return. In the special dream, Amandina mentioned that the figure known as the underworld Taoist had nodded at her. Armored Shadow. Gen 2 is suspected to be related to the underworld Taoist. Franca is accumulating gold to create a golden body for Gen 2 to obtain more information. Lumian's mind raced with these thoughts. He turned to Amandina with a smile. You won't only encounter that figure during the Dream Festival. It's possible normally? Amandina asked, surprised. What kind of smarts do you have? Lumian inwardly criticized, shaking his head and smiling. What I mean is, it's not just in Tizamo where you can encounter that figure on a specific date. Amandina pondered for a few moments before grasping the underlying meaning behind Louis Berry's words. Have you seen that figure elsewhere? I thought you couldn't see him and could only observe through me. Thankfully, you're not that dense. Lumian retrieved the golden mask from his traveler's bag. I could see after putting this on. Without waiting for Amandina's response, Lumian added with a smile. I did encounter that figure elsewhere. He used encounter instead of meeting. To ensure his statement couldn't be more truthful, he wanted to say, I even know his name, but didn't feel like explaining to Amandina why he used the pronoun he. To address the underworld Taoist, respectfully, Amandina's expression turned excited. We're in Trier? Lumian replied honestly. This was the information he wanted the other party to know. Trier. Amandina felt a mix of captivation and fear. As an Intisian born and raised on the southern continent, she had heard countless rumors about the capital of joy and understood its vibrancy and prosperity. Trier had nearly become her dream paradise, but the furthest she had ventured was Port Pylos, never leaving Matane. If given the chance to visit Trier, fear was her initial reaction. After all, she was still a girl under 18. Lumian continued candidly. In the future, I know someone who might interact with that figure. I hope he can provide her with some assistance, the non-combat kind. To that end, I can take you to Trier and help you enter the area where the figure might appear. I can also provide some protection. How about it? Do you want to strike such a deal? I. Amandina hesitated, instinctively seeking an excuse. My parents won't allow me to leave Matane for Trier now. At the very least, I have to wait until I get a chance to attend university there. Lumian found it amusing and remarked, I'm not asking you to permanently relocate to Trier. You can go on Saturday and return on Sunday. Huh. Amandina was taken aback. She had imagined a long-distance voyage, hiking through mountains and wading across rivers, forever bidding farewell to her home. Lumian arched an eyebrow. It's not like I haven't teleported you in the dream before. But isn't that just a small area? Amandina's eyes lit up. Can you really teleport directly from Matane to Trier? Lumian nodded slightly. Yes, I might need to make a transit once or twice along the way, but it will still allow you to reach Trier quickly. Quickly. Amandina's interest was piqued. She yearned to experience such wonders. However, she didn't make a decision immediately. Lumian didn't rush her. No need to decide right away. Meeting that figure again is actually quite dangerous. You should first truly come into contact with Matani's mysticism circle and learn the basics about Beyonders from Rhea. Only then should you consider accepting this deal. It might take 3 months, half a year, or even a year. Amandina breathed a sigh of relief. Understood. Curious, she asked. Is your friend a woman? He had used the pronoun. Xingyi. In our hearts and minds, she has always been one. As for how she identifies, sometimes yes, sometimes no. Lumian inwardly criticized Franca and nodded, slightly. Yes, Amandina asked excitedly. You'll love her? Lumian chuckled. Of course not. Why do you always fixate on such matters? As Lumian spoke, he retrieved a post-it note and fountain pen from his traveller's bag. He scribbled a few lines and handed them to Amandina. Amandina took it and carefully read it under the cathedral's candlelight. A creature wandering above the world, the penitent who awakens from the flames of pain, a messenger that belongs solely to Lumian Lee. What's this? Amandina was bewildered. But my messenger. Set up a ritual once you've made up your mind. Use this incantation to summon my messenger and inform me of your decision. Lumian explained simply. Amandina grew increasingly perplexed. What ritual? What summoning? This isn't the conventional messenger? Lumian raised his eyebrows again. Have you never heard of a messenger in the mysticism domain? Don't you know about summoning rituals? Amandina smiled sheepishly and said, I came into contact with superpowers last year and gathered some information about the pathways of the divine through Robert and a few mysticism enthusiasts. I know about rituals, but I'm not sure about the details. Then, her eyes lit up. You'll teach me, won't you? Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to summon your messenger. Also, is your real name not Louis Berry, but Lumian Lee? You took a pen and paper from that coin bag. You also took your previous items from there. What kind of mystical item is this? Lumian couldn't help but glance up at the golden spherical dome. The following morning, Lumian left the Brio Motel with Ludwig and Lugano. They passed through streets still strewn with ruins and arrived at Bunia's cafe. The owner, Bunia, maintained his usual shyness and politely inquired about their needs. Lumian ordered 3 cups of Kosa coffee and 3 servings of Matani's specialty, breakfast, okapa. Okapa was made from rice, chicken, eggs, potatoes, and common local spices wrapped in leaves from the okapa trees. It was filling and fragrant, and one couldn't stop eating once they started. Lumian gazed at the spread of okapa, picked up his cutlery, and scooped a spoonful into his mouth. The fragrance of the leaves, the salted egg yolk, the weightiness of the rice, the tenderness of the chicken, the softness of the potatoes, and the strange, rich aroma combined to create a unique texture. As Lumian ate, he casually surveyed the pedestrians and cafe patrons on the street. After the sorrow and fear of the previous night, they had become gentle again, no longer revealing excessive emotions. When they spoke to others, they always had a faint smile on their faces. After Ludwig finished his second meal of the morning, Lumian found a secluded corner, changed into winter clothes, and disappeared from Tizamo with him and Lugano. This time Lumian refrained from teleporting directly to Franca, as Lugano, Ludwig, and the 2 demonesses were unfamiliar with each other. Lumian chose the rarely used entrance to underground Trier in Quartier de la Cathédrale commemorative. The trio swiftly outlined themselves on the steel steps. Upon returning to the surface, Lumian spotted a few college students carrying carbide lamps and lanterns. They jested as they passed by the trio and entered underground Trier. As he turned onto the nearest main street, the first thing Lumian saw was a scantily clad man in chains. He crawled slowly along the street in a dog-like manner. If anyone dared to glance at him, he would glare back and bark twice. In the next moment, the street artists on the corner played a rhythmic melody. Passers-by more or less danced with relaxed and satisfied smiles on their faces. The man acting as a dog and trembling in the cold wind also raised his hind leg. This was very different from the streets in the market district. Quartier de la Cathédrale commemorative was renowned for its numerous universities. Lumian averted his gaze from the pedestrian smiles and led Lugano and Ludwig to Anthony's nearby rented house. It was on the 4th floor near the end of the corridor. Knock, knock. Lumian knocked on the door without hesitation. Soon he saw Anthony, who was dressed differently from before. In a white shirt, light grey cashmere sweater, black tweed coat, dark red bow tie, gold-rimmed glasses, and a light yellow wig, his beard was cleanly shaven, and his face was no longer greasy. The black grime in his pores was gone. He had the air of a successful member of high society. "Are you in a relationship?" Lumian jested. Anthony replied with a smile. "I'm attending a banquet hosted by the Trier Psychiatrist Guild today." This was a necessary prerequisite for completing Madame Justice's mission. Lumian entered the room and asked casually, "Have you obtained a psychiatrist license?" Anthony nodded. "I acquired a genuine identity and educational background. During the interview, I successfully convinced the examiner." "A genuine identity? Where's its original owner?" Lumian asked thoughtfully. Anthony glanced at Lugano and Ludwig, but didn't directly answer Lumian's question. "What can I do for you?" "Yeah." Lumian understood Anthony's meaning and temporarily abandoned the question. He briefly mentioned the Dream Festival's situation and the after effects of Lugano losing his arm in a dream. He didn't mention how Lugano had lost his arm. Anthony listened attentively and looked at Lugano. "Such hysteria is easily resolved. Do you need a faster solution, or do you want it to be slower and gentler?" Lugano replied without hesitation. "The faster one." He had lost control of his right forearm. Anthony's gaze shifted to Lugano's left side, furrowing his brow. Lugano subconsciously turned to his left and followed suit. At that moment, Anthony produced a dagger from nowhere and thrust it at Lugano's right forearm. Lugano swiftly retracted his hand and blurted out, "What are you doing?" Anthony sheathed his dagger and replied calmly, "The treatment is over." "Huh?" Lugano looked at his right hand in confusion and realized that it had retracted to his chest without being impeded. Lumian chuckled and said to Lugano, "Keep an eye on Ludwig. Remember to prepare food for him." Without waiting for Lugano's response, Lumian turned to Anthony. "Let's go find Franca and Jenna now." Anthony glanced at Lumian and adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses he was unaccustomed to. "All right."